It was night, the lights were dim, and the foggy night, under the illumination of the crescent moon, intertwined with the lights to form a halo. A touch of night wind blew, and the willow branches in the park swayed, rustling like a natural symphony. Under the tree, through the dim rays of light, you can see a pair of blue-like dogs, a man and a woman, doing an unknown national major event called preparatory warm-up for the continuation of the human race. It hurts, it really hurts. It's like being held a knife and stabbed a few hundred times on the heart, and finally gives you a 360 degrees like drilling a wood to make fire, no dead angle rotation. That kind of pain is hard to comprehend. Maybe only like-minded friends can understand that kind of mood, that kind of unwilling anger. Alas! This sudden sigh seemed to perfectly blend all the emotions of anger, sadness, envy, jealousy, and hatred. A lonely silhouette, carrying a convenience bag in his hand, as if abandoned by the world, walking alone, as if there is no end, and gradually began to be swallowed by the dim light. Just seeing this back makes people feel sour in their eyes, because it is too lonely, too depressed, and too vicissitudes of life. At a glance, you can see that this back has experienced many stories, which will make people unable to help resonate in their hearts and comfort them. But if you got close to this figure, you wouldn't think so. Cheating couple, the world is getting worse and worse. If fuck is placed in ancient times, I will let you go into the pig cage in minutes and drown you. Kixie Festival, I will never celebrate this festival. Humph. Cowherd and Weaver Girl, I don't believe that I only meet once a year, and the two sides did not steal people. In the dim light, it can be seen that a handsome boy with black hair and black eyes, about 16 or 17 years old, is holding up a middle finger, fiercely on the two flickering stars in the sky. Silently resisted, and in the end, in a state of grief and anger, he covered his face and walked away. It could be seen that there was a drop of crystal luster overflowing from the corner of his eye. That's right, today is Kixie Festival. It is destined that some people are happy and some people are sad, and just so, Ye Chen is one of them. I'm back. Mother, put the soy sauce on the table for you. After speaking, Ye Chen went straight back to his room without answering the others. Now, he wanted to vent his feelings, and went out to buy soy sauce before, even if it was only for a few minutes, but the harm to him was so heart-wrenching. I couldn't wait. Ye Chen turned on the computer and planned to play games first to pass this damn Kixie Festival. 16 or 17 years old, still a half-old child, Ye Chen is similar to most of the other peers. He is a little rebellious, not very sensible, and likes to stay home. He has only a vague concept of all the world's sophistication. It's just a roar of wanton venting on the internet, reality and virtuality, like two parallel worlds, polarized. In the virtual world, he sits and watches the situation and is invincible, but in reality, he is full of introverts. Apart from arguing with his parents, he doesn't even dare to speak too loudly in front of outsiders. Don't talk about his girlfriend. When he talks to a girl, he blushes and can't hold back a word for a long time. But if it is on the internet, he can tell you how a human being evolved. As long as it can be talked about, he can talk to you clearly, perfectly clear, and also let you think he is right. At this age, he is difficult to understand, and everything is immersed in his own world. A little thing, he may yell at his parents, and he is righteous, as it should be by rights, because parents will never abandon you, so you can spend your life unscrupulously, just because someone is behind you, quietly cleaning up the mess for you. However, he doesn't understand. Maybe he only knows how to stand up and how to face it after he has experienced pain. I haven't logged into the game yet, and a QQ group message flashed directly. And the group name is also very angry, Single Noble. What's the matter? I walked on the street today and almost blinded my 24K pure gold dog's eyes. There are cheating couples everywhere. How are you going to live? How do I live? Why can't I live with a single strength? That is, we are single nobles, do we need girlfriends? +1, as a single nobleman, I am proud, and I am floating. It makes sense. When I was 13 years old, I started a business without even going to junior high school, starting from scratch, and now the company has hundreds of billions of assets. Now, it was officially listed on the American Stock Exchange a few years ago. Lao Zi's company has 1,800 people, and the annual revenue is nearly 10 billion. The net profit is several Japanese and mainland islands. My house is more than 23,000 square meters. A top-level luxury villa with a golf course of more than 5,000 square meters and a private swimming pool. There are hundreds of Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Maserati to say a few, just in the garage. The dust is 1 meter how thick. There are also several private Boeing F-2 fighter jets and an aircraft carrier battle group. I am 180 centimeters tall, handsome and talented, but am I proud? Have I found a girlfriend? In this life, I will implement the single nobles to the ground. Well said. Look, you see, how conscious old Yang is. In fact, I also concealed one thing from everyone. It seems that now, I have to say it. Actually, my identity is Max Decimaya Himalaya Azawa Maria Jameson. I go to the group to guide every day, and I sit in hundreds of billions of subways have been repaired, and they drink natural soybeans grown by tens of millions of farmers who are harmless and hand-grown. After hundreds of procedures, they are ground into soy milk. The Pacific Ocean is my swimming pool. When I'm not happy, I always drive rockets, but who still flies? The aircraft carriers are all eliminated by my family, and now I'm diving with nuclear submarines. What is Ali, Tencent, Huawei? They are all subsidiaries of the subsidiaries under my guidance. In addition, half of the territory of the United Kingdom, Germany, and France is used by my family for the servants to live in. The servants of my family alone are calculated in units of billions. Expenditure, I can already buy New York. But, am I proud? Am I inflated? Let me tell you, I am not showing off my wealth, but I want to tell you that in fact, I am very low-key, ordinary people, I'll tell him. Sorry everyone, I'm on vacation on the moon now. The moon? I heard it's not good there, everyone. I now found a planet similar to Earth on the edge of the galaxy. I plan to develop it and give it to everyone to play. Damn, you are all big guys, I can't compare. Just I used to be impulsive and did some indescribable shameful things because of a disagreement with my girlfriend, so I squatted for 6 years and was released today after serving my sentence. I let it go. After reading your conversation, I lit a cigarette, took a sharp puff, and then picked up the phone and called the warden, asking him to leave me a copy of tomorrow's breakfast, the same old, slightly spicy, put less onions, and stay in the same room as before, because I'm used to it and don't want to change it. Tomorrow he will call someone to pick me up. So, everyone, get ready. In those 6 years, I have been further advanced. I used to like to attack, but now I like to suffer, so I only love the rich, and I don't know which of you is more powerful. The whole group was silent for a moment. It's a dog, and my little brother is willing to bow down. It hurts me, it hurts you, it hurts everyone. Big brother, I'll be worshipped by the younger brother. Your cow is not comparable to my family's. Say goodbye. This expert, how many years have you cultivated? It is so self-disciplined, just a few words, it is enough to see this dear man's strong literary skills. Without the precipitation of several decades, it is difficult to express. I can't compare with ordinary people like me. Overpraised, overpraised. Award, a prize. God knows what this group has gone through. It's just because of the Kixie Festival. It's just talking about the single family, bragging. Let go of the bad luck in your heart. What's wrong? On bragging? Who's afraid ever? Looking at the talk of these bad friends, yet Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, then dismissed it and typed a line directly. Remember, never try to beat a fool, because he will bring your IQ down to the same level as him, and then beat you with a wealth of experience, leaving you speechless. Even an idea of skepticism arises. This sentence is sent to all the idiots present. After typing this sentence, yet Chen sneered, there is quite a kind of supreme artistic conception in which things are washed away and hidden deeply. I hereby declare, the timeline of this book is just a piece of shit, and please read more about the introduction. Bomb fruit too tough, I'll be a little more balanced. Drowsy eyes, yet Chen didn't want to get up even if he was suffocated by urine. Instead he turned over and planned to hold on, because he really didn't want to get up. Suddenly, a stench entered the tip of the nose, causing Ye Chen to open his eyes at once. A buzzing round-headed fly is flying everywhere, and one is parked on Ye Chen's nose bridge, constantly poking its tentacles, as if mocking Ye Chen. The stench is like being in a stinky ditch and a place full of rubbish. The smell makes Ye Chen roll his eyes and look like a fairy. Just woke up. Ye Chen was still a little stunned, endured the indescribable smell, got up, looked at the scene in front of him. His face was extremely green, and his pupils were widened. What about Lao Tzu's Simmons' bed? What about my father's bedroom? Why does Lao Tzu sleep in the garbage heap? At a glance, there are all kinds of rubbish in his eyes. To you Mo, this place is heaven, but to Ye Chen, this place is hell. No, the sight is so low, it feels like something is different. Looking down at his short legs, his tattered rags, and the drunken body odor of a drunken fairy, a wailing sounded from the rubbish heap to the sky. An hour later, in Sabayati Archipelago, number 1 to 29, in a dilapidated rubble on the periphery, not very far from the garbage dump, Ye Chen sat reluctantly against the wall, his eyes unwavering, like a fool, looking into the distance. Happiness, excitement, and fear surround Ye Chen's entire body and mind at this moment. He knew that he was crossed over, unfathomable mystery, and there was no sign of it, just crossed over. And, it's the world of Pirate King. At the beginning, Ye Chen was excited, thinking, if I only eat a logia devil fruit, then it is not the air in seconds? This is the rhythm that Lao Tzu wants to become the pig's feet of destiny. From then on, isn't he on the peak of life? As a single aristocrat who can't live without computers, Ye Chen still has some understanding of some anime, movies, and novels. Although Pirate King has only seen half of it, he plans to gain weight and kill him, but now I watch it. Far from personal experience, come the excitement. In those few minutes, Ye Chen thought about it a lot, thinking, eat with Luffy and wait to die, no matter how bad it is, it will become a legend in the future. This is one of those uninspiring ideas. However, the next reality made him fall into the ice cellar, and let him float into the clouds. Mr. 5, yes, now this small arm and calf, not too thin, only 12 or 13-year-old body, is the street villain who just started to mix with Shishibukai crocodile, and it's still the kind of small character who was killed in seconds after only 3 episodes. Booger Man, what a great title. A devil fruit that exploded into the sky has just become a waste. The main attack method is Booger. I ask you if you are afraid, if your heart hurts, do you want to kill him? From memory, the bomb fruit eaten by this guy turned out to be found in the garbage heap. It didn't take long before he ate it, and then died of an unfathomable mystery, fulfilling Yachen. What a greatness, what a dedication, what a living bodhisattva. I can't wait. Yachen, who came back to his senses, shook off the messy memories in his mind, looked serious, stretched out his pinky thumb, and clasped it in his nostrils at once. With a sense of refreshment, very good, there is a big lump as big as a fly, how does this fuck breathe? Naturally, Yachen understood the most basic use of bomb fruit. After popping out the booger, Yachen didn't blink, watching the booger fall heavily on the ground like a parabola. Z.I. A black smoke the size of chopsticks rose, and then sparks flashed, and it was gone, it was gone. Yachen, who was hiding behind a wall, pouted, stick one's head around to look for, opened his mouth slightly, he was an idiot. What about the explosion? How about a roar? What about a good life? Fuck, such a big lump of booger, it didn't even splash a splash of water, it was smoking, and a spark flashed? Gone? Gone? I can't even compare to the shit I played when I was a kid. Could it be that this devil fruit is fake? Bomb fruit, isn't that the kind of rumbling, banging, and artistic fruit? I had hoped before, saying that there is nothing that cannot be solved by one explosion. If not, then come twice. This fuck, according to this situation, it doesn't matter how many times it comes, what kind of life peak, what second day and second air, all fuck is fake. Come out from the broken wall. Yachen recovered his expression, sat down very seriously, and began to think about life. Recalling the memories in my mind, Mr. Five didn't know who his parents were since he was a child, and then he has been living in the garbage dump, very good, no problem. The devil fruit I ate was indeed a bomb fruit, because this message was clearly imprinted in Yachen's mind. At this moment, Yachen is Mr. Five, and Mr. Five is Yachen. Not much of a problem. It's perfect, without any flaws, but there are some discrepancies in this script. Calm down, Yachen began to think, and after a few minutes, he came to an answer, that is, any devil fruit needs to be developed and powered by physical strength. Now Yachen's body is only 12 or 13 years old, and he looks ill. At first glance, he is malnourished. Not to mention the development of devil fruit, even survival is a problem. At present, the most important thing is to solve the problem of food and accommodation, otherwise what YY and secondary school are all floating clouds. But what can a 12 or 13-year-old do? The most important thing is that the current ability is in a state of sparking, let alone lethality. Even lighting a fire is not necessarily faster than drilling wood to make fire. Crossed over, it's not as beautiful as I imagined, at least, Yachen encountered a problem. This should be Sabayati Archipelago. Strongly cheered up, Yachen looked at the unique scenery of Sabayati Archipelago and made a comparison. Sabayati Archipelago, saying that it is safe, and saying that it is dangerous, is also dangerous. After all, there are many bull monsters and snakes here, so you should not go to waves with your own small body. Set a small goal first, for example, eat a full meal first. Yachen clutched his stomach and felt empty. Previously, because he was crossed over, he was too excited and didn't feel it. Now, when he stopped, the taste was overwhelming. Out of the rubble, Yachen walked down the street to see if he could find an opportunity. Thinking while walking, Yachen tried hard to recall the plot, as if, looking at it, there is a big boss hidden here. However, Yachen, combined with his small age, even if he didn't know the timeline, he probably guessed that Roger may not have become the Pirate King yet. As for why Mr. Five appeared in Sabayati Archipelago, and it was so miserable, Yachen couldn't know. After all, everyone has a story. The most important thing is that when I watched anime in my past life, I only knew about Mr. Five because of bomb fruit. He is famous. It's hard not to hear. Exploding? What is an explosion? In a word, the first thing Yachen thought of was the nuclear bomb. When Lao Tzu is too good, I will give you one nuclear bomb. If one is not good, I will send you two and straighten you out. Although this dream is a little far off so far, I can't stand Yachen's restless heart. For a while, the freshness of crossover made Yachen so excited that he forgot what kind of world this is. Because what I saw, and what I experienced, is completely heaven and hell. Suddenly, a shadow shrouded down, Yachen lost his senses and fell into a coma before he struggled. Before he fell into a coma, what he heard was a rough, laughed heartily sound, extremely distorted. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, an organization directly under the world government, is currently the most powerful force in the world, and it is also the orthodoxy to maintain justice. On the sea, there is an extremely loud appeal, especially some civilians, who even regard Marine as a savior. The current fleet admiral is Steel Bone Kong, a powerful and mythical banner of justice. Under the leadership of Steel Bone Kong, Marine thrives on maintaining justice at sea and is a well-deserved leader. And today, Yachen came here with a vice admiral stationed in Sabayati Archipelago. There are many children along with them, all of them are some children with special ability, such as Devil Fruit ability user. Time goes back a few days ago, Sabayati Archipelago, when Yachen entered Marine's camp. He was initially rejected because Marine was not a shelter, although it was euphemistic, but the meaning is clear. However, it wasn't until Yachen revealed his identity as a Devil Fruit ability user that he got attention and was taken in. At the station, Yachen probably learned about the current situation at sea. For example, not long ago Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp, defeated the most powerful pirate in the sea rocks. As for whether the enemy is in its prime, no one knows yet, and thus became Marine's hero, and Marine took this opportunity to once again rise to a higher level of prestige, which can be said to be skyrocketing. Furthermore, there are still 4 extremely powerful pirates on the sea now, stirring the situation in the whole world. Even the current Marine can't forcibly reach out. For example, Roger Pirates, Flying Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates. The first 3 pirates belong to the powerful pirates, but the last one is the real terrifying. Patrick Redfield, nicknamed Red the Aloof, Red Count, and Lonely Rider, is on an equal footing with the previous 3 pirates, and no one dares to provoke him. After the rocks were defeated, these 4 pirates were the most troublesome forces in Marine now, and with the suppression of the rocks disappearing, the sea is now in chaos. Various kinds of pirate, killing and looting, made Marine feel that the troops were insufficient for a time. Hereby, Marine Fleet Admiral Kong gave orders to each Marine branch, pay attention to some children with high innate talent, for the future Marine preparing. In other words, Roger has not yet become the Pirate King, and the era of Yonko has not yet come, which makes Yachen a little excited, and he does not know why. In short, I felt the blood all over my body throbbing. This is also the reason why Yachen showed himself as an ability user, and was taken in by Marine and sent to Marineford, just because this is the Marine after Marine cultivated. As for why the Marine headquarters was sent, it is because, in order to ensure the loyalty of these future Marines to the world government, and to implement the belief in justice. Another meaning is brainwashing. When Yachen was standing at the Marineford port, to be honest, he was a little shocked, because the majestic atmosphere was so strong, it gave people a kind of feeling that just by looking at it, there is an imposing manner, a very strong feeling. Retracting his gaze, Yachen looked towards the surroundings and found that there were still many battleships, and there were several children and teenagers on them. Obviously, these were sent by other Marine branches, and he was not the only one. Under the leadership of Marine, all the children on the battleship gathered in a grand plaza. For a time, various voices of curiosity, exclamation, and talk buzzed like a swarm of bees, making a lot of noise. Suddenly, in the sky not far away, 3 silhouettes stepped in the sky and fell in front of everyone. Standing in the crowd, Yachen was unremarkable. When he looked at the people in the lead, his eyes changed a little. And what made Yachen the most restless was that the abilities used by those 3 people were definitely Jeppo and Marine Rokushiki. Quiet. He is tall on the platform, with a mohawk head, wearing a middle-aged person with a white coat with the word justice engraved on the back, with 2 openings. The words directly suppressed the noisy voice of the audience. The heavy pressure caused Yachen to bend down involuntarily, and even many children around sat on the ground with their buttocks opened their mouths, and looked at the sky in fear. And that's just an empty little imposing manner. Hello everyone, I'm Marine Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. The pressure disappeared, Yachen straightened up, clasped his hands tightly, nothing on his face the expression, just looking at Sora, and the other 2 people next to him. Black Arm Zephyr, Sengoku the Buddha. Yachen recognized it just by looking at it. These 2 are both now Marines Admiral. It can be said that their strength is extremely powerful. They are Marines' highest battle strength and are fully capable of suppressing a sea territory. As for the other guy, hero of the Marines Garp, he shouldn't be in the headquarters. I believe that many people here are orphaned because of those damn pirates on the sea. As soon as they came up, Sora announced the pirates' cruelty, Marine justice, striving to shape the first sense for all. Pirate is unforgivable, Marine is justice. We want to be Marine, protect our homeland, let justice shine, be loyal to Marine, loyal to world government. Various, all surrounding these concepts. Then, we talked about the history of Marine, what saved a kingdom, and killed what great pirate. In short, Yachen didn't feel anything when he heard it for a whole hour, but the people around were different, all blushing, and looking at the sky with excitement. Ufulaozi was going to become a Marine, throw your head and shed blood to maintain the appearance of justice. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it was just the beginning, maybe Yachen would do the same, but now, he only wants power, because with power, he can live. Justice? If he was saved a month ago, then he believed in justice. Now, he only believes in himself. In this man-eating world, only himself is the only one who can believe. Justice and loyalty are all bullshit, only power is true. Yachen didn't do anything out of the ordinary, just laughed, then looked at Kong and continued to listen to the speech. Now, Yachen is very clear about his goal, that is, to live to have strength in Marine, and learn life-saving things by the way, such as Rokushiki and Haki. Of course, if there are no other surprises, Yachen is also happy to be Marine. If it can be Admiral, that's even better. In short, it is useless to think too much now. The primary goal at present is to live safely until you can protect yourself. Before that, everything should be kept low-key. As long as you have the power, you can do whatever you want when the time comes. I have to say that Ye Chen has grown a lot during that 1-month experience. Although Ye Chen's psychology is very abnormal and even distorted, he has not lost his mind and knows what to do and what not to do now. It is equivalent to that Ye Chen locked his own demon in a cage. When he has strength, or is stimulated, he will break the cage and use killing and blood to announce his hideousness. Anything that threatens his life, he will turn into a ghost without the slightest hesitation and live without compromise. When the time comes, all the revenge that should be avenged, he will pay back 1,000-fold. Marine Academy, located in the mountains behind Marineford, is one of the most important places for Marine. After all, it is the place to nurture Marine's future. It's very simple. The academy is divided into 2 ranks. One is the ordinary class. It is no surprise that the students who go out from here, if they are strong, are the future cadres of Marine. No matter what the future position is, it is inseparable from strength. Strong strength, you may be a second lieutenant or captain, or a major to captain, or even commodore, rear admiral. If the strength is weak, then the position will be even lower, such as starting as a warrant officer. In addition to the ordinary class, the other is the elite class, also known as the monster class. For example, the elite academy now has 3 well-known figures. Although they have not graduated yet, they already have the commodore rank, and also chasing pirate in the New World, led by hero of the Marines Garp. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, the admiral of the later Marine famous, can be said to be of high weight and outrageous strength. But now, they are still students and haven't graduated yet. In addition to these 3 monsters, there are other monsters, such as the future Marine Vice Admiral, Yamakaji, Onigamo, Momanga, Momuzagi, and so on, all in the elite class. Unfortunately, this time Ye Chen entered the ordinary class and did not see those legends exist. For Ye Chen, it doesn't matter whether you see it or not, because now he just wants to live, then become stronger, and control his destiny in his own hands. He swears that everything in the past will never be allowed again. Occur. It has been a month since I entered the regular class. In this month, there is nothing Ye Chen wants, because for the whole month, I have been talking about the justice of Marine, the system, the evil of pirate, and loyalty to Marine. World government is completely brainwashing. For these, Ye Chen didn't say anything, just left ear in and right out. Want him to be loyal to Marine and loyal to world government? Funny, he is only true to himself. In the past month or so, Ye Chen understood everything. Now, he is no longer the otaku who was ignorant of the world. He wants to live and live freely. Finally, more than a month of brainwashing is over. Now, most of the students are full of fanaticism about Marine and world government, and only a few have their own ideas. However, these people are very smart and choose to hide it. It can be found that those who have their own ideas are all people who really know the operating principles of this world, or have experienced painful experiences that others can't imagine. Just right, Ye Chen is one of them. During this month, Ye Chen also met several people, such as Smoker who ate Logia Moku Moku no Mi, Hina the fruit of the threshold, Hin the fruit of rust, and Very Good the fruit of peas, and a Furgo who is as taciturn as Ye Chen and doesn't know his abilities, but is stronger than other children. In addition to Ye Chen, they all got the attention of Marine, just because they are either not ability users or people with strong innate talent. In addition, during this month, many children were sent out of academy. Obviously these people were eliminated. Very good, this year, there are a few good seedlings. Academy Grand Plaza, all kinds of cultivation equipment and weapons are placed next to it. At this time, one has the strong man with purple hair is looking at Ye Chen and the others majestically. This man is a legendary, just because he is Black Arm Zephyr, Marine Headquarter, one of the highest battle strengths in the sea at present, and the small group of people who belong to Peak can control their own destiny, but very sad, bound by the so-called justice. In the end, the family was destroyed and the future life was miserable. Ye Chen did not admire or ridicule, because now he is not qualified, nor has the time, and his heart is even more turbulent. Those so-called admiration and excitement have long been wiped out. This is a real world, a cruel world where strength is supreme. Ye Chen will no longer dream about salvation, nor about fairness and equality. So, Ye Chen didn't worship or fear, just looked at Zephyr indifferently. Originally you have other instructors, but I'm on vacation recently, so I'm here to practice you new recruits. For justice, you must persevere. Anyone who doesn't meet my standards will be eliminated directly. There won't be a second chance. After saying a lot of threatening and motivating words, Zephyr talked, and from time to time, a hint of imposing manner pressed Ye Chen to grit his teeth, felt a big mountain pressing on his shoulders, wanted him to bend over. It was this feeling again, and this feeling of being unable to resist, clenching his fists tightly, his fingernails pierced into the flesh and blood. Ye Chen looked pale. Even if his legs trembled, he would force it. Standing upright, although there was no expression on his face, his heart was fierce. Ye Chen wasn't the only one who persevered, because not far away, Smoker and Furgo, who were equally proud, stood up straight. As for Hina, Hin, and Very Good, they are relatively poor, but they are much better than others. Yet Chen can clearly feel that, in between, Zephyr's eyes glanced at himself, Smoker and Fergo, and Hina 3, obviously, to withstand this imposing manner, is a little test for Zephyr. Now, turn around and run 10 laps around the playground for me. Without the slightest preparation, Zephyr started training directly, or in other words, not even training. 1 lap is 2 kilometers, which is 2 kilometers, and 10 laps is 20 kilometers. It's a little difficult for Ye Chen's body now. However, this world is so magical, even a child physique is also strong terrifying. If this were changed in the previous world, except for athletes, you try to run 20 kilometers at a time, second day if I can get up, I can jump into the sea directly. The most important thing is that now Ye Chen and the others are as young as 8 or 9 years old, and as old as 16 or 17 years old, they are still children, 20 kilometers away. No matter how strong the physique is, it is still a torture. There was no problem in the first lap, just a little sweat. The third lap, someone started to browbeated with sweat, breathing like a drum, panting heavily. Fifth stratum begins, and someone slows down. Someone has already stopped on the 7th lap. On the 8th lap, only 6 or 7 people were still holding on. He couldn't breathe. Yet Chen felt that his body was heavy, especially his feet, which seemed to be filled with lead. My clothes were soaked with sweat, like they were picked up from the water. Who? With a rapid gasp, Smoker caught up next to Ye Chen, glanced at Ye Chen, didn't speak, just stared at him ahead, gritted his teeth. And Ye Chen didn't speak either, because the two of them didn't even have the strength to speak now. The most important thing was that there was always one person ahead, and he was Fergo. It's hard to imagine how that guy could persist for so long without eating devil fruit. As you can see, Smoker's face was not only pale, but also very dissatisfied. As for Ye Chen, he is not dissatisfied, because what other people do, he doesn't care about his business, he doesn't compare, he only cares about himself. If you can't even stick to this point, then in the future, you will still be tortured and killed by others. I can't, I will never be a slave again, I want to become a superior person, I want to change all of this. Let's give everyone the bottom line first, so as not to be beaten later. Akainu and the others are the previous time, they can already go out with Garp and the others to perform tasks, and their age is around 18 to 23. But they have not a true graduation in the academy is equivalent to an internship. And the protagonist and Smoker and the others are only around 11 to 15 years old, which means that when the protagonist and the others enter the academy, Akainu and the others are already graduating, and they just have a name in the academy, so to speak. Smoker and the others have become much stronger because of the appearance of the protagonist. In the future, they will graduate early by strength during graduation. So, it's not just one class, it's like a student skipping grades, can you understand? But the farmer was still 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule, so let's get down to business. There is still a problem with the farmer's writing and he didn't write it clearly. Please bear with me. Although the speed is very slow, Ye Chen still insists that the pain in the past will never happen to him again. Behind Fergo, Smoker, and Ye Chen, it turned out to be Hina, the little girl with long pink and jade carvings, and even Zion and Very Good. It can't be compared, this can't be said to be a beautiful landscape. Not far away, Zephyr's eyes revealed praise, but this praise was not for the first Fergo, nor Smoker and Ye Chen, but Hina. Yes, so far, Zephyr is most satisfied with Hina. Think about it, a 13-14-year-old child, still a girl, is naturally weaker than boys, but she has persisted for so long and has not left behind, which is enough to show that Hina's will. Compared to Fergo, Smoker and Ye Chen, it seems a little worse, even if they are the leaders now. This comparison, the gap is too dazzling. Finally, 1 hour later, 10 laps were finished, but in the end, only 3 people could stand Fergo, Smoker, Ye Chen, but these 3 people were shaking all over, especially their legs, and they had lost control. The only pity is that on the 9th lap, halfway through the run, Hina could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, while Hein and Very Good, similar to Hina, only half a turn left. As for the others, the 8th lap basically lay on the ground. Therefore, only Fergo, Smoker and Ye Chen completed the task. However, Zephyr didn't look good. A bunch of rubbish, you can't even run this distance, how can you maintain justice and protect your family in the future? Extremely strict, no one dared to look at Zephyr. You 3, I'm a little disappointed, you just passed. After teaching the others, Zephyr looked towards Fergo, Smoker and Ye Chen, this time to exercise. Zephyr probably knows everyone's endurance and will, etc. Although it is not comprehensive, it has a general understanding. There is no doubt that Zephyr is most satisfied with Fergo, Smoker, and Ye Chen from this run, but they are only satisfied. Pass. You can't even compare to a little girl. What kind of men will you be in the future? Now, run for me until I stop. Everyone trembled, looking at the 3 Ye Chen with some pity. Did these 3 anger Zephyr-sensei somewhere? In fact, on the contrary, Zephyr has high expectations for the 3 of them. At first, you can see 3 good seedlings. To be honest, Zephyr is very pleased, because in the future, Marine will have 3 more Vice Admiral and even Admiral. First, Chen didn't say anything, didn't even frown, just gritted his teeth, and slowly started to run. Then, Fergo frowned, also ran, only Smoker won. His face was unhappy, but in the end, under Zephyr's stern gaze, he ran in resentment. This time, Chen ran very regularly. He didn't run very fast without at first. He started slowly, his breathing began to rhythm, and his mind was blank, just running. In this way, the 3 faced the sun and slowly ran to the sunset. And the whole audience, Zephyr watched, from start to finish, very serious. As for Hina and the others, they were resting on the lawn on one side and watching. During this period, no one left, no one ate, and no one took a nap. All looked at the playground. The 3 were sweating, bending, jogging for 3 silhouettes. Everyone watched for an afternoon, and the more they looked, the more unpleasant they became. Many people even wanted to go up and run because they felt ashamed, but this time, Zephyr stopped them, and just let them and look aside. Finally, when night fell, the 3 of them couldn't hold on any longer and fell one after another. To be honest, Zephyr is very pleased, because these 3 seedlings have become the aptitude of Vice Admiral. However, just when Zephyr was about to get the 3 of them down to rest, a silhouette that fell to the ground started to move again. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looked at Chen blankly, crawled with both hands, and slowly passed Smoker. The sweat has almost dried up, and now the 3 of them are seriously dehydrated. Accidentally, they may go into direct shock and die. Falling to the ground, Smoker felt that his body was no longer his own. He was breathing heavily, but with a flick of his eyes, a silhouette crawled towards him, even if the speed was slow, but he kept going, crawled until he was on par with him, and even slowly passed him. The whole process, Smoker squinted his eyes and watched Chen slowly overtake him, crawling towards Fergo not far away. And Fergo, who was headed by him, also discovered this situation and kept seeing Chen crawling to his side, and he didn't give up, and kept crawling forward. Gritting his teeth, Virgo's originally pale face turned red all of a sudden, and immediately followed, he made the same action and began to crawl forward. It's crazy, it's crazy. Now, in Smoker's heart, he kept roaring, and his body that was out of control actually moved again and started to get up. This time, Zephyr's complexion greatly changed. I couldn't help being excited. Very good, really good. These 3 little fellows directly made Zephyr impress. Crawling endlessly. Chen's eyes are red now. If someone enters Chen's mind now, he will find that he is now suffering from the previous pain, and he climbing this road is the exit to the light. He crawled desperately. He wanted to crawl out of torture, crawl out of despair. However, no matter how long he crawled, in the end, the light still abandoned him and left him behind, in the bottomless abyss. As soon as her eyes closed, tears crossed her cheeks. Chen stopped. Shiu. A silhouette appeared in an instant. Zephyr looked at Chen, who was in a coma, crouched down, hugged him. The admiration in his eyes couldn't be turned away. Because of Chen, he just climbed half a circle, leaving Fergo and Smoker far behind. The will of this little fellow is very tenacious. It was night, and Chen, Fergo, and Smoker were all being treated in the Academy's infirmary. What the hell did this little fellow go through? Unclothed and naked, Chen fell into a coma and was lying on the hospital bed, while a female doctor, looking at the scars covered with bruises and the blurred area on his chest, his eyes jumped. As early as when I joined Marine, Chen was cruel and scratched the slave character with a knife. Fortunately, this is not the dragon's hoof of celestial dragon, otherwise, just scraped that piece of meat, simply no effect. It seems that this little fellow's previous life was not very ideal. Taking back his mind, Dr. Beautiful began to give Chen some nutrient solution. Similarly, Fergo is also the same, although the scars on his body are not as many as Chen, but they are also covered with bruises. Only Smoker has no major scars on his body, because he is a Logia ability user, and once discovered by Marine, he was protected. This world is really amazing, and the physique of people has been strengthened for a time. Since the last run, Chen had only rested for 2 days before he woke up with a live dragon and animated tiger. After waking up, the first thing he felt was his own strength, at least the muscle strength of his legs, became much stronger. Of course, Marine's medical ability is also very strong, which also made Chen understand that he can forget his cultivation. Fergo and Smoker wake up first than Chen, because their physique is stronger than Chen. Yes, except for will, Chen is weaker than others. Today, I still run around the playground, but it has doubled from 10 laps to 30 laps. A week, half a month, and a month are all laps, except eat, drink, shit and piss sleep, all run laps. It can be found that compared to a month ago, everyone has changed a lot. At least the students who were powerless after only running 7 or 8 laps at the beginning are now running a dozen laps, barely reaching their limit. It can be said that at present this group of students is divided into 3 stages. Chen, Fergo and Smoker are the first stage, Hina, Zion, and Very Good are the second stage, and the rest it is the third stage. If the third stage runs 10 laps a day, then Hina and the others are 20 laps, and Chen and 3 are 30 laps. Especially Yachen and Fergo, the cultivation was completely desperate, as if they were on the bar, no one would admit defeat, even Smoker was a step behind. At present, in this batch of academy, Yachen and Fergo are the most ruthless, because these two people are ruthless, and they are afraid of themselves. Therefore, Smoker has a little psychological shadow now. He doesn't admit defeat, but every time he competes with these two monsters, he is always the first to fall. Even if they persisted a little longer every day than before, Yachen and Fergo, likewise, persisted a little longer than before. As if you are making progress, others are making progress as well. The only difference between the two sides is the will, perseverance, and sweat. The experience of Yachen and Fergo was far more tragic than that of Smoker, so it was doomed that Smoker could not understand the desperate way of the two. After running for a month, Yachen could clearly feel that his physique was changing, which made him feel the growth of strength for the first time. Very good. In a month, I have initially met my requirements, so now, put on the weight-bearing armor around you and continue to run for me. I thought, was summoned by Zephyr today, and will cancel the lap. After all, just running the lap will make everyone vomit, but now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Report instructor, why do we still run circles? I want to learn to become stronger, want to learn marine rokushiki. Some people stand up, in this month, they see many marine cotters use rokushiki, the kind of high-speed movement and staying in the air is really handsome, and they also know that this is marine rokushiki, and every style is the standard of powerhouse. Do you all want to learn rokushiki? Yes. Now, even if the atmosphere is not right, all the students are shouting, I want to fly before I learn to run. That's fine. If that's the case, I'll tell you why I let you run laps every day for a month, and it's not over yet. Marine rokushiki, respectively Saru, Jeppo, Shigen, Rankyaku, Tekai, Kamiii, these 6, you are not qualified to know now, I will only take one of them and shave it to show you. Whoosh! There was no sound at all. Zephyr, who was originally in front of everyone, was disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared behind all the students. If Zephyr hadn't made a sound, it was estimated that no one knew where Zephyr was. Shaving, in an instant, your feet kick the ground at high speed dozens of times in a row, generating explosive reaction force and moving at high speed. With your current body, as long as you step on the ground at high speed for more than 4 times in a row, your feet are going to be abolished. That's why I want you to run laps, because all of this is laying the foundation for rokushiki, and now your leg muscles may be stronger than before, but it's not enough. Everyone turned around and looked at Zephyr, their eyes were full of astonishment, and among them, there were a few people whose eyes were full of fire. Remember, marine rokushiki relies on the body, which is a kind of body refinement that will hurt yourself if you're not careful. If you don't have a strong foundation, delusional cultivation will only result in disability and serious direct death. You all people have only been cultivating for a month, and you dare to delusionally learn rokushiki. Do you want to court death impatiently? I didn't want to explain it to you, but for the next cultivation, I don't want anyone else to come out doubt. Whoever dares to question next time will be eliminated directly. Now, put on my weight-bearing armor, run around the playground, and run 10 laps. It is very strict. Zephyr does not give everyone the opportunity to ask. It is mandatory. Let everyone run again. But this time, there will be 200 pounds of things on everyone's shoulders. The hands and feet, as well as the back, will bear gravity, adding up to just 200 pounds. A month of running laps can easily make everyone run 10 laps, but now they realize that everything is as difficult as the first lap. The 200 Jin load lap was completed first by Fergo, Yachen, Smoker, and then Hina and the others. 3 days later, Yachen and the 3 of them carried 500 pounds. A week later, I was carrying 600 pounds. Half a month, 800 pounds. A month, a ton. From Marineford to now, Yachen's taciturn cultivation has been going on for 2 months. During this period, he just ran laps, loaded laps, and did nothing else. At night, the moon shines. Today's cultivation is over, but every night, Yachen will appear here, just because he wants to develop the ability of devil fruit. The body refinement technique was repaired during the day, and devil fruit was developed at night. During the 2 months, Yachen continued to wind and rain. Now Yachen's body is an explosive that can explode at any time. At present, apart from booger and hair, he has developed his hands and wrists. Each explosion can turn a 3-meter radius into a small pothole. That is to say, Yachen's punch is equivalent to a bomb, which shatters everything within 3 meters. Like an ordinary people who take a blow from Yachen, they will turn into minced meat on the spot, and skeleton doesn't exist. However, the defects and advantages of bomb fruit are too obvious. For example, every time a limb explodes, it will suffer corresponding pain. Even Yachen guessed the reason why Mr. 5 in the anime is so vegetables may just be unable to bear this pain, so bomb fruit's attack method has always been booger. This kind of pain only made Yachen frown, because he was used to it, as if he had experienced the cruel abuse for more than a month, his pain nerves became somewhat inconspicuous. For this, it is a good thing. If Yachen loses the pain in the future, then bomb fruit will definitely be everyone's nightmare. It may be that bomb fruit is too unnatural to have these restrictions, just like when I watched the anime, some people said that Gura Gura no Mi is too strong, so the implementer will definitely bear it that shocking force. There are also many fruits, all of which have limitations. Take the meatball fruit as an example, its ability is only condensed in the hands. If there is no such limitation, think about it, when the meatball ability condenses the whole body, it is simply a moving rebound machine, any attack can bounce back for you. There are also some ability users that require specific gestures, and these are all restrictions. Of course, where there are disadvantages, there are advantages. For example, in Bomb Fruit, Yachen found that any body explosion will recover in an instant. Wait for Yachen to develop Bomb Fruit to the whole body, that is immortal body, although it will suffer the pain of death, but this immortal body alone can equalize everything. In addition, Yachen found that as long as his body is stronger, the explosive formidable power is also stronger. Now, Yachen has probably started 2 stages for Bomb Fruit. The first stage is the development of the body, which belongs to the development of internal functions. As long as the internal functions are developed to the extreme, it becomes an immortal body, then Yachen focuses on external development. For example, if you touch something, you can generate a bomb and then detonate it. That way, you don't have to treat your body as a bomb. After all, Yachen has no tendency to abuse himself. Also, the explosive formidable power Yachen has been developing. When these 2 stages are developed, when the time comes any object can detonate itself. As for Mr. 5 in the anime, it is actually a mistake to detonate the air, because he just detonates his own breath, and detonating the air is completely 2 levels. Standing alone on the playground, the surrounding sounds seemed to disappear. This atmosphere made Yachen feel very comfortable, because he would feel very safe pang. With a blast of thunder, Yachen punched the lead block specially designed to strike, and then exploded with a bang. The lead block was blasted out directly. However, this formidable power is still too small, the lead block didn't have any damage, it just moved out a certain distance. Every night, Yachen does this, constantly attacking, constantly developing and exploding, although the progress is very slow, but the gap is not a star and a half from the beginning. You know, Yachen's Bomb Fruit just started smoking, and when you're happy, it gives you a little spark, and then it's gone. But now, he punched down, and things within 3 meters exploded instantly. This was the gap. Yachen knows very well that Bomb Fruit is just a key, which opens the door to power for him. To get power, he still needs hard work and sweat. So, Yachen is never ambiguous when it comes to cultivation. Yachen didn't think much about the development of Bomb Fruit, because there will be time in the future. In addition to internal development and external development, he also thought about extending some abilities, such as impact, flame, smoke, etc. The list goes on and on. Bang, bang. Continuous explosions, constant roars, under the moonlight, a silhouette, swaying hot sweat. 3 hours later, Yachen stopped on time because of a specific time. In the dark night, a Virgo who was a little taller than Yachen came out, and his breathing hadn't subsided. Obviously, Virgo, like Yachen, was also using the rest time at night for cultivation. The 2 stood together, the long moonlight pulled their shadows very long, and neither of them spoke. Almost at the same time, they ran towards each other and scuffled together. There is no style, it is purely based on feeling. Maybe in the eyes of Powerhouse, Yachen and Virgo are now fighting like children, without any rules. But the 2 of them are children, so when they fight, both sides have weak spots. Being punched in the face, Yachen tilted his head, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, his expression did not change, and he kicked Virgo directly in the chest. The 2 distanced themselves, rushed together again, and continued to be unruly. You punched me and kicked me in an imposing manner. Half an hour later, the 2 of them lay on the ground with bloody nose and swollen face, gasping for breath. As for why the 2 would fight here on time, it was because one day Virgo found out that Yachen was in cultivation, and then both parties did so in order to become stronger. Unconsciously, there was a friendship. Both of them are the kind of people who don't like to talk and are taciturn, as if they are just looking for strength. The reason why the 2 of them fight like this every night is still a word from Zephyr. That's right, about half a month ago, when everyone was running laps, Zephyr said something like, "You new recruits, you can't hold on just running laps, how can you become a powerhouse? Powerhouse, the most basic thing is to be beaten, only by being beaten can a powerhouse be sublimated. I see you, it's still a long way off, give me 10 laps today." Many people don't take this sentence seriously, but Yachen and Virgo deeply remember it. Just because Zephyr is a true powerhouse, any of his words are experience, even more how, neither does Zephyr. It is necessary to lie to the people. Here, I only admire you. Lying on the ground, Virgo's right face was red and swollen, and his voice was a little hoarse. Same. Yachen's left eye was blue and bruised, swollen high and narrowed into a slit. Looking at the starry sky, cherish words like gold replied. Afterwards, both of them stopped talking, calmed down their rapid breathing, supported each other, and walked towards the dormitory. I have to say that Marine is really rich, or indeed the most powerful force in the sea. The student's dormitory is actually a room for one person. Although the space is not very large, it is enough to explain Marine's status now. However, when the two were helping them to leave, they didn't know that in the dark, the two figures, from start to finish, were all looking at the overall situation. Suru, what do you think of these two seedlings? Very magnetic. If Yachen is here, you will definitely hear Zephyr's voice. A wise voice came from the side. It's very good, it's a buildable material, and it's just a little worse than the three monsters. You said Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan? I'm sure, after the day, if there is no accident, these two people will be comparable to them. They're three people, although they are Logia, but their tenacity is not as strong as these two brats. Maybe Fergo is worse a little bit, but that Yachen little fellow, I have high expectations. So much attention. He was slightly taken aback. This little fellow looks like a wild beast and is still an ability user, unlike Sakazuki and the three of them, who relax his body refinement with Logia, but this little fellow is different, he seems to pay attention to it. Body refinement, the training during the day is not only completed but also a lot more than a lot. At night, it develops the ability, and fights Fergo on time without using the ability. I hope so, but Logia, it is not good beyond. Crane didn't retort, just laughed. Then it's up to him. Time said, as usual, just as the sky was bright, everyone gathered on the playground. It's like this again, what are you two doing tonight? Why is it that every time I see you, the injury from the day before is not healed, and a new injury is there? Smoker wrinkled. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Virgo and Yachen with bloody nose and swollen face, feeling that they were being kept secret, which made him very uncomfortable. As for other children, such as Hina and Very Good, they all looked at Yachen and Fergo. Everyone in the team now knows that Yachen and Fergo are not only ruthless in cultivation, but also very cold, never taking the initiative to speak or make friends, as if in their world, there is only cultivation, which leads to the two were completely marginalized in the entire team, like cherishing animals. Cultivation. Fergo glanced at Smoker, expressionless, looking into the distance coldly. Smoker complexion stiffened. This question has been asked many times, but this is the answer every time. Walking to Yachen, Smoker opened his mouth, but in the end, he still didn't speak, just pouted and left. Because he knew that even if he talked to him, Yachen would ignore him, and he was no longer one or two times when he hit a wall. Not only Smoker, but also Hina and Zion, maybe only Fergo can hear Yachen's answer from time to time in the night sparring. Quiet. At this time, appearing out of thin air, Zephyr was standing on the platform, looking at Fergo and Yachen still with bloody nose and swollen face, opened the mouth and said, "You two, after each cultivation, you can go to the infirmary for treatment. I have already said hello, and I don't want to affect the training during the day." Yes. Fergo and Yachen stood up straight and answered, and then fell silent again. After warning the two of them, Zephyr looked at them all. You are all carrying different weights on your body, you should be used to it. Today, 500 push UPS, 10 minutes of rest, 5 squat jumps, rest for half an hour. One after another whimpered. Zephyr stared at it and turned off the drum. Start now. Tonight's night is a little dark. In the sky, there are only a few stars dotted with rays of light, even the moon seems to have been bitten and laughed like a crescent moon. It remains the same, yet Chen came to the playground early in the morning, continued to develop bomb fruit, and then ended, waiting for the arrival of Fergo. But tonight, it is destined not to be calm, because there are a few sneaky guys who plan to attack at night out of curiosity during the day. Sometimes, people are like this. The more they can't get it, the more they want it. The reason may be that Zephyr is giving them special training. This made many people unhappy and felt that they were being treated differently. Otherwise, how could the two bastards surpass everyone in a short period of time? So, led by Smoker, Hina, Zion, and Baragud, who was deadlifted, followed Yachen and came to the jungle on the side early. However, after squatting here for 2 or 3 hours, it was not surprising that everyone only saw Yachen alone in the cultivation. As for Yachen's abilities, we all know that the same is true for other people's abilities, so it's not unusual for everyone to know the bottom line. At the beginning, when they learned that Yachen's ability is bomb fruit, others were surprised, because just hearing the name, it was very powerful, but compared with Smoker's Logia, Paramecia, it's still a little bit worse. After all, compared to Paramecia, Logia is the most precious, and the rust fruit of Hin and the bean fruit of Baragud are even more unremarkable. It can be said that among this group of students, Yachen is not very daimyo, except that the cultivation is more desperate, and there is nothing else outstanding. If among this group of students, who is the influential figure, then it must be Fergo and Smoker. Because Smoker is a Logia ability user, he is doomed to be different from others, and then Fergo, in terms of cultivation, he is also similar to Yachen, and most importantly, he is not an ability user, but the strength is recognized by the students. In addition, Yachen is taciturn, just pondering in his own world, which makes him very unsocial and has a weak sense of existence. Finally, after a few people waited, Fergo appeared. But what puzzled Smoker and the others was that Virgo and Yachen scuffled together as soon as they came up, and Ye Chen didn't have the ability to use them. The two of them were just one punch and one punch. Meat, banging. With big eyes, Hina saw that Virgo smashed Ye Chen's nose with a punch, and blood was sprayed on the spot, and Ye Chen punched Virgo's face, which suddenly became red and swollen. These two fights are serious. Are they crazy? Zion swallowed saliva and said, watching the blood splatter, it didn't take long for the two to have a bloody nose and swollen face. I know the reason why these two guys' injuries haven't gotten better. They are simply not normal people. Barragood's mouth twitched, and what he saw now had a big impact on him. After all, they are still children. Why didn't Zephyr-sensei appear? All looked around. Hina's little face was puzzled. Wait a second, Zephyr-sensei will definitely appear. Smoker didn't believe it. Yet Chen and Smoker came out in a panic at night to be beaten? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Smoker, I don't think Zephyr-sensei will appear. Yet Chen and Virgo's injuries should be them. Zephyr-sensei didn't give them special training for the ones that came out. Very Good became impatient. I think so too. Hein nodded. Forget it, let's go out. Smoker also realized that he might have guessed wrong. Stop. The sudden appearance of Smoker and the others temporarily interrupted Ye Chen and Virgo's fight. Turn their heads, their faces were high and swollen. Ye Chen and Virgo looked at the Smoker for plainly. That's how your daily injuries come from? Isn't that Zephyr-sensei giving you special training? Seeing the miserable two, Smoker was a little unhappy. The little Hina on one side squeezed the skirt tightly and looked at the two of them curiously. Without answering, Ye Chen and Virgo looked at each other and fought again. Ye Chen and Virgo's ignorance made Smoker even more angry. Now they are at their age, they are in a competitive and rebellious age, so, White Fist. Using its ability, Smoker right hand turns into a white smoke fist, which is as big as the bottom of the pot, and looks very powerful. Compelled by circumstances, Ye Chen and Virgo were separated, and their faces were not very good. Smoker, what do you mean? Virgo's tone was a little heavy. I'll join too. Smoker blushed, watching Ye Chen and Virgo get stronger every day, after he was unwilling to give in. Ye Chen. Virgo glanced at Ye Chen and asked what Ye Chen meant. You are not allowed to use your abilities. Ye Chen looked coldly. To be honest, both sides were a little tired of fighting Virgo during this time. It was just that, since Smoker wanted to come together, then they changed their flavors. Humph. No need to use it. Smoker is very arrogant, and he will never be compared by these two people. Therefore, the three of them fought together, each in their own way, and no one would let anyone else, while Hina, Hein, and Very Good watched. Time passed quickly, and from time to time, in the middle of the night, there were several heart-piercing screams. Second day, everyone was gathered together early again, but today, a little change has taken place, because many people are focusing on Smoker. To be honest, everyone is used to the appearance of Ye Chen and Virgo's bloody nose and swollen face every day, and they will be surprised if they are intact one day. But what's the situation with Smoker today? How could the injuries be more serious than Ye Chen and Virgo? The face was swollen like a pig's head, bruised and purple, and there was only one slit in his eyes. Everyone wondered if Smoker could see. Hey, two bastards. Smoker didn't sleep all night, and now both body and mind are severely traumatized. In contrast to Smoker's scolding, Ye Chen and Virgo felt that today's weather was a little different, as if it was better than before. Still appear and disappear unpredictably, Zephyr appears suddenly. When Zephyr saw Smoker's miserable appearance, he was a little stunned, but he didn't say anything, just thought about it and he probably understood. Next, keep it the same, run laps first to get your body moving, then jump frogs, push UPS, and all the exercises that can make your muscles jump. I have to say that Zephyr is really suitable for being an instructor, and all the foundations are very solid. It can be said that as long as you complete the Zephyr exercise method, in the future, learning Rokushiki will definitely allow many students to get started quickly. This is the difference between being taught by a famous teacher and not being taught by a famous teacher. Obviously, Ye Chen made the right choice. He knew that if he joined Marine before he had no self-defense ability, he could not only live safely, but also quickly increase his strength. Time flies, blink of an eye, come to Marine Ford, it's been a year. During this year, Ye Chen and the others didn't study anything. Day after day, year after year, they were all doing laps, push UPS, frog jumping, even the weight bearing was changed from 1 to 1. Tons increased to 2 tons. It can be said that everyone's foundation is fairly solid. During this period, many people were eliminated by Zephyr, and only a few persisted in the end. Now it is said that Ye Chen and the others are children. Except for their physical age, the rest are similar to adults, at least in the aspect of exercise. This world is magical, whether it is people or things, it is beyond common sense. Otherwise, if you change to Earth from Ye Chen's previous life, the training method is no different from suicide. However, in this world, it is above the normal level and below the monster level. This is the gap. Cultivation is not as beautiful as imagined. For others, it is a momentary thing, but for cultivator, it is boring and slow. Without coming up, Chen and the others would be eligible to learn Rokushiki and be trained by Marine. In fact, it wasn't that simple. Because this year, it is really Marine's observation to see if you are qualified to focus on training. Fortunately, Chen persevered. Compared with the height of a year ago, Chen is a full head taller, and his body is maintained in just the right proportion, far from being skinny and frail as before. Here, you don't have to worry about food or clothing, and some are just cultivation. Chen felt prescient about the decision to join Marine more than once. As for age, Chen is not very clear. He temporarily thinks that he is 15 years old. As for whether he is 1 year older or 1 year younger, Chen doesn't care. In the past year, Chen has also met many people, but they are only from a distance and have never been in contact with them. For example, the future Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, General Staff Tsuru, 3 Great Admirals Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan, Garp, etc., and some future Vice Admirals. During a year, Zephyr went out 3 times because of the mission, and changed to Headquarters Vice Admiral to train Chen and the others, probably because of Zephyr's advice. There are no extra items, except for running laps, just jumping frogs and so on. After all, Chen and the others are currently only students, and they are simply not qualified to contact these high-level executives. At most, these high-level executives pay attention to them, and then they are delayed by other heavy things. In other words, now Chen and the others just entered the site of Sengoku and the others, and did not get much attention. Even Smoker, the Logia, is the same. As for Sora, I don't even think about it for the rest of the time, except for the first meeting. Liu hangs in the air, and there are only a few students left in the big playground, and they are gathered again. Rare, Zephyr shows up, apparently just back from a mission. To be honest, if anyone has contributed the most to Marine, it's Zephyr. Yes, not even Sengoku, Sora, and the others. Admiral's identity allows Zephyr to go out to sea several times a year to perform missions, followed by cultivating the future for Marine, so to speak, all year round. On the contrary, look at Sengoku and Garp. In addition to dealing with Marine government affairs, they are fighting evil outside. It can be said that they are very free. They can rest if they want, but Zephyr is different. As long as the task is completed, it will come back teach students. For this reason, now Marine, including Sora, is full of respect for Zephyr, but it is such a man who silently sacrificed for Marine, but in his later years, his family is ruined. Chen has no sympathy, nor does he want to pull a punch. Not to mention whether he is qualified now. Just pondering in his own cultivation every day is enough to explain Chen's character. If it was just crossed over, maybe Chen would choose to help Zephyr, but, for more than a month, Chen's character was completely reversed. Now he is completely self-centered, even if Zephyr taught him. However, Zephyr has taught many more students, but in the end, not many people came out for him. Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan, and even, Borsalino was a little unhappy with Zephyr. Of course, it's too early for Chen to say this now. After all, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Fergo, Chen, Smoker, Hina, Hien, Very Good are out. As soon as they came up, Zephyr did not reminisce, but sternly called out several people's names. Looking at the 6 people who were more vigorous than before, Essence, Chi, and Spirit, Zephyr was expressionless, but in his heart, he was definitely nodded. In the past year, what you have done is just passed the test in my heart. Hereby, starting from tomorrow, you will be upgraded to Elite Class. Of course, Elite Class I am still Chief Instructor. After training today, we will gather tomorrow morning, and someone will take you to your destination. Now, surround me with a 2-ton weight and run 20 laps around the playground. Without speaking, Fergo and Chen, they ran out almost at the same time, and the speed was very fast, splashing a piece of wind and sand. Following, so did Smoker, Hina, and the others, and everyone's face was full of excitement. Because of entering the elite class, you are eligible to learn Rokushiki, and after graduation, you are at least a 2nd lieutenant. Compared with other Marines, the climbing time is shortened several times. A year of hard work has come to an end. Even Chen feels that there is a flame burning in his heart now. As long as you enter the elite class, you are the first small step to take control of your own destiny. No one knows, even if it has been a year, which month has passed, for Chen. It's a nightmare, not tormenting him all the time. It caused him to wake up every night when he went to sleep, and then, endless hatred. That face, under the moonlight, was full of distortions, like a ghost, wishing to destroy everything in front of him. But after the fear and embarrassment, Chen cried helplessly, like a schizophrenic, and people couldn't figure it out. The more than a month of crossed over changed Chen's soul, changed his mind, changed everything about him, and made him unrecognizable. The sun slowly began to fall, and after a day of training, Chen came to the playground again and began to develop devil fruit. However, I don't know when it started. There are many more people here, such as Fergo, Smoker, Hina, Hien, Very Good. Everyone does their own training without interfering with each other. 3 or 4 hours passed, everyone stopped, squinted, laughed, and then directly hit each other. It is divided into two camps. Yachen, Fergo, and Smoker are one camp, and they are fighting each other. Hina, Zion, and Very Good are one camp, beating each other, but 3 more than Yachen. People are slightly weakened a lot. After all, Hina is more and more slim now, and many people have a good impression. In fact, Zion and Very Good also led Hina. In the past 6 months, Yachen, Fergo, and Smoker have all undergone a lot of changes, such as reaction ability, recovery ability, attack ability. All kinds of physical qualities are on the rise. Maybe I just started watching, they didn't come out, but after a month or two, all 3 of them got their rewards. For this reason, every day is not absent. Now, the 3 of them have become regulars in the infirmary. It can be said that the arrival of Yachen made Fergo and Smoker far stronger than in the original work. Of course, the relationship between several people is also considered to be good. At least now Yachen speaks more than before. Unlike before, even if he talked to him, he would not answer, but now, he will answer a sentence from time to time. One Piece Explosion Art Chapter 10 MTL Books Elite Class. Whoever enters here is a real monster. They have strong innate talent, strong will, and strong ability. If not Devil Fruit ability user, they have extremely strong innate talent in some aspects, such as swordsmanship. It can be said that this is an important place for Marine to train cotters. Many Marine bosses pay close attention to this place. Their status and ordinary classes are simply one heaven and one earth. Graduate here, after going out, at least a warrant officer or above. If you are a monster among monsters, then congratulations, at least Commodore level. You must know that Marine has a rigorous system. Only strength and military merit can rise and fall, but as long as you graduate from elite class, you can cross a full 13 levels and become a big boss. Lowest no. Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, Admiral, Fleet Admiral. As long as you enter the elite class, it is not much different from ascending to the skies with a single leap. The most important thing is that Zephyr is the chief instructor of the elite class. Originally, he didn't need to teach in the ordinary class. It was Yachen and the others' good luck. He met Zephyr, and the other party happened to be interested in teaching Teach. Of course, the most important reason is the elite class. Zephyr does not need to keep staring at it, just because those who can enter here are all children with strong innate talent, and only need to teach some basic things. Something, he wouldn't keep staring at it. Ordinary classes are primary schools, and elite classes are universities. The teachings of the two cannot be unified. It seems that you went out with Garp during this time, and saw a lot of things. Elite class, high on the platform, Zephyr looked at the students with different spirits below, frowning. Led by 3 people who joined Marine at different times, and these 3 people have not graduated yet, they are already Commodore rank, they are called the representatives of Marine's future, and they are only 1 step away from Rear Admiral away. Just because, the 3 guys are all Logia. Magma Fruit Sakazuki, a person who doesn't care about any peers and has a very hot temper. Pika Pika no Mi Borsalino, the biggest sign is that he looks a little wretched and is very lazy. Ice Ice Fruit Cusin, one likes to sleep and is lazy about everything. Although the 3 have different personalities, deep in one's heart is extremely proud, and they also have the capital of pride. In addition to these 3 monsters, there are many other monsters in the elite class, such as Vice Admiral, Anigamo, Yamakaji, Momonga in the future, and even Admiral candidates Momuzagi, Tokicake. The most important thing is that none of these people are over 20 years old, they are all between 15 and 20. According to this age, it is possible to graduate, but Marine is afraid of these future deaths, so even if she goes out to perform tasks, she just follows the veteran Vice Admiral, and let them accumulate experience until Marine. Only when the high-level people agree with it can they break away from their status as students. And this time, they just came back. This world is cruel. Only justice can maintain the order of the world. We Marine. As soon as he came up, Zephyr began to lecture, extremely severe. Below, everyone was drowsy when they heard it, but they tried to keep their eyes open, daring not to make any difference, because they were accidentally caught. So what awaits you is to learn from each other. That's right, Zephyr will find you personally to learn from. You can use all means, as long as you can hurt Zephyr, then congratulations, you have graduated directly. Once I didn't believe in evil, there were 2 people who challenged Zephyr's authority, Sakazuki and Borsalino, but after each challenge, they all spent a day in bed. The whole process, Zephyr used 3 moves, Saru, armed, 1 punch, and then the 2 of them lay on the ground. Whether you are Magma or Flash, there is no escape. I went back and forth, challenged more than a dozen times, and then persuaded, because both Sakazuki knew that in front of this man, even if they were Logia, they had to kneel. At the beginning, the 2 of them were dissatisfied, until once hero of the Marines Garp came to Zephyr, just to see the 2 challenge Zephyr. Afterward, Garp only said one sentence, 2 little fellows, you guys. Fortunately, Zephyr's character, otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. Since then, although the 2 of them felt very uncomfortable, they were not as reckless as before, thinking that with Logia, they would have expert as first class. However, in their hearts, they still think that Logia is the strongest, and as for Zoan and Paramecia, they generally dislike it. Among the 3, only Kuzan seems normal, but this normal is lazy. As long as he has time, he will definitely sleep, so his character is very gentle. Report, the 6 members of the regular class have been brought in. While Zephyr was talking, a rear admiral brought the 6 of Fergo to the elite class playground. Superior. Good work. Zephyr stopped his speech and looked at the rear admiral who led the way, nodded. If there's nothing to do, Zephyr-sensei, I'll go to work. Rear admiral gave a military salute with a serious face. It can be seen that he respects Zephyr very much. Go. Zephyr's face was relaxed and nodded. Yes. After Rear Admiral left, everyone in the audience looked at the 6 of Fergo with different expressions, some disdainful, some curious, some plain. Today, elite class has 6 new students, 6 of you. Introduce myself. Fergo. Ya Chen. Smoker. Hina. Smoker. Very good. Smoker P. There was no spark in the imagination. After the introduction, the 6 stood with the others. Now, everyone is carrying 2 tons and is not allowed to use their abilities. They run around the playground and run 100 laps times. Zephyr's order, no one resisted, all silent, and began to run. At first, it was very harmonious, everyone was running normally, but I don't know when it started. Smoker and Enigamo and the others fought, and then spread to Sakazuki, both sides, both proud and arrogant. It's Logia again, going up and down, running faster and faster. The atmosphere spread to the entire team at once, one by one, as if they had taken stimulants. They were dissatisfied with each other and compared with each other. Obviously, Sakazuki and the others did not take Smoker in their eyes, not to mention that they are older than Smoker and the others. They have only gone to see a few times. It can be said that Smoker cannot match. At most, it's boring, let's play with it. However, starting slowly, Sakazuki and the others became serious. Although the other party did not surpass them, they all followed from start to finish. 50, 70, and 80 laps, the 2 sides were sweating profusely and began to pant, but Smoker and the others just refused to admit defeat and just followed firmly behind them. Sakazuki and the others, who didn't care about it at first, suddenly became serious. If the other side won this, how would they get along in the future? Proud and arrogant, it must be strive for high and low. One side wants to get rid of it far away, the other side is immersed in chasing, and both sides hold their breath. The boys compete against each other. There are only 2 harmonious places in the entire team. In the whole long team, in a frenzy, youths exuding vigor, sweating profusely, carrying heavy pressure on their bodies, surrounded the entire spacious playground, competing and competing. No one obeyed the other, fighting. Although he didn't shoot or even speak, that kind of fire medical smell permeated the entire playground. At this age, it is the time of rebellion and enthusiasm, which is the case in any world. Comparatively speaking, girls are a little more sensible and quieter. For example, at the back of the team, Hina, who just joined the team, quickly found a friend, that is Momuzagi, who has a very close relationship with the general staff, and has a very innate talent for swordsmanship. Just entered Little Swordsman. The 2 of them, for some reason, ran together and ran together. After all, there are only 2 girls in the entire team, so they are easy to attract. Hello, my name is Momuzagi. Momuzagi, who is 1 or 2 years older than Hina, spoke first. No one knows how boring she is in elite class. Because there are all boys in it, they fight and fight tit for tat, so she can't find anyone to talk to. The most important thing is that there is also a mentally retarded who has not changed over time, holding flowers every day and chasing her, making her very annoying. Now, finally, there is a same sex, which makes Momuzagi very happy. Contrary to Momuzagi's little excitement, Hina was a little restrained, but she returned a smile and introduced herself. My name is Hina. Then I will call you Little Hina. Okay. Hina didn't object, because it was obvious at a glance that Momuzagi was a little bigger than Hina. Little Hina, do you know that in elite class, it's very boring, and now I want to graduate as soon as possible, and then go to sea to punish evil and promote good. Come on. Momuzagi seemed to have countless things to say, and she opened her mouth because she held it back for too long. Yes. Hina's pretty face was flushed, one after another sweat, and began to fall, looking a little pitiful. At the beginning, Momuzagi always said, Hina answered from time to time, but I don't know when it started. The 2 girls suddenly became active. Sister Momuzagi, you said there are many clothing stores in the Commerce District? Even though she was sweating profusely, Hina's eyes lit up when she heard Momuzagi talking about the commercial street, and her tired body suddenly felt full. Power. Yes, I know there is a clothing store that has all kinds of clothes, as well as lipsticks, cosmetics. Wow. So many. Hina eyes glittering, it felt like something was about to crawl out of it. Of course, there are not only clothing stores, but also all kinds of snacks, which can be lively at night. After the cultivation is over, I will take you to go shopping. Momuzagi waved his hand and decided. Really? Hina got carried away and kept swallowing. Shopping, snacks, for girls, there is not much resistance by nature, even more how is the first awakening of love, the age when they are particularly curious about everything. Of course, Momuzagi nodded for sure. However, after Hina got excited, she suddenly became entangled again. Obviously aware of Hina's emotions, Momuzagi wiped her sweat. Why was she so happy at first, and then she suddenly became sad? Sister Momuzagi, I can't decide now, because it is very likely that we will have special training tonight. Hina pouted. Used to be in the regular class every night. The sparring, Smoker named it as a special training. It seems that from the very beginning, they have not stopped, and now it has become completely instinctive and has become accustomed to it. Once, someone didn't fight all night, but that night, I always felt something was wrong and my whole body was uncomfortable. So, Hina is not sure whether Ye-Chen and the others will continue tonight, even if they change to another place. Here, I have to mention the things affected by the appearance of Ye-Chen, such as Furgo, Smoker, Zion, Very Good, and even Hina, all of which deviate from the original work. Let's not talk about the basics and strength, just character, also produced a little change. Now, the 6 of them can be said to be friends. After fighting for more than half a year, family breeds fondness. Naturally, they became friends. Although Ye-Chen and Furgo are still so taciturn, at least now Smoker, one and the others can joke around. And Hina can even lose a little temper, while others, including Ye-Chen, let it go. Special training? Momuzagi was taken aback. Why didn't she know? Sister Momuzagi, the special training I'm talking about is our own special training, not Zephyr-sensei teaching us. Hina pointed out that she was competing with Sakazuki and the other Smoker couple. By the way, that seems to be called Smoker. I have heard my sister say that it is the ability user of Logia Moku Moku no Mi. It seems that he is the strongest among the 6 of you. P4 Logia, no matter how capable or not, marine executives attach great importance to it, so Smoker's reputation is far higher than that of Furgo and Ye-Chen. No, in terms of overall strength, Brother Ye-Chen is the strongest, then Brother Furgo and Brother Smoker, then me, and finally, 2 idiots, Zion and Very Good. Hina held her head up slightly. Hina was a little arrogant about her own strength, but she didn't know that Ye-Chen and the others had let her, including Shiyuan and Very Good. Otherwise, Hina is definitely at the bottom. Now Zion and Very Good, everything is possible. After all, Ye-Chen, an uninvited guest, will directly affect them. Ye-Chen? You mean that weak guy? Listening to Hina's words, Momuzagi opened her mouth slightly, with a look of disbelief, because at this moment Ye-Chen couldn't get up or down, just ran in the middle, and in front of him are Furgo, Onigamo and the others, and then in front is Smoker, and the first is Sakazuki and Borsalino. As for Kyuzan, who ran with Furgo and the others, yawning and listless from time to time. Compared with the first few steps, Ye-Chen is much more ordinary, and even Momuzagi has an illusion that if he goes up by himself, he will catch up with Ye-Chen in minutes. Sister Momuzagi, Brother Ye-Chen is not weak, he doesn't like to be in the limelight, he likes a person's silent cultivation. The same is true for Brother Furgo, they all rarely speak. Pouting, Hina was a little unhappy and tried her best to explain. Because in her heart, Brother Furgo and Brother Ye-Chen are the strongest. Really? Momuzagi didn't care. After all, the 3 of Sakazuki were there, like a big mountain, pressing the entire elite class to breathe. Hina didn't feel it either, just nodded. Afterwards, the 2 chatted about girls again, so that they were completely behind, but they didn't fall behind. Instead, they laughed, and Hina was criticized out and surprised from time to time. Everyone ran for a long time, but in the end, no one was left behind. However, everyone's physical strength is too much, they are dripping with sweat, and they are breathing heavily. Very good, Ye-Chen and Furgo, it seems you are making progress again. Assembling together, Zephyr looked at Ye-Chen and Furgo, because of their breathing, although it is also very confusing, but it is much better than others, even Sakazuki, and the others can't compare. Obviously, after running laps for almost a year, Ye-Chen and Furgo could better control their breathing, thereby reducing the consumption of physical strength. Don't underestimate this physical strength, maybe in future battles, it is this physical strength that can decide life and death. In the past, Zephyr also trained Sakazuki and the others like this, but they made excuses because they were Logia and developed Logia, resulting in only cultivated 3 to 4 months in the end. After all, the attack of each of them has surpassed normal, so they simply disdain the slow progress of physical fitness. However, Ye-Chen and the others have been running for more than half a year, and it can be said that their physical foundation is extremely solid. And Ye-Chen understands that any strength, whether you are an ability user, a swordsman, or a body refinement powerhouse, is inseparable from physical fitness, that is, the most basic strength, physical strength. The most important thing is that Ye-Chen's ability now depends very much on his body, because the stronger his body is, the stronger the bomb fruit can be. Zephyr's praise made everyone look at Furgo and Ye-Chen, and many people couldn't understand it, because Furgo and Ye-Chen didn't have much to offer. To praise Sakazuki, Borsalino and the others, after all, the gap between the 2 can be seen at a glance. Although Sakazuki and the others have a higher vision than Smoker and the others, they don't care much, or they disdain Ye-Chen and the others from the very beginning, but after all, they still feel a little uncomfortable. And Zephyr has no other meaning, because he is a body refinement expert, so it is clear that the body is the root of everything, even devil fruit, only a strong body can display it. The most important thing is that Logia is not invincible, because Busashoku is enough to grab their entity, and the source of Busashoku is the body. Therefore, Zephyr will emphasize physical fitness when teaching, but Logia's powerful strength and elemental transformation is enough to make Sakazuki and the others relax. Perhaps Sakazuki will also do body refinement, but he doesn't care as much as Yachen, Furgo, and the others. At this age, I am a bit rebellious. Sometimes adults tell you that it is for your own good, but I don't understand it, and even have a rebellious mentality. Only when I suffer in the future will I understand those things. How precious is the admonition. This is the advantage of Yachen crossed over. With a lot of incomprehensible knowledge of this world and like a heavenly steed, soaring across the skies, Yachen is destined to know what to do. Therefore, Yachen is far more than the development of bomb fruit for the cultivation of body refinement technique and strengthening of physical fitness. Zephyr just praised it, then continued to open the mouth and said, today is the first day, so there will be no other cultivation, you all prepare yourself, I will explain Rokushiki tomorrow. This sentence is obviously addressed to Yachen and the others, because Rokushiki, Sakazuki and the others have long been in contact, and some of them have even mastered one or two styles. Also, Haki is the same. Perhaps among these people, there are only 6 of them, Yachen. Zephyr has not taught Rokushiki and Haki, but after half a year of training, Yachen and the others are already qualified to contact them. Essential skills. Report. At this time, Sakazuki stood up, gave a military salute to Zephyr and said, tomorrow Admiral Sengoku will go to New World, Borsalino, and Kyuzin have applied to go with them, and got Admiral Sengoku agrees. Frowning slightly, Zephyr didn't think too much, opened the mouth and said, it will be of great benefit to you to experience more actual combat. In this case, be careful. Yes. Sakazuki looked excited, preferring to be outside rather than cultivating here. As for Kyuzin, he looked sad, because he was pulled up by force. He just came back with Mr. Garp not long ago, and he planned to rest well, but, sighed then said, Kyuzin was not at all in the spirit. As for Borsalino, it doesn't really matter. Dissolve, let's get ready. Finally, Zephyr disappeared in front of everyone. With Zephyr's departure, the scene suddenly became lively, but the atmosphere was still a bit weird, because neither of the two parties paid any attention to the other, just looked at each other and left. There is no provocation and no threat. In the eyes of Sakazuki and the others, Yachen and the others simply do not have the right to challenge them, except for that smoke brat. Of course, Momuzagi and Hina are not in this range, because the two girls, now like good sisters, talk from time to time and laugh coquettishly. Momuzagi, marry me. No surprise, Toki Cake, who confesses to Momuzagi every day, holds a bouquet of flowers, one knee kneels in front of Momuzagi, with affection, he proposed again. Rejected. Without the slightest hesitation, Momuzagi, who was talking to Hina, didn't even look back. After rejecting Toki Cake, Momuzagi took Hina's little hand and planned to go shopping. And Toki Cake was not frustrated after being rejected, but stood up calmly, patted the dust on his knees, and said softly to Momuzagi's back, I will not give up. It's night, a little breeze blows, and it's a little cool. Tonight's starry sky is very bright, without the slightest cloud. The pure white moonlight shines on the playground of elite class, revealing several long backs. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm late, gasped for breath. Hina was wearing a blue princess dress, with a tie on her long pale pink hair, like a genie, small and moving. After being together for so long, it seems that Hina is rarely seen wearing a skirt, and she also dresses up a little. Have you finished shopping with Momuzagi? Several people were just a little surprised because they didn't expect that Hina was so beautiful. Hee, do you think I'm pretty? Turn around in a circle, the sky blue skirt fluttered in the wind. Hina blushed slightly, and looked at a few people with a crescent smile. Pretty. Sean and Very Good had red hearts in their eyes. Well, didn't expect Hina, you're so pretty in your dress, I just remembered that you're a girl. It's so deadly. Smoker doesn't understand the style and doesn't know whether to praise Hina for being beautiful, or to praise her for being quiet. She doesn't have the temperament that a girl should have. On the spot, Hina pouted and stared at Smoker wickedly. What do you mean by being a girl? The old lady was originally a girl, okay? Brother Furgo, Brother Yachen, do you guys think I'm not pretty? He skipped Smoker directly, and Hina looked forward to the expressionless Yachen and Furgo. Pretty cherish words like gold. Furgo had a slight smile on his face, and they were very humble and caring for this little girl. Thank you, Brother Furgo. Brother Yachen, what do you think? Yachen is more calm, there is no ripple in his dark eyes, just nodded. The calmness is a bit too much, which makes Hina a little unhappy. Hina, you didn't change your clothes, rest today. Smoker interjected. Okay, I'll be watching you guys. Hina lacks interest, doesn't know why, can't bring up her energy. Begin. The Battle of Thunder continued, and in just a moment, the 5 people were fighting together, saving the body refinement attack. It can be found that Yachen and the others are no longer fighting like they were at the beginning. Now they are very tricky with their punches and kicks, and their speed seems to be the epitome of shaving. Version, soon. Now they are not children fighting anymore, because every punch and kick is full of fighting atmosphere, as if they have experienced countless battles, from an ignorant child, to know when to shoot, what is a little expert that should not be shot. During this period, it can be said that a big step has been made. You must know that none of these are taught by anyone, they are just a few people's groping from sparring, which may be very different from the real fight, but this kind of experience is rare. First of all, Hein and Berrygood left the stage, bloody nose and swollen face lying on the ground, unable to get up in a short time. This battle is all on its own, which means that everyone has to face the attack of the other 4 people, and the neural response is precisely exercised, because you don't know when it will start, there will be a fist attack. Come. Next is the melee of Ye Chen, Fergo, and Smoker. If you look closely, you will find that the 3 sometimes seem to have a third eye, which can anticipate attacks and subconsciously avoid them. The 3 thought it was just an instinctive reaction, but they didn't know it was the prelude to Kanbunshoku's awakening in Sanhaki. After more than half a year, several people did not know how many times they fought and how many times they were beaten. Naturally, the body remembered that feeling, and some changes occurred. In addition, a few people have a good physical foundation. Between them, Kanbunshoku and Busashoku may be just separated by a layer of window paper, which can be easily pierced with just one finger. But this layer of window paper, for some people, can't be pierced for a lifetime. Now, the 6 people have changed a lot, especially their appearance. Yes, bloody nose and swollen face every day. What is the difference with plastic surgery? Moreover, during the plastic surgery, he was not gentle at all, so now, a lot of changes have taken place in several people. Whether it is strength or appearance, they are all different from the original book. For example, Ye Chen has long hair now, all on the back and shoulders, and it may reach the waist in a long time, and because of the beatings for many years, the appearance is also extremely stiff, completely changed in image. Without the slightest hesitation, this kind of cosmetic surgery is much more advanced than that of Korea in the previous life, but it will only cause death in severe cases. In the early morning of the next day, a touch of morning light appeared on the horizon, and a semicircular face quietly climbed into the sky. The entire world, live at once, a new day, a fresh start. Today, Ye Chen was a little excited, just because he could finally learn Rokushiki. Ye Chen has thought a lot about Rokushiki, and already has an idea in his heart. Most importantly, he is getting closer and closer to learning Haki. He believes that he will eventually make it through, and when the time comes, no one should try to bully, or humiliate him. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at his body that is getting stronger and stronger, especially the blurred area on his right chest, Ye Chen's face was bruised and swollen because of the fight last night. When he got up, his eyes seemed to break free from their sockets, full of ferocity. Blue veins spread on his face, and the scar on his neck was even more convex. Ye Chen clenched his fists tightly, the corners of his mouth suddenly curved a little, and then grabbed the clothes on the pole. Clothes and walked out of the bedroom. The current self must endure the humiliation until he has the power. By the time Ye Chen came to the playground, most of the people were already there. Of course, the 3 monsters from Sakazuki didn't come. It didn't take long for Zephyr to appear on the Heian platform, watching everyone in attendance, nodded. Anigamo, listen to me again, it's only good for you, not bad. It's a review. In addition to the excitement and anticipation of the Virgo 6, early when I came into contact with Rokushiki's Anigamo and the others, it seemed a little lack of interest. Yes, Anigamo and the others stood up straight. I believe you have probably heard of Marine Rokushiki. This is Marine's unique physical skill, and it is also a body refinement that surpasses the limits of the human body. Garp is on PR. As soon as he came up, Zephyr didn't talk nonsense and started to explain. Rokushiki, the reason why it is a body refinement beyond the limits of the human body is because you must have a very strong body, otherwise, you will accidentally be disabled and body dies and Deo disappears. But you are very good, 1 by 1 physical fitness is okay. Shaved, a high-speed movement skill in Rokushiki, you need to step on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, and use the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. While talking, Zephyr was demonstrating to the crowd. At first, he couldn't see anything, as if he moved in an instant. Zephyr crossed a distance of 10 meters and appeared on the other side. Then it got slower and slower. Zephyr explained the experience and principles without reservation, trying to make everyone understand, so to speak, very serious. Of course, Ye Chen and the others below also studied seriously, not even blinking. For 2 full hours, Zephyr was demonstrating, or explaining why things were like that, carefully, very clearly. After finishing speaking, Zephyr stopped and explained, wanting everyone to digest it. Rokushiki, I will explain it to you in 6 days. During this period, you can think carefully whether you want to learn 1 style, 2 styles, or all of them. Now, you all try, what's wrong? If you understand, just ask me. Obviously, Zephyr didn't plan to tell all about Rokushiki in 1 day, and planned to divide it into 6 days, 1 for each day, so that everyone could understand first. It can be said that good intentions. At first, Ye Chen and the others didn't know what to do at all. After all, listening is listening, but doing it by hand feels weird. 1 foot, in an instant, that is, within at least 1 second, steps on the ground 10 times, or even more than 10 times. How can this speed be achieved? Chen frowned, alone on one side. His right foot quickly stepped on the ground, the first time, only 4 times, and then 1 second passed. This kind of difficulty, if you change to a previous life, you don't have to think about it, but in this world, there are many people who have done it. It's so difficult to just shave, so the other styles are definitely not simple. I have bomb fruit myself. It takes a lot of time to learn rokushiki, and I also have to learn haki. Even if one day is regarded as 2 days, it is not enough, and it must be deleted. Then just follow Soru, Jeppo and Rankyaku as your heart desires. Chen thought about these 3 formulas for a long time. Because of these 3 formulas, Chen plans to combine devil fruit after learning. Think about it, when using shaving, add bomb fruit to produce, will the impact effect be faster? As for Jeppo, the ability to stay in the air must be learned. I am an ability user. If I fall into the sea, it will kill people. And Rankyaku, combined with devil fruit ability, is also extremely lethal. Even if Rankyaku only adds an explosion, then the formidable power will definitely rise to a level. Compared with Soru, Jeppo and Rankyaku, which can be combined with devil fruit, the rest of Shigen, Kamii and Tekai are not so important. Shigen and Tekai, waiting to develop bomb fruit to the whole body, when the time comes close combat strength, will definitely hang up, while Kamii and Chen are more optimistic about Kanbunshoku. So, after thinking about it, Chen only studied Soru, Jeppo and Rankyaku. After all, one's energy is limited. For a time, the whole playground was full of dull sounds. Whoosh! Suddenly, a person appeared next to Chen. It was Inigamo, the future top vice admiral. Obviously, they have all mastered, but not very skilled, can only move a short distance, and the feat will be very painful. The arrival of Inigamo made Chen stop. Then Chen did nothing but stared at Inigamo, Momanga, Strawberry, and the others to see how they used shaving. This is a whole day. During this period, Chen also tried it, and based on what he saw, he became more and more familiar with it. The original 4 times, now he can set foot on 6 times, good luck, 7 times. Okay, everyone go back, remember, step by step, otherwise, your legs may be abolished. When the time comes, the gains outweigh the losses. After the cultivation is over, Zephyr looked serious and gave a stern warning, especially Zhou Zhong glanced at Chen and the others. Chen didn't take Zephyr's advice seriously. If it was the previous month, Chen would have listened to it, but now, he won't. Just because he has developed bomb fruit to his limbs, yes, now bomb fruit, in addition to his hands, Chen has developed to his feet, below the knees, no matter how explosive, all intact. Of course, the heart-piercing pain is also more intense. Even the originally weak pain nerves recovered at once, but it was still within the range Chen could bear, because the inner trauma was far more painful than the physical trauma. Of heart-wrenching pain. It was quiet at night. There were some clouds that blocked the moonlight. However, the playground was still brightly lit. Boom! It exploded out of thin air, and a smoke of gunpowder accompanied by sparks rolled up the sand, forming a large pit with a diameter of 5 meters, setting off a small storm. It still failed. Standing in the pothole, Chen looked pale. Looking at his right foot, all disappeared below the knee. But in the blink of an eye, one after another sparks and gunpowder covered Chen's right foot, back to normal. After dinner, Chen couldn't wait to come to the playground and has been cultivated and shaved for 3 consecutive hours. As Zephyr said, you need to cycle and gradually, otherwise your legs will be disabled if you exceed the limits of your body. Just now, it was obvious that Chen had reached his limit, but he still refused to give up, so, without warning, his right foot exploded. He was sweating profusely, and the pain in his right leg exploded like a knife, but Chen was only frowned, because this pain was said to be eternal, and it was an instant. The difference was Chen's attention. That's right, if Chen's attention was on pain, it would be a century, but now Chen's attention is all on shaving, causing that kind of pain. Just for a split second, Chen did not fluctuate. Cultivated for another hour, Chen's whole body is like being fished out of water, sweating profusely, and his face doesn't look very good. It didn't take long for Fergo and the others to come, because they all knew that Chen would get 3 or 4 hours of cultivation fruit ability every night, and at this time, Chen's cultivation just ended. The timing is very accurate. But tonight, Chen has no cultivation ability, but is shaved in cultivation. Several people looked at the potholes on the ground and couldn't help twitching their mouths. However, someone would come to clean it up, because Zephyr had explained to other Marines, so Chen was able to develop such unscrupulous capabilities. Otherwise, if the explosion continues like this every day, wouldn't the playground be a depression? Of course, Chen is in the cultivation, Fergo and the others are in the cultivation too, just not in the same place. After all, everyone has their own secrets and needs a little spare time. It's so hard, I'm stepping on it 4 times in a row, and my feet can't stand it anymore. Pictured, Hina was the first to complain, very unhappy. Hee hee, I can step on it 5 times, and good luck can get 6 times. Shiyuan scratched his head. As a rust fruit ability user, it is the nemesis of all metals, even developed to the extreme. The human body it can be affected by the lead element of, it can be said to be an extremely powerful ability, but at present, Shiyuan does not realize the power of his devil fruit. Me too. Baragud also raised his head slightly, a little excited. Where's Smoker? Me? 3 or 4 times. Smoker said nonchalantly. Everyone was a little stunned, but they reacted immediately, because Smoker simply doesn't need to learn, especially Jeppo. Smoker, shaving is a super high-speed movement. I think you should learn it. With your ability, Jeppo and Rokushiki doesn't need to be learned. It's rare, Fergo said something. Smoker was silent for a while, then nodded, and almost walked into a dead end. Being able to fly doesn't mean speed. Brother Virgo, how many times can you step on? Hina looked at Virgo curiously, her big eyes flashing. 8 times. Virgo frowned, obviously not very satisfied with the result. W.A. Hina jumped up all of a sudden, with stars shining in her eyes. Sure enough, Brother Virgo was amazing. In just one day, he could step on it 8 times, only 2 times away from 10. However, Hina didn't know that these 2 times, it was heaven, and it was as difficult as heavenly ascension. You must know that each time you pedal once, it means that the difficulty also doubles, and the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. It is so. Even a person with strong innate talent will never complete 10 times without a month or 2. This is the body refinement that goes beyond the limits of the human body. Don't look at the fact that Fergo can step on 8 times on the first day, but that is already his limit. If he wants to step on the breakthrough limit of 9 times, it is not so easy. Chen, what about you? You should be taller than me. Fergo looked at Yetchen's tattered trousers and obviously knew the basic function of Yetchen bomb fruit. 9 times, as long as this limit is exceeded, the legs will explode. Without much explanation, Yetchen is also not very satisfied with the result, because every time he wants to after 10 steps, either the time is up or the legs explode. Can't you even, Brother Yetchen? A little disappointed, Hina snorted lightly. What do you think this is? This is a body refinement that goes beyond the limits of the human body. How can it be so easy to master? Shiyuan rolled his eyes. Are you still fighting tonight? Smoker looked at Yetchen and Fergo. It's been more than half a year, let's take a break. I want to master shaving as soon as possible. Fergo spoke first. In this way, several people began to practice on the playground, accompanied by Hina's exclamation from time to time, or a small temper, so that everyone did not feel lonely. Everyone is a little far from Yetchen, after all, it exploded accidentally, but it will be affected. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, in between, Yetchen couldn't break through the last time, but his feet kept exploding, which made him a little unbearable, because every explosion not only consumed him, his physical strength also made him feel pain. He recalled what Zephyr said during the day, and also thought about the use of shaving by Inigamo and the others. However, he always felt that he had caught something, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye, making his mood a little restless, as if to catch fire. Finally, Yetchen suppressed this urge and planned to ask Zephyr tomorrow. The next day, as usual, everyone came to the playground early. Every day is that point when Zephyr shows up on time. I know you have questions, but now, I say you listen, and when I'm finished, ask again. As soon as they came up, Zephyr blocked everyone's mouths, and then began to speak. Today we are learning second style Tekai, the defensive body refinement in Rokushiki. The human body has many mysterious strengths, one of which is muscles, and the role of Tekai is to put these scattered muscles become compact and become a whole, thus forming a kind of strength, which makes the body have the hardness of iron. Still talking and doing, Zephyr opened his coat, revealing the full body. It is a strong body with scars, and the muscles on it seem to be beating, giving an illusion that it is a whole without any dead ends. How you look at this, it's like iron cloth, Golden Bell cover said on the previous Life Online. 2 hours later, Zephyr finished teaching, and then dismissed everyone to study separately. During this period, Yetchen just had a brief understanding of Tekai, but didn't go into depth. He was more concerned about shaving. So as soon as it was over, Yetchen went to Zephyr. An hour later, Yetchen was still shaving in cultivation, while most of the others were in cultivation Tekai, including Fergo, because he wanted to get acquainted first, even if he failed in the end, at least the second cultivation when to start. After all, Zephyr had just finished speaking, and they all had some thoughts. And Yetchen also got what he wanted. He knew that he was a little impatient, and that cultivation will not be successful overnight. Speaking of which, I still took advantage of devil fruit, otherwise Yetchen alone would not be able to shave 9 times in a row in one day. However, this is Yetchen's advantage. Others are afraid of disabled legs, but he doesn't need to be afraid. As long as his physical strength and endurance are not on the line, he can continue to cultivate. Busy life goes on like this. Shigen is one of the attacking techniques in Rokushiki, mobilizing the strength of the whole body to gather on the 10 fingers, with hardened fingers, in a flash to release a blow, with bullet-like attack power. Powerful, it can penetrate the human body and even steel, and when combined with Busashoko Haki, it has super strength lethal power. Jeppo, which combines the practicality of shaving, the application skills produced, is the only air-holding ability in Rokushiki, and it can be said to be an ascending version of shaving. As long as you learn to shave, it will not be very difficult. Rankyaku, one of the attacking techniques in Rokushiki, super high-speed kicking technique, forming a sharp slash, like swordsman's slash, has strong cutting ability. Kami-e, one of Rokushiki's defensive skills, is currently one of the most difficult to practice in Rokushiki. Unloading the whole body strength, devoting to the airflow changes produced by the opponent's movements, so as to dodge at the crucial moment. This style, which is also similar to the Kanbunshoku Haki and the 3 Haki, mastering Kami-e, it will be easier to awaken Kanbunshoku. On the third day, Zephyr explained Shigen. Day 4, Jeppo. Day 5, Rankyaku. Day 6, Kami-e. Among them, Yachen just had a general understanding of Shigen and Kami-e, and didn't practice, and focused on Soru, Jeppo, and Rankyaku. However, these 3 styles are all legs and feet skills, so the difficulty is not generally great. In the end, Yachen found that shaving is really important. It seems to be the foundation of Jeppo and Rankyaku, then Jeppo and Rankyaku, not generally difficult. So, Yachen plans to learn to shave first, and then consider Jeppo and Rankyaku. Actually, Yachen can fly now, but there is a big gap between this flight and Jeppo, because the reason why Yachen can fly is to use the impact of the explosion of his legs, thus let yourself vacate. If you don't want to land, you must explode one after another, not to mention, the speed is very fast, like a cannonball, it rushes out all at once. Unfortunately, the strength control is too poor, and the bloody nose and swollen face are often hit. Unconsciously, a month has passed, and every day, Zephyr is explaining it to everyone, but the day before, it seemed that something happened to the Grand Line, so Zephyr went to sea again and changed to other Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral to guide. At night, it was still the playground. After dinner, Yachen came here, Shiu. The dull sound that was barely rubbing off sounded, a silhouette suddenly appeared out of thin air, accidentally fell to the ground, and splashed a little dust. Standing up, ignoring the scratches on his face, Yachen's eyes radiated rays of light like stars, and he stepped on it 10 times and succeeded. Although the distance is very close and I haven't mastered it yet, the speed of teleportation just now made Yachen ecstatic. Turn around and look at the place where he used to stand, and now there are 3 meters. This short 3 meters is obtained by stepping on his feet hundreds of thousands of times every day for a month. Sure enough, the heavens will not fail those who are faithful. This short 3 meters tells Yachen that the blood and sweat shed this month are not in vain. 1 month, a whole month, is a long period of time. Yachen practiced boringly every day. Between 9th step and 10th step, it was like separated by a sea, which was beyond reach, but I broke through tonight. 10 times on the foot, the initial speed is like a teleportation. According to Zephyr Sensei, the more times the foot is pressed, the speed and distance will increase. That is to say, 10 times is just the beginning, just touching the fur. In the future, I have to step on it 11 times, 12 times, or even higher. When the time comes combined with the impact generated by the explosion, the speed is absolutely unbelievable. Now, Yachen is not only excited, but also excited. Whoosh! Disappeared again. Next moment, Yachen appeared 3 meters away, still fell a dog and ate shit, then disappeared again. In an emergency, he stopped his body, but he couldn't stop running and took a few steps forward. The 3rd time, the 4th time, until more than 50 times, Yachen made himself maintain his body, but accidentally, there will still be mistakes. Rokushiki is far less simple than Yachen thought. Even if it is successful, there will be various problems. Only after continuous proficiency and real mastery can it be truly successful. He was sweating profusely. Now, he's going to try combining it with bomb fruit. Gritting his teeth, he stepped on his feet 10 times quickly. When he couldn't help rushing away, Yachen instantly detonated his feet. With a bang, an afterimage flew out in a swish. The distance was very high, 100 meters, and then smashed to the ground, lifting the surface. However, the impact did not disappear. It was a sensation for a while, a 2-meter wide ravine with flying sand and a full 5 meters long. And at the end, Yachen, face covered in blood, tore one after another all over his body, dyed the ground red all at once, and fell into a coma. Infirmary, brightly lit, a white bed, one covered in bandages, like a mummy guy, is falling asleep. Besides, there are Fergo and the others. Tonight, we gathered as usual, and as soon as we arrived, we saw the pits on the ground, and Yachen who was covered in bruises in the ruins. This shocked everyone. I didn't know it, and thought they were attacked. It's over. Cultivation? Who can culture success like this? Covered with bruises, and in a coma, sure it's just cultivation? How hard is this fuck? Close eyes, trembling slightly, Ye Chen woke up, looked at the ceiling, and his thoughts began to clear. Wake up. Smoker watched Ye Chen open his eyes and twitched his mouth. Brother Ye Chen. Hina looked happy, seeing Ye Chen awake, she sighed in relief at once. Chen, how did you cultivate such an exaggeration? Xiu and Very Good got close, curious. Cough, cough. Struggling to get up, Ye Chen leaned on the head of the bed, only showing a pair of eyes and mouth, and the rest were all bandages. Accidentally, I'm excited. He was sore all over. Ye Chen had lingering fears, he still overestimated himself, just mastered shaving, and wanted to combine bomb fruit. Sure enough, a little carelessness is the result of lying on the bed. I am so impatient, I still have to eat one bite at a time. Really, brother Ye Chen, you are working too hard. Hina pouted and complained. What's the harvest? Fergo was expressionless, and there was no surprise to Ye Chen's madness in cultivation. Anyway, like this situation, it's not 1 or 2 times, it's just this time, more seriously. Shaving, it's very difficult, especially the 9th time, breaking through to 10 times, it needs to be uninterrupted. Leaning on her back, Ye Chen began to talk. I did not hide my feelings about shaving from everyone, but hoped that everyone could grasp it as soon as possible. And Fergo and the others also listened carefully and didn't say the words of thanks, because they all remembered them in their hearts. In this month, everyone's shaving has improved a few levels. For example, Fergo has been able to step on it 9 times, but the problems encountered are the same as Ye Chen. The 10th time is always impossible. Success. As for Smoker and the others, they are also much more proficient than before. Even Hina can step on it 7 or 8 times now. It can be said that now the 6 people are a small group, and they usually share their experience. Everyone's progress is real, and yet Chen only talks so much during the scripture lecture test. Usually, he rarely talks. Everyone has a different opinion. Maybe Hina's inadvertent words have played a big role in Ye Chen or Fergo. Therefore, when you taste the sweetness, sometimes everyone will put their own experience. Take it out and bask in the sun, and absorb other people's opinions by the way. Since Zephyr explained Roku Shiki to everyone, he went out to sea because of the mission. This time, it was 3 months. In the past few months, Fergo and the others have grown a lot, and everyone's Roku Shiki has at least mastered one style. Among them, Fergo is the most powerful, and I don't know how he cultivated. In short, after finishing his studies, Jeppo, Tekai, Shigen, Rankyaku, and simply can't beat him. All of them are getting started, among which Shigen and Shave can be used proficiently. And Ye Chen, who also mastered Saru, Jeppo and Rankyaku, has not succeeded in combining bomb fruit. In general, Ye Chen's strength has changed from heaven and earth turning upside down, and devil fruit has also developed to the limbs. Except for the hands, it has now been cultivated to the thighs, but the more later, the more difficult it will be. So now, for 3 months, he has only gone from the knee, cultivation to the inner thigh, and the progress can be said to be very slow. As for Smoker, he did not complete Roku Shiki, but chose several of them, because Jeppo, Tekai, Kami-e, for him, did not have much effect. Now several people can use shaving and stay in the air for a short time. At the beginning, Hina was overjoyed. The same is true for Xiu and Very Good. After the cultivation success, they were very excited. For this reason, the 6 of them held a small banquet. However, there is one more person, Momuzagi. Now, Momuzagi and Hina have become good sisters. Sometimes in addition to cultivation, they go shopping, and they also pull one in Very Good, and even Smoker has not escaped. Originally, Hina also wanted to call Ye Chen and Fergo, but the two were only immersed in cultivation, like a lump of wood, and they refused directly. Ye Chen went too far, just glanced at Hina and Momuzagi, then ignored it and continued cultivation. Up to now, Hina is still a little angry, even Momuzagi is frowned, and she feels a little uncomfortable. On this day, the playground was windy and sandy. 2 figures disappeared from time to time, and appeared on the other side, with 2 fists banging, with a strong dull sound. Pang! The 2 knees collided, condensing into a body. Ye Chen and Fergo were close at hand, their expressions were serious, they shot almost simultaneously, their fists clenched, and they collided in shock. Together. Backing up a few steps, Ye Chen stepped on it abruptly, his right foot stepped into the soil slightly, and his right face was a little red and swollen. And Fergo, after doing a few backflips in the air, stood firmly on the ground, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. The 2 looked at each other, neither of them said anything. The silhouette disappeared in an instant, and appeared 10 meters away at the same time, rolling up the sand. Rumbling in his ears, Ye Chen tilted his head, and a fist crossed close at hand. At the same time, Ye Chen also attacked and slammed into Fergo's chest. In an emergency, Fergo disappeared, appeared behind Ye Chen, and swiped his right foot towards Ye Chen. Without expression, Ye Chen turned sideways, with his right knee on top, slammed with Fergo's right foot, and at the same time his left hand slammed towards Fergo. Bang! The wind was blowing, and the 2 were like fighting machines. It didn't take long for the entire ground to change beyond recognition. Rang Kyaku. The ground was torn, gravel flying, and a 1-meter-high bright white half-moon slash emanated from Fergo's right foot, relentlessly towards Ye Chen. Cover and go. The same is true. Ye Chen kicked out his right foot quickly, a bright white slash a little bigger than Fergo, tearing the ground. There was a violent explosion, the sand splashed in the sky, and the two disappeared again. From time to time, a slash was cut from the dust, and there was a collision from time to time. Shigun. In smoke and dust, Fergo frowned, and his right hand quickly attacked Ye Chen. With a dignified expression, Ye Chen didn't make a hard connection, but just avoided it. During the period, the fight became more and more intense, and the two were completely heated. Compared with the attacking skills Shigun, Rankyaku, and Tekai mastered by Fergo, Ye Chen was much more single, except that Rankyaku was a long-range attack. Other than that, everything else depends on fists. But even so, Ye Chen and Fergo were inseparable. Although the battle between the two is full of weak spots for an expert like Zephyr, it can even be broken with just one move. But don't forget the age of Ye Chen and Fergo. After fighting for a full hour, the two of them had bloody nose and swollen face, and there were some bruises on their scarred bodies again. Brow beaded with sweat, the sparring ended, the two sat in the resting place and drank several mouthfuls of cold water. Today was a great fight. Fergo took off his clothes, revealing a figure that was not of his current age, with more than a dozen scars to say the least. Ye Chen doesn't have the habit of taking off his clothes, even if it's tattered. He doesn't take it off, because the scars on his body are far more than Fergot, whether it's on his back or on his chest. Welts, knife wounds, horrible to see. The smallest scar is also 3 centimeters. Especially on the right chest, the big bowl-like fuzzy place is extremely eye-catching, so Ye Chen generally doesn't like to show his back in front of outsiders. Actually, Ye Chen also has scars on both hands and feet, but after each explosion recovery, these scars still exist, which makes Ye Chen come to a conclusion that bomb fruit cannot be recovered beyond the limited time injury. Because Ye Chen did not develop bomb fruit to the whole body when he was abused before, so he left his mark. But now, bomb fruit has developed to the limbs. For example, if Ye Chen's hands are cut with a cut, and the injured area is not detonated, then this scar will always be left. In other words, after the bomb fruit explodes, it only recovers the wounds it received at the moment of detonation, and cannot repair the previous wounds. Until now, Ye Chen realized that bomb fruit is not as objective as he imagined. It is powerful, but there are many flaws in it. It is no wonder why many people eat some seemingly powerful fruits, but they do not exert the same formidable power. Among them, there must be checks and balances and defects. Any ability, while not perfect and without blemish, this is absolute. It seems that I lost this battle again. Lying on the ground, Fergo looked at the sky, a little unwilling. Aren't you going to eat devil fruit? Ye Chen sat, drinking water slowly, looking into the distance, wondering what she was thinking. Eating devil fruit will have a lot of flaws. The point is, there is no one that suits me right now. Fergo put his hands on his head, sighed for some reason. If I get a good devil fruit in the future, I'll leave it to you. Thanks in advance. Fergo grinned. You Kami still don't have a clue? No, it's harder than I thought, but I'll definitely learn. Ye Chen didn't speak, the two of them just started to rest silently. After all, both of them are the kind of people who don't speak much. In this battle, the two were evenly divided. Although Fergo learned more Rokushiki than Ye Chen's 3 styles were slightly more proficient than Fergo's. After all, Fergo wanted to be distracted. And Ye Chen doesn't need it, just need to be proficient in Soru, Jeppo and Rankyaku. However, this is just the birds of a feather on the body refinement, but if Ye Chen adds devil fruit, then Fergo will definitely lose, which is why Fergo said he lost again. Although Ye Chen has never used his abilities to fight him, but every time I watch Ye Chen cultivation bomb fruit, I probably realize something. Unless your Tekai is stronger, or your Busashoku is awakened, you may be able to withstand 1 or 2 times the explosion, but 10 or 20 times, then the dead scum will not be left. But Fergo doesn't know that now, with Ye Chen's physique and the development of bomb fruit, the formidable power is not what it used to be, and a small pit appears in a radius of 4 or 5 meters. Now, the formidable power has been stronger. The next day, Ye Chen came to the playground as usual, planning a new day of training, because Rokushiki couldn't control it better and had to practice more. However, Ye Chen was frowned as soon as he came to the playground, because everyone was gathered around and seemed to be a little angry. Approaching and starting slowly, Ye Chen's face became serious. Did you know? Last night, Zephyr-sensei came back. I heard that this time, he was seriously injured and needs to recover for a while. Where did you get it from? News? Are you sure? Someone looked suspicious. I saw it myself last night, and now you can ask around in the commercial street. Hi, that's Zephyr-sensei, Marines. The highest battle strength, how can it be so badly injured? I heard that it was done by the 4 major pirates of New World, flying pirates. Flying pirates? Very strong is it? A clear female voice sounded, and Ye Chen knew it was Hina as soon as she heard it. Of course, now New World has 4 oversized pirates, 1 Roger pirates, 1 Whitebeard pirates, 1 Red the Aloof, the last one is flying pirates, the captain seems to be called Golden Lion. It is said that arrest warrants start at 2 billion. There are students with serious expressions, which don't seem to be telling lies. 2 billion? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The bounty now is not so casually quoted in the future. If there is 2 billion, then just there must be that strength. And this is the starting price. This time Zephyr Sensei went to sea. It should be for flying pirates, so he was seriously injured, but there is news that flying pirates is also bad. Zephyr Sensei forcibly looted in flying pirates. I have saved a kingdom and saved a lot of lives. Looking forward, this student's face is full of admiration for Zephyr. After all, this kind of heroic color is exactly what they are at this age. Fantasy. Let me just say, Zephyr Sensei was injured so badly, so the other party must be seriously injured and dying. Yet Chen listened for a while and saw that there was no other news. I left, but brows tightly knit, trying to recall the vague memory in my mind, and generally got some answers. Now, Roger has not yet become the Pirate King, with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and an unheard of Red the Aloof, standing at the peak of the pirate trend, and is currently the strongest pirates in the sea. But if you count the time, it should be a few years before Roger will become the Pirate King. When the time comes, this world is even more dangerous than it is now. Because when Roger becomes the Pirate King, and after he dies, the great age of pirates will open. When the time comes, the number of pirates will definitely increase. When the time comes, marine will be impacted, and the situation in the sea will be even worse. I don't know how long it will be before the plot. When I first watched this anime, I also swallowed it whole. Not long after, I wanted to gain weight, but before I gained weight, I came to this sick world. I know a few famous people, but a lot of things will happen in the future. It seems that you must have the capital to survive before the general trend comes, otherwise you will die accidentally under the general trend. I not only want to live, but also to live well, so that everyone can look up to it. Clenching his fists, Ye Chen emptied his thoughts and began to cultivate. Now, even if he knows something, he doesn't have the qualifications to participate, so the only thing he needs to do now is to become stronger. As long as you have the power, you can do whatever you want in the future. There is no law, no morality, no order, and there are only fists. 3 days later, it really confirmed what Ye Chen said that day, that Zephyr was really injured, and it was still a little serious, because even 3 days later, his body was still wrapped in bandages. Because of this day, Zephyr came to the academy again, obviously taking advantage of his self-cultivation to teach Marine's future. Really very dedicated. Looking at the on platform, Zephyr's face was a little weak, yet Chen sighed again in his heart, such a man who gave everything for Marine, but in the end, his family was ruined. Sure enough, all justice and evil are false, only oneself is true. It seems that everyone has gained something in the past 3 months, which is not bad. Standing on the platform, Zephyr can clearly feel the spirit of everyone below. Even if you don't need to observe, you can know that in these 3 months, everyone has gained something. After all, those who can enter here have potential and innate talent. Just then, a student raised his hand, apparently to ask a question. Strawberry, what's the matter? Zephyr looked at the students who raised their hands, indicating that there was a problem. Zephyr instructor, can you tell us something about the outside world? I heard that there are many powerful pirates in New World. Everyone looked expectantly. Zephyr, even if the people present have gone out, it is only in the 4 seas, or a safe place not far from the marine base camp. As for the New World, it is simply impossible. Rarely, Zephyr suddenly became serious. After pondering for a moment, Zephyr opened the mouth and said, you will all face it in the future. In this case, let's let you know first. I believe you must be curious now, is the injury on my body caused by pirate, as it is rumored now? I can tell you, it is true. Is it flying pirates? Some students raised their hands and asked Road. Yes, flying pirates, one of the strongest pirates in the New World now. The captain is Golden Lion Shiki, a very powerful man. Zephyr's expression was very solemn, subconsciously, and he reached out and touched it. His own bandaged chest. Can't even take Zephyr Sensei? That man is far more powerful than you think. Although I can't take him, he has also never tried to beat me. Extremely confident that no one would think Zephyr was lying, because the qualifications and strength were there. I knew it. Some students, blushing, looked at Zephyr with admiration, thinking that he must become an admiral, and then go out to sea to capture those great pirates who do all evil. This man is a very ambitious overlord, not only a devil fruit ability user, but also a top swordsman, body refinement powerhouse. Zephyr speaks heavily, and the students are fascinated. And Roger pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Red the Aloof, these are all evils that stand in the way of justice. You are all Marine's future, so don't slack off for a moment. This time, Zephyr didn't talk much about it, but just gave a few examples. The purpose is to make everyone realize the cruelty of the sea and the power of the enemy. By the way, inspire everyone, and maintain justice in the future. Yet Chen also listened carefully, but did not take the justice that Zephyr later said to heart, because for him, justice and evil are not his business. What he cares about is himself, how to live. Tomorrow, I will explain Haki to you. I believe that in the past 3 months, your Rokushiki should have already started, so it is time to contact Haki. Zephyr this in a word, yet Chen's heart was shocked, his eyes were widened, and his whole body was shaking slightly. Why did you enter Marine yourself? To live safely is to live for strength, and the most important sign of strength is Haki. Even if Chen is not very clear about One Piece world, but also knows the role of Haki, it is essential and must be mastered, otherwise, there will be no sense of security in life. The next morning, Chen and the others couldn't wait to come to the playground, everyone's faces were full of excitement. You know, that's Haki. Fortunately, I joined Marine myself. Otherwise, how could I learn Haki so early? Does anyone even explain? Chen also didn't expect to learn Haki so quickly, which is a great surprise. It didn't take long, Zephyr was still at that point and jumped to the high-on platform. As soon as I came up, Zephyr was still so clean and neat, no nonsense, and began to explain. Haki, divided into 3 types. First, Busashoku. Raising his hand, Zephyr made everyone's eyes focus on his right hand, but everyone looked, it was no different, the eyes couldn't see it, but they could feel Zephyr's hands, as if something was entangled. Busashoku Haki is also one of the potential powers of the human body. This power exists in everyone's body, but some people can't detect it or use it, so they miss it. Now, on my right hand, there is a layer of invisible energy, it is Busashoku, this is just beginning to awaken, and it is the invisible Haki, that is, the weapon that cannot be embodied. Speaking, Haki, invisible on Zephyr's right hand, suddenly turned black, covering his entire wrist. Immediately, Chen felt a strong force that couldn't be dissolved. That kind of feeling was very strange. This is the Busashoku that has been successfully cultivating it. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr's originally pitch-black Busashoku turned even darker, shining with a dazzling luster. Under the stage, Chen could feel the powerful force that was expanding inside. As for my current Busashoku, it has been deeply cultivated. Remember, Busashoku is a powerful force that can enhance its defensive power and attack power are like wearing armor, it can be invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable, and it can also be heavier than Mount Tai. The most important thing is that it can grab the entity of Logia ability user and deal damage. Smoker, you come up. Zephyr's sudden shout startled Smoker, who was listening intently. You are Logia here, let's try it out. When Smoker came on stage, Zephyr looked at Smoker seriously, obviously must be in order to demonstrate. You keep elemental transformation at all times. Yes. Smoker's face was serious, his body was emitting strange waves, and there was a trace of white smoke, and he started drifting around Smoker's body. Look, everyone, I don't need Busashoku now. Zephyr clenched his fist and threw a fist at Smoker, startling the latter and subconsciously avoiding it. However, how could Smoker's speed be as fast as Zephyr's, so Zephyr's right hand directly penetrated Smoker's body. Without Busashoku, Logia is invincible, because any of your attacks will pass through his body and cannot do effective damage. Now, let's try the newly awakened Busashoku. After finishing speaking, Zephyr fist above condensed with a layer of invisible Busashoku, grabbing towards Smoker, but this time, it didn't penetrate Smoker's body. Although the newly awakened Busashoku can touch the entity of Logia, it is not very useful. Only by mastering the embodiment can it effectively check and balance the Logia ability user. I will not experiment. Remember, Haki will cancel each other out. Everyone's Busashoku varies from person to person. There are many colors, but it can't decide everything. The difference lies in the depth of Busashoku mastery. This kind of energy will be consumed, not endless. If you consume Busashoku excessively, it will consume physical strength and make you weak. Next, there is Kanbunshoku. If Busashoku is the power of the body, then Kanbunshoku is the spirit, that is, the potential power of consciousness. Awaken Kanbunshoku, it will sharpen your 5 senses, perceive attacks, predict the opponent's next move, perceive the strength of the creature, perceive the emotions and thinking of the creature, the position and number of foreign objects in the perception field. These are the abilities of the Kanbunshoku, and the scope and intensity vary from person to person. The most important thing is that the cultivation goes to a deep level, and even will extend some innate ability, which you need to experience later. After finishing speaking, Zephyr suddenly said to Smoker, Smoker, let go and attack me. Yes. Smoker didn't ask why, but his right hand turned into smoke, condensed into a fist, and slammed into Zephyr. But at this moment, Zephyr closed his eyes, put his hands on his back, and stood there quietly, waiting for Smoker's attack to approach. There was no warning, and Zephyr was a tiny fraction of the difference. Kinley, taking a slight step to the left, dodged Smoker's attack. Then, Smoker attacked again and tried his best, but Zephyr with his eyes closed always dodged when he attacked, as if Zephyr simply didn't close his eyes. He could see Smoker clearly attack. Gasped for breath, attacked for a long time without any success. Smoker didn't hit Zephyr with a single punch, but exhausted himself half to death. Opening his eyes, Zephyr let Smoker go down and said to everyone, "This is Kanbunshoku. Next, I'm talking about Houshoku, the most mysterious of the three hakis, also known as the aptitude of the king, is innate and cannot be obtained through cultivation. Among several millions of people, only one person may awaken, because I am not the owner of Houshoku, so I don't know much. Go experience it." After speaking, Zephyr paused for a while, apparently trying to digest it. "Instructor, may I ask Busashoku and Kanbunshoku how to feel the potential power of your body?" Yet Chen raised his hand, looked at Zephyr, and asked seriously, because he is at a loss now. Being beaten. Looking at Chen, Zephyr's eyes revealed appreciation, but it just passed by. "The most effective way is to blindfold you and let people attack you, but you can't fight back. Calm down. Try to let your mind go as far as possible, and let your body feel autonomously. When you feel a different kind of if you want to increase your chances of awakening, you must be prepared to risk your life and experience the crisis of death. On the edge of life and death, you can feel your body faster. Many thanks, instructor." Get the answer he wanted, yet Chen retreated, just frowned. And Zephyr didn't show too much emotion, just squinted his eyes and gave Chen a meaningful look. "Okay, now you all try." Afterwards, Zephyr let everyone move freely, and he rarely left. After all, he is still injured now. After Zephyr left, several people gathered together and were a little confused. "Brother Chen, do you understand?" Hina blinked her eyes and looked at Chen. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand it or not. You just need to be beaten, as the instructor said." Chen is also half understood, but he caught it accurately. The beatings, Zephyr said. As long as Haki can be awakened, what is a little pain? Anyway, he's used to it. At present, Chen has not thought about Houshoku. After all, Zephyr said it very clearly, it cannot be cultivated, it can only rely on chance, and now the primary purpose is to awaken Busashoku and Kanbunshoku. Starting today, we are blindfolded and take turns to attack. Looking at everyone, Chen made up his mind. Sean and Very Good were wailing, because they had been beaten long ago, but they didn't expect unintentional positive outcomes. They beat each other for more than half a year, which has made a shortcut for awakening Haki. It only takes a little time to break that critical point, and they can get it at their fingertips. The sun sets and the cultivation ends during the day. Everyone eats in the cafeteria without even going back to the bedroom. Even Hina takes a shower every day after the cultivation, which is broken today. Entire group came directly to the playground. "Are you ready?" Virgo looked at everyone, especially the pile of pebbles in front of them, with a serious expression. "Can you not be so irritating at first? I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it." Me too." So did Very Good, shivering. According to Zephyr instructor, the best way is to experience death. Now it's only serious injury, not death. Even this pain is unbearable. What will you do in the future? With a cold face, Chen spoke in a rare, heavy tone. But, Xiuan and Very Good, blushing, looked at Chen for a few seconds, and lowered their heads helplessly. "If you don't want cultivation, then just throw it away." Chen didn't force them, just stayed 10 meters away from the crowd. "Whoever says we're not cultivated, we'll die." In the end, Xiuan and Baragud looked at Smoker and Hina's gaze, their chests were raised, and they made a decision. "We came one by one." Virgo bent down, held a stone and threw it. "Okay." Everyone grabbed a handful of stones in turn, surrounded Chen in different directions, 10 meters apart, and looked towards Chen. "Chen, do you want to stay further away?" Smoker, harboring malicious intentions, tossing the stone in his hand, and looked at Chen, lowly laughed. Using pebbles for cultivation, which Chen came up with, is the perfect choice for cultivation Kanbunshoku. If this is accidentally hit, it is no different from a bullet, serious, and even death. Taking out a black cloth from his pocket, Chen blindfolded, opened the mouth and said at the beginning, "Slow down, I don't want to be killed by you accidentally." He. Several people grinned, all laughed by harboring malicious intentions. Now they are throwing a stone with all their strength, and the lethality can definitely penetrate the body of ordinary people. "Are you ready? Let's start." "Shiu, be the first." The stones, like bullets, roared and burst into the air, lashing out towards Chen. Vaguely, Chen could feel the stones attack, but he didn't know from what direction and what distance it came from, and only felt a sense of crisis. Fortunately, the place where everyone is aiming is not a critical place, otherwise it will not be a sense of crisis, but a sense of death. The piercing pain caused Chen's body to be paused. "Brother Chen, are you alright?" Everyone stopped. Hina looked at Chen with a worried expression. "It's okay, continue. Be ready." Chen didn't give up. Shiu. At the beginning, one after another, 10 stones, Chen ate 9, only 1/10 chance, then hit on the body, a bruise. Starting slowly, Chen began to relax his body, avoiding only by feeling. And the speed at which Virgo and the others threw stones, from slow to fast, disordered and in a mess, maybe Hina threw 2 stones at a time, but the others didn't. In short, everything was unexpected. Shiu. The voice of breaking the air became louder and louder. I don't know when Chen mastered the rhythm. The original 1/10 chance began to become a 10th, 2, 3 out of 10, and a strange sense began to appear vaguely in Chen's mind. An hour later, the cultivation was over, and Chen took off the blindfold. Brother Chen. There was a ripple of water mist. Hina looked at Chen's bare arms, which were covered with bruises and bruises, but Chen, in addition to his pale face, actually doesn't change. How's the effect? Fergo and Smoker asked impatiently. Very good, I have a special feeling, this method is effective. Chen's resignation method is effective. Then it's my turn, the same 10 meters as Chen. Virgo took off his clothes directly, exposing his chest, and took out the blindfold from his pocket and blindfolded his eyes. Afterwards, everyone suppressed the idea of being eager to have a try and started throwing stones again, but the object was replaced by Fergo. At the beginning, Virgo, like Chen, was out of 9, but it can be found that with the ebbing of time, Virgo also started slowly, and there were more and more stones to avoid. However, what does that horse grin and the muffled groaning from time to time mean? There is so much pain? Ziyan's eyes jumped. When Chen cultivation started, he didn't see any painful expression. Why did he change to Fergo? The situation seemed wrong. An hour later, Virgo withdrew with bruises all over his body, his entire face not only pale, but also tangled together, full of cold sweat. The muscular upper body was close and numerous with bruises. Brother Virgo, why do I feel that you are in pain? Barigold swallowed and looked at Virgo with some trepidation. It's like a massage, it's okay. Virgo only felt that his upper body had lost consciousness, and inadvertently looked at Chen, who didn't change, and Virgo scolded his mother in his heart. How did this guy hold back? Next, this time, replaced by Smoker. Shiyu. A stone hit Smoker, and on the spot, a scream was spit out from Smoker's mouth, and they were about to put Huan and Very Good scared to cry. This scream is a bit intimidating. They know that Smoker is very tough, but now, Shiyu. Within an hour, the entire playground echoed with the screams of having one's hair stand on end, which was a thrill. In the end, Smoker only lasted for 50 minutes, and couldn't take it anymore, so he just called stop. Smoker, does it hurt so much? Shiyuan touched Smoker's shoulder. On the spot, Smoker jumped up, sucked in a breath of cold air, and yelled, if it doesn't hurt, I'll call it out. But, Bellygood touched the cold sweat on his face. Why couldn't he see it from Chen and Fergo? How did it come to you? The style of painting is so big. Smoker's painful expression directly made the hearts of Shiyuan, Very Good, and Hina feel flustered. After all, Chen's face doesn't change when he cultivates, and Fergo is a twitched mouth. When he comes to Smoker, he screams? It's their turn, okay? Next, Chen said indifferently. Sean, you go. Very Good intends to let Huan test the water, because the two have always been birds of a feather, which is a good reference. Why didn't you go? Shiyuan stared. Hurry up, time is money. Finally, it was Ziyan's turn, but this time the distance was not 10 meters, but 13 meters. Similarly, that scream, like a wolf's roar, have one's hair stand on end. Xiong only lasted for half an hour, and then he couldn't take it anymore. Next is Very Good, which is similar to Hein, not much different. As for Hina, the distance is even further, it is 15 meters, and when everyone throws stones, they all use their strength, but even so, Hina's tears and crash bang flow are miserable of. I don't know, I thought Chen and a few people got together to bully Hina. However, the pain is not in vain, because everyone feels that feeling more or less, although it is very weak, but it is real. However, the cultivation isn't over yet, because it's time to start sparring. This time, Hina, Ziyan, and Very Good really couldn't hold on, so they went back, leaving only Chen, Fergo, and Smoker dragging their bruised bodies. Fighting. Time, always inadvertently, passes silently. It has been 2 months since the last time Zephyr spoke about Sanhaki. In the past 2 months, Chen and the others have undergone radical changes. At the beginning, Busashoku, Kanbunshoku, a few people's life-threatening cultivation, Chen's 10-meter distance began to shorten, becoming 9 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters. That special feeling, in the end, was mastered. And at the same moment, at the moment of Kanbunshoku's awakening, Busashoku, like a warm current, was tightly grasped by Chen, and now, it can form an invisible armor. Bang! The two fists collided, as if shrouded in a layer of invisible power. In midair, Chen and Fergo showed their silhouettes, and at the same time they stepped out, collided. Falling to the ground, both of them were a little embarrassed, but at this time, their expressions were excited. This kind of power is really intoxicating. Fergo looked at the power on his fist, which was rare, and smiled. If only I were like Chen and Fergo and the others. On the other hand, Hina and the others came over and pouted, very envious. As of now, only Chen, Fergo and Smoker have awakened Busashoku and Kanbunshoku. As for Hina, Hin, and Very Good, 2 kinds of haki have also been awakened, but Kanbunshoku is awakened, but Busashoku is awakened. When the spirit is not working, it is not very stable, and it needs to be well stabilized. Don't be discouraged, you are just not fully proficient yet, you can practice more. Smoker is in a good mood, although his haki is not as precipitation as Yachen and Furgo, however, should not be underestimated. Pop. At this moment, not far away, Zephyr clapped his hands, smiled rarely, and walked over. Zephyr instructor. Several people stood up straight and gave Zephyr a military salute, their eyes full of respect. Even Yachen showed a thankful look. Because this man, in his passage to power, pushed him a lot, saving him a lot of time and taking a lot of detours. You guys are better than I thought. I'm very pleased, although Zephyr didn't pay attention all the time in the past 2 months, but sometimes, watching them desperately cultivation, still quite happy. What others can achieve in half a year or even a year, these little fellows only need 2 or 3 months to achieve, and the sweat they put in is definitely twice or even 3 times as much as others. With the current return, Zephyr was not surprised, because he had expected it. It can be said that, abandoning the others, Yachen is the most expected student of Zephyr, and he is also the most proud student he brought out. Even the 3 monsters of Sakazuki can't compare. Maybe now Furgo and the others can't beat each other, but Zephyr is convinced that Furgo and the others will definitely be the pillars of Marine in the future. As for the result, there are many possibilities and possibilities. In short, Zephyr is full of expectations and appreciation for the Virgos. I hope your persistence in the past few months will continue. You know, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Zephyr pressed his hand and signaled everyone didn't have to be so formal. They sat down and started to teach Yachen and the others their experience. For example, some small parts of Rokushiki, and how to make better use of haki, and even some fighting skills. In short, these invisible things, Yachen and the others are like sponges, no stop absorbing. If these experiences are put out, it will definitely cause an uproar, and I don't know how many people want to compete. Zephyr speaks very slowly, with occasional pauses. Starting slowly, Yachen had a lot of things that he didn't understand, and he was suddenly enlightened at once, and even let him concentrate attention completely, not letting go even a word. It took me half an hour to talk, and there may be some clouds and mists in many places, but Yachen wrote them down. Whether he understands it or not, he only knows that there is absolutely no harm in writing it down. 1 month later, I will leave Marineford again. During this period, if you have any questions, you can come and ask me. After speaking, Zephyr stood up and patted dust, smiled at Yachen and the others. Instructor, I have a presumptuous request. Seeing that Zephyr was about to leave, Yachen gritted his teeth and stopped him. You said. Zephyr has a deep memory of this taciturn teenager. If haki has not awakened, then among the 6, Small takes advantage of Logia and is the strongest. But now, Zephyr is convinced that among the 6, this little fellow who doesn't talk much, has a cold personality, and can only devote himself to training, is the strongest. Even, Smoker has no hope of second place, because Zephyr is more optimistic about Furgo. Instructor, I don't know if there are any kind of weight-bearing accessories that can be worn for a long time. The training ground is only 2 tons. I want to change it. Squinting, Zephyr somewhat surprised, he asked, how much do you want? Zephyr's answer made Yachen's eyes light up. Sure enough, Marine was different. 10 tons. PU pass. Soon and very good. Next to them, almost fell to the ground. My brother, are you going to heaven? 10 tons is 20,000 caddies. If this is an ordinary people, they will be crushed to death on the spot. Your appetite is quite large. In Marine, there are only 5 tons of it, and it still needs to be made. It needs to be half a month or more. When you can carry a weight of 5 tons and live a normal life, it is you can go out to sea to find some other cultivation methods. Many thanks, instructor. He looked a little excited, although there was some gap, but 5 tons was also within the acceptance range of Yachen. After all, it is not an easy task to be familiar with the weight of 5 tons, but also to be familiar with normal life, and it may not be possible to complete it in a year or 2. What is normal life? That is when 5 tons does not exist, whether it is bathing, brushing teeth, eating or whatever, it is normal. That kind of difficulty is very high. Now Yachen can carry 2 tons of training, but if it is 5 tons, it may be a problem to walk, and it is said that he is training normally and eating. Even if you are lying down to sleep, the weight of 5 tons will weigh you down, which is a bit terrifying when you think about it. The higher the weight, the heavier it is. Sometimes it exceeds that kind of bearing capacity. Maybe it only takes a few grams to put you on the ground, and this is the limit. Instructor, I also need 5 tons, please. When Yachen proposed this idea to Zephyr, Furgo's eyes lit up. And me. Hina raised her hand, excited, and she didn't understand what it meant to carry 5 tons. You 3 little fellows, it's not good enough. The limit is 3 tons. Exceeding it will cause damage to your body. Looking at Hina, Juan and Baraguda, Zephyr shook the head. As for Smoker, you need to do what you can't force it, one after another commented. With Zephyr's sophisticated eyesight, how can you not see a few people limit? Don't say as long as the breakthrough limit is enough. It is called the limit. Is it so easy to break through? Accidentally, but it will kill people. In a month, I will get it for you. Remember, blind cultivation is not a good thing. Sometimes, you need to relax and relax before you can go farther. Finally, Zephyr left. In fact, there was more than 5 tons of weight in the marine, but according to Yachen and the others' bodies, it was not enough to support, so Zephyr did not at first promise Yachen 10 tons, and the main reason is that Yachen and the others did not get as much attention as Sakazuki. Only when Yachen's real value comes out, maybe at that time, it will be different. And Zephyr's words made Yachen ponder, perhaps, it's time to rest today. 1 month passed quickly. In fact, after half a month, Yachen and the others got what they wanted in less than 20 days. Obviously, Yachen is not the first person to come up with this idea, otherwise, it would not be so fast. After all, it contains weight, and items are petite, very few, otherwise marine would have been popular long ago. This is also Zephyr, otherwise, if you change someone, you may not even think about it. As for who made such a difficult thing, Yachen didn't ask, and Zephyr didn't say either. The first one is 4 bracelets, not to mention, it looks very chic, it is silver white, with just 1 limb. The second one is like a vest, which can be worn outside or inside. Inside, in total, it was exactly 5 tons. 5 tons is 10,000 jin, and each part is exactly 2,000 jin. Zephyr deliberately asked others to do this because it can achieve balance and is the most effective. In the early morning, on the playground, there were 6.5 children, panting and walking brow-beaded with sweat. Yes, from a distance, it looks like a walk. He took the lead, yet Chen stood up straight, his hands were close to his thighs, not because he didn't want to lift, but simply couldn't lift it up, and he used to walk leisurely, but now it takes a few seconds to take a step, and time is also getting longer. He just walked 5 or 6 steps, yet Chen was brow-beaded with sweat, and his physical strength was consumed several times. On one side is Fergo, who is similar to Yachen, except that his waist is slightly bent, and his neck is full of protruding blue veins. Following is Smoker, and now Smoker is swearing in his heart, almost lying down, clenching his teeth, moving slowly like an ant, as if the next moment will fall to the ground. On the same level as Smoker are the 3 Zion, but compared to the 3 Yachen, their faces are not bad. The 3-ton load should be just right for them, at least they can walk normally. But if you want to do other cultivation, it is impossible. Smoker, hurry up, Chen and Fergo are 2 meters away from you. Standing and talking without back pain, Baragood is like a pug, sticking out his tongue. He looked straight at the hunched Smoker with a smile. Did not get up. Smoker still bent over, cursing, "Very good, you bastard, you have the ability to exchange between us. Forget it, I'm not like lying on the ground." Shiyu and was also smiling, extremely harsh. "2 bastards, the cultivation is over, the 2 of you have a treat at the commercial street tonight." Why? Hein and Very Good, they were about to jump on the spot. They are subsidized every month, but there are only hundreds of thousands of belly. The key is that their appetite is still large. This meal will shrink by half. The cultivation is over, I have nothing to do, and my hands are itchy. Suddenly, Smoker said something inexplicable, which made Shiyuan's faces suddenly change. It got dark. "Fuck you," gnashing teeth, Very Good passed Smoker directly, obviously not wanting to continue talking to the bastard. Brother Yachen, Brother Fergo, Zion and Very Good have a treat tonight. Hina also crossed Smoker, excitedly beside Yachen and Fergo, chirp chirp twitter twitter. Cultivation. Yachen replied simply, and immediately blocked what Hina wanted to say, making Hina pouted and coldly snorted. Afterwards, everyone started to work hard. After walking around the entire playground, it was already dusk. That is to say, Yachen and the others walked for almost a day just for a walk. Second day, Yachen and the others were still taking a walk, first familiarized themselves with the 5-ton weight. On the 5th day, the walk was slightly normal. On the 20th day, I can trot. 2 months later, it was time to start trying push UPS. The 4th month begins to leapfrog. 6th month, 10th month. Unconsciously, has been cultivated for a year after carrying 5 tons from Yachen and the others. In the past year, their sweat has formed a small pool, but the return is unimaginable. In this year, there was no major event, New World, and the big pirates were still making waves. Similarly, Zephyr also went out and came back, so did the other marine cotters. Even Sakazuki and the others went out more and came back less. It has been a relatively quiet year. Marineford, Commerce District, a snack street, outside the open air. Yachen and the others sat together, with some delicious food and some spirits in front of them. Cheers! Hina blushed, wearing a pale red dress with long pink hair loose, smiling like a crescent moon, and raised the wineglass in her hand. Unconsciously, everyone has grown another year, and the one who has changed the most is Hina. Now she has completely turned into a little beauty, bumpy and upturned. In Academy, I don't know how many people want to pursue Hina. The most important thing is that the strength of several people now has undergone changes in heaven and earth turning upside down, which is not a little bit worse than the original. Seong, happy birthday. Everyone, looking at tonight's protagonist, smiled. Hee hee, many thanks to everyone. His eyes were a little wet. Xiuyuan raised his glass and looked at a few good friends, feeling very happy. That's right, tonight is Ziyan's birthday. He turns 16. Every time someone has a birthday, they will get together. Some time ago, they had held a birthday party for Baragud, and today, it's Ziyan's turn. The wine in this restaurant is still good. Drying, Bailey Good burped, silly Isho. Rarely, yet Chen didn't frown, but smiled slightly. This year, everyone has worked hard, but we still succeeded. Let's have a toast. Smoker was excited, and now they are all burdened with different weights, but now, as usual, I can eat and drink merrily, as if that weight simply didn't exist. Tonight, Chen and I will pay for it, and everyone will drink it impudently. Fergo smiled, raised his glass, and touched Xiuyuan heavily. Cheers, drink, rest tonight, don't think about those messy cultivation, just relax. For a while, in a frenzy, yet Chen's table has become the scenery of the whole street. Many middle-aged persons and old people, watching the scene, are all sighing that they are still young. They used to eat meat and gulp like this, drinking, but some of those who were once passed away. Brother Yachen, when is your birthday? Brother Fergo, Smoker, Hin, very good, we've all passed, but yours hasn't happened yet. Brother Yachen, when is your birthday? P with wide eyes, Hina looked at Yachen who was drinking sips of wine, and asked curiously, yeah, it seems that you never said your age, Chen, and now, I don't even know how old you are. Smoker put down his glass and was stunned. It seems, looks, except for the name, they know nothing about Yachen's past. I don't know how old I am. Indeed, Yachen really doesn't know how old he is, but he did in his previous life, but Mr. Five is an orphan, how could he possibly know himself? How old are you? Everyone was slightly taken aback, but Virgo suddenly said, in this case, today is also Yachen's birthday, the same day as Ziyan. Cheers. Yes, but Yachen brother is 16 years old, so you will call me Sister Hina in the future. Hina made a little joke, because she was indeed 1 year older than Xiuyuan, so she deliberately joked. Haha, 16 years old, just right. This night, everyone drank happily, and it was very late. The next day, as usual, Yachen was sweating and cultivating. Compared with the previous feeling of rapid improvement, Yachen now feels that he has encountered some kind of diaphragm. He feels that the cultivation continues like this, and it will not have much effect unless he breaks through again. However, breaking through one by one is getting more and more difficult. Afterwards, Yachen thought about it, maybe he should go out and have a look. It's time to take a break and go to sea to experience this cruelty. The world, the current self, does not encounter a powerhouse, and already has the power to protect itself. The most important thing is that it's time for revenge. However, now that I am still a student, it is simply impossible to go out to sea, unless I follow other people and go out to practice like Sakazuki. Brother Yachen, it's not good. Ziyan and Very Good were bullied. While Yachen was exercising, Hina suddenly ran from a distance. Come on, the pretty face is aggrieved, and the eyes are slightly red, obviously crying. Stop cultivation, Yachen frowned. What's the matter? Looking at Hina gasped for breath, Yachen looked indifferent. Today when I was chatting with Momuzagi, the Toki cake started proposing again, I couldn't stand it, and then I scolded the guy, and then. The voice is getting smaller and smaller. Hina is like a child who has done something wrong, her head is lowered, she has no idea that she is 1 year older than Yachen. Let's go and have a look. Yachen felt helpless. In fact, there have been several disputes between the two sides over the years. After all, both sides are full of vigor and believe oneself infallible. The age, impulsive, will inevitably not hit. A few times ago, Yachen just heard from Xiuyuan and the others. After all, there are Smoker and Fergo. Presumably, the other party won't bully them, so he doesn't care. It seems that the dispute is getting deeper and deeper, and it may break out this time. After all, many students are unhappy with Yachen. Maybe it's just a trivial matter, and it may be invisibly magnified. This is the restlessness at this age. On the screen, go back to where Ziyan and the others are. Fell to the ground, bloody nose and swollen face. Juan and Barry Good's mouths are full of blood. It seems that the injuries are not serious, even standing up is a problem. Bang! Sand was flying, and the ground was full of potholes. In the sky, Fergo and Smoker were fighting against the two of them. One of them is Toki Cake, who proposes like Momuzagi every time, the future Marine Headquarter candidate, and the other is the top Vice Admiral Momonga of the future Marine Headquarters. White fist. The huge white mist condensed into a fist, and Smoker slapped Toki Cake with a stern face. There was a muffled sound. Toki Cake clenched his fists with a look of disdain, his pale black arms covered his hands, and he slammed heavily with Smoker. The two fell to the ground, their feet sinking deep into the ground, causing a blast of sand. Brat, you are busy with your own business. Today I will teach you to be a human being. Lifting his feet from the ground, Tokikaki's slightly short body seemed to contain amazing power, disappeared in place, and appeared beside Smoker. The fingers are pitch black. "You bastard, dare to bully Hina, I will kill you." More arrogant, Smoker was angry, covered with the same light black weapon as Toki Cake, and blasted towards Toki Cake. With a deafening sound, the two of them couldn't stop flying backwards, kicking up a cloud of dust and coughing heavily. Standing up, fists bleeding, Smoker dashes out again. For a while, the two of them fought in an inextricable way, and some people watching the fun beside them were full of wonder, because they totally didn't expect that the newbie, Smoker, could resist Toki Cake. You must know that they joined Marine much earlier than Smoker and the others. Even Logia is impossible. Even more how it's just smoke, it's not lethal in the first place. Compared to Smoker and Tokikaki's indistinguishability, the battle on the other side is called blood boiling. The quintessential body refinement, Furgo and Yamakaji, appeared in midair, their fists were pitch black, and they collided with each other like an explosion. Total annihilation. Furgo had a grim expression and kicked his right foot to Yamakaji's waist, but was blocked. As expected, Furgo straightened his left hand, his fingers were pitch black, turned into afterimages, and flashed towards Yamakaji's chest. The scalp was numb, and Yamakaji felt the danger of death. The man in front of him actually wanted to kill him. With a hard look, Yamakaji also used Shigen to do the same. It was a metal-like collision, and a spark flashed between the two. Yamakaji screamed miserably, and his fingers were bent abnormally. In the competition, he lost. Pu. Seizing the opportunity, Furgo kicked Yamakaji in the chest. On the spot, the falling rock splashed, the whole ground burst, and Yamakaji vomited blood and fell to the ground, holding hands, rolling back and forth. At the same time, a 3-meter-long bright white arc, shining and cutting, fell quickly. Furgo even wanted to attack. It seems that this time Yamakaji and the others provoked Furgo, otherwise, not so cruel. At this moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Yamakaji and the crowd who had been watching the play, and the long sword slung on his waist was pulled out suddenly, cutting off Furgo's Rankyaku directly. "Your Excellency, it's too much." Furgo fell to the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and there were several bruises all over his body, all of which were done by Yamakaji. During the battle, Furgo, nor is it easy. With a grim face, Virgo looked at the sword-wielding guy in front of him. Bang! The ground trembled slightly, watching the accessories that Furgo took off and smashing a small hole on the ground. Anigamo and the audience, both he froze for a moment, then twitched his face. These guys, when fighting, still carry such a heavy load? I usually see these guys cultivating, and I think it's just a normal cultivation. Although they work hard, there is no surprise. After all, they used to do this kind of cultivation, but they have been abandoned in the past year or two. Furgo is serious. Not far away, Schwen and Very Good, who are being taken care of by Momuzagi, swallowed saliva and said, "The people watching the show are no longer indifferent, but their faces are solemn, because they can feel a strong aura from Furgo, which is a little dangerous." Until now, they didn't seem to really know these guys who only knew cultivation. After taking off the weight, Virgo felt refreshed all over his body, moved his body a bit, and made a rattling sound, with a strong sense of impact. Whoosh! The ground burst and Furgo disappeared instantly, making the Anigamo complexion greatly changed, but Kanbunchoku at the primary level could only detect a shadow. There was a wind in his ears. Anigamo didn't even think about it, he squatted directly, and the long sword in his hand stabbed directly at Furgo. Zi. A harsh voice sounded. Furgo was bold and armed, and even grabbed Anigamo's long sword with his hand. Grabbing tightly, even if it was covered with weapons, Furgo felt pain and had some stickiness, obviously injured. Furgo's unarmed win, as if in a desperate posture, made Anigamo stared wide-eyed, even distracted. And just so distracted, Furgo kicked out with one kick, without any reservation, and kicked on Anigamo's chest. With a clicking sound, Anigamo spewed blood and flew out. Standing on the ground, Furgo held his blood-filled hands, his eyes flat. It seems that Furgo is very powerful, and he can defeat Yamakaji and seriously injured Anigamo so quickly. In fact, it is not the case. The strength of the two sides is so far apart. In fact, Yamakaji and Anigamo underestimate the enemy. When fighting, no one is sure that they will win. The dust in the sky gradually dissipated, and a silhouette standing up appeared like a shadow. With a cough, Anigamo walked out of the sand and straightened his bones with a throbbing expression. He looked at Furgo with a pale face, his face ugly. Obviously, Furgo's actions directly angered Anigamo, and he was also angry. Bending his body, Anigamo's back suddenly stretched out 6 spider-like arms, which looked a little terrifying, because Anigamo added up to a total of 8 arms, very spider-like. Ability user, Furgo frowned. Looking at this posture, it should be Zoan. The person in front of him is stronger than the previous one. Disappeared in an instant. Anigamo was also a little annoyed and wanted to get back on his feet. 8 hands are equivalent to beating. As soon as he came up, Furgo was completely restrained, and he was completely suppressed by Anigamo. After taking a blow, momentum is big, power is deep, his feet are deep in the ground, and Furgo directly traverses out. Putting down his hands, Furgo stepped on Jeppo, 2 Rankyaku, tore through the storm, and drowned toward Inigamo. Standing on the ground, Inigamo coldly snorted, with the long sword in his hand, quickly waved, a dazzling slash, forcibly slammed into Furgo's Rankyaku. There was an explosion, and in the smoke of gunpowder, Furgo suddenly appeared and kicked Inigamo's head with his right foot. Pang! With a strong and heavy voice, Inigamo put his 4 hands in front of his face, resisting Furgo's attack stubbornly, and the other 4 hands wrapped around his face. Armed, Shigen formed, and stabbed Furgo's body. If this blow is solid, then there will definitely be a few blood holes in Furgo. Without hesitation, Furgo disappeared instantly, appeared behind Inigamo, and punched him. But Inigamo seemed to have eyes on his back, and the 2 spider hands once again resisted Furgo's attack, and the other arms blasted out one after another. The huge crisis caused Furgo to distance himself. Standing in the distance, Furgo sullen, feeling trouble for the first time. However, next moment Furgo's face turned ruthless and he rushed towards Inigamo again. Having the upper hand, Inigamo was in control, watching Furgo rush over with a sneer, and even when he used his abilities, he still wanted to challenge himself, not knowing whether to live or die. The 6 spider arms were deliberately ready to go, and the hand holding the knife slammed out, tearing the ground, and a 2-meter-high slash whistled towards Furgo. Disappearing one after another, Furgo dodged the slash and appeared in front of Inigamo. His entire right arm swelled violently, squeezed his fist, and smashed down on Inigamo in an imposing manner. At the same time, Inigamo's 6 spider arms also blasted towards Furgo. Originally, Inigamo thought Furgo would stop, but no. Takai. Bright eyes, Furgo's entire chest agitated rapidly, and he even wanted to forcibly resist Inigamo's attack. As for Busashoku, Virgo can only be used on both hands and feet at present. For this reason, it is simply impossible to cover the whole body, so only Tekai can defend it. This lunatic. Inigamo's eyes shrank. When the opponent doesn't draw his hand, Inigamo knows the opponent's plan, which is to exchange injuries for injuries. Bang! Blood splattered and the 2 of them attacked their bodies at the same time, and they flew upside down on the spot, like cannonballs. Both sides suffer, really both sides suffer. For a while, neither of them got up. Cough. Confused all over, Furgo wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and started to stand up slowly. The people around were as if they had seen a ghost, their faces were stunned. Can you still stand up? Didn't you see that Inigamo, the Zoan ability user, didn't even stand up? On the other side, Smoker and Tokikaki's attack also divided the winner and the loser, and Smoker also took off his weight, so with Logia's advantage, he suppressed Tokikake, but his own situation was not very good. Glancing at everyone grimly, Furgo walked to Zayan and Very Good, helped the injured Smoker, and was about to leave. And Momuzagi was next to her, opening her mouth and looking apologetic. After all, the cause of the matter was her. Did you just leave after picking things up? What do you think this place is? A serious voice sounded at this moment, and I saw it not far away. Sakazuki stood in front of the crowd with a paralyzed face. 2 days ago, Sakazuki had come back, but when he came to the academy, he saw the battle between Furgo and Inigamo, and the fight was over, so he just wanted to leave? Because they don't know the cause of the incident. In Sakazuki's view, Furgo and the others are completely provocative. Sakazuki's aloof and remote tone made Furgo and Smoker uncomfortable, so no one said anything, just watched coldly. Are there any rules? See, senior brother, don't know how to ask? The silent provocation of Furgo and Smoker made Sakazuki's face look ugly. All of a sudden stand up. It seems that I haven't made a move for a long time. These people dare to refute themselves. It is time to teach them a lesson. There is no respect. Senior brother Tien will teach you what is polite. Handed Juan and Very Good to Smoker. Furgo also told him with practical action Sakazuki. Furgo's defiance made Sakazuki even more annoyed, and determined to teach these guys a good lesson. Squeeze the fist. Sakazuki didn't use the ability, just covered Busashoku, and Furgo, without flinching at all, also punched out. The huge force was as if 2 boulders were smashed together, which was deafening. As soon as they collided, a twitch flashed across Furgo's face, the ground under his feet was even more broken, and he retreated. And Sakazuki also took 2 steps back, looking at Furgo with some surprise in his heart. The guy in front of him is much stronger than he imagined, but it's still not enough to see. Sakazuki extended the hand provocatively and tickled Furgo. The face was condensed. Furgo's face, cold terrifying, disappeared in an instant. Furgo showed no reservations, and appeared on the right side of Sakazuki. His right foot was armed and wrapped, even with a little cracking sound. Serious, Sakazuki can feel the power of that kick. On the spot, he lifted his right foot and resisted Furgo's attack, but he flew backwards, setting off a cloud of dust. He still underestimated Furgo. Somewhat embarrassed, Sakazuki stood up, his face completely gloomy. He felt his face, and he lost all of it at once. As a Logia ability user, Sakazuki is prouder than anyone else. Although Furgo's previous kick didn't hurt him, he knocked himself out. For him, it was a shame. Good on good on. The temperature all around began to rise, and magma began to emerge from Sakazuki, gradually eroding the ground. As Zephyr said, the strength of Logia gave Sakazuki and the others confidence. Although the body refinement has been cultivated, it has not been in depth. Among them, Sakazuki, Kyuzen, and Kizaru are the most direct ones, and their body refinement is the worst among the three. Because of Pika Pika no Mi, it's really strong. Not good. Sakazuki is angry. The surrounding, Strawberry and the others, all stay away from the battle circle, for fear of being affected by Chayu. The one named Fergo will definitely lose, accidentally, and may die. Someone wiped a cold sweat and looked at Sakazuki, who was imposing in a threatening manner, swallowed saliva and said, after all magma, it's not nothing serious. And when everyone didn't know it, the situation here had already alarmed Sengoku and the others. After all, Sakazuki was trained as a future admiral, and every move was being watched. It's fine if you change it to the usual one, but the key is that Magma Fruit's destructive power is amazing, and it will accidentally damage the building, so Marine has already notified the people above. Brat, bow your head and admit defeat, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With magma dripping from both hands and the smoke of one after another, Sakazuki looked at Will proudly domineering. Still did not speak. Fergo still told Sakazuki with actual actions, and his arms spread, and he even took the lead. Courting death. Seeing that Virgo not only refused to admit defeat, but took the lead in launching an attack, he simply ignored him. On the spot, Sakazuki also shot, turning his right fist into a magma, drowning the pass towards Fergo. Zi. Wherever the magma was covered, there was smoke. Without hard resistance, Fergo used a shave away, then in midair, kicked out 2 Rankyaku. Without looking, simply not defending, Rankyaku directly smashed Sakazuki. Next moment, Sakazuki recovered and attacked Fergo. Now Fergo's haki is still too weak, so he can only condense his body and cannot cover the energy attack, otherwise, Sakazuki may suffer a dark loss. If this is Rankyaku kicked by Zephyr, Sakazuki may have been seriously injured and dying if he hadn't undergone elemental transformation ahead of time. Dai Funka. Magma's agitation, Sakazuki's right fist turned into a magma giant fist, like a volcano erupting, with a whistling sound, covering the pass towards Fergo. The fiery breath, the destructive power is amazing. Fergo gritted his teeth, covered his arms, and directly slammed his fists up. Pu. Spit blood and spattered, Fergo's face turned pale, like a cannonball, he smashed into a building, causing a collapse. Step by step, with magma dripping from time to time, Sakazuki clenched his fists and walked towards the ruins. Shiyu. One after another, from the ruins, a lot of sawdust flew out, stabbing towards Sakazuki with a cracking sound. It didn't work at all. Sakazuki ignored it, because the sawdust all passed through his body, or was engulfed by magma. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Fergo walked out of the ruins, staring at Sakazuki with no fear. Shiyu disappeared, appeared in front of Sakazuki. Fergo gritted his teeth, Shigen wrapped his arms, and blasted towards Sakazuki fiercely. May go. Roaring out, Sakazuki's right fist turned into a vicious dog, as if crawling out of hell, with a strong impact, slammed into Will go. Crack. Groaned, Fergo's face turned pale, his entire arm was bent, like a throwing arc, and he moved out heavily on the ground, leaving behind a long crack opened, and the riot was unbearable. Magma's destructive power, impact, and simply is not something that Fergo can resist now. Forcibly bombarding it will only hurt. Fergo, not far away, Smoker, with an angry face, directly joined the fight and attacked Sakazuki. A Logia, mixed with these people, no wonder it's so weak. Watching Smoker's huge fist of smoke, Sakazuki coldly snorted. Except for Logia, he looks down on any other ability user. Dai Funka Magma's fist, the size of a house, with the power like a hot knife through butter, collided heavily with Smoker's white fist. Along the way, magma split and turned into countless small fireballs, setting the surrounding buildings on fire. Brow beaded with sweat, Smoker maintained his white fists, his feet sunk into the ground, but even so, he kept retreating. On the opposite side, Sakazuki advanced step by step, completely suppressing Smoker. Get out of here. With a roar, Magma's fist exploded, Smoker vomited blood, and flew out, setting off a piece of gravel and sand. Looking at the two people who fell to the ground, Sakazuki dismissed it. With your little strength, you dare to challenge things, overestimate one's capabilities. Falling down on the ground, Fergo bent his hands and was scalded by magma. He tried to stand up several times, but failed. Cough. He vomited blood constantly in his mouth, as did Smoker, who had lost his battle strength. Still refused to accept. Sakazuki was full of pride, looking down at the two like a powerhouse. Fergo looked cold, but his eyes were full of ridicule. Bah! Smoker went too far, and even spat, laughed disdainfully, and expressed everything with his attitude. Sakazuki's face darkened on the spot, and black smoke began to rise from his body. In the dark, from start to finish, there are 3 pairs of eyes watching. Seeing that Sakazuki is still ready to shoot, one of the silhouettes, ready to stop. Sengoku, wait a minute, the little fellow is here. Zephyr, the little fellow you have high expectations for? A bit of fun. That's right, those three are Zephyr and Sengoku, and Crane. With us here, nothing will happen, just take a look and see. Zephyr didn't say anything, just said a word. Then let's see. Sengoku, who was about to stop him, suddenly became a little interested. The scene returned to the scene. Sakazuki saw that Furgo and Smoker were still unconvinced, and without the slightest hesitation, he punched directly. On the spot, a weak version of Magma's fist smashed directly at the two of them. Sakazuki can also distinguish the seriousness. This blow will only make the two of them lie in bed for a month or two, and will not hurt their lives. Otherwise, if he kills these two people, he will definitely have a hard time. Shiyu. Just at the crucial moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Magma's fist, punched out, Magma shattered, like a goddess scattered flowers, toward splash all around. The whole scene was slightly quiet, and all looked at Ye-Chen, who suddenly appeared. It's okay. Turn around. Ye-Chen extended the hand, looking at the miserable appearance of Furgo and Smoker, frowned. If you come later, I'll be fine, but for now, it's fine. Smoker stretched out his hand and stood up under Ye-Chen's pull. Furgo doesn't have much to say about Smoker's words, but just nods to Ye-Chen. Let's go. Supporting the two, Ye-Chen ignored Sakazuki and wanted to send the two to the infirmary. After all, Furgo's injury was a little serious, especially that hand. Ye-Chen doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean others don't want to cause trouble. Sometimes you don't want trouble, but trouble will come to you. A silhouette stopped directly in front of Ye-Chen, condescendingly. Are you also so uneducated? You don't know the cultivation ceremony when you see senior brother? Lifting head, Ye-Chen, his face was expressionless, there was no emotion in his eyes, he didn't even say a word, and walked directly to the side. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Ye-Chen's indifference, for some reason, made Sakazuki even more angry, because the other party didn't even have a trace of anger or disdain, and he just regarded himself as himself does not exist. This is more angry than disdain, and Sakazuki is the kind of person who is particularly high-spirited, so you can imagine his current mood. However, Ye-Chen still didn't answer Sakazuki's provocation. This time he didn't even look at it, he directly supported Furgo and Smoker, and changed direction again. One or two times, finally, on the third time, Ye-Chen lifted his head, but instead of looking at Sakazuki, he looked at Hina, who came over. Hina helped them both to the infirmary, gasped for breath, Hina's chest heaved violently, which was extremely attractive. Yes. Hina hurriedly stepped forward and supported Smoker. This injury won't kill us yet. Help us out. Smoker glanced at Sakazuki wickedly, and left with Hina reluctantly. In the end, Furgo didn't say anything, just stood in the safety sector domain, looking at the center. His arm was already straightened by him. In the entire scene, two people, one tall and one short, looked at each other, one with a gloomy face and the other indifferent. Around, some onlookers couldn't help swallowed saliva and said, because I don't know when, the atmosphere of watching the play suddenly became heavy. This world, the height of the human body is really unimaginable, yet Chen is at most about 1.8 meters. In the previous life, it is just right, not tall or short, but compared with Sakazuki, it is directly short. 2 heads, nearly half a meter. Looking at Sakazuki's age, at most 20 years old, not even necessarily 20 years old, but at this age, he is actually 2 heads taller than Ye-Chen. Just compare it, it is a flaw. In the audience, Sakazuki kept looking down at Ye-Chen with extreme contempt. Brat, if you admit defeat, I'll let you go, otherwise, I'll let you lie in bed for a month. 5 fingers clenched, and a click sounded, with strong sense of threat. Looking at Sakazuki coldly, Ye-Chen didn't speak, just took off his weight, because Ye-Chen knew who he was facing, and he wouldn't take it lightly. Not far away, Onigamo and the others looked at the bracelet that smashed the ground into a small pit, and twitched their mouths again. Sure enough, the small team of 6 people were not very normal. Even Sengoku and Tsuru, who were watching in the dark, were slightly surprised. Throwing away the weight, Ye-Chen felt that he was lifted into the air all of a sudden. The feeling of ease was unprecedented. Disappeared in an instant, Ye-Chen was faster than Furgo and appeared directly in front of Sakazuki. His originally calm face suddenly turned hideous. Being completely different from before, Ye-Chen now is like a specter. His dark pupils are full of cruelty. Eyes flicked, looking at Ye-Chen, who was close at hand. Sakazuki didn't have time to fight back and could only do elemental transformation. However, it was still a little slower, and with a groan, Sakazuki's whole body flew, turned into magma, and scattered all over the place. Condensing her body and appearing in the distance, Sakazuki reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. A little unbelievable. But at this moment, the back was cold, and a sound of breaking the air came straight across, causing a wave of wind and waves. He stretched out his hand in front of his head, the magma that filled the sky was broken, and Sakazuki was broken again. Reconsolidating his body, Sakazuki had a gloomy face and a fierce look in his eyes. The guy in front of him, he must look good. landed to the ground, yet Chen looked at Sakazuki in awe, his hands were covered with arms, and disappeared again. In the beginning, Sakazuki took it lightly, but now, he became serious, and on the spot, Kanbunshoku spread, felt the turmoil on the left, the right fist was agitated, the magma boiled, and he slammed it directly. Bang! The dull voice, a black fist collided with Magma's big punch, splashing all over the sky, yet Chen did some backflips and stood on the ground, looked at his smoking fist without the slightest expression, and Sakazuki took 2 steps back. Whoosh, whoosh. The ground was torn, and 2 3-meter-high slashes slashed towards Sakazuki, imposing manner in shock. Coldly snorted, Akainu clenched his fists, and with the eruption of magma, the slash disappeared without a trace, but Sakazuki's attack was also exhausted. At this moment, Chen appeared on the right side of Sakazuki, with blue veins spreading on his right hand, covered with a layer of armed force, and slammed down Sakazuki's waist fiercely. I've been waiting for you for a long time. With a successful face, Sakazuki slammed his left hand towards Chen, obviously waiting for Chen to get close. The sky collided, a blast of dust swept across the ground, and the entire magma-covered ground burst, forming a crater 5 meters in diameter. Brat, you're still too young. Sakazuki pierced through his right foot and kicked Chen very ruthless. Seriously injured. Disappeared in an instant, Chen dodged, appeared behind Sakazuki, and kicked out. In an instant, Sakazuki's elemental transformation caused Chen to pounce, and what followed was Sakazuki's super attack. May go. The temperature rises, as if to suppress something. Sakazuki's face is crazy, his right hand turns into a magma-fierce dog, facing Chen's stomach, biting past. Covered with double fists, Chen only had time to stop in front of him. A huge force rushed in, Chen vomited blood, turned into a cannonball, smashed several buildings one after another, and fell into the rubble. Good on, good on. Standing outside, Sakazuki formed a magma on half of his body, constantly eroding the ground, and the surrounding temperature continued to bake. Brother Chen. Outside, Hina's eyes were slightly red, and the tears were swirling, almost overflowing her eyes. Don't worry, that guy's real ability hasn't been used yet? Over the years, he has been playing against Chen, and Fergo is very aware of Chen's ability, so he has no worries. But, believe him. Smoker and Shiyuan are also nodded, because they all know that Chen is in this small group is the strongest. The rest of the people, but they are shouting ahead, because Sakazuki is really too strong, the name of monster is not called for nothing. In the dark, Sengoku and Tsuru are also side. Although the little fellow is also very talented and innate, compared to Sakazuki, he is still a little worse. Zephyr, this little fellow is very good, but compared to Sakazuki, it's still a little worse. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, the names of these 3 people are still too much it's loud, and compared with the 3 of them, there is still a big gap between the others. However, this little fellow has the potential to become Vice Admiral. Maybe in a few years, Marine Headquarters, and a few more Vice Admiral, so it's a happy event. Tsuru on the peace side, nods with a smile. Don't forget, this little fellow is also an ability user. Zephyr folded his arms and did not refute, because he knew very well that this little fellow had the potential to become an admiral. Ability user? What is it? Sengoku was stunned for a moment. Although he said he paid attention to Academy, he at most remembered Smoker, because that little fellow was also Logia, like Moku Moku no Mi. Others didn't go deep. After all, he has a lot of things every day, how can he have time to pay attention to a little child? It seems to be Paramecia. Crane stood aside, as if remembering something. Paramecia bomb fruit. Zephyr smiled, giving Sengoku and Crane a look of good play. Just as the 3 of them were talking, Chen, who got up from the ruins, attacked Sakazuki again, but this time, it was destined to be shocking. Bang! Chen kicked Sakazuki, but was stopped by Sakazuki's hand. Brat, if you only have the strength, then lay me down for a month. The victory was in hand. Sakazuki looked at Chen proudly, and planned to use all his strength to directly learn about this brat. But when Sakazuki was about to attack, Chen suddenly laughed. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion soaring into the sky rolled up the ground, and the wind was flying, forming an incomparable impact, tearing the ground without dead ends, and drifting gunpowder smoke, forming a black cloud that swallowed everything. Bang, bang. The entire venue was chaotic, countless buildings collapsed, and Inigamo and the others, who were watching the battle not far away, were directly blown away go out. The riots continued unabated for a long time, and the entire venue was in a mess. One after another, the smoke of gunpowder constantly floated into the sky. At the very center, there was a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters, which was 3 or 4 meters deep, the horrible to see reflected in everyone's eyes. All around, in a mess, with debris everywhere, forming cracks and flats. Standing on the outside, Momonga and the others opened their mouths wide. They were a little embarrassed because they were knocked off by the impact, but now they didn't have time to sort it out. Instead, they looked at the edge of the big pit. That silhouette is looming. This explosion is too unimaginable, so they are slightly tinnitus, serious, and even dull. Cough, cough. On the other side of the pit, a large piece of magma condensed and gradually returned to its original form. I saw Sakazuki's face covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. In fact, the injury was not serious, but it happened so suddenly that he couldn't react in time and suffered some shocks. When everything subsided, Sakazuki stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood stasis. Aloof and remote was no longer an expression of a dignified expression across the 10-meter hole. What's your name? Speaking equally, this explosion made Sakazuki realize the guy in front of him. He is proud, but it is for the weak. If it is powerhouse, he will give respect, that is to say, now Sakazuki agrees with Ye-chan. Becoming an admiral is by no means a stupid person. Only after a deep understanding can one understand the essence of a person. Standing on the opposite side, Ye-chan's right foot was still smoking gunpowder, and there were even zi sparks, but the trousers disappeared. This time, Sakazuki's inquiry, Ye-chan answered. Ye-chan, very good, you are better than those two guys, you deserve my best shot. Magma appeared all over again. Sakazuki even wanted to fight. Ye-chan didn't speak, just made preparations to attack. It's all right. At this moment, three people suddenly appeared on the field, making Ye-chan's expression congeals, because neither Kanbunshoka nor his eyesight could see clearly how did these three appear. Zephyr-sensei, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru. When the people around them saw the faces of the three, they all saluted and their expressions became serious. Take the injured student to the infirmary. Sengoku spoke first. Yes, Momonga and the others sighed in relief, and it looks like they won't be punished this time. After Sengoku finished speaking, Ye-chan walked to Furgo and Smoker, directly helped them up, and was about to head towards the infirmary, while Hina supported Zayan and very good. What's your name? Just a few steps away, Sengoku asked. Although he already knew it, he still asked. Ye-chan. Supporting Furgo and very good, Ye-chan's dark and indifferent eyes looked towards Sengoku, which can be said to be very rude. However, Sengoku didn't feel sick, but nodded with a smile. After all, the three of Sakazuki were there, even more how he also learned from Zephyr's mouth that this little fellow rarely talks and is rather withdrawn. And in his capacity, there's no reason to be angry, otherwise, Sakazuki, Kuzan and the others would have died a long time ago. Yet Chen's expression even made Sengoku take a higher look. After all, guys with weird temperaments are not weak. To put it bluntly, the identities of the two sides are simply not on the same level, and the future shown by Ye-chan is very good enough to attract Sengoku's attention. Watching Ye-chan help Furgo and Smoker away, behind him, Sengoku smiled a little. Zephyr, your vision is still so accurate. This little fellow has good innate talent and perseverance, but he is too withdrawn. Zephyr laughed. Today, yeah, the strength that Chen showed made his eyes shine. It's normal, isn't that the case when you were young? He was by the side and gave the two friends a blank look. I think of the young and frivolous. This little fellow, no surprise, has the potential to become a vice admiral or even an admiral, and needs to be focused on. Also, report this to Fleet Admiral Kong. Now that the sea is getting more violent, it's time for Marine to add fresh blood. Let's go together. Fleet Admiral's office. First, Sora is dealing with government affairs, and the wind and rain on the sea recently swayed him, making him a little overwhelmed. For example, Roger and Whitebeard met, the Golden Lion was recruiting men again, and there was no news about Red the Aloof, but the sea has a legend from time to time. What vampire? PMT is not afraid of these pirates, but worried that they will unite. If these four, or as long as two are united, then enough for Marine to drink a pot. Fleet Admiral Kong. After a while, the three Sengoku came to the office. Today as a rare visitor, the three of you appeared at the same time. Putting down the government affairs, Sora looked at Zephyr in surprise. After all, Zephyr rarely came to him when he was free. Fleet Admiral Kong, look at this. Tsuru had foresight and recorded the video Den Mushi of Ye-chan and Sakazuki's battle just now. What is it? You still need to record it? Sora raised his eyebrows and looked at the three subordinates suspiciously. Den Mushi opened, empty at first and didn't take seriously until Sakazuki showed up. Sakazuki, is this little fellow causing trouble? Very rare, as Marine's highest fleet admiral, every day his busy feet don't touch the ground. He even calls out given Sakazuki's name. It was clear that Sora had already paid attention to Sakazuki. Then Ye-chan appeared, until the battle between the two little fellows started slowly. Sora frowned, although the battle between the two little fellows was full of weak spots in his eyes, but he wanted to know how old they are now. With the last explosion, Sora's face turned serious, and then there was joy. What's the name of this little fellow who fought with Sakazuki? After reading it, Sora looked at Zephyr. Because of Marine Academy, Zephyr spent the most time, and once looking at this little fellow, you know that he is a student. Ye-chan. Zephyr sat in a chair, drinking coffee. Bring me the information of Marine Academy, a student named Ye-chan. On the spot, Air dialed a Den Mushi on the desk. Zephyr, this seedling is good. After the broadcast of Den Den Mushi, Sora's face was very good. Not only this Chen is good, but also that Furgo. It seems that the next generation of Marine may be far better than us. Rarely, Sengoku made a joke. By the way, why didn't I see Garp? Recently, his brat seems to be a little rebellious, and was brought back to East Blue by Garp for education. You mean Dragon? Didn't he graduate long ago? Become a rear admiral and perform a mission outside? The specific situation is not very clear. It seems that this time Garp finishes his mission. Where will he go to the dragon? After looking at it, I didn't know why. I got angry and called me directly, and then took his son back to Fusha village for education. Then old guy, who brought the Dragon Academy, let me teach, and I found out that armed and Kanbunchoku Haki, Rokushiki, have all learned. What can I teach? The old bastard is definitely here to entertain me. Zephyr, no knowing what he remembered, his face darkened, and the corners of Garp's mouth twitched when he recalled the way Garp's nostrils were showing off. I am a monster, my son is a monster. Ha ha. Report. Not long after, a signal soldier came in with a stack of documents in his hand. Fleet Admiral Kong, here's the material you want. Put the material on the empty desk, and in the hands of Zephyr and the others, the signal soldiers go their separate ways with a military salute. In the empty nodded, walked out of the office. Below, the three of Sengoku were drinking coffee while looking at the information in their hands. Begging in Sabayati Archipelago since childhood, looking for garbage to support life, was caught by thugs 2 years ago, sold into auction house, and finally bought by others, tortured, and then killed, ran to Marine the station. It is very detailed. Chen's previous information on joining Marine was actually investigated clearly. Even, life after joining Marine is very detailed. Unconsciously, several people have put down their coffee and their brows have tightened. It seems that the little fellow is withdrawn, not without a reason. Putting down the materials, Sengoku sighed. This little fellow's childhood can be said to be tortured, and like Chen, the whole world does not know how many there are. The rest are also faintly sighed. They are not too emotional about what happened to Chen, because before this, they have seen thousands of absolutely such children. Do you have any ideas? Do you think you can focus on training? Putting down the materials, Sora looked at Zephyr and the others. This little fellow's life experience is definitely an orphan, very clean. As for the status of slave, there is nothing at worst. With the experience of Sengoku and the others, trifling the identity of slave is not taken seriously. If it is the hoof of wyvern, they may think about it, but ordinary slave seal, it does not matter. Paramecia Bomb Fruit, judging from the battle between him and Sakazuki, is very strong, and this little fellow has good perseverance and potential, plus our marine shelters him, and he is compared with his life, there will be no problem. The most important thing is that this little fellow's character is very withdrawn, but he is worthy of praise for his companions. But this little fellow, the self-esteem of this fellow is very strong, and his arrogance is not weaker than that of Sakazuki and the others, but he is just not good at expressing himself. Preliminary estimation, this little fellow is indifferent to everything and only cares about things related to himself. It's not good or bad. The crane looked at it very comprehensively, from the ability, personality, and a general analysis. It seems that there is no opinion. The one who has the most contact with this little fellow is Zephyr. Zephyr, what is your opinion? What is it? After speaking, Crane looked towards Zephyr, and Sora and Sengoku also looked over. According to my contact, he can become an admiral candidate, but his character may cause something to happen in the future. His identity as a slave has caused him a lot of trauma. Maybe he will meet him in the future. Slave, he will come to the rescue, which is right for Marine's justice. However, the slave's involvement is huge, and we have to be prepared. Zephyr looked at the empty space. Things look far too far. It's a problem, but it's not a problem. Regarding Zephyr's concerns, Crane laughed, said, if this little fellow really becomes an admiral, I believe there are some problems, and it's not a problem. I forgot. Zephyr froze and grinned, laughed. Indeed, as long as you become an admiral, many problems will not be problems, even if it is vice admiral. In this way, just like Garp, he can do whatever he wants, and marine system simply doesn't work for him. If that's the case, then I don't have any opinion. I can train him as a marine headquarter candidate. I have no opinion either. Sengoku replied immediately. Since you have no opinions, then this little fellow is the same as Sakazuki and the others. In addition, Zephyr, the Furgo you mentioned earlier is the same, focusing on training. Soon, Sora gave the answer. After all, the more talents Marine has, the stronger Marine can be. By the way, the Marine Academy graduation ceremony will be held in 5 months. If this little fellow can enter the top 10 and graduate early, I will personally give him the rank. Zephyr, you can tell them this, and this time, there are other great rewards. This is a good way. When the time comes, there is a good show to watch. Okay, let's talk about the sea, the power of the golden lion, the next day, the news of Chen and Sakazuki's fight is spread throughout the academy, and now many people are half convinced, watching Chen and the others fight. The eyes have changed. Who is Sakazuki after all? That's a monster. According to the grapevine, Sakazuki is still injured, which is a big news. Even Borsalino and Kuzan were alarmed. After all, Sakazuki's strength, they both knew very well. If they could hurt Sakazuki, it meant that this guy named Yachen was not simple. Early in the morning, everyone was told to gather at the playground, because Zephyr had something to explain. Before Zephyr came, many people's eyes turned to Yachen. On the other hand, Hina held her head up like a proud peacock. I don't know, I thought she was looking at her. However, there are still many students staring at Hina, because Hina is growing more and more bumpy and warped. As for the four of Furgo, they were wrapped in bandages, but their faces were much better. Similarly, Tokicake, Onigamo, and Yamakaji are all wearing bandages, and now a few people are standing in the crowd with extremely hot eyes. Silence appear out of thin air. Zephyr stood high on the platform with a very serious expression. All the students suddenly looked away and stood up straight. 5 months later, it will be the graduation ceremony. Many of your Vice Admiral will leave the academy and become the real Marine. This ceremony, Fleet Admiral Kong attaches great importance to it, will personally award the results. Excellent students, among them, the top 5 can directly become Rear Admiral, but don't be discouraged, the top 10 are rewarded, very generous, I hope you can perform well. Zephyr's comment, in other words, many students are stared wide-eyed. This is a rare opportunity. As long as you enter the top 10, you will not only be rewarded, but also graduate smoothly. Then disband, I won't arrange any tasks for you in these 5 months, you cultivate yourself. Dismiss everyone, every student's face is full of an order to get excited, including Sakazuki and the others. They are strictly speaking, and they have not graduated. They just have the opportunity to follow Garp and the others to C&C. Only after graduation can they have their own rights. That kind of feeling is different. Yeah, Chan. Just as Furgo and the others were about to leave, Sakazuki, who was not far away, came over, attracting everyone's attention. After all, many people are very curious about the last battle. I'll wait for you for this graduation ceremony. With a serious expression, Sakazuki looked at Yachen and wrote a challenge letter. With an indifferent expression, Yachen didn't speak, just nodded. Sakazuki's gauntlet made Borsalino and Kuzan in the distance frowned. After all, Sakazuki has always been above the top, even facing them, sometimes not necessarily on an equal footing. Of course, Borsalino and Kuzan's personalities are kind of lazy, and unless it's too much, they simply won't see them angry. This world, after all, is power first. If Yachen has no power, how could Sakazuki say such a thing? To be arrogant, but also to have strength and capital. After the show, Yachen, 6 people, walked to the other side, planning daily cultivation. This time, I'm going to graduate too. Hina clenched her fists and cheered herself up, her pretty face flushed. She had long wanted to go to sea. The world is beautiful. Don't even think about it, maybe there is hope for the 3 of them, Furgo, Chen, and Smoker. Shiyuan said with a sullen face, knowing the strength of himself and the others. You have no ambition at all, no wonder your strength has always been so weak. Hina turned around unhappily, staring at Shiyuan with a fiercely face. There are still 5 months, you should cultivate well. All strive for graduation. It might be dangerous to be with very good. As for him, Yachen, and Smoker, they will definitely graduate. Originally, they were not eligible to participate in graduation. After all, they have only joined elite class for a few years. It is reasonable to say that it will take some time, but this time, according to Zephyr Sensei, they are also eligible to participate in graduation ceremony. Come on, for graduation, I'm going to be hard on myself in the next 5 months. Hina made up her mind with a puffed face. Come on together, let's do cultivation. Hina and the others cheered up, making Yetchen's mouth slightly curved. But just when everyone wanted to cultivate, Zephyr came over. Instructor. Standing up straight, the expressions of the 6 were serious. Yachen, Fleet Admiral Kong, let me tell you that if you can make the top 5 this year, you will be handed the rank of Rear Admiral. Also, don't let me down. As soon as he came up, Zephyr looked at Yachen, laughed. Yes. Yachen showed no expression, he didn't take seriously the so-called honor, all he wanted was power. Instructor, I have a request. Looking up, Yachen looked at Zephyr seriously. Say. Now Yachen is the focus of attention, and many resources will be open, just like the treatment of Sakazuki and the others, but many people don't know about it. My load can't put pressure on me anymore, I want heavier load. Yachen's request, let Zephyr frowned. How much does it need to be? Zephyr knows that now this little fellow still has 5 tons of weight on his body. At first, because he was not taken seriously, the maximum weight was only 5 tons, but now it is different, because Yachen the value has already been reflected. 10 tons. Gritting his teeth, Yachen looked firm. 10 tons, do you know that every pound you increase will increase several times? Now you are carrying 5 tons. If you are adding 5 tons, you may have mortal danger, which has surpassed you. The limit. Zephyr's face is a little ugly, because Ye Chen's request, some arrogant and conceited. Don't think that Ye Chen can easily carry 5 tons, but if you add another ton, it will definitely put Ye Chen down, because the added weight is not 5 plus 5, but 5 times 5, and the difference is not a star and a half. Just like a diver, when 30 meters is his limit, even if he dives another half a meter, there is mortal danger for the diver, because that half meter is the sum of several 30 meters. I know, but I have to break through my limits and make myself stronger. With cold eyes, Ye Chen knows what he is doing. He is not at the graduation ceremony competing for the first place, or competing against each other. As long as he has strength, he can make his life better in the future. The blood and sweat he shed now, he believes, will eventually return in the future. Within half a month, I'll give it to you. Zephyr blinked, and finally agreed. Instructor, if I can, I also need a set of weights. Fergo and the others on the side, of course, will not miss this opportunity. You guys, I will prepare according to your limit, also after half a month. Looking at Fergo, Zephyr nods. After all, these little fellows are not weak either. 5 months from now, I hope all 6 of you can give me a surprise. Yes. Graduation ceremony is very important for every student, because a good ranking will get a lot of rewards. Not only graduation, but also the allure of being an official Marine is great. Zephyr said half a month. In fact, it was 5 days earlier, and on the 10th day, Ye Chen and the others had already handed over the load. This is the gap between being valued and not being valued. If it is not valued, Ye Chen's request will be simply impossible to achieve. Even if it can be achieved, it will definitely not be completed in 10 days. Months. The weight is no different from the one at the beginning. It is still a bracelet, but the weight has increased a lot. It's hard to imagine that a bracelet, at least a few thousand pounds, is 20,000 pounds in 10 tons. It can directly crush a person, but it is concentrated in this small bracelet, and it has to be talk about the magic of this world. Ye Chen's is 10 tons, Fergo's is 8 tons, Smoker's is 6 tons, and the 3 of Hina, Huan and Very Good have changed from 3 tons to 5 tons. As soon as I got the weight, a few people couldn't wait to get up for cultivation. As soon as I put it on, Shiyu and didn't pay attention, and fell a dog and ate shit. Even vomited blood. Okay, so heavy. The others weren't so good either, with blue veins winding and clenching their teeth. It's really like what Zephyr said, even if they gain a pound now, it's a big challenge. One by one, before taking a step, they were sweating profusely and gasping for breath. As for Ye Chen, he was also pressed to the ground at the moment, unable to move even a little bit, panting anxiously. Don't use any power, save pure physical power, otherwise Ye Chen will never be in such a mess when he uses haki or ability. Lying on the ground, Ye Chen felt extremely difficult to breathe, as if there were several mountains on his back. The whole range made him unable to move. Zion and the others could still talk, but Ye Chen, now even speaking is a great difficulty. 5 months, only 5 months, I have to adapt. His hands seemed to be filled with lead. Ye Chen gritted his teeth and wanted to support the ground, but after a few seconds, he fell to the ground weakly, with some irregular injuries. I believe that if you try again a few times, the hand will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure, and it will burst. Now there are only 2 parts of bomb fruit developed by Ye Chen, one is the head and the other is the heart. I don't know why, every time I develop these 2 places, it is extremely difficult. The distance, like 1,000 meters, is very far. But once Ye Chen found that as long as the body breaks a limit, the development of bomb fruit will be easier, and the formidable power will also be stronger. The last time I fought with Sakazuki was the best proof. Bomb fruit is more dependent on the body, which is why Ye Chen has to carry 10 tons of weight, because his body becomes stronger, then bomb fruit is easier to develop. Both have connection. As long as you develop bomb fruit to the whole body, at that time, it is equivalent to Logia's elemental transformation. As long as you don't encounter super strong haki and Karoski and other weaknesses, you are a real humanoid walking bomb. At that time, there will be capital for the initial wave. Otherwise, with the formidable power that explodes by oneself, when encountering a powerhouse, you will only have the chance to hit the street. Don't look at Ye Chen's explosion now, it can move 10 meters flat and cause unimaginable damage. If you try it with Zephyr, you may stand there, he is just a little scratched. If you use Busashoku, it is estimated that the defense will not be broken. This is the difference between Ye Chen and peak powerhouse. Dawn breaks, and the red clouds on the horizon, on the sea level, are changing in various shapes, like shadows. On a new day, I don't know how many people die at this moment, and I don't know how many people with dreams, riding the wind and waves, cheering and wailing on the blue abyss sea. The warm sunlight, lightly sprinkled down, illuminated a thin body, a long shadow, erratic, welcoming youth, sweating recklessly, dripping to the ground, invading the ground in the blink of an eye. 80, 81, 82, put on the ground with both hands, stand upright. One after another bean-sized bead of sweat kept slipping down. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, heaving up and down. You could see that the muscles in those arms were tense and the veins were spreading, and every stroke seemed to be Ye Chen's full strength. The clothes all over the body are already wet and stick to the body. There is no doubt about it. It only needs to be gently pulled and a bowl will be filled. 98 Blushing all over, the two arms that are not too thick have begun to smoke, and even start to sparkle. Obviously, it has reached the extreme. No, there are two more. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chen felt that his hands had lost consciousness, and various physical discomforts began to impact Ye Chen's mind. 99 As if in a century, Ye Chen went up and down once, his hands swelled and reddened instantly, smoke and sparks were entangled, and he was on the verge of collapse. The huge tearing feeling was like someone was cutting flesh, causing Ye Chen's bloodshot face to be directly pulled together, full of pain. However, Ye Chen clenched his teeth, blood-red eyes, full of unwillingness when he recalled the pain at the beginning. One more to go, today must break yesterday's record. Severely suppressing the hands that were about to explode, Ye Chen leaned down again. Zi. The huge tearing feeling seems to have reached a critical point, making it difficult for Ye Chen to restrain. 100 Boom. A huge explosion lifted the ground, accompanied by a blast of sand. Ye Chen said he vomited blood, battered and exhausted, and fell into the deep pit with a big smile on his face. Ha ha. Looking at his hands recovering from the smoke and fire, Ye Chen laughed unbridled. 4 months, 4 full months, from being pressed to the ground, unable to move even a little bit, to now trotting normally, training normally. I don't know how much blood and sweat I have shed, finally breaking the limit again and again. Although I can only do 100 push UPS and 100 frog leaps now, I have successfully reached 100 in various projects. Although it doesn't look very good, don't forget, Ye Chen is carrying a load of 10 tons in the past 4 months. Ye Chen has always every moment. I felt that my body was full of whining, and even my breathing was so heavy, but I persevered. With both hands restored, Ye Chen shook hands, feeling the enormous power, and his eyes brightened. The previous training had already exhausted Ye Chen's physical strength. For this reason, he lay directly in the pit, looking at the clear sky and smiling. A breeze blew through, bringing a touch of coolness. Unconsciously, Ye Chen's smile disappeared, his eyes were empty looking at the sky, his face was full of longing. Father, mother. My eyes couldn't stop moisturizing, recalling everything before. Ye Chen's heart was full of pain. Now, how much he wants to hear mother's monotonous and nagging advice, and the time when father sternly and scolded himself every time he talked back to his mother. Happiness has always been by my side, but every time I turn a blind eye to it, even reject it, hurt it. Why did I not understand it at first, and squandered my rebellion recklessly? Thinking about it now, it seems that their faces already have wrinkles, their hair is starting to turn white, and I have never cared about them, not even a word. It has been more than 2 years since Ye Chen came to this world. Every night, when alone looks at the full moon, he is full of regrets and misses. I miss you so much. No one can understand Ye Chen's loneliness in this world. He has been afraid, feared, and is not as strong as he imagined. If possible, he just wants to go back and listen to his parents blame. Even when he wakes up every morning, he hopes it's just a dream, but the reality disappoints him every time and makes him fall into boundless turmoil. In the abyss, and engulfed him. Brother Ye Chen. Suddenly, a female voice sounded, with a little playfulness, from far to near. Wiping away her tears, Ye Chen, who had recovered a little physical strength, slowly got up, and the face that was weeping bitter tears suddenly returned to indifference. Running on the edge of the pothole, Hina looked into the pit, puffed up her face, and said angrily, Brother Ye Chen, are everyone waiting for you? By age after all, Hina is older than Ye Chen, but every time I call Ye Chen, I always call him Brother Ye Chen. It seems like I am completely used to it. Frowned, Ye Chen looked at his feet deep in the ground, sighed, himself, still not fully grasped. Let's go. After that, Ye Chen and Hina walked towards the other side. If you look closely, you will find that wherever Ye Chen walked, the footprints will be slightly sink into the ground. After a while, Ye Chen and Hina went to the cultivation place of Fergo and the others. Because of the particularity of Ye Chen's ability, everyone was separated from the cultivation, because no one knew when they were around. Just a bang. Seeing Ye Chen coming, several people stopped the cultivation and sat together. In addition to half a month every 10 days, everyone exchanged cultivation experience, and several people were looking forward to the ideas given by Ye Chen. Yes, the idea developed by Devil Fruit. 3 days ago, Ye Chen suddenly commented on Shi Yuan's ability, and then it broke out. Several ability users wanted to hear what Ye Chen said. Idea. Xiong, your rust fruit, how is your experiment? Ye Chen, as you said, my ability is very powerful. With a grin, since the last time I heard what Ye Chen said, Shi Yuan has focused his energy on devil fruit in addition to his daily cultivation, and now he can corrupt the ordinary weapon. The most important thing is that he can now use his abilities in battle. As long as he is hit on the human body, it will rust that piece of flesh and blood, thus limiting the enemy. Your ability is already very strong, even swordsman's nemesis, if developed to the end, the enemy's whole body can be rusted and turned into slag with one palm. Most importantly, your ability and time are next to each other, any item, especially metal, will rust after a long time. Yet Chen probably mentioned a direction. As for the last, it depends on Ziyan's own creation. Listening to Ye Chen, I feel that Ziyan's ability is more powerful than Logia. Everyone was blushed with shame and looked at Ye Chen with admiration. After all, these are all they can't imagine, and Shi Yuan, sitting on the side with a smirk, thought he was an idiot if he didn't know. Ye Chen, what about me? Seeing Ye Chen commenting on Ziyan, Baragud couldn't wait to look at Ye Chen, his face full of anticipation. Very good, your fruit is a pea fruit, which can turn itself into spherical particles. If used well, it is similar to Logia's elemental transformation and has strong evasion ability. Ye Chen just said one sentence, and the eyes of others lit up all of a sudden, especially Very Good. When the enemy is attacking you, you turn yourself into countless spherical particles, which can negate many attacks. In addition to this evasion ability, you can also develop the peas to affect foreign objects, for example, dividing a tree into particles, or turning enemies directly into particles, or even an island. When the time comes, the destructive power is no worse than Logia. But this way, it's a little hard to walk, but you have to believe in yourself. Originally, neither Very Good nor anyone else had any hope for Dao Daokuo. After all, it was too weak. But now listening to Ye Chen's words, Baragud feels that his ability is the most powerful. I always thought Baragud's ability was the worst, not even comparable to Zoan's, but now, I'm going to change my mind. Smoker trembled. The more he looked at Ye Chen, it feels weirder. Brother Ye Chen, where is mine, where is mine? Hina was eager to have a try and looked at Ye Chen with anticipation on her face. Well, Hina, your abilities are a bit complicated. Ye Chen frowned slightly at Hina's abilities. After all, there is not much development direction for the fruit of the threshold, but Ye Chen also has some ideas. What? With a face full of disappointment, Hina suddenly became frustrated. Hina, your ability is that you can create a fence anywhere on your body to imprison the enemy. If you strengthen the hardness of the fence to be as hard to destroy as Karosky, then it must be a nightmare for all enemies. Even more how, when the fence is not hardened, it can also play a strong role when it is softened. The most important thing is that the fruit of the fence itself is iron. If possible, you don't have to be entangled in it. On the fence, you can extend it in the other direction, such as turning the contact into a fence, and then differentiate it to form a weapon, all possible. Humph, he headed arrogantly. Hina coldly snorted, but that increasingly alluring face was full of smiles. Everyone, except Fergo, who is not an ability user, is left with Smoker, so Smoker also looked at Ye Chen expectantly. Although he is Logia, the attack power of Smoke is still too weak, so he needs Ye Chen to give him a direction, and I believe Ye Chen will not let him down. Smoker, your abilities can develop in many directions, such as interfering with the five senses. If your abilities are combined with Kanbunshoku to counteract the enemy's Kanbunshoku in the smoke, it is like a maze, making the other party lost and unable to find it. To the direction, when the time comes you will have absolute dominance. You know, haki can be offset, such as two equal Kanbunshoku powerhouses, one is exploring, the other is hiding, then the Kanbunshoku of the two will cancel each other out, so that the probing person cannot know the hidden person's breath. Similarly, if a Kanbunshoku powerhouse fights with an initial mastery Kanbunshoku man, then it is absolutely crushing, because whichever side of the Kanbunshoku realm is higher can completely cover which side of the weak. Like Kanbunshoku, there are Busashoku, Houshoku, Devil Fruit abilities, which will cancel each other out, such as Sakazuki and Kyuzan abilities. If Smoker Kanbunshoku is strong enough, combined with the ability of Smoke, it is simply a moving fog, making the enemy unable to find the world and losing all five senses. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Smoker's eyes lit up, like peerless beauty, looking at Ye Chen greedily, just about drooling. What else? Smoker looked excited, because he simply didn't think in this direction, he just wanted the Smoke's attack power to be stronger, so far, the ability is not very strong. Since you can control the Smoke, have you ever thought that the Smoke can also be hardened? Since it can be combined with Kanbunshoku, it can be combined with Busashoku. If you conjure a Smoke Lance, Busashoku coverage, I believe in lethality, will not let you down. In addition, you can become a mirage and change into one or two of yourself. If you can develop into a powerful one, then have a relationship with Avatar. What's the difference? Smoker blushed, staring, gulping. There are also many types of smoke, the most common being soot, which can cause poisoning and dizziness. So in general, your ability can weakening, hardening, disturbing the five senses. There are too many development directions, and I may only be talking about the most basic of them. As for how to develop it, it will depend on you in the future. Looking Smoker, Ye Chen only thought of these for the time being. Is it that strong? Shiyu and asked weakly, touching his cold sweat. Why are these weak-looking fruits, in Ye Chen's mouth, so leathery? This is the gap between the big explosion of brain holes. Think about the big die vat on the internet in the previous life. Looking at this world, the gap is not a little bit. This is also why some people say that there is no rubbish ability, only rubbish developers. However, this sentence is not absolute, because there are still gaps in the strength of the ability. A Pika Pika no Mi, a dog fruit, a fool knows what to choose, so the theory is contradictory, and there is no absolute. Chen, you are really a treasure. Smoker grabbed Ye Chen's shoulders and shook it desperately. Now, his thinking is clearer than ever before. He feels that his own ability, absolutely no worse than any magma fruit. As for the name Chen, it is currently called by Fergo and the others, because it is closer. It's okay. Laughed with a grin, Ye Chen pushed the smoker away, and he couldn't stand being shaken like this. Okay, now everyone has found their direction, let's train. There is only 1 month left until the graduation ceremony. I hope everyone can get a good place. Wait, we all graduate, when the time comes to go to sea together, let the pirate on the sea become terror-stricken at the news. Standing up, Smoker, high-spirited and vigorous, shouted. Oh, Xiu-En, Hina, and Very Good also blushed and agreed. Only Fergo and Ye Chen looked at the 4 guys with a calm expression and thought. From this moment, the Smoker people have completely changed, because of Ye Chen's appearance. Their strength, after all, has an unimaginable separation from the original. Next, it's their own cultivation, and when Ye Chen is in the cultivation, everyone else is slightly away. Every time Ye Chen is exhausted from cultivation, he will develop bomb fruit, because he feels that every time he runs out of energy, the development of bomb fruit will be much faster. Although physically and mentally tired, at least in these 4 months, he has harvested a lot, just because bomb fruit has completely covered his heart. Now, just cover his head and he will have the same ability as Logia, elemental transformation. You can also explode unscrupulously, unlike before, when the explosion was tied. So, in the last month, Ye Chen plans to focus on the development of bomb fruit, otherwise he will be the opponent of those 3 monsters at the graduation ceremony. Now that you have the initial self-protection ability, start the second step plan, show your potential, get the attention from the above, and climb to a higher position. As long as you have a higher position and power, you can do what you want to do like Garp, instead of being a marine, being commanded to and fro. Be the one who commands, not the one who is commanded. Freedom, power, and destiny must be in your own hands. But all of this can't be rushed. I have to keep a low profile and forbear. Yet Chen's ambition is quiet. From the moment he stepped into Marineford, it has sprouted, and now, it is just waiting for it to grow into a towering tree. The sun and the moon are reversed. In an instant, a month has passed. Today, for the entire academy, it is extremely important, because today is the moment when they are on the rise. Away from Marineford, a small island bordering the border, the most central, a simple ring, was set up early. All around, some audience seats. Originally, this island was a research site for Marine, but it is now abandoned. It can be seen that many buildings have collapsed, but even so, it can be seen that it used to be a rich land place. Early in the morning, Ye Chen and the others took the battleship and came here, and many headquarters officers, or Marines who were on vacation, came to participate. The biggest lineup is undoubtedly Sora, Zephyr, Sengoku, and the others. Even Garp, who educated his son in East Blue, also rarely appeared. Even, no one knows that this graduation ceremony, at Holy Land Marijoys, 5 old people are also watching. You can see that in the empty seat on the platform, there is an image of Den Mushy, but it has not been opened yet. I'm a little nervous, what should I do? Off the field, Xiu-En looked at the Marine officers who were watching around him. Some wore the rank of captain on their shoulders, even Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral. Mainly, there is also Fleet Admiral Kong, as well as Zephyr, Admiral Sengoku. Not only Zion, but everyone else, too, was a little nervous. What are you afraid of? We have worked so hard for the cultivation in the past 2 years, and our strength is already very strong, and we will definitely get a good ranking. Yet Chen did not speak, just looked at admirals such as Sora, Sengoku, etc. at the highest point. This time, he will spare no effort, let everyone see his potential. Only in this way, his resources can more, the road will be wider in the future. As a leader of great influence, I don't know how many daily affairs, but I have time to watch a group of children fight, which is enough to explain everything. That's right, it's a fight. In the eyes of Kong and the others, this duel is not even a fight, it's just a fight between children. This is the vision of experience and powerhouse. Therefore, Ye Chen must grasp it well, because if a person does not have a corresponding return, simply no one will invest. This is not only a world where strength is supreme, but also a world where interests are supreme. Its essence is the same. All the trainees who are eligible to participate in this ceremony are basically here, such as Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan, Yamakaji, and the others. This duel is not as simple as imagined, because all opponents are monsters. Bang! A gunshot sounded, silencing all voices, and a major came to power. Now we have Fleet Admiral Kong to speak. The major gave Kong a military salute, and the silhouette stood up straight. Without any loudspeaker, Kong sits at the top, and when he opens his mouth, the sound is like a bell, so that everyone in the audience can hear it clearly. All players are Marine's future, for justice. A lot of nonsense of encouragement and justice. After talking for half an hour, Chen no expression, just left ear in and right ear out, no excited expression. But some people are different, all of them blushing and thick necks, who don't know what kind of stimulant they have taken, and plan to go out as soon as they play. Air in seconds. I look forward to everyone's surprises for me. Let's start now. After finishing speaking, Sora sat down and motioned for the major to explain the rules. All students, in terms of drawing lots to determine the players, the loser has 3 chances to challenge the students with higher rankings. If they win, they will take their place in the battle. Falling off the ring, exhaustion, and admitting defeat will all be as a loser. Show all your abilities. You can also designate a person to challenge. Start. A Marine looked serious and hugged. Take a box, take turns in front of Chen and the others, and let everyone draw lots. 2 students with number 1, go to the ring. The first to play was a student with katana, but his opponent's face was on the spot as soon as he came on the stage. It's green. With a wretched face and sunglasses, who is it not? Borsalino. This is one of the 3 monsters, not just in name only, but also in reality. Uchinula is really unlucky. He met this monster as soon as he played. Below, some students looked sympathetic and secretly sweated for Uchinula. This fuck directly admit defeat. I admit defeat. With an ugly face, Uchinula knew the gap between herself and this monster. For this reason, she was not afraid of losing face, so she just conceded defeat. Oh, with a shrug, Borsalino didn't care. It turned into golden light and disappeared on the platform. The first stage battle was over without even a splash of spray, and the speed was too fast. In the second and third games, none of the 6 Chen met, they just watched others fight. Not to mention, in the third game, the battle was still a bit fierce, but in the end the winner was decided. Finally, in the 5th game, Hina played, and her opponent turned out to be Momonga. How could it be Momonga? With Hina's strength, it's a bit difficult. Below, Smoker looked at Hina's opponent and was a little worried. Fergo and Chen also frowned, because Momonga's strength is above Hina, which is still under the influence of Chen. Otherwise, according to the original work, Hina is not even qualified to compete with Momonga. No, because the difference between the two is not a star and a half, but now, Momonga can't take Hina without a few hundred moves. Hina. Momonga. The 2 sides signed up for each other. You are not my opponent. Standing up straight, Momonga slung a long knife around his waist and looked at Hina seriously. Let's not say that the other party is a girl, the key is to look slim, more or less. Momonga doesn't want to shoot. If you win, say you don't know, have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex, and even the girls will bully them. If you lose, even a girl can't win. Whether you win or lose, you will lose face. So, Momonga wants Hina to consciously say give it up. Are you underestimating me? Bulging, Hina glared at Momonga fiercely. Some sizes of breasts, one up and one down, do not have a temptation. A little embarrassed, Momonga blushed. After all, there are still many people watching. Come on, Hina. Below, one and very good shouted loudly, and even Momuzagi, not far away, also encouraged. Hina raised her face when she heard the encouragement. If there was a tail behind her, but it would have been raised already. This little girl is not bad. On the high platform seat, Crane showed a smile. As the only female executive, she still pays more attention to women. It's not bad, but it's a little worse than that brat. Besides, Garp leaned on the chair, with his feet on the seat, very unimpressive. The key is that I still have a donut similar to a snack in my hand, and it's crunchy and loud. What's your opinion? Huh? Slanting eyes, Crane looked at Garp with a squinting, no breath, but made Garp tense up and scratch his head, laughed and closed his mouth. The bickering on the high platform seat did not affect the battle below. Because Momonga and Hina were already fighting together, at the beginning, the 2 were evenly divided, but after 7 or 80 moves, Hina began to fall below, and the rhythm began to chaotic. Hina, be careful. Under the stage, Zion and the others looked worried, because Hina had been in weak spots after insisting on more than 100 tricks. After half an hour of fighting, Hina brow beaded with sweat, her pretty face was pale, and the corners of her mouth had overflowed with blood. Looking at Hina's miserable appearance, for some unknown reason, it ignited the protective desire of those in the audience. One by one, pointed at Momonga and cursed. Momonga, you are still not a man, yet you bully Hina like this. Momonga, I misread you, you don't know how to have tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex, the rough guy. Stop Laozi, what are you doing with your hands, Momonga, taking advantage of Hina? Don't let Laozi hit you, or I will kill you, foul-mouthed. The students below, holding stools, glared at Momonga. On the platform, Momonga's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. If his peripheral vision is correct, many good friends are also scolding him. Fuck, what about friendship? Rely on paralysis, this will not work, the battle must be resolved quickly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. A cold sweat dripped, Momonga didn't intend to delay any longer, and issued a slash. When Hina resisted, she appeared on the right side with a shaver, and kicked Hina to the bottom of the ring. Accompanied by a groan, Hina fell to the ground, very desolate. "Hina, are you alright?" Shiyu-en, Momuzagi and the others hurried to Hina and helped them up. "It's fine." Very depressed, Hina brow-beaded with sweat, not in good spirits. "Go to hell, Momonga," strongly asked the referee to rule Momonga lose. "Agree." All kinds of messy things were thrown at Momonga in one go, making Momonga tremble with anger. If possible, Momonga would like to say 3 words to everyone slot fuck. In the end, the referee still ruled that Momonga won, but there was no expected cheers, some just contempt. As a result of the audience, Momonga's face never slowed down, it was always tense and scary. He knew that he had caused public anger. But this is a game, shouldn't it be spare no effort? Lao Tzu wins by strength. Why does Lao Tzu look like a prisoner? Want to drag Lao Tzu down and shoot him for 10 minutes? Cough, cough, next game. The referee major coughed, suppressed all the boos, and started the next game. In this battle, it was Zayan's turn to play against Yamakaji. Unfortunately, he persisted for more than an hour and still lost. Following the 7th game, it was Very Good who, surprisingly, defeated his opponent. In the 8th game, everyone had a bye. The 9th game is the Battle of Smoker. The opponent is Toki Cake. I have to say that this is really fate. Is an opportunity. Pang, 2 punches combined, armed coverage, the whole ring shook, Smoker did a backflip, and Toki Cake took a few steps backwards. White fist. The house-sized fist of smoke, like a cannonball, slammed into Toki Cake. Accompanied by a deafening muffled sound, the entire ring was filled with white smoke, obscuring all sight. Then the crash continued, and from the smoke, the sound of collision kept coming. I don't know what the situation was. It lasted for 10 minutes, and the smoke in the audience, as if alive, began to condense, revealing everything inside. Smoker's face turned pale, his hands turned into big smoky hands, pressing Toki Cake stubbornly, making the opponent unable to move even a little bit. The illusion took shape, and the smoke condensed into a lance above Smoker's back, aiming at Toki Cake. Admit it or not. Seeing this, everyone knows that Toki Cake has lost. I lost. Although full of unwillingness, Toki Cake knew that he had lost this game. The battle is over, and Smoker's mentality is better than ever. You did good. Heian and the others gave Smoker a punch, happy for it. It's Ye Chen's idea, thank you. Smoker grinned isho. Without Ye Chen's idea, how could he have developed the smoke so well? It's my own efforts. Smoker's superior performance let the empty and the others also nodded. Sure enough, Logia's worst is not far from there. The most important thing, yes, looking at the ability of Smoker, the development is not bad. The next game. The 10th game was Furgo and Yamakaji. The two stood on the platform, Furgo was expressionless, and Yamakaji clenched his fists. His face was a little heavy. In the last friction, I lost carelessly. This time, I will definitely get it back. The two of them are pure body refinement practitioners, and the battle that comes up for this is a blood boil, far more dazzling than the previous battles. It started slowly, and the battle became intensified. On the high platform seats, the faces of Kong and the others became serious. The body refinement of these two little fellows is not bad. Garp squinted slightly, focusing on Furgo. At present, Furgo has been beaten by Yamakaji all the time, but including Kong and the others, all have their eyes on Furgo, because what they see is far more than what they appear to be. Zephyr, if I remember correctly, the weight you were going to make last time, this Furgo was 8 tons. Sengoku watched Furgo with interest under Yamakaji's attack. There was nothing but the power of parry. Yes. Zephyr smiled, watching Furgo, who was falling behind on the platform, full of admiration. The potential of this little fellow is good. With a weight of 8 tons, he can still maintain stability under the opponent's offensive. He has the qualifications to become a powerhouse. At this moment, Garp put his mind away, looked at Furgo, and said something very serious. Look. Sora smiled. As long as these little fellows are stronger, the future of Marine will be stronger. It lasted for half an hour. In the end, Furgo couldn't resist, because if he didn't take off the weight, he could win the match. When the load was taken off, the ground beneath the stage collapsed directly, forming a pothole, which swept up dust, making the whole noisy scene suddenly quiet. This monster, fighting Yamakaji, is carrying a load? Fuck. Without the weight, Furgo jumped on the spot, moving his body with unprecedented ease. On the opposite side, Yamakaji's face suddenly became ugly. When he saw the weight just now, he knew that he was heavier than 5 months ago. Is this guy a lunatic? Give you a chance, admit defeat. After the activity, Furgo looked coldly at Yamakaji with a cold face. The last time I fought, I took it lightly. This time, you can't beat me. Yamakaji coldly snorted. He would never allow himself to admit defeat without a fight, but he didn't know that Furgo's usual cultivation was several times his. Diligence can make up for one's weakness, it is not empty talk. Boom. The whole ground exploded, Furgo disappeared in place, appeared in front of Yamakaji, right fist and 5 fingers clenched tightly, covered with pitch-black Busashoku, exuding a burst of energy. Strength. The hairs exploded, Furgo's speed was too fast, next moment, blood rushing, first ray of light, flew directly out of the ring, towards the seat on the high platform. Meanwhile, on the platform, Garp silently disappeared from the chair, appeared in midair, grabbed the bleeding Yamakaji of 7 orifices, his face became serious. The whole scene was silent again, and some people opened their mouths and dumbstruck. What happened just now? Why was there a roar in the ear, and then Furgo appeared in front of Yamakaji, and then Yamakaji vomited blood and flew out? What about the specific process? Holding Yamakaji, who was vomiting blood, Garp looked at Furgo, who was expressionless on the platform, and a trace of bright light flashed in his eyes. This little fellow is definitely a good seedling of body refinement technique, brat. If you encounter any difficulties in body refinement in the future, you can come to me. After finishing speaking, Garp disappeared in midair without giving Furgo a chance to speak. Appeared in the team of doctors waiting at any time in the distance, and put down Yamakaji. Garp's words directly ignited the entire scene where the needles could be heard. You know, it was hero of the Marines Garp. Many students watched with envy as they jumped off the ring and were killed by Hina. Several people surrounded Furgo. Furgo's battle was fast, with a strong visual sense, which made many students feel the pressure. After all, Yamakaji's strength is not weak. In the 11th game, it was Sakazuki. As soon as he came to power, his opponent conceded defeat, and simply didn't need to do anything. 12th is Kyuzan, and the same is true. As soon as he takes the stage, his opponent concedes defeat, which leads to a strange atmosphere in the audience. Finally, in the 13th game, it was Yetchen's turn. But this time, Yetchen's opponent turned out to be Momuzagi, one of the only beautiful girls in the academy. So, as soon as he came to power, Yetchen was in the same situation as Momonga. Whether he won or lost, he would be condemned. Before this started, someone in the audience started scolding. Ignoring the clown in the audience, Yetchen looked indifferent, looked at Momuzagi's face of exquisite beauty, and didn't speak. Momuzagi. As soon as she came up, Momuzagi greeted politely, even though they both knew each other, but it was a formal occasion, so it was very serious. Momuzagi knows about this cold guy in front of her, and it seems that she has never spoken formally so far, which is somewhat ironic to her. Yetchen. No emotion, from the very beginning, Yetchen looked at Momuzagi coldly. You admit defeat, frowned. For some reason, Momuzagi was a little angry, just pulled out the long sword around his waist and told Yetchen his choice with action. The two looked at each other like that. On the high platform seat, Crane was a little worried, because she knew that with Momuzagi's strength, it was simply impossible to be that little fellow's opponent. But Momuzagi is also an unyielding character, or rather stubborn. Whoosh! After holding each other for a while, Momuzagi took the lead and couldn't help it, sending out a bright slash, covering Yetchen. Disappeared instantly, Yetchen crossed the edge of the slash, appeared in front of Momuzagi, and punched Momuzagi directly. This brat. In the seat, the Crane raised his eyebrows, and anger appeared on his face. Bang! The powerful force shook the gold and cracked the stone. Momuzagi held the long sword in front of his chest and received a huge impact, which caused blood to spurt from his mouth, which turned into a cannonball and flew away. Go out Pu Tong. Falling outside the ring, Momuzagi lay on the ground with a pale face. This fight was fleeting, basically a one-shot kill, yet Chen just punched, and Momuzagi fell out of the ring. If this brat hadn't kept his hand, we had to teach him a good lesson. The Crane squinted, looked at Momuzagi with some worry, and muttered to himself fiercely. Besides, Sengoku and the others didn't speak, just corner of the mouth twitched. Yet Chen, win. The audience caused a stir. Many students yelled and threw all kinds of things at Yetchen. Momonga, who had a dark face, suddenly, I realized that I was not alone. On the platform, Yetchen stared blankly at all kinds of things that were thrown at him. He didn't say anything and was about to step down. However, an insulting voice made Yetchen stop, and his eyes suddenly turned ruthless. Orphans without parents, is your whole family dead? Dare to put such a heavy hand on Momuzagi. And this insult with his family was a man named Dale, student of Messiah. The key is that he is also an ability user in Zoan Inu Inu no Mi Dalmatian form, is one of Momuzagi's admirers. You must know that among this group of students, Momuzagi and Hina are pursuing a lot. For Yetchen, the father-mother in his memory is everything he is now. He misses it all the time, and Dalmesia's abuse directly made Yetchen unable to contain the anger in his heart. The indifference to everything is also a matter of whether it has anything to do with me. In order to live safely, Yetchen is very low-key and never causes trouble. Therefore, in the eyes of some people, Yetchen is a bit dragged. It makes people very uncomfortable. In addition to the current atmosphere, Dalmesia speaks without careful diction directly. You, come up. With cold eyes, Yetchen stared at Dalmesia, revealing a killing intent. Yet Chen's designation made the whole noisy scene calm down, while Zephyr and the others on the platform frowned, because they felt the killing intent from Ye Chen. Does this guy still want to kill someone? With his eyebrows raised, Sengoku looked at Ye Chen with a stern look. This little fellow rarely causes trouble. It seems that the student said something that shouldn't be said. Zephyr frowned, looking at Ye Chen, who was a little different. Everyone has the perseverance in their hearts, and that's how we came here. With us here, this little fellow can't make waves. The headed Sora didn't intend to intervene. To put it bluntly, yeah, in the eyes of these people, Chen can be suppressed with a backhand. Yet Chen's name made Dalmesia blushed and full of anger. On the spot, he disappeared directly on the spot, appeared on the lion platform, and looked at Ye Chen proudly. Can you kill someone? Seeing Dalmesia come to power, Ye Chen looked towards Kong Kong. Haha, brat has a personality. Before Sora spoke, Garp on the side was laughed heartily. I can't. Sora was stunned for a while. Isn't this a knowing question? Crippled. I can't. Ye Chen stopped asking because he knew the result, but he still asked. Now he is not qualified to bargain, so he still needs to endure. Can't kill the other party, then he has to make the other party suffer. Interesting, really interesting. Ye Chen's question made Garp laugh heartily again, and even Sengoku and Zephyr smiled a little, as Garp said in that way, Ye Chen is interesting. Sure enough, potential guys have abnormal personalities and crooked tempers. For example, Sakazuki and the others are arrogant and look down on others, but Ye Chen's crooked temper makes them refreshing. It's time to start. Ignoring Dalmesia, Ye Chen said something to the major referee. A lot of people, all in the dark, feel very unfathomable mystery. Asshole, you look good, my name is Dal. Although I don't know why this guy designated himself and ignored him the whole time, Dalmesia felt the whole time. His face was hot, making him furious. Bang, wow, crack. Before he finished speaking, Ye Chen appeared in front of Dalmesia. A punch hit the stomach, he vomited blood on the spot. The whole person was like boiled shrimp, bent over, his face twisted. With cold eyes, Ye Chen grabbed Dalmesia's hair and lifted it up, gloomily said, what I hate the most is someone insulting my family. Like dragging to death like a dog, Ye Chen dragged Dalmesia to the edge of the ring and threw it out like trash, splashing dust all over the floor. Another instant kill, Ye Chen only punched, making Dalmesia unable to use his abilities, losing battle strength directly and dying. On the other hand, Dalmesia was helped up, looking at the collapsed chest. To say the least, several bones were broken. If you don't lie down for a few days, you can't get out of bed. The battle ended too quickly, and by the time everyone reacted, Ye Chen had already jumped off the stage. If possible, he would like to kill the other party, but the current conditions do not allow it. Until he has enough capital, he must endure it. In the future, this guy will definitely die outside. Grand competition lasted for 4 days, because many students were injured, which may affect the later battle, so the time was relatively long, but in these 3 days, most of them saw the final result from a few people. The top rankings are undoubtedly Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan, Furgo, Ye Chen, Smoker, Onigamo, Momonga and the others, because no accident, the top few are from these people decision out. Today is the 5th day and the last day when the results are about to be announced. Many people are looking forward to it. After all, the remaining people are all monsters. Even Kong and the others have some small expectations. If it is said that who will advance the most easily, then the non-Sakazuki 3, because their opponents all concede defeat directly, and Ye Chen, Furgo, and Smoker will not admit defeat in the battle of 3 people, but they are slow. Starting slowly, many students have realized the strength of these 3 guys, a strong group. It's a pity that Hina, Zion, and Berrygood are still a little weaker, and they're all out of the top 10, and they've lost their qualifications for graduation. Yes, at this time, although there is an opportunity to graduate early, there are only 10 students, so their 3 people still need to stay in the academy for a while. Although some people have changed due to the arrival of Ye Chen, but, like the backbone of Marine, Onigamo, Strawberry and the others in the future, also not to be trifled with, regardless of age, still entering Marine, they are all longer than the 3 of them. Diligence can make up for their clumsiness, but they can only be equal. Perhaps when the 3 of them follow Ye Chen's idea, Devil Fruit's ability has been successfully developed, and when the time comes, they can truly become stronger. But for them now, it's a little bit worse. Therefore, Hina had a little temper that day, but she slowly cheered up after being appeased by everyone. Now, Hina and the others have changed from participants to spectators. In the whole scene, only 10 students led by Sakazuki and the others are still in the field, ready to draw lots to decide the opponent to play. First stage, Ye Chen vs Doberman. Today's luck was good. Ye Chen was the first to play, and the opponent was Doberman, a swordsman, a guy who was proficient in Rokushiki and 2 haki. His strength should not be underestimated. The two stood up and looked at each other. Among them, Doberman's expression was very heavy. Because of Ye Chen's battle a few days ago, he has seen it, and he knows the terrifying of the guy in front of him. Accompanied by Ye Chen, in the auditorium not far away, Hina, Zion, and Berrygood cheered loudly. With a cold face, Chen took off the load directly. Because this opponent is not weak, he is not sure that he can win with the load. Seeing Chen take off the weight, Doberman's face suddenly improved, because the other party gave him a lot of respect. Even if he lost in the end, he had nothing to say. Doberman, Chen. The two sides signed up, each exuding a not weak imposing manner, which led to the original noisy. The scene fell silent. Whispering. The first move, Doberman pulled out the long sword, a bright white slash, toward the ground, and covered Chen. It's no longer a ring system, only defeat or admit defeat, because the ring has been torn apart in the previous battles. The rush came, a gust of wind swayed, and lifted Chen's black hair that hadn't been cut for 2 years. As if there was no action, a bright slash crashed into Doberman's slash. The wind was blowing, Chen disappeared in place. The next moment appeared in front of Doberman, and with a kick, it came quickly with a cracking sound. Complexion changed, Doberman's long sword was reversed, and the armed forces quickly covered him and stopped in front of him. Doberman's reaction was surprisingly fast, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire ground burst, and Doberman's feet sank deep into the ground, traversing more than 10 meters. As soon as he stopped, Doberman's scalp tingled, because Chen didn't know when he appeared behind him and kicked again. Absolute defense. Muscle agitation, Tekai and armed coverage. Doberman intends to resist Chen's blow. At the same time, the long sword in his hand, the carrier with a cold cut, he slashed towards Chen. Dazzled, all the audience held their breath and watched the battle without blinking. Among them, Hina was holding on to Shiyuen's thigh, ignoring Shiyuen's bruised and painful expression that was about to collapse. Bright red blood spurted out. Doberman screamed, his expression extremely painful, but even so, he endured it. The long sword whistled past. Ding! Accompanied by a spark, Chen raised his right hand. The dark Busashoku covered, accompanied by the overflowing blood, actually blocked Doberman's counterattack. The ground shook, one after another crack spread. Chen turned around and gave Doberman a back kick again. The two sides, along with Doberman's flying backwards, widened the distance. Hands down, drenched with blood, a flesh and blood valgus, and even a bone wound, tearing Chen's arm. Busashoku is still too weak, otherwise, it will definitely block the opponent's counterattack. With a dull face, Chen was a little dissatisfied with his Busashoku. Outside the venue, everyone looked at Chen's drenched with blood arm and thought it was abolished. But why didn't this guy even frown? Doesn't it hurt? Cough, cough. Not far away, Doberman staggered to his feet, coughing blood, his expression very painful. You are really strong. Holding the long sword, Doberman looked at Chen solemnly, feeling the pressure. Not speaking, Chen just looked at Doberman. However, I won't admit defeat easily. After speaking, Doberman rushed directly to Chen. Looking at Doberman, who rushed up, Chen no longer had the desire to fight, because the other party couldn't put pressure on him. The right hand of lifting drenched with blood, Chen flicks with the finger, a drop of blood, like a bullet, shot towards Doberman. What kind of lethality can a drop of blood have? If you were someone of Zephyr's level, you would be able to one-hit instant kill Doberman, but Chen was more than a little hotter. Sneered, Doberman turned sideways directly, his speed undiminished, and still charged towards Chen. But when the blood in Doberman passed by, there was a bang, and a small mushroom cloud, like a dull thunder, set off a violent wind and waves, sweeping the surface, scaring everyone who watched. A jump. It was a mess. The ground was trampled, countless gravel and sand splashed, leaving a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters in place, and Doberman, covered in blood, had a confused look on his face. Look at the sky. I lie. Outside, some people opened their mouths and dumbstruck. What's the difference between that drop of blood and a bomb? With an expressionless face, Chen walked to the edge of the pothole and looked at Doberman, who was covered in blood, and planned to strike again, because the opponent did not admit defeat. He stretched out his hand, and a drop of blood began to fall from his index finger. I admit defeat. Staring, Doberman's face turned pale. If it exploded once, he would have to take off a few layers of skin if he didn't die. He knew that he was not this guy's opponent. Seeing Doberman admit defeat, blood dripping on the ground, without the expected explosion, Chen turned and left. This brat gave me a big surprise. Sitting in the first place, Sora was very satisfied with the matchup Chen gave him, and from the looks of it, Doberman was not qualified to force it out. The full strength of this brat, perhaps only the 3 of Sakazuki, can squeeze all the strength. I have been following this little fellow for a few days, and the training is very hard. As Zephyr said, the willpower is very strong and the potential is also very high. The crane is a little serious, and I still remember the first time I saw this little fellow. At the time, Zephyr had high expectations for this little fellow. I even compared with the 3 of Sakazuki. At that time, Crane didn't pay much attention, until after the first battle with Sakazuki, Crane paid attention, didn't expect, then Chen, the daily training of the Crane, really started to recognize Zephyr's comments. This little fellow definitely has the potential to become an admiral. Not only Crane, but Sengoku and Garp also know about Chen, and now Chen is not much different from Sakazuki in their eyes, they are all on the same level. Fleet Admiral Kong, maybe in the future, you need to ask for one more admiral spot like Garo Ci. When the time comes Marine has 4 admiral, then those pirates, don't imagine being so rampant. As if seeing the future, Sengoku slapped the table with his palm. Let's talk when the time comes. It's too early. Sora didn't answer, just sighed. The same is true for the rest of the people. The current situation of Marine is not as good as it looks on the surface. Not to mention the pirate outside, the suppression of Marie Joyce alone makes Marine now constrained. Yes, in order to prevent Marine from being out of control, Garo Ci has already begun to suppress Marine's development from certain aspects, such as funding, such as some good seedlings, in short, will not let Marine develop independently. Zephyr, who sincerely serves Marine, is also inexplicably side. They are very clear about many things, but they cannot make changes. The second match, Smoker and Inigamo. Below, the second match has already started, it turned out to be Smoker and Inigamo. Similarly, when he's not on the court, Smoker takes off his weight because the opponent is strong. As soon as the two came up, they spared no effort. This time, Inigamo's 8 arms, all holding weapons, looked a little fierce. However, Smoker is not to be trifled with. Even if Inigamo is an 8-knife style, it is indistinguishable and does not fall into the bottom. I saw smoke rising behind Smoker, and there were more than 10 smoke fists, close and numerous, colliding with Inigamo. The most important thing is that these smoke fists can be transformed into various weapons, and the advantage of Inigamo's 8 hands is lost all at once. Come on Smoker, you are the strongest. The 3 of Hina in the auditorium on the platform don't know where to take out a horn, puff up their faces, and let out their voices shouting, once suppressed the voice of cheering for Inigamo on the field. Under the shouts of Hina and the others, Smoker blushed and hit harder and harder, causing Inigamo to swear. What a pure friendship, what a nostalgic age. It was the same for us back then, full of vigor. Eating donuts and watching students quarrel with Inigamo while cheering for Smoker, Garp, Sengoku and the others watched with keen interest pleasure, as if even the battles on the field were all about them. Can't compare. Just because now, in the audience, the two camps are yelling, while cheering for Smoker and cheering for Inigamo, no one will let anyone else. I don't know when, the two sides quarreled. Sea of Misty. With a bang, the Smoker exploded violently, and the entire venue was covered in a layer of haze. Similar to the Smoker first stage battle, there is a sound of gold and iron horses, or the sound of a collision. Only the powerful people of Kanbunchoka know the specific situation of the battle inside. 10 minutes later, the fog dissipated, revealing the barren scene, and I saw Smoker and Inigamo lying in the pit, covered in blood, gasping for breath. Both of them stared, gritted their teeth and tried to stand up, but they tried again and again, but failed. Come on, Smoker, stand up, you're the best. Hina is not very image, holding a big horn, slender right leg stepping on the chair, shouting, Smoker is the best. Behind him, Sean and Baragood also held horns, ignoring the weird eyes around them, looking serious and roaring. It seems that the 3 of Hina are a bit funny, even funny, but there are many people who are envious of Smoker, because these 3 people are true friends. Even Fergo in the field cheered for this. You can, Chen also said coldly. Although the voice was small, it could be heard by Smoker. I'm sorry, I can't lose to you, otherwise where will my friend's face go? On the field, Smoker turned pale, grinned at Inigamo and smiled slowly. Start slowly, endure the collapsed body, stagger and stand up. And Inigamo, gritted his teeth, also wanted to stand up, but his body lost control. Oh, I knew that Smoker can do it. In the audience on the platform, Hina, won and very good cheered, more excited than Smoker. No, I thought it was these 3 who won. Smoker, win. It was the same major judge who came to the stage, raised Smoker's hand, and even exclaimed, how many good friends do you have? I think so too. After speaking, Smoker fell directly to the major, obviously unable to hold on anymore. Immediately afterwards, medical staff began to treat the two. The third game, Kyuzan vs Yamakaji. No surprises, even though Yamakaji used all his strength, it failed in the end. The fourth game, Fergo vs Toki Cake. The fifth game, Borsalino vs Momuzagi. The sixth game, Sakazuki. It started slowly, and the battles were fierce and unusual. As long as they didn't encounter the strongest guys, they were basically very exciting. At the end of the day's duel, the final result is almost out. Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kyuzan, Chen, Fergo, Smoker. These people are the most powerful among the current students. Except for Smoker, who is a little worse than the top 5, the remaining 5 are estimated to be directly took the top 5. You know, the top 5 rewards are the most abundant. So tomorrow's battle is the most anticipated time for this graduation ceremony. It was night, the starlight was bright, and every now and then, a meteor streaked across the coastline, yet Chen sat here, looking at the starry sky, wondering what he was thinking. Tonight, he has no cultivation, because tomorrow's battle will definitely be fierce, he must maintain his prime, so even the weight is unloaded. Make up your mind that tomorrow I will spare no effort, let my value get the attention of Kong and the others, and see how strong I am by the way. It's been a long time since I've been working hard, and it's time for me to go out and take a look. The way to go back must be found by myself, no matter what, I have to see the father-mother again. Looking at the starry sky, although there is little hope, yet Chen is full of stubbornness. He doesn't want wealth, power, or beauty. He just wants to go back and taste the fried dishes made by his mother. He is listening to his father's scolding in the sentence that is more than 10 years late, I'm sorry. The sun rises, the dawn breaks, and new rays of light illuminate the entire world. Today, many people are looking forward to it, because today's battle will be unparalleled in the previous few days, and its wonderful battle is definitely far beyond the past. There were many more people in the audience, and before the start, some people cheered for their favorite students or friends. The exciting moment also began with the appearance of the major referee. First stage, Smoker versus Sakazuki. As soon as it came up, it was the battle between the two Logias, and the situation was a bit tight. Do my best. Before playing, Fergo patted Smoker's shoulder, because for Sakazuki, Smoker's strength is still a little worse, including Smoker himself. However, even so, he will not retreat. Even if he loses, he will be dignified to lose. Even if you lose, you have to make it difficult for the other party. Yet Chen just said one sentence, but Smoker's tense expression suddenly relaxed. If I lose, you two have to save face for me. It was easy, the weight was taken off yesterday, Smoker shrugged, facing Fergo, and after Chen said a word, he went straight to the field, because Sakazuki was already waiting for him. Come on, Smoker, come on, Smoker. Don't think about it. In the audience, the three Hina must be holding loudspeakers, encouraging them angrily. If you don't explain it, you must be in order to cheer for your friend, no matter if he is an opponent or not. Sakazuki. With a paralyzed face, Sakazuki did not treat Smoker as arrogantly as he did to other players. Just because Smoker was a Logia ability user, Sakazuki gave him some respect. Smoker took a deep breath. Smoker's eyes suddenly sharpened. This time, he will use all his powers to spare no effort. It's not that I look down on you, you should admit defeat. You are not my opponent. Sakazuki looked at Smoker, very indifferent. I know. Smoker, however, was more calm, and smoke had begun to rise from his body. Come on then. The temperature soared, and half of Sakazuki's body began to smoke gunpowder, dripping with hot magma. White fist. As soon as it came up, the smoke so thick that it couldn't be dissolved turned into a fist, like a barren mountain, facing Sakazuki, and ramming it. Zi. The ground is hot, the magma is rich. Sakazuki squeezes his fist, a magma fist, the bearer's ultimate impact, collides with the white fist. Just pause for a moment and push forward like a hot knife through butter. Gritting his teeth, Smoker kept retreating, the dense fog behind his back boiled, and the lance with countless smoke changes began to shoot away at Sakazuki. Watching the whistling attacks, Sakazuki was just frowned, and then let these attacks pierce through his body, because Smoker's Busashoku Haki couldn't condense his abilities. The collision between magma and smoke is destined to be more lethal. At first, Smoker falls below, because Sakazuki is really not a cover and is very strong. Sakazuki's smartest thing is to simulate the ability of magma as a volcanic eruption, the kind of impact, like a meteor hitting the ground, enough to shatter everything. Sakazuki's fists are heavier than the island with every attack, which, combined with the magma's properties, makes Smoker miserable. Also, Sakazuki's Busashoku is stronger than Smoker. An hour later, Smoker fell to the ground, covered with bruises, his chest heaving violently. Not far away, Sakazuki corner of the mouth flow blood, his face flushed. I lost. Lying on the ground and watching Sakazuki approach, Smoker unwillingly loosened his fist. You're very good. Standing on the edge of the pothole, Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, as if agreeing with Smoker. Sakazuki wins. Looking at the unrecognizable ground, the major referee stepped forward, his eyes jumping, because the strength of these two guys was even higher than him. Next game, Fergo vs Kuzan. Then the major announced the second duel. Looking at Kuzan and Fergo in the center, yet Chen in the bottom frowned slightly, because his opponent was no accident, maybe Borsalino, which was a bit difficult. Apparently, Borsalino guessed it too, so on the other side, he glanced at Chen. The two just looked at each other, and there was no spark. Trouble is trouble, but it doesn't mean that you will lose. But now, all eyes are on the field. Kuzan, who was originally lazily, became serious as soon as he played. Fergo. Clenching his fists, Fergo looked at Kuzan and felt pressure like never before. The temperature dropped instantly, Kuzan's mouth was cold, and ice mist floated all over his body. Shiu. The ground burst, Fergo disappeared in place, and flashed above Kyuzin out of thin air. The muscles of his right fist tightened, and the pitch-black Busashoku instantly covered it. Crack! It shattered out of thin air, and Kyuzin's entire body turned into crushed ice and flew around. With a successful blow, Fergo's tense face not only did not relax, but became more dignified. Ice spear. The cold air was pressing, and Fergo felt his body stiff. When he saw the right side, Kyuzin instantly condensed, holding an ice spear in his hand. At Fergo, he stabbed. The rapid reversal, the ice spear passed close to him. Fergo could clearly feel that the skin he touched was completely stiff. Kicked out and roared. This time, Kyuzin didn't have elemental transformation, but opened his hands and embraced Fergo. Death embrace, have one's hair stand on end. Fergo forcibly withdrew the attack without thinking, and disappeared in place. Flickering one after another, pulling the distance away, Fergo took a quick breath, moved his body, dispelled the stiffness, and then looked at Kyuzin solemnly. As for Kyuzin, he looked at Fergo unexpectedly. He didn't expect that the other party didn't even resist and immediately evacuated. Phew! Heavy relief, Fergo's body suddenly swelled, and the pitch-black Busashoku spread directly over most of his body. In the seat, Garp, who was eating donuts, put his feet down from the seat and looked at Fergo unexpectedly. This brat gave me such a big surprise. Sime-kiken, even if he just woke up, is enough to see this brat's innate talent in body refinement. Yes, he was also a little surprised. Busashoku has actually materialized to this point. You all underestimated this brat. Only Zephyr had expected it. As far as body refinement is concerned, Zephyr is most optimistic about Fergo, even Yachen is a little worse. This is Zephyr's evaluation of Fergo. Even Sora, who was the leader, lit up with a smile. Even if Fergo loses this time, he has boundless prospects in the future. You must know that in Marine, the highest battle strength, but the most body refinement powerhouse, whether it is Empty, Garp, or Zephyr, are body refinement, Haki powerhouse. You can get these three appreciate. One can imagine the potential of Fergo in terms of body refinement. In the center of the arena, Fergo's body seemed to swell in a circle. If those lean muscles were put in reality, they would definitely cause screams. It's subtle, although it's a little fuzzy, but Fergo feels that his body is unprecedentedly full, as if every place, whether it's hair or muscle, he can control. Phew! He exhaled slightly, even with a cyclone, and there was no sound at all. Fergo appeared in front of Kyuzin, causing the latter's scalp to explode. Shigun. The roar that pierced the eardrums, Fergo raised his head, his right hand was pitch black, and slammed it directly at Kyuzin's head. The smashed ice in one place, Fergo fluttered once again. Obviously Kyuzin is always vigilant and can perform elemental transformation at any time. Kanbunshoku swept away, Fergo disappeared in the midair, and appeared in a broken ice 10 meters away. At this moment, the precognition had recovered most of the body. Immediately, the veins of the right hand spread, the muscles were agitated, and the boiling armed with great power. Bang! Ka! Kyuzin complexion greatly changed, only had time to cover it with arms, and put his hands on his chest. A powerful force pierced through, Kyuzin flew upside down, and then turned into crushed ice, and was forcibly blown up by Fergo. When he landed, Fergo's face was abnormally flushed, and blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, this high-intensity movement and attack was a big drain for him. Not far away, Kyuzin condensed and spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously injured. Ice block, pheasant beak. The cold air was blowing, Kyuzin took the lead, a huge icebird, rushing directly towards Fergo. Everything along the way turned into ice. Disappeared in place, unable to see the silhouette. Fergo flashed in front of the recognition with a rapidity, and swept out with 1 foot, but Kyuzin used elemental transformation to hide it. In the whole scene, the cold air rose and started slowly. Fergo's speed began to slow down, because the icy cold air had begun to invade his body. And the newly awakened Sime-kiken is also dying. Who? The breathing became heavier and heavier, Fergo's face began to turn pale, his hair and eyebrows had begun to freeze, and now, the victory you can see it at a glance. One knee kneels, Fergo's strength was exhausted, his body seemed to have lost his senses, and he began to become rigid. There was no need to fight anymore. I lost. Shaking up, Fergo looked at Kyuzin and conceded defeat. On the opposite side, half of Kyuzin's body was frozen, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was a little pale. Kyuzin wins. Next game, Yachen vs Borsalino. It can be said that Fergo and Smoker both failed, facing 2 monsters. They are still worse after all 1 point. Now there is only another monster left, and it is also the most difficult monster to deal with. Brother Yachen, come on. The audience is on the platform. Hina is still shouting, even though Smoker and Fergo have lost before, but under the shouting of Hina 3, there is no sense of failure at all. It's up to you. Smoker, wrapped in bandages, and Fergo looked at Yachen together. They believed that Yachen would win. Nodding lightly, Yachen walked directly to the center of the field. At the same time, a golden light condensed, and Borsalino also stood on the field. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the field, and the atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Borsalino, Ya Chen, both of them showed serious expressions. In an instant, the golden light was dazzling, which stimulated Ye Chen's eyes and closed them subconsciously. Have you ever been kicked by light? The wretched voice, so close, made Ye Chen's body stiff. Boom! The ground exploded. Ye Chen's right hand hit his head directly, his whole body was half bent, like a shooting star, tearing the ground and shooting out. Falling down gently, Borsalino stood where Ye Chen was and withdrew his right foot. All of this happened so fast, the people watching only saw a flash, and then Ye Chen flew out. At the end of the gully, it was messy. Ye Chen shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up. At the same time, the golden light filled the air again. Borsalino appeared above Ye Chen, his right foot was like a golden sun, so he tried to attack Ye Chen again. But this time, it's doomed to fail. The armed cover, Ye Chen's eyes are wide, and the right hand directly probes away. Ye Chen's reaction made the corners of Borsalino's mouth twitch. Speed is power, trying to catch himself is a nonsense. Boom! However, at the moment of the collision, the entire site shook, smoke and flames rose into the sky, a gust of wind rolled up gravel and sand, and the mountains were overwhelming. Towards all directions, hit the past. The golden light shone, and Borsalino appeared in the distance, staring at the dark smoke. He was sure that he didn't attack the opponent just now, but the opponent exploded, producing a powerful destructive force. He looked down and looked at his tattered trousers with a gloomy expression on his face. At the same time, Ye Chen stepped out in the smoke, the whole right hand was surrounded by thick smoke and fire, and the naked eye visibly returned to normal. This scene was so shocking that it stunned everyone for a while. Although it is bloody, in the eyes of some people, Ye Chen is cool. Returning to normal, Ye Chen shook it, feeling that everything was normal, the next moment disappeared, appeared in front of Borsalino, and punched out. But Borsalino was faster, appeared directly behind Ye Chen, and kicked Ye Chen's back quickly. Boom! It exploded again, the whole ground collapsed. Borsalino condensed his body in midair, and his face was extremely ugly. This guy is just dynamite, it explodes when touched, and it is even more disgusting than elemental transformation. When he stretched out his hand, his fingertips turned red, and a laser beam penetrated directly through the gunpowder smoke, causing a chain explosion. Following, Kizaru opened his hands, countless flashbangs, an endless stream, close and numerous covering the entire venue. For a time, all split up and in pieces, and countless cracks began to spread to the audience. After a full 5 minutes of roaring, Borsalino stopped, gasped slightly, and stared fiercely at the smoke. Outside the arena, everyone stretched their necks and stared at the center of the smoke and fire without blinking. Facing so many attacks, I believe that few people can withstand it. Ye Chen is sure to lose, didn't expect. Bomb fruit was developed to this point by this little fellow. Doesn't the illustration say that every time bomb fruit explodes, it will make the eater feel the same pain? What do I think? This little fellow did not even frown when he exploded a few times before. Sengoku looked strange on the high platform seat, because in Kanbunshoku's perception, in the thick smoke, except for Chen's aura that was a little unstable, everything else was intact. So, this little fellow has the potential to become a powerhouse. Sometimes the pain in the body, without the trauma in the heart, is even more hopeless. Rare, several people are silent. A person who is used to even pain, then what he has experienced must be even more heart-wrenching. Cough, cough. In terms of destructive power, this bomb fruit is not as good as Logia, it's just melee nemesis, but at present, it's still a little weaker. Garp coughed and turned away topic. Weak now doesn't mean weak in the future. I'm looking forward to this little fellow. Unfortunately, now Borsalino's speed is still a difficulty for him. If this goes on, the chance of this little fellow losing is very high. In the seats, Crane and the others were talking, while in the audience, Hina and several people were full of worries, and many people were sweating for Ye Chen. Because no matter how you look at it, Ye Chen is more likely to lose than win. Dense smoke spreads all over the sky. Gradually, a shadowy silhouette begins to become clear, making many people sucked in a cold breath. In the thick smoke, Ye Chen stepped out, covered with gunpowder smoke and firelight, and the broken half of his body began to recover gradually, with strong visual quality. Opposite, Borsalino looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. Squatting down slightly, Ye Chen disappeared instantly, and even Borsalino almost didn't react, and then there was a roar in his ear, and an explosion sounded. Out of the corner of the eye, Borsalino's eyes jumped, because this guy's feet were gone, and it was full of gunpowder and fire, and it was recovering at a high speed. The golden light shone, Borsalino pulled away, but the next second, Ye Chen followed him. Slightly stunned, then his scalp exploded, and the rumbling sound in his ears made Borsalino's pupils shrink. Shiu! A golden light fell straight, the whole ground burst, and the endless falling rocks turned upside down. Borsalino lay in the pit, blood spurting from his mouth. In a flash, a tattered gun smoke slammed down. Without thinking about it, Borsalino elemental transformation turned into a photon and disappeared into the pit. Then the huge explosion spread again, and the entire crater expanded again, and cracks began to spread out like spider webs. In midair, Borsellino gathered his body, and before he could wait to watch, there was a sound of breaking from his back. Golden light overflowed, Borsellino condensed his body again and appeared on the ground, but soul of a deceased has not yet dispersed. When he first condensed his body, that guy was always close at hand. For a while, the golden light straddled and roared constantly, and the two moved at high speed, forming one after another after-image, which continued to shine in above the heavens and under the earth. Many people are confused, because they can only see the golden light and hear the rumbling sound in their ears, and the others don't know anything about it. But Sengoku and the others, who are on the platform, are different. The high-speed movement of Borsellino and Yachen, in their eyes, is taking in the entire scene. This little fellow is really ruthless. Garp's smile disappeared, his eyes moved up and down, or swayed left and right, his expression was very serious. If every time Bomb Fruit explodes, there will be pain, then I admire this little fellow. His face trembled a little, and his eyes trembled even more trembling. This little fellow has a great idea for combining shaving with ability, but the price is a bit tragic. In Sengoku's eyes, Yachen's feet burst and healed again and again, exploding again and again, looping back and forth. Because of the impact of the explosion, Yachen's shaving produced a high-intensity speed, thus keeping up with Borsellino's speed in a short period of time. This consumption will make the body overwhelmed for a long time. If this little fellow can't beat Borsellino during this period, he will only fail. It seems to be stake all on one throw. Kong can see at a glance the advantages and disadvantages of Yachen's high speed at the moment. The advantage is the increase in speed, and the disadvantage is that not only does he have to bear the pain of tearing his feet every time, but also double the physical exertion. He can. From start to finish, Zephyr didn't say anything, just kept his eyes fixed, following the stubborn silhouette. His eyes kept shifting. The flashes continued, and suddenly, Yachen seemed to have found the weakness of Borsellino's speed, and he succeeded in a blow. Golden light fell to the ground and lifted the ground again. Borsellino's mouth was full of blood, and he simply didn't have time to breathe, so he dodged and left, because Yachen attacked with his hind foot as soon as he left. This brat has found the weakness of Borsellino's movement. Seeing Borsellino keep moving away, even compelled by circumstances and Yachen's embarrassed appearance, Sengoku leaned forward a little excitedly. Body. I've said more than once that the body is the foundation of everything, but Borsellino doesn't listen and pays too much attention to ability. Now in close combat, he is impossible to be Yachen's opponent. Zephyr showed a smile. Yachen could keep up with the speed temporarily, and also found the weakness that Borsellino can only move in a straight line. This battle, as long as Yachen persists, then he can win. It's unclear who wins and who loses. If that little fellow keeps this momentum, Borsellino might really lose. Wait and see. Wait and see. In the field, Yachen's face was pale and blood was constantly bleeding from his mouth, while Borsellino, battered and exhausted, also coughed up blood from his mouth. Hateful. He moved in a straight line and was blocked again. The opponent seemed to know where he was going, so he waited there early and attacked. The most important thing is that the opponent's speed can keep up with him. With one hand, a lightsaber appeared in Borsellino's hand, and he slashed directly at Yachen in front of him. Melee combat? Bright eyes. No one knows how much pressure Yachen is under now. If Borsellino continues to move at such a high speed, he will not last long and will collapse. But now, Borsellino has lost his sense of proportion, because the speed he is proud of has been restrained, and all will be a little flustered. If he is calmer, he will find that Yachen has reached a dead end. Even the oil has dried up. Just hold on a little longer, then Yachen will definitely lose, because no one regards the speed as a normal speed like Borsellino. His normal speed, for others, that is speeding. If you don't pay a price, you can't be flat. Even if it is flat, it is only explosive, and time is impossible and durable. But now, Borsellino can't calm down because Yachen is pushing too hard. Turn to the side, the gravel pierced through the air, Borsellino's lightsaber sank deep into the ground. Yachen covered his arms with both hands, and his right hand slammed directly into Borsellino's chest. However, Borsellino's body refinement is not impossible, but not as proficient as Yachen. Therefore, the other hand directly blocked Yachen's attack. However, with such a counterattack, Yachen's other hand grabbed Borsellino directly. Finally caught you. Busashoku exploded like never before. Yachen grabbed Borsellino's left wrist tightly, pierced the atmosphere with his right foot, and kicked directly at Borsellino. Wow! Poof! Bending his body, Borsellino vomited blood, his whole wretched face twisted directly, and the lightsaber in his hand was even more direct. Dissipate! Then Yachen hugged Borsellino's head and kept hitting his knees, causing the entire scene to explode again and again. Each attack, Yachen used Busashoku without reservation, and was more ruthless. In an instant, the audience was silent, and everyone looked dumbstruck at Yachen grabbing Borsellino's shoulders, beating him hard. Just looking at it, they felt their teeth hurt. Crack! The sound of bones breaking caused Borsalino to scream in agony and force a counterattack. His fingers flushed red, and a laser beam was emitted. Blood exploded, yet Chen's shoulders were pierced, but even so, he didn't frown. He still held Borsalino tightly and continued to beat him hard. Because if you let go, you won't have the chance to catch this guy again, then you will only lose. So, yet Chen gritted his teeth and avoided the important place directly. He endured 3 counterattacks from Borsalino, and there were 3 more blood holes in his body. As for why there were only 3 strikes, that was because Borsalino could no longer counterattack. But I don't know where to start, yet Chen's eyes began to change. I admit defeat. Bloody nose and swollen face, unable to see the face, Borsalino has been breaking free, but desperately found that everything was in vain. This guy is completely perished together, and his attacks are more ruthless. Now Borsalino feels that his body is not his own. Stop. Borsalino's conceit, yet Chen didn't seem to hear, still very ruthless attacking, unconsciously, yet Chen's eyes were blood red, close, and numerous bloodshots filled the whole eye socket, and the whole body exudes an abnormal hostility. Apparently, Yet Chen was out of control. Gao on the platform and the others, looking at Yet Chen's expression, it is clear that this is a person who has been stimulated and caused extreme madness, and has lost his mind. Appearing in an instant, Zephyr forcibly separated the two, holding Yet Chen firmly with one hand, and Borsalino fell directly to the ground, dying. In Zephyr's hands, Yet Chen had no resistance at all, but even so, he struggled violently. Yet Chen fell into a coma with a hand knife. It's night, starlight embellished, a sea breeze blowing, with a little moisture. Brightly lit, Fleet Admiral's office. Kong is dealing with political affairs. Recently, the sea has not been too calm. Fortunately, the next generation of Marine did not let Kong disappointed. Sengoku, what do you think about today's affairs? Put down the quill. Sora looked down at Sengoku, who was helping himself with government affairs, and rubbed his forehead. Sengoku appeared here in the middle of the night and was still helping with Marine government affairs, obviously training Sengoku, who will take his place after he leaves office. Hearing Sora's question, Sengoku put down the file, lifting his head to look at Sora, frowned a little, and then said, "It's too early to see anything." "Yes, is it?" Sora didn't ask again, just nodded, and then continued to deal with things. And Sengoku, with an inexplicable taste in his eyes, stopped talking and started to concentrate on government affairs. The sun and the moon are upside down, up and down, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Marine Infirmary, on a white hospital bed, Yet Chen closed his eyes tightly, as if he was having a nightmare, brow beaded with sweat, and his hands were clenched tightly, able to recover from the whiteness. Fear, pain, and hideousness were seen on his face. Brother Yet Chen. Not far away, Hina was reading a book. Seeing Yet Chen's excitement, she immediately stood up and looked at Yet Chen worriedly. Doctor. Hina was startled by Yet Chen's condition, and she ran out of the room to call the doctor. At this moment, Yet Chen woke up suddenly, bent over, and sat up. His face was bloodless, and he was breathing heavily. Brother Yet Chen. Seeing Yet Chen awake, Hina happily walked to Yet Chen's side, opened her eyes wide and looked at Yet Chen without blinking. Slowly came back to his senses. Yet Chen looked at the surrounding decorations and knew that he was in the infirmary, but he didn't know how long he had slept. How long have I slept? Wiping the cold sweat off her forehead, Yet Chen looked at Hina. It's been 2 days, brother Yet Chen, you don't know, you startled us. Hina pouted. What's the final result? Of course it's Yet Chen, you won, and now Borsalino is still training. A proud face, Hina is very excited, you know, his brother Yet Chen defeated a monster. Not long after waking up, Fergo and the others came to the ward, and an hour later after that, Yet Chen was discharged from the hospital. Because of his injury, in the past 2 days, he has recovered most of the force, became stronger. Afterwards, Yet Chen also learned about the events of the past 2 days from the mouths of Fergo. For example, he lost control, was knocked unconscious by Zephyr instructor, and slept for 2 days and 2 nights. In the past 2 days, Yet Chen was too tired and injured, so he would only lie down for 2 days. Otherwise, as usual, he would have been living dragon and animated tiger long ago. Like Borsalino, who was obviously more seriously injured than Yet Chen, but got out of bed a day earlier. In terms of physique, Borsalino simply can't compare to Yet Chen, but he woke up earlier than Yet Chen, which is enough to explain. Yet Chen consumed far more stamina than Borsalino in that battle. However, Yet Chen's reputation has now spread throughout the Marine Academy, and even those Marine generals in the Marineford headquarters have recognized Yet Chen. After all, Borsalino, the most difficult of the 3 monsters, can suffer, which is enough to show the strength of Yet Chen. Now, there are not 3 monsters in the academy, but 4. It can be said that Yet Chen's current reputation is almost equal to that of Sakazuki, Kyuzan, and Borsalino. When Yet Chen was discharged from the hospital and came to the academy, many students looked at Yet Chen with fear, admiration, and disbelief. If this was the case before, it would have been ignoring or disdainful, but now, no one dares to disdain. In addition, the fame of Fergo and Smoker has also increased a lot, and no one can look down on them like before. Now, the games have been postponed, and a new duel will start in 7 days. Walking on the playground, Smoker told Ye Chen about the next arrangement. The further back you go, the more intense the battle will be, and the injuries will definitely be serious, and you will need time to recover. 7 days, for everyone, as long as the injury is not fatal, it will not be a big problem. Ye Chen is not worried about these, what he is worried about is whether his loss of control will arouse the views of those great characters above. Actually, Ye Chen is overthinking it. As long as Ye Chen doesn't show any behavior of resisting, leaving, or destroying Marine, then he won't be suppressed. Because of innate talent and potential, it is enough to cover some bad tempers. If Ye Chen is out of control, it will cause suppression, then the arrogant character of Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan, Onigamo and the others who are more excessive than Ye Chen will have been cleaned up long ago. So, as long as it doesn't violate Marine's bottom line, it won't be so-called exclusion and suppression. To put it bluntly, Ye Chen is too suspicious, or in other words, has no sense of security. 7 days, plus 2 days when you are lethargic, so we still have 5 days. In that case, let's train. Fergo and Smoker clenched their fists. Although they can't make the top 4, they must be in the top 6. The next step is the daily and nightly training of the 3 of them, while Hina, Zion, and Very Good serve on the side, because all 3 of them have been disqualified, so I hope Ye Chen the 3 of them achieved a good result, and if they said that, they also had a face. During this period, Zephyr came once and saw Ye Chen 3 sweaty training, very satisfied nodded. In addition, I guided the body refinement and haki of the 3 of them, and said it very carefully, while the 3 of Ye Chen, like sponges, greedily absorbed. It can be said that Zephyr made a small difference for Ye Chen and the 3 of them. Although they could not improve their strength in a short time, it played a very important role in their future development. Many small problems, such as the incoherence of body refinement and the uncontrollability of haki, under the guidance of Zephyr, Ye Chen and the 3 of them can say that they have avoided a lot of detours. These experiences are incomparable. Also, this is the second time Zephyr has explained. For the first time, Ye Chen and several people have heard a lot of things, but this time, it is much clearer. More. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the new showdown was destined to be eye-catching. First stage, Fergo vs. Strawberry. Second stage, Toki Cake vs. Onigamo. Third, Smoker vs. Kuzan. The fourth game, Momonga vs. Jonathan. A new day. At first, the battle is especially fierce, everyone, spare no effort. Although some people won and some lost, it gave everyone a visual feast. In the first stage, Fergo defeated Strawberry, while Smoker faced Kuzan, but he couldn't hold out and lost again. And today's last game is about to start. The fifth game, Sakazuki vs. Ye Chen. Finally, under the decision of the major referee, Sakazuki and Ye Chen walked to the center of the field. Now, the real monster showdown has officially begun. The audience was silent, all of them staring at the 2 figures in the center of the arena. I finally got it. Sakazuki looked at Ye Chen with a heavy face, and his whole body was full of fighting intent. And Ye Chen is indifferent and indifferent. Without a sound, a suppressed aura began to surround the venue. Suddenly, the 2 of them disappeared at the same time. With a crashing collision, Sakazuki flew out directly, stepping on his feet into the ground, leaving 2 traces. The airflow fluctuated. Ye Chen flashed out, appeared in front of Sakazuki, and blasted out with his right fist. The blazing high temperature started to boil, Sakazuki's right hand turned into magma, and Ye Chen slammed forcibly. A deafening roar, a wave of air starting from the 2 of them, lifted the surface. The huge force made Ye Chen groan, flipped a few backflips, and hit the ground heavily, in a mess. Shaking his hands, Ye Chen looked at Sakazuki solemnly, his eyes slightly narrowed. The light was dark, the ground exploded for a while, and 2 dazzling slashes rushed towards Sakazuki. Magma shattered, half of Sakazuki's face flowed, and directly and forcibly smashed Ye Chen's Rankaku, but at this moment, Ye Chen appeared on Sakazuki's back, his right foot was covered with weapons, and he kicked out directly, which produced an explosion. Boom! The huge explosion, swaying gunpowder and flames, swept everything unscrupulously, turned into a violent wave, and flooded out. At the very center, a big pit with a diameter of 20 meters, all split up and in pieces, made the entire venue shake. Not far away, magma surged and Sakazuki condensed into a body. If he was just a step late, he might have been hit. On the opposite side, in the smoke of gunpowder, Ye Chen walked out slowly, half of his body, and quickly recovered. Meteor volcano. Raising his hands, Sakazuki's fists kept spewing out huge lava, like one after another cannonball, close and numerous, like a flaming meteor, and began to blast towards Ye Chen smashed away. Frowned, Ye Chen was a little puzzled when he saw the large-scale attack gushing out, because this move didn't have much effect on him. Disappeared in place, the ground was smashed by magma. Ye Chen appeared in midair, stepping on Jeppo. Dai Funka. At this moment, on the ground, Sakazuki suddenly appeared in the sky under Yachen. A force of mountains burst in ground split, suddenly rose from the ground, shook the entire venue. Boom, boom. The huge force, like a volcanic eruption, Yachen complexion greatly changed, the whole body exploded with a bang, a dark mushroom cloud, surrounded by a halo, like a big mountain, rolling down. The whole venue was out of control, and all the audience watching the play yelled, because the naked eye could see a shock wave, rolled up with messy things, and pushed towards them horizontally. In an emergency, a dazzling golden light lit up on the seats on the high platform. A tall and majestic Buddha descended from the sky, suppressing the storm at once. The most central, chaotic power, constantly intertwined, on the edge, Sakazuki dripped blood from his mouth, condensed his body, and stared at the smoke. Humph. The muffled sound came from the center, yet Shen's face was pale and tattered, and he recovered quickly. Previously, most of his body exploded, yet Chen felt unimaginable pain, and the death crisis made Yet Chen's soul chill. When death embraced, Yet Chen was terrified, because the feeling was too real, and the reality made him despair. Lifting's tattered hands gradually recovered, yet Chen's pale face suddenly turned violent. With the sound of breaking air, Yet Chen disappeared and attacked Sakazuki again. Two punches collided, the ground burst, Yet Chen stepped back directly, and Yet Chen actually fell into a disadvantage in terms of strength. Sakazuki's ability is to simulate a volcanic eruption, and the impact of that kind of force makes Yet Chen's mind wander. Boom! With a slight explosion, Yet Chen's speed instantly increased, and before Sakazuki could react, he knocked Sakazuki off with one kick. Condensing the body, Sakazuki corner of the mouth flow blood, Kanbunshoku, comes out without the coverage of the dead corner. From the left, the sound of breaking through the air came, but Yet Chen's speed was too fast, he took another blow, and Sakazuki turned into magma. Both feet kept exploding and recovering, yet Chen relied on his speed, and in a short period of time, Sakazuki couldn't lift his head and was very aggrieved. May go. Deliberately revealing a weak spot, Sakazuki right hand magma condensed in high concentration, facing Yet Chen's chest, burning it. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosion flattened everything again. Sakazuki condensed his body in the distance, face covered in blood, his chest heaving violently. And in the gunpowder smoke, Yet Chen's body slowly healed under the repair of gunpowder smoke and firelight. Depressing the stinging pain in his soul, Yet Chen disappeared in place, and Sakazuki roared and rushed out. Strong collision, magma burst, terrifying explosion, spread again. Boom, boom. At this moment, the people in the audience really realized what a humanoid bomb is. Each collision, Yet Chen would explode, either an arm or a foot. The formidable power generated by the explosion flattened the entire combat area again and again. The whole island even started to crack, producing several huge cracks. Hateful. Face covered in blood, with a huge explosion, Sakazuki appeared in the distance with a pale face. This battle, for him, is very frustrating, just like the battle with Borsellino, extremely powerless. I agree with your strength. It's just as annoying as that bastard Borsellino. There's no need to continue this battle. How about a draw? Sakazuki looked serious and didn't want to waste time fighting. Unless there was a life and death fight, there would simply be no winner. The most important thing is that this battle is very disgusting for him. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Yet Chen had a cold face, nodded, because he was not sure that he could defeat the guy in front of him. Sakazuki is not like Borsellino. Although it lacks speed, its destructive power and defensive power are first class. Even, Yet Chen was able to defeat Borsellino in the last game. It was a fluke. If he did it again, it was not necessarily who would lose and who would win. The two parties, Sakazuki and Yet Chen, chose a tie. It can be said that many people are full of disappointment, because although this battle is fierce, it is inexplicably a bit stubborn, and it always feels a little bit worse. Only Sengoku and the others in the high-tier seats can understand and even agree with nodded. After all, two evenly matched players, unless they are fighting endlessly, it is difficult to tell the winner. This is just a game, not a life and death battle. Now, Yet Chen and Sakazuki have done enough, and their abilities don't need to be shown, because everything is enough. Yet Chen and Sakazuki's tie, although many people feel disappointed, but it is undeniable that Yet Chen has the strength to fight against Sakazuki, and this monster's name is completely confirmed. Next, there are those players who did not make the top 10. In fact, these players are very strong. It can be said that they evenly matched with some of the top 10 players. It was just a little bad luck and a few losses. Trick. Therefore, if the 10th place is mentioned in the 15th, that is, the top 15 students can all graduate. Unfortunately, Hina and Zion failed in the end. Very good passed, but chose to stay. Many people don't know why, maybe only he himself knows. In this way, the duel was suspended for a week to recuperate the injured students. A week later, the final battle will take place. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, yet Chen also didn't let it go. He was still a cultivation, and now he has covered the whole body with bomb fruit, but the formidable power is not as objective as he imagined. So, his goal now is to develop body refinement, haki, and the exterior of devil fruit, and try to make the explosive formidable power go up a few levels. If nothing else, today will bring the graduation ceremony to an end. First stage, it was Fergo who came on stage, defeated his opponent, and completely stood his ground. The second game, Ye Chen played against Kuzan. The three previous monsters, Ye Chen played against two, now only Kuzan is left. As long as he wins Kuzan, Ye Chen is properly in the top 4. However, today is destined to surprise everyone. Going to the center of the arena, Ye Chen looked at the lazy guy and walked over slowly. Just as Ye Chen was ready to attack, Kuzan yawned, opened the mouth sleepily and said, "I lost." The whole shouting scene, for a moment of silence. A slight breeze blows up the sand and dust, and there is a trace of desolation. Ye Chen's expression suddenly turned cold, because Kuzan's expression had a strong sense of contempt, and it seemed that Ye Chen was dismissive and did not give corresponding respect. "Hey, don't get me wrong, your battle with Borsellino and Sakazuki, I don't think I have the ability to take you down. Instead of wasting time, we might as well end early and go back to take a nap. I have nothing else to do." I mean. Seeing Ye Chen's cold face, Kuzan patted his head, his face straightened, and he explained it with a serious expression. "Tai." His face softened slightly. Ye Chen glanced at Kuzan. He didn't think he could beat this lazy guy arrogantly, so a tie is the best result. It doesn't matter, the ranking doesn't matter anyway. Kuzan rubbed his eyes and looked like that, simply didn't take graduation seriously. If he could choose, he would definitely stay in the academy, but unfortunately the conditions not allowed. This showdown is even more sloppy, causing all the audience to open their mouths and curse in their hearts. On the high platform, Zephyr and the others shook their heads, laughed, not too surprised by the result. This stinky brat is so lazy. It seems that Iron Fist, whom he loves, misses him very much. Garp grinned, looked at Kuzan, rubbed his fists, and wanted to he was the one who brought Kuzan into Marine at first. In the field, Kuzan shuddered suddenly, turned to look at Garp with a charming smile, his face changed. Next game, Smoker. The next battle is going on smoothly. From time to time, there are people who challenge the top-ranked students. Only Sakazuki, Borsellino, 4 people, Kuzan and Ye Chen, sat firmly on the Diaotai, and no one dared to challenge. As dusk approached, finally, the graduation ceremony was over. At this moment, on the pitted field, many students stood straight together, regardless of whether they were injured or not. Some bloody nose and swollen face, grinning hoarsely, wiping nosebleeds, looking very happy. Very good, this ceremony, many students gave me surprises. At the front, Kangbei put his hands behind his back, looking at these energetic students, tense his majestic face showed a rare smile. I won't say more. A week later, at Grand Plaza, in the face of all the headquarters Marines, I will personally give you awards. During this week, you should rest well. Looking at the miserable little fellows, Sora didn't say much and just disbanded, because many students needed medical treatment. As soon as Sora, Sengoku and the others left, the solemn and serious students suddenly cheered. This time not only will they be able to graduate, but they will also receive an award from Fleet Admiral Kong in person. All excited. At night, brightly lit, the whole commercial street is full of happy laughter and cheerful voices, most of which belong to the students. Because they will have a week-long vacation, during this week, they can play casually without cultivation, and for a while, the business of the pub and the commercial street will suddenly improve. Fergo and the others are not exempt. Yet Chen was originally going for cultivation, but was pulled over by Hina and the others. Because today is a day to celebrate, 3 of the 6 of them can graduate, and they are ranked very high. Cheers! The 6 people raised their big glasses and touched each other. Maybe in the future, such gatherings will become less and less. Chen, Fergo, Smoker, after you graduate, you can go to sea. When you come back, you must tell us about the outside world. Very good, he had a burp, his face flushed. Don't worry. Ha ha. Cheers. But yet Chen, you guys have all gone to sea, then Hina will feel it's very lonely, and there will definitely be fewer and fewer gatherings like this. Hina puffed up, a little unhappy. How come? As long as you work hard for a while, isn't it easy to graduate? When the time comes, play how you want to play. Smoker patted Hina's head. I don't mean that, I mean, when we all graduate, there will definitely be assignments, and when the time comes together less and more apart, there will be no chance to be together like this. Hina is frustrated when she lifts Smoker's teasing hand. It's not about life and death, Marine also has a holiday. Several people were a little dull, because what Hina said was the truth. Maybe in the future, gatherings like this will only get together less and leave more. Forget it, don't think about it, let's talk about it when the time comes. We can party anytime we want. At worst absent from work, that's right, haha. Suddenly, the dull atmosphere dissipated. That night, everyone drank a lot, and it was Ye Chen and Fergo who still sent them back to the dormitory. Otherwise, they would have to stay in the store and not leave. Even, Hina will be alcoholic and crazy, and her temper is called a hot, which is just 2 extremes from usual. Fergo carried Smoker and Very Good, yet Chen carried Hina on his back, and his right hand was like a chick, and he held Hina in his hand. Fortunately, no one was wearing any weights. Otherwise, Hina had 3 tons, Ziyan had 3 tons, and yet Chen had 10 tons. It would have taken a lot of effort. On her comfortable back, Hina wrapped her hands around Yetchen's neck, as if she was having a sweet dream. Brother Yetchen, hit him. Dream chatter, I couldn't hear it clearly. Hina turned to Yetchen's side face, arched. All of a sudden, Yetchen stiffened, but the next moment returned to normal. In this way, sober, drunk, quietly walked to the trail, and under the moonlight, a long shadow was drawn. 6 people, pure friendship. Whether it can go on like this forever is a mystery. Marine Ford. A week later, the Grand Plaza, many Marines and their families joined the fun and gathered here. Because today, Fleet Admiral Kong will award graduation rank to several students. It can be said that there is a great sense of honor. Get more. It's like an ordinary student who meets a national leader. Moreover, this leader also personally presented awards, and even got in close contact with them. Highest Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, Hero of the Marines Garp, Staff Crane. Many high-ranking Marine generals sat beside them not far away. It can be said that the award ceremony at this time is a bit too grand, but the graduates have this qualification. This time, the one who presided over the ceremony was a Rear Admiral, and it was the headquarters Rear Admiral, the lowest one, who also had to master Haki, a general who really held real power. As soon as he came up, Rear Admiral gave a testimonial, still what happened to Marine, what justice, and what, all in official words. This graduation ceremony is now officially starting. Sakazuki, Yetchen, Borsalino, Kuzan, Fergo, please come to the stage. Holding a list, young Rear Admiral one after another read it out. It can be said that this is the top 5 without ranking, because the strength of 4 people is almost on par, and it is difficult to distinguish the winner in a short time, so there is no ranking. In other words, the first place, there are 4 people on an equal footing, and Fergo, who was a little worse, became the second, which is the 5th. Today, Yetchen's 5 people are very formal, but they are missing a coat. It looks like something is missing. Please Marine Fleet Admiral, award graduation rank to 5 people. Standing upright on the platform, Yetchen looked at the quartet, close and numerous watching the lively Marine or the residents' eyes were flat, but there were a few ripples in their hearts. I am no longer the ant I was 2 years ago. Going down first, Sora followed by 5 Marines, each with a coat and a badge in their hands. Sora started from the left and stopped. The first one is Sakazuki. Even if he has been paralyzed, it is difficult to suppress his excitement at this moment, and his whole body trembles slightly. Taking the Marine Rear Admiral coat from Marine behind him, Sora put it on Sakazuki himself, and finally put the Rear Admiral badge on him. Congratulations, Sakazuki Rear Admiral. After getting dressed, Sora gave Sakazuki a military salute. Thanks Fleet Admiral, everything is for justice. Standing straight, Sakazuki sullenly also gave a military salute and roared decisively. Then, following the same pattern, Sora followed Yetchen and Borsalino successively, putting on Rear Admiral coats and badges, and giving a military salute one after another. The awards are over. High on the platform, 5 young people, wearing justice coats, dazzling chest badges, exuding fiery vigor. From today, the 5 people are Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, the real leader. At the same time, the entire Grand Plaza burst into deafening applause, because it is destined that the future of these 5 Rear Admiral will not stop there. Many people have even seen the potential of Yetchen and the others, and plan to send some things to get acquainted, and there are not many such people. Next, I invite Toki Cake, Anigamo, Yamakaji, Momanga, Smoker, to come to the stage. After Rear Admiral presented the awards, the Commodore presented the awards. However, Commodore's award is no longer empty, but replaced by Sengoku, but even so, everyone was excited. You must know that this is Marine Headquarters. The award ceremony lasted about an hour. And this time, Marine Headquarters has a lot more Commodores, and it's just the starting point, because as long as it's not blind, you can see the future of Anigamo and the others. With these futures, Marine's future is even stronger, which is what everyone is willing to see. Similarly, some outside forces have paid attention to the grand event of Marine. Among them, Yetchen, who graduated from Rear Admiral, has been closely investigated. The award ceremony is over, and there are still a lot of things to do, such as moving house, this time becoming a Rear Admiral, which is a huge reward. There is a small villa, and belly, and other messes. The most important thing is to choose your subordinates and understand the rights and duties of Rear Admiral. General Marine's residential area, a small villa, is located among flowers and trees. Nothing more beautiful can be imagined. Simply packed, yet Chen stood outside the villa, silently not speaking. Wow! It's so beautiful, brother Yetchen, come in. Behind, Hina's eyes were shining brightly, looking at the neat and tidy flowers and plants in the courtyard, as well as in the courtyard. All kinds of flowers, pushing Yetchen impatiently and asking him to open the door. Obviously, these villas are manned and ready to move in. The sound of the key turning, Ye Chen opened the gate of the courtyard. Hina, Zion and the others filed out, shouting and entering the villa. It's so beautiful. It's so big. There are 3 floors. Looking noisy, the 3 noisy Hinas, Fergo and the others who were still standing in the same place, looked ahead. My villa is right next to it. It seems that I can become a neighbor in the future. Fergo pointed to the identical villa next to him, laughed. As for Smoker, there are also villas, but they are not in this area. Relatively speaking, it is a bit far from the center. Then I'm too lazy to go back, and I'll live here in the future. Without even thinking about it, Smoker decided directly, because his villa, with Ye Chen and Fergo, there are still some differences. Tomorrow everyone will go to select the subordinates. Commodore 50, Rear Admiral 100, didn't expect. One day I can also have 50 subordinates, ahaha. Smoker is still a little excited, thinking that starting tomorrow, he will have 50 subordinates, and he will go crazy with excitement. This is ascending to the skies with a single leap. As long as you have innate talent and potential, you can take countless steps less than others. You too go tomorrow. I don't want my subordinates for the time being. Going into the courtyard, looking at the carefully trimmed potted plants and various ornamental plants, Ye Chen's mood, very good. From today onwards, this is my home for the time being. Ah. Smoker looked at Ye Chen in surprise, and even Fergo looked puzzled. My goal is different from yours. Ye Chen didn't care, laughed. I will rest here tonight with brother Ye Chen. There are many rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We will have a banquet tonight. Bounce, Hina from the 2nd floor running down. I was so excited that I regarded this place as my home. Can I refuse? Ye Chen had a dark face. Hoon, very good, let's go shopping and have a barbecue tonight. Coldly snorted, ignoring Ye Chen. Hina energetic and bustling, pulling Sean and very good ran out. It looks like you won't be able to relax in the future. Smoker walked into the room, looked at the sofa in the hall, his eyes lit up, and he lay down directly. It's not bad. Fergo sat on the sofa on the other side, with his feet on the glass table in the middle, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Your villa is right next to it, and there is one. Putting down her backpack, Ye Chen took a look at the hall. It was very good, and there was a yard behind it. It seemed that it needed to be prepared some cultivation equipment too. What are your plans in the future? Smoker lay on his side on the sofa, looking at Ye Chen and Fergo. Let's take a look. Wait until tomorrow to select a few subordinates, and then go to see first. Fergo tightened his body and thought for a moment. Where's Chen? Smoker looked at Ye Chen again. I still have some things to do. From Ye Chen to Rear Admiral, after graduation, another month has passed. During this month, Ye Chen rarely went out of the villa, but only cultivated in the backyard. And I applied for a lot of cultivation equipment. Although I sweated profusely every day, and even exploded at one point, causing complaints, Ye Chen felt very fulfilled. A month ago, after Smoker and Fergo selected their subordinates, they couldn't wait to leave, which caused Hina's great dissatisfaction. As usual, Ye Chen was naked, carrying weights, and holding a special barbell, his muscles tensed for cultivation. Brother Ye Chen. Energetic and bustling, the door was knocked open. Hina, wearing a dress, came to the backyard with ease. Look at it, this month, I have been staying here at Ye Chen. It's not wrong. Now the whole 3rd floor has been occupied by Hina. Sky. Of course, along with Hein and very good. As soon as Hina entered the backyard, Hina showed such an expression as she expected, because this month, Ye Chen was not only cultivation, but also cultivation. Every time Hina came back, she saw Ye Chen in cultivation. Hina even shed tears when she first saw those scars on Ye Chen's body, and she didn't know why. The ground shook and the barbell sank deep into the ground. Ye Chen stood up, brows beaded with sweat, and glanced at Hina. What's wrong? Seeing Hina staring at herself, Ye Chen feels an unfathomable mystery. Brother Ye Chen, are you leaving too? Ye Chen said this. Hina became frustrated on the spot, because Smoker and Fergo left, causing Hina's mood a few days ago. It's all bad, but fortunately Ye Chen still has it, otherwise I don't know how to make a fuss. Xiong and the others told you. He picked up the towel from the side, and Ye Chen wiped the hot sweat. Yes. Hina's face was full of disappointment, and she felt that her spirits suddenly became negative. Everyone has their own path, and you will leave in the future. It's not that you will never see each other again. If you miss them, just work hard for cultivation and strive for graduation. Ye Chen put on his clothes, and when he saw Hina was depressed, he couldn't help but comfort him. But, you're all gone, I feel. Pursed her lips. Hina didn't finish her words, but Ye Chen understood the meaning. It's good to get used to it. There's nothing wrong with being alone. I'm not like brother Ye Chen, how can I bear it? Isn't there Sean and Berry Good? That's different. What's the difference? Because. It stopped abruptly. Hina blushed, and in Ye Chen's indifferent eyes, she finally lost the battle, lowered her head, and said in frustration, Brother Ye Chen, you idiot. After he finished speaking, he ran out without waiting for Ye Chen to answer. Seeing Hina running out, Ye Chen felt an unfathomable mystery, then no longer paid attention to, came to the bathroom to take a shower, and then developed abilities. Leaving here tomorrow, it's time to put an end to the past. Surging forward with great momentum, the sea undulating, a little sea breeze blowing, swaying Ye Chen long hair. Early in the morning, Ye Chen left the villa, did not say goodbye to Hina and the others, just reported it, and then took some belly, a compass, a den mushy, along with a roar. Ye Chen set off from Marineford alone. In this month, Ye Chen is not only cultivating, but also adding some knowledge, such as how to use compass, navigation and other basic things. At least Ye Chen can guarantee that he will not get lost. As for the sailing tool, it is a simple piece of skateboard, 1 meter long and half a meter wide. That's right, it's just a skateboard, like surfing. With Ye Chen's current strength, it's no problem to keep it steady. As for moving forward, it's easier. The powerful impact is enough to make Ye Chen run on the sea like a rocket. And Sabayati Archipelago is not too far from Marineford. It can also be said that Ye Chen is bold and artful. Fortunately, this is the sea territory around Marineford. Relatively speaking, it is quite calm. If this is replaced by New World, Ye Chen will not even know that he will die. How to die? If you encounter some bad storms, it is estimated that the game will be over. Perhaps we can only deal with these problems when we become stronger in the future. Marine Fleet Admiral Office, Kong Gang, and Sengoku and the others discussed the matter, because the situation at sea has become more and more unstable recently. At this moment, the news of Ye Chen's departure also reached Sora's ears through Den Mushi. Not only Ye Chen, but Sakazuki and the others left a few days ago, and some people reported it to the empty. After all, this is the future of Marine, you must pay attention to the trend or you will be killed, which is a huge loss. That brat, I finally figured it out. Hearing Ye Chen leave, Kong laughed. This month, all the other students have left Marineford, but Ye Chen has not, so Kong and the others are a little surprised. He didn't choose his subordinates, which means he left alone. Everyone thought about it for a while and knew who was talking about. Yes, it's not long since I left, and the means of transportation have made many Marines discuss spiritedly. Oh? Garp was a little curious. A surfing board, according to Marine who saw it, with an explosion, and then the brat disappeared in the mouth of the coast. The board, it seems, is with him. It's very thoughtful, like precognition riding a bicycle alone, a crane in a flock of chickens. Little child, I like this kind of fancy stuff. Crane curl one's lip. However, this time he should have gone to the Sabayati Archipelago, it seems, to seek revenge. Slightly frown empty, combined with the route in Ye Chen's previous events, it is not difficult to guess. Unexpectedly, it would be weird if he didn't take revenge. Is it necessary to bring attention to Vice Admiral stationed in Sabayati Archipelago? After all, there are fish and dragons there mixed in together. I will order. Everyone present, even if they knew Ye Chen was going for revenge, no one would stop them. After all, this world, weak are prey to the strong, and they simply have no reason to stop. If it's a nobleman or someone with a big identity, they may stop it, but if the other party is just a slave hunter group or a gangster, then it's totally unnecessary. And Ye Chen didn't know that what he was going to do was already known by Kong and the others. Ride the wind and waves, climb high and watch. On the blue sea of boundless, a silhouette, like an arrow from the string, disappears on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Feel the blowing on the face. The sea breeze came. Ye Chen sighed heavily. It has been more than 2 years since he came to this world, and he has paid so much blood and sweat, and he is just qualified to run rampant on the sea. His own freedom, his own life, all will begin to bloom with the most dazzling colors. From today onwards, no one can stop you. You have to stand at the top of this world, no one can control you, and no one can hurt yourself. There are endless corpses buried in the sea, but I can definitely stand tall. World, wait for me. Opening his hands, Ye Chen's originally calm face suddenly turned violent. Sabayati Archipelago, located in front of the Red Line continent in the middle of the Grand Line, is one of the paths of many pirates to the New World. It can be said that fish and dragons are mixed in together, but they are very rich and myriad. There are pirate, rich, noble, marine, various identities, various forces. On the surface, everything as it is full of light, but in the dark, it is dark land, where all sins can be found. On the distant sea, an afterimage from the string, accompanied by a roar, the sea burst, and a silhouette stood firmly on the island. He has long hair and a shawl. He is wearing an ordinary shirt and black trousers. The neck, which is exposed outside the collar, has a large scar on the top of the bowl, which is extremely eye-catching. Stern profile, a pair of dark and bright eyes, no color. Going back to this island, Ye Chen looked at the scenery all around, revealing a touch of serenity, and disappeared without a sound. Numbers 1 to 29, the illegal zone. Here is the paradise of villains and pirates. All dark transactions are placed on the surface unscrupulously. Human trafficking sites, population auction houses, slave capture groups, all of these have formed common sense. At the entrance, there are several skeletons piled up. Look at the tattered clothes, some from marine and some from pirate. Recalling the heart-wrenching memory in his mind, Ye Chen stood at the entrance, revealing a row of white teeth. His entire face was completely distorted, and then returned to normal. Walking into the street, from time to time, you can see big men with fierce looks or scars all over their faces, one by one, with fierce eyes. Or, blood splattered from the knife. A fierce fight broke out, and every moment, there were dead people on the street. The appearance of Ye Chen made some thugs sneer and start slowly. Several people started to follow Ye Chen. Ye Chen turned a blind eye to all of this, and went secretly. Brat, robbery, and hand over all your money. Not long after they left, a group of 5 fierce men, each holding a large knife, looked at him with a grin. Ye Chen. Lifting his head slightly, Ye Chen pursed his lips, showing a charming smile, and then disappeared in place. What's the situation? The 5 people who surrounded Ye Chen saw Ye Chen disappear without a sound, and trembled all over, knowing that they had encountered an expert. Pu. The hot blood sprayed suddenly, and a big man with a spiky head looked down at the blood-stained hand on his chest, and screamed after realizing it. Ah! Blood on his face. Ye Chen withdrew his hand and shook it. The surrounding grass seemed to be painted with red dye, which was coquettish and beautiful. Pa-ta! The weapon fell to the ground, and the remaining 4 gangsters, with pale faces, looked at their dead companions with fear. Ah! The screams sounded, accompanied by flying arms, a blind ruffian, holding his right arm, howling. Crack! Ye Chen appeared behind his back, grabbed the ruffian's head with both hands, and tugged gently, accompanied by the blood in the sky, a headless corpse, lying on the ground. Help! The bloody scene made the remaining 3 people collapse and run directly to the street outside. A slash, 5 meters high, tore the ground, along with the divided body. Hot blood bloomed. 2 corpses, sliding 3 meters, fell in the middle of the street. On the opposite side, the gravel filled the sky, and a house turned into ruins. Disappeared on the spot. Ye Chen appeared in front of the last person, watching coldly. Forgive my life, please, let me go. Knelt down on the spot, as a fierce and powerful man, knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. The young man in front of him, it was definitely a demon, and in the blink of an eye, his companion was separated from the body, which made him extremely terrified. Tell me, how to get to the auction house? Looking at the big man kneeling on the ground, Ye Chen's eyes were indifferent. Go straight here, turn right and you'll be there. I heard that there will be an auction soon, please, let me go. A man named Irwin, do you know? Senren killing intent. Ye Chen will not forget this name until death. Sir, I don't know. Quickly shook his head. The fierce big man had a frightened face. Pu. The high head flew up, the stench of blood shot up to the sky on the broken neck. Ye Chen waved his hand, expressionless, and directed towards go in the direction the big man said. Along the way, many people looked at Ye Chen with fear, especially the 3 separated corpses on the ground, which were extremely horrible to see. Here, there is no order, there is only strength. If there is no strength, then you deserve to be killed. Ye Chen hated these gangsters, because the one who sold him to auction house was the local gangster. If possible, he is willing to turn into a devil and kill all these people. I was fascinated by auction house. I bought Ye Chen's small auction house at first. After 2 years, not only did it not collapse, but it kept up with it and turned from a small to a medium-sized auction house, and compared to a year ago, he is much taller. Looking at the various crowds that kept entering the auction, Ye Chen was expressionless and prepared to follow. Sorry, please show the invitation. Outside the door, 4 big men in black dresses and sunglasses stopped Ye Chen. Lifting his head, Ye Chen's eyes turned cold, causing the 4 big men to tremble. Enough! Taking out his Rear Admiral badge, Ye Chen squinted. It turned out to be Rear Admiral from Marine. Please come in. With apologetic expressions, the 4 big men stepped aside at once, allowing Ye Chen to enter the auction house. Now, Ye Chen doesn't want to make a splash, because he wants everyone to die without a place to die. Waiting for Ye Chen to enter, one of the 4 big men outside the door disdainfully said, "A Rear Admiral dares to come here alone. I really don't know whether to live or die." Forget it, the top tell us not to conflict with Marine. After all, we are only in business. The ridicule outside the door. Ye Chen didn't want to know, just found a place at the back and waited for the auction house to start. It can be seen that there are already many people sitting in the seats. These are so different from the original ones, but this time, Ye Chen also sat down. Not long after, the gates merged, the whole hall was slightly dim, and the auction officially started. A very tall beauty wearing a seductive hip-packed skirt, wrapped in black silk, walked onto the auction stage and fondled Isho to everyone. Her crisp voice was even more imaginative. Elegant. Welcome everyone to participate in the enchanted auction. I don't think you will be disappointed. Miss Meyer, I want you, can you? Under the stage, a wealthy businessman looked at Meyer's black silk thighs greedily, his eyes full of ravages. Haha, I will give out 10 million belly. 15 million. Everywhere, because Meyer's whole person exudes charm, that kind of dress up like a shadow is enough to provoke any man's hormones. There are a lot of auction items today. If any boss can invest 500 million belly, tonight, and Meyer will let you enjoy godlike happiness. Tempting red lips, as if budding, and Meyer kissed everyone gently. Tonight, it's me. Just you, Vixen. Men excited, but the women scolded secretly, and the different fat women were even more jealous. And Meyer is waiting for you. Now the auction officially starts. The first treasure, from the Emerald Kingdom, took 5 years to craft the Heart of Ocean. Wearing it will make women more beautiful. It is a rare accessory for women, starting at 50 million belly, the only one in the world. And Meyer lifted the black cloth from the hand of a servant, and immediately, the entire dimly lit hall shone with brilliant blue rays of light, as if an ocean was in front of her. Breathtaking. I saw this Heart of Ocean, like a heart, blue and transparent, with 24 identical diamonds, interspersed and formed. Wow, it's so beautiful. The entire hall was silent, and countless women, with intoxicated eyes, looked greedily at the Heart of Ocean necklace. Husband, I want. Not only women looked intoxicated, but even some men lost their minds for a moment. All the women were out of control. 16 million berry. A middle-aged woman with a delicate appearance took the lead in raising the price. 80 million. Another greedy voice sounded, bound to win. 100 million. A man with a fat head and big ears, holding an enchanting beauty in his arms, spends a lot of money. 130 million. After 10 minutes of contention, the final price was 200 million belly, which was given to him by a rich man on the spot. Beauty makes many women full of envy. Congratulations to that beautiful woman getting Heart of Ocean. You will be the most dazzling and happiest woman in the audience. On the platform, and Meyer complimented, continue to save the second item, one of only 50 Uakiri in the world. Remember, it is one of only 50 Uakiri in the world. You can imagine this tiny chance. For a swordsman, a good weapon is life, starting at 100 million belly. As soon as it comes up, the lowest price is 100 million belly, and this is only one of 50. There are also Owazamano, Sejo on Uakiri Owazamano. These weapons, for swordsmen, are a deadly temptation. Think about it, how many swordsmen are there in the world? But none of the high-quality weapons have broken even 150 million. Below, a pirate, with a long sword on his waist, looked at Uakiri, who was on the platform, with fiery eyes. 160 million. Another swordsman, upping the ante. 180 million. Basically, it's all swordsmen who are raising the price. Some rich people or nobles, even if they buy them, they are just collections, and they don't need to spend so much money, because in the eyes of these people, Uakiri is just scrap metal. This is that different people have different values. In the end, the drastic increase to 28 trillion was earned by a pirate. Some swordsmen who lost the fight looked dangerously at that pirate, harboring malicious intentions. Look, I'm the deputy captain of Heavenly Tiger Pirates, bounty 80 million belly, come to me if you have any. Facing the eyes of harboring malicious intentions, pat under Uakiri's pirate with disdain. Now the bounty of pirate is not in the future. According to preliminary estimates, the current 80 million will be replaced by hundreds of millions. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully photographing Uakiri, one of only 50 in the world. Next, the long-legged slave. Here when, on the platform, the guard of the auction house came up with a young and beautiful long-legged family. Those long legs, white and slender, were a great temptation for some men with special preferences. The eyes are dim and waveless, without the slightest hope. This long-legged beauty is a little immature and may not be an adult yet. Yet Chen, who was sitting at the back, suddenly turned cold, with a faintly discernible killing intent, staring at Meyer. The scenes from the past began to replay in front of Ye Chen's eyes. The original self was very similar to this long-legged clan. In silence, Ye Chen appeared on the Gaoan platform, standing next to Meyer. Ye Chen's ghost appeared, which shocked Meyer, and the auctioneer in the audience was also slightly taken aback. Who are you? Frowning, Meyer looked at Ye Chen, very majestic. You must know that she is the Xiaomimi of the owner of this auction house. Great right. The body suddenly hangs in the air, and Meyer blushed and struggled violently, just because Ye Chen directly pinched her neck and held her in the air. Ye Chen's action caused a sensation in the audience, and it was obvious that he was here to make trouble. For a time, many auction house thugs surrounded the high platform. Where is Anslag? Grabbing in Meyer's neck, Ye Chen's tone was solemn. Brat, you'd better withdraw, or I'll make you regret being born in this world. With a threatening face, even if she was strangled, Meyer was not afraid. Release Mr. Meyer. All around, countless guns were aimed at Ye Chen. As long as Meyer gave an order, Ye Chen would be shot. Called a hornet's nest. Ah, blood splattered, a scream of have one's hair stand on end, pierced everyone's eardrums, blood all over the floor, a white streak sticking to the arm, twitching from time to time reflected in everyone's eyes. With a twisted face, the originally enchanting Meyer now screams like a ghost. Living, Ye Chen tore off Meyer's right hand alive, making this high platform covered with blood. Under the stage, a rich woman screamed and fled outside on bravely with no thought of personal safety. The scene went out of control all of a sudden. Tell me, where is Onslug? Looking at Enmeyer, who was crying miserably, yet Chen ignored the muzzles of the surrounding guns and continued to ask. Speak of the devil and he will appear, from the side door, consistently entering, a man with hundreds of subordinates, holding all kinds of formidable weapons, squeezed into the hall. At this time, many auctioneers had already run out of the auction house, and some even watched the show outside. May I ask when Anslag offended your excellency and disrupted my auction house? The first person is a little changed from 2 years ago, but Ye Chen recognized it at a glance, because at the beginning, it was this guy who bought himself, and then he was trained in various ways, and finally sold to that perverted fat woman. Seeing Anslag appear, Ye Chen smiled, a very happy smile. Crack! The sound of bones breaking, and Meyer's head shrugged, and Ye Chen threw it in front of Anslager like trash. Kill him! Ye Chen's actions made Anslager furious. Immediately, the sound of gunfire and countless bullets drowned towards Ye Chen. Swish, swish. 2 rankyaku, up to 5 meters long, flew by like a hot knife through butter, accompanied by screams. Stump's broken arms splattered everywhere. Marine Roku Shiki. Anslager's eyes jumped, knowing that he had encountered tough stubble. Then Ye Chen disappeared, and every second, someone fell in a pool of blood. Fear spread to the audience. A few minutes later, with the ground full of mincemeat, Ye Chen pinched Anslager's neck. His eyes were red, and his face was hideous. You are Marine. Strangled by the neck, Anslager blushed, but there was no fear in his eyes. I am under flying pirates, even if you are Marine, facing the master of the Golden Lion, only death. Obviously, Anslag did not remember Ye Chen. After all, I don't know how many slaves were auctioned off from him. Who would remember a slave? Flying pirates? Smiling, Ye Chen didn't expect that this piece of garbage could climb up to flying pirates. During the month of going to sea, Ye Chen learned about the sea now situation. Flying pirates, now soaring into the sky, has become the hegemon of the highest. Even Roger pirates, Whitebeard pirates, and Red the Aloof of the same name can't compare. Just because the captain of flying pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, has a very strong ambition, and he doesn't know how many pirates he has collected. Strength, almost all over New World and Grand Line, didn't expect. Even Sabayati Archipelago has its industry. I have informed the Golden Lion Master's most powerful rhinoceros pirates. Brat, you dare to destroy the flying pirates industry, you are dead. Now knee down for me, maybe I will let you live. Even though Hang Kong was strangled by the neck, Anslager looked at Ye Chen with contempt, because the current flying pirates, even Marine, had to be weighed. In the past 2 years, he spent a lot of treasure before he got on the line with flying pirates bounty 95 million rhino pirates. Otherwise, how could his auction house expand within 2 years? Accomplishment medium auction house. The reason is that behind him stands rhino pirates, and behind rhino pirates stands flying pirates. You really die without regret. With a cold face and screams, Ye Chen did the same, forcibly tore off Onslug's arm. Hot blood splashed all over the place, and the whole scene was filled with the smell of blood. Ah, I must kill you, I want you to die. The pain of the soul made Anslager look hideous, and looked at Ye Chen resentfully, threatened. I can't bear this pain anymore? I was more than you at the beginning. Pale white, the whole body twitched uncontrollably, and a face, extremely pale, was directly twisted together. Bang! Ye Chen let go and threw Onslug to the ground, bowing his head, his eyes full of indifference. Lifting his foot, Ye Chen smashed Anslager's right foot with a screeching sound and screaming, and then moved up inch by inch. Please, let me go, let me go. Crazed, unable to bear it any longer, Ansrag weeping bitter tears, in the blood struggling. However, Ye Chen didn't give him a chance until the heart-piercing scream shook the world. I can remind you that you bought me from Irwin 2 years ago. Leaning down slightly, he tore the collar, revealing the blurred scar on his right chest. Ye Chen said with a malicious smile, then I sold it to the fat woman on Hotel Street. I suffered more than you can imagine. Tell me now, Irwin, where? Regardless of whether Onslug heard it or not, Ye Chen lifted his foot and moved to Onslug's other foot. I don't know. The pain made Anslager's whole body and mind suffer from muscle atrophy, even more how after 2 years, how could he remember? I don't know, then I'll give you a taste of hell. Ye Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth, very gentle, but it made Anslag feel cold all over. I said, Irwin walked the lucky dog excrement, ate devil fruit, and has become one of the flying pirates fleet. I haven't seen him for half a year, please, let me go. Ansrag weeping bitter tears, he had met pirates the rhino only through Irwin's hookup. Frowned, Ye Chen sneered, he didn't expect, that guy actually ate devil fruit and became a flying pirates person. This is a big trouble. Looking down and looking at Anslag, who was face covered in blood, Ye Chen felt nauseous for some reason. For me, this guy was one of the executioners I'd been tortured for months, but now, it's all the other way around. You can die. No, I have already told you what I know. Too lazy to listen to Ansrag's begging for mercy, Ye Chen directly smashed Ansrag's head with one foot, and with the mixture of brain and blood, it spewed all over the ground. After solving Anslag, Ye Chen Kanbunshoku spread, and then cleaned up the entire auction house. All staff, men and women, were all killed, because these guys are more serious than Anslag. Sins are all to die for. As for slaves, they were all released by Ye Chen. Then the entire auction house exploded with a bang, and the smoke spread from the sky, turning it into ruins. Come out from the gunpowder, Ye Chen didn't have the revenge he imagined. Everything was normal. Perhaps this time is different from the past. The once powerful enemy has become so fragile, which makes Ye Chen feel a little gap in his heart. However, one more person must die, even with his back to the flying pirates. Now, I'm sure I can't beat flying pirates, so I'll defeat them separately, start small, kill them layer by layer, and one day, I'll be able to catch that guy. It just so happens that I am a marine and need military merit and performance, so I will start with flying pirates and slowly experience it. You can't beat an old man, but you can't beat a young man. Ignoring the fearful expressions on both sides of the street, Ye Chen walked towards the area 60 to 69, because that was where Marine was stationed. He's waiting for the so-called pirates. When I came to Marine Station, it didn't change much from 2 years ago. It was still the same Vice Admiral station. The arrival of Ye Chen only caused a little sensation at the station. After all, Ye Chen is a Rear Admiral, and the future is much more than that. Even Vice Admiral should be treated equally. In addition, it was specially explained above, which made Vice Admiral have to pay attention to the little fellow who had gone out from here. On that day, most of the Sabayati archipelago knew about the demise of the auction house. Afterwards, some people saw Ye Chen walking into the marine station, and some forces couldn't help thinking. Others don't know who is standing behind the fascination, but they don't know, so Ye Chen's shot makes many people subconsciously think that Marine is going to start the rhythm of flying pirates? Of course, this is just one of the guesses. After all, flying pirates and Marine are both one of the very best great influences. Friction is inevitable, but the chances of a real war are not very high. However, it still attracts attention. On the Sabayati archipelago where fish and dragons are mixed in together, news is the most important. At the same time, in the rough sea, a pirates is coming towards the Sabayati archipelago. Rhino Pirates, one of Flying Pirates' rear cutter pirates, Captain Death Rhino, bounty 95 million, very strong, and likes to kill and treasure. Ansrag has given him a lot of wealth every year, so for Ansrag, Death Rhino attaches great importance. Then he can shelter. Now, on Sabayati archipelago, that faction doesn't know that Anslager is standing behind him? However, someone killed Anslager and destroyed the auction house, which was literally slapping his dead rhino in the face. Therefore, he personally went out to see the thing that didn't have long eyes. Marine Station, on the playground, Ye Chen held a 5-ton barbell and kept jumping. The sweat on his body shone brightly under the sunlight. All around, some Marines standing guard, all looked sideways with a look of admiration. After coming to the station from Ye Chen, he didn't do anything with his identity as Rear Admiral, but just came to the usual Marines cultivation place and started silent cultivation. Few people can lift the weight of 5 tons in the base, and they are also doing various cultivation actions at the same time, and Ye Chen's age looks too young. At the beginning, some Marines were full of disdain for Ye Chen's position. If he was able to take the position of Rear Admiral at such a young age, there must be someone above. Until Ye Chen started cultivation, slowly, that kind of the transformation is gone. Maybe he is insecure, or he is too attached to his strength. As long as he is free, Ye Chen will cultivate, because he knows that how strong he will be in the future depends on the present. Cultivated for a few hours, and when dusk fell, Ye Chen stopped, walked to the arranged room, took a bath, and then enjoyed a specially served dinner. I have to say that Rear Admiral is a headquarter and can be regarded as a leading general in Marine system, so the rights he enjoys are absolutely huge. Now, if Ye Chen says a word, someone will automatically help Ye Chen, even if these Marines are not familiar with him, but as long as he knows that he is Rear Admiral, then people who are not in this high position should listen to him. Command line thing. The night at Sabayati Archipelago is very beautiful. When the moonlight pours down, the natural resin bubbles secreted by Yaricum and mangrove through breathing are very beautiful, like a dream, fascinating. However, under this charming scene, tragic things happen all the time. Comparatively speaking, the Marine station is relatively stable. As for other illegal areas, there are countless killings, and looting. Every now and then there is an explosion, and the flames are visible in the distance, which are all common occurrences. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ye Chen didn't plan to go shopping. Instead, he developed the formidable power of bomb fruit. Now that bomb fruit has covered the whole body, the internal development has taken shape. Now Ye Chen is thinking about how to develop the exterior, and also formidable power. There is also Haki's cultivation. Although he is small and powerful now, in the eyes of true powerhouse, he cannot withstand a single blow. It was silent all night, and in the blink of an eye, the rising sun illuminated the entire world. Today, Ye Chen plans to go to the Sabayati archipelago for a stroll, because those people should be there too. Accompanying, 2 Marines followed, introducing Sabayati Archipelago for Ye Chen in detail. If Ye Chen hadn't refused, maybe it was not 2 Marines following Ye Chen, but a group. Rear Admiral, this is the number 42 area, there are many sightseeing areas, and some specialty shops. A young Marine followed Ye Chen, introducing the lively streets on both sides venue. At this moment, a loud noise came from the front, and a large group of people gathered around, as if watching the excitement. Haha, look at my newly bought slave, it's a rare long-handed family. A middle-aged rich man, holding a chain in his hand, and on the other end of the chain is a long-handed clan, crawling on the ground, like a dog, with a numb expression. Humph, your long-handed clan only spent 10 million belly, my slave, but spent 20 million. Another brag voice came, obviously overindulgence, resulting in a little thin body, and in this man's hand, holding a female Zinslave who only wore a little cloth to cover her lower body. As for the upper body, it is even more empty, and the body is full of torture marks and bruises. Whether it's a long-handed slave or a female Zinslave, their eyes are not fluctuating. Now they are just walking corpse, their souls have been swallowed by despair. Yo, Kobe, you're tired of this slave? You're even willing to take it out. Haha, do you want to enjoy it? I'm good at training, send it, I'll give it to you. I don't want it. I don't know how many times I've been ridden by you. It's disgusting. Next time I'll buy one and train it as a sex slave. Recklessly, the two even started talking on the street. The audience around the theater not only couldn't bear it, but reconciled, and some even wanted the 2 slaves to stage a struggle. Now, these 2 slaves are not as good as beasts. Pushing away the crowd, Ye Chen ignored the obstruction of the 2 Marines and stood in front of the 2 slaves. I'll give you 2 a chance to kill these tormenting beasts with my own hands, stand up. Ye Chen's sudden words made the audience quiet, and then it was laughed heartily. What did I hear? This Marine is actually doing justice? Haha, it turns out I wasn't the only one who got it wrong. This Marine really doesn't know what to do. Ignoring the sarcasm around, Ye Chen just looked at the 2 slaves crawling on the ground. If you want to take revenge, stand up. Now it's better to die than to live. Ye Chen's cold voice made the 2 slaves all over the place, trembling, then slowly lifting his head. However, as soon as the 2 slaves lifted their heads, they were kicked to the ground by the slave master behind them, and then punched and kicked. Little Marine, this is not your station, leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite. The 2 slaves looked at Ye dangerously Chen, with just one order, the bodyguards who have surrounded Ye Chen will tear Ye Chen to pieces. Whoosh! Without warning, Ye Chen kicked and slashed several bodyguards directly. The bright red liquid sprayed all over the place. On people. Then, screaming again and again, the bodyguards who had been arrogant all fell to the ground, wailing. Pang pang. Simply not knowing what happened, the 2 slaves hugged their stomachs, bent over and vomited blood, and knelt on the ground. Kill them. Getting off the blood on his hands, Ye Chen looked at the 2 slaves, extremely cold. Until this moment, the 2 originally numb slaves, like vicious dogs preying on their prey, even rode on their respective masters, their nails, teeth, and fiercely grasping and biting. Have one's hair stand on end scene, 2 slaves, like crazy, keep biting, accompanied by a mouth of flesh and blood, for 10 minutes, actually killed 2 slave masters alive. The whole scene was extremely bloody, however, all around watching the lively people cheered and cheered. Looking up, Ye Chen looked at the people who were screaming around, his eyes became colder and colder. These people are all devils, they have lost their humanity, and their hearts have been distorted. Looking at this kind of scene, it is not unbearable, but excited. Sure enough, this world is distorted, even human nature is distorted, everything is morbid. On the ground, after the 2 slaves killed the slave master, they knelt down in front of Ye Chen, kowtowed twice, then grabbed the gun next to them and cut themselves off. They have lost hope in this world, their hearts and souls have also been ruthlessly swallowed up by this world. Only death is a relief, and living, for them, is torture. In the eyes of the leader, this world is heaven, but for these slaves, it is hell. They thanked Ye Chen for giving them a chance to take revenge, so they kowtowed twice, because at the moment of despair, Ye Chen tore open the darkness and pulled them, making their dead hearts rekindle. Weak flames, but this flame, the light that illuminates, is too little to keep them alive. Death is their only hope. What happened just now was just a small episode, but what Ye Chen did next caused a sensation in the entire Sabayati archipelago. As long as he passes by, whenever he encounters a slave, no matter who the other party is, going up is killing, and then asking the slave to kill their master with his own hands. This phenomenon undoubtedly challenged the nerves of many people, and some forces slowly began to send killers to clean up Ye Chen. Don't think that Ye Chen is Rear Admiral, you can run wild in Sabayati archipelago, it's just that Ye Chen didn't challenge the nerves of these slave masters, but now Ye Chen's practice, although only in a few streets however, the number of people who were killed by him was in the double tenth. These people are either rich or related. For this reason, in the entire area, many pirates or hired killers are all close to Area 42. Boom! The frantic explosion, the smoke and fire, formed potholes on the ground, and many houses were directly turned into ruins. On the ground, stumps and broken arms, minced meat and blood all over the ground. In the center, Ye Chen's hands were stained with blood. Looking at pirates surrounded by all around, his expression was indifferent. A trifling rear admiral dared to act wild here. It seems that your boss has not warned you. A big man with an axe, surrounded by companions holding guns, all aimed at Ye Chen. Simply no nonsense. Ye Chen quickly raised 2 feet, 2 slashes, cut the ground, and faced the crowd, dividing the inhuman. The screams, howls, and the sound of artillery fire kept filling the sky. It turned into an afterimage and disappeared one after another. Every second, someone fell down. Ye Chen's fierceness exceeded some people's expectations. After killing for a full 10 minutes, the battle was over, and the surrounding was full of tattered corpses. Ye Chen stood in the shredded flesh, and his fierce eyes made the expressions of all those hiding in the dark changed. This rear admiral is completely different from other marine rear admiral. Not only is it stronger, but it is even more brutal than before, which is marine and pirate respectively. Less, rear admiral. Seeing that Ye Chen was finished, the 2 marines who followed, trembling and swallowing, walked out of the broken house next to them, revealing in their eyes frightened. Continue shopping. With cold eyes, Ye Chen walked forward, but this time, the whole street was very clean. They started to stay away and went to other areas. After all, now, most of the Sabayati archipelago is rumored. Marine has a young rear admiral, who hates villains, pirate, and slave lords. When they come up, they kill them, and they won't explain it to you at all. Area 43, along the way, Ye Chen encountered several assassinations, but each time, it was accompanied by the death of the enemy. Shiyu. A gunshot came, Ye Chen tilted his head, and a piece of dust swayed on the wall behind him. Squinting, Ye Chen looked at the dozens of people who came out of the corner, especially the bearded man with the Wolf Fang Club at the head, and did not speak. At a glance, these people are pirate. Approaching, the powerful breath spreads, holding the bearded man of the Wolf Fang Club, looking at Ye Chen, and scornfully said, "You are the Marine Rear Admiral who dared to touch the dead rhino of Lao Tzu?" Ye Chen is half a body taller. Not surprisingly, this guy is the one Ye Chen is waiting for. "You are the trash that Ansloger said?" With a cold face, Ye Chen grinned, laughed at the dead rhino. It came through the air, the death rhino stared, and the Wolf Fang Club in his hand smashed directly at Ye Chen. The ground shook and dust swayed. Ye Chen's silhouette appeared in the distance, and he was staring at the dead rhinoceros. "Dared to touch Lao Tzu's death rhino. It seems that you are tired of living." Strong arms, muscular, the death rhino holds Wolf Fang Club, step by step walked towards Ye Chen. Breaking in place, Ye Chen appeared out of thin air in front of the dead rhino, kicked out. Momentum is big, power is deep. With a roar, the arm of the dead rhino stopped directly in front of the chest, blocking Ye Chen's attack, and the Wolf Fang Club in the right hand smashed it towards Ye Chen again. The armament turned black. Ye Chen punched the Wolf Fang Club, his feet were deep in the ground. It could be seen that the strength of the dead rhino was very strong. Disappeared. Ye Chen shifted his body, appeared on the right side of the dead rhino, and raised his foot again. Boom! The sky exploded, the entire ground shattered, and a messy shockwave rolled up the ground and flew away many of the men brought by the dead rhinoceros. The smoke of gunpowder subsided, the dead rhino was covered in blood, and the right side of the body was blurred. "You are ability user." With a look of pain, the dead rhino looked at Ye Chen, who was recovering his right foot. Without speaking, Ye Chen pulled out a hair and gently blew it towards the dead rhinoceros, leaving the latter stunned for a while. Boom, boom. The violent air waves swept wildly, countless gravel pierced through the air, and the dead rhino slammed into the ruins like cannonballs middle. "Kill this brat." All around, the pirates brought by the dead rhinos attacked one after another, and all kinds of bullets and artillery fire drowned towards Ye Chen. In a leisurely manner, under the radiation of Kanbunshoku, Ye Chen's body was erratic, not even a hair was lost. He appeared in front of a pirate, his right hand penetrated directly through his body, and disappeared. In situ. A huge slash flew by, accompanied by screams. Several pirate corpses were separated, blood rained all over the sky, bright red. Unilateral slaughter. The entire rhino pirates, except the dead rhino, the other pirates, in the hands of Ye Chen, cannot withstand a single blow. Moo! Just as Ye Chen was massacred, a huge silhouette, very fast, rushed towards Ye Chen in the shattered ruins. "Come over." Tightening all over, Ye Chen stomped on the ground with both feet, and his entire body kept moving backwards, smashing one house after another. Too hot air spurted. Ye Chen stared, his hands pressed against the huge monster in front of him, gritted his teeth, and turned violently, accompanied by cracks on the ground, turned a few backflips, stood on a house. There is a wound on the left arm, the flesh is everted, and the bones inside can even be seen. Looking at his injured left arm, Ye Chen frowned, looked at the cracked ground, where there was a 10-meter-long huge monster, shaped like a rhino, with red eyes, looking at Ye Chen stubbornly. "Zoan ability user." Sneering, there is no doubt that the death rhino is the ability user, it should be Zoan. Zoan is famous for having high defense, high resilience, and high stamina. After 2 explosions before, this guy just vomited blood, and most of the injuries have returned to normal. The huge body, skin is rough, flesh is thick, especially the long and short double horns on the head, exudes a sharp and chilling breath, yet Chen's arms should be one of them. Only the corners are damaged. Brat, Lao Tzu is an ability user who ate Zoan Oxox fruit rhinoceros. Many people see Lao Tzu like this and are already dead. You are definitely not the last. Standing on the house, Ye Chen looked down at the dead rhino, looking aloof and remote. Moo! The earth rushes, and the surrounding ground begins to shake. Like a rushing fortress, the death rhino rammed toward Ye Chen's house and charged over. Immediately, the whole house fell into ruins like tofu, and Ye Chen disappeared directly and appeared on the ground, ignoring the dead rhino who turned from the ruins. Barbaric dash. The eyes are slightly red, and the huge body of the death rhino is like a torrent, shaking the ground and rushing towards Ye Chen quickly. Those 2 sharp horns are still shining. Busashoku. Don't pick it up hard, this is Ye Chen's first feeling, otherwise, if you get hit in the front, you will definitely feel bad. Dodging, time seemed to slow down. The death rhino slowly ran past Ye Chen, and Ye Chen, with his right foot raised high back, Busashoku condensed a point, at the crucial moment, kicked the dead rhino in the stomach. A huge dull sound, the ground under the feet of a man and a beast formed a big pit, and in an instant, the dead rhino flew out like a parabola, hitting the ground, splashing all over the ground with sand and dust. And Ye Chen, because of the reaction force, moved out, leaving 2 footprints, and the right foot began to emit smoke and sparks, to the edge of the explosion. Shaking his head, blood spilled from the mouth of the dead rhino, but he did not suffer multiple injuries. With an ugly face, Ye Chen saw Zoan's defensive power for the first time as he looked at the dead rhino who was just vomiting blood. The rhino is famous for its skin is rough, flesh is thick, and its impact force. The current death rhino is not just in name only, but also in reality. Brat, you merely this too. The sharp double horns covered Busashoku again, and the dead rhino rushed towards Ye Chen. Looking at the huge monster rushing over, Ye Chen quickly kicked out with both feet, 2 rankyaku, split the ground, and slammed heavily on the rhino's head. Accompanied by the explosion, the smoke of gunpowder filled the air. The dead rhino did not feel any discomfort, and slammed into Ye Chen even more violently. Disappeared in an instant, the dead rhino swooped in the air, accompanied by countless collapsed houses, turned around and rushed towards Ye Chen again. But this time, Ye Chen took the lead. Appear out of thin air above the rhinoceros, Ye Chen's face was cold, his whole body rotated, and his right foot stepped heavily on the back of the rhinoceros. The sky exploded, a shockwave lifted off, the ground cracked, and countless cracks were like mirror cracks, with a radius of 100 meters, turning into potholes. Explosion! A dark smoke of gunpowder blazed into the sky. Rising into the air, Ye Chen appeared on the ground, his right foot was covered with fireworks, he blinked to recover, frowning at the center of the smoke. Bang, bang. The ground shook, the huge silhouette walked out of the gunpowder, face covered in blood, and looked at Ye Chen angrily. This time, the dead rhino was very uncomfortable. The blood could not stop overflowing from the eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and the back was blurred, and a large piece of flesh and blood disappeared, revealing the hideous blood and bones. I want you to die. The blood aroused the anger of the dead rhino, and the speed was doubled, like a cannonball, like a hot knife through butter toward Ye Chen crash over. Up to now, Ye Chen probably knew the weakness of this guy. In addition to skin is rough, flesh is thick, strong collision ability, speed and flexibility are all flaws. The blood is thick, and it will consume you to death. Since one explosion is not enough, then come twice or 3 times. With a ruthless face, Ye Chen also rushed towards the dead rhino and passed by. Ye Chen punched the rhino's side belly and exploded. Boom, boom. The shock wave of the explosion lifted the rhinoceros, causing the entire land, all split up and in pieces, to collapse again. And Ye Chen, the right hand disappeared, followed by shaving, caught up with the opponent, and kicked the right foot in the same place again. A huge explosion, roaring continuously. Each time, Ye Chen attacked the same place, and there would be an explosion. That kind of tearing force made the dead rhino terribly miserable, covered with bruises and scars everywhere. Even if the skin is rough and bloody, it cannot maintain normal after continuous explosions. Even more how, every explosion of Ye Chen is enough to move a square 20 meters, and that kind of destructive power can be imagined. This is Zoan too. If it were someone else, he might have died long ago. The smoke and fire never disappeared, and after 5 explosions in a row, Ye Chen's face turned pale and appeared in the distance, looking at the dead rhinoceros riddled with scars, whose front legs disappeared, showing a sneer. At this moment, the dead rhino fell to the ground, and the surrounding broken ground was blood red. The heart retreats, and the death rhino knows that it is not an opponent. The opponent's speed is too fast, and every attack can produce an explosion. If it continues to consume like this, it will definitely die. Recovered, without thinking about it, the dead rhino just ran away. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. must kill the marine when he recovers. The afterimage appeared, and Ye Chen appeared directly in front of him. Pu groaned, the dead rhino hugged its belly and knelt on the ground with blue veins throbbing on its face. Want to escape? Ye Chen, with a look of contempt, withdrew his feet, grabbed the dead rhino's hair with one hand, and slammed it backwards, shaking the ground. Bombing back and forth, with blood and meat foam splashing, finally the dead rhino lay dying in the shattered pit. Cough, cough. At this moment, Ye Chen coughed, a trace of blood spilled from his mouth. This time, if it wasn't for his own speed, it may be difficult to do. Zoan's defensive power and resilience are really powerful. Brat, you're dead. Loud zuzz from the flying pirates. Crack. The sound of bones breaking, Ye Chen appeared next to the dead rhino and broke his neck with one foot. Looking at the dead rhinoceros who had their necks crooked and lost life aura, Ye Chen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, coldly said, there is more to talk about when death is approaching. The battle is over. Ye Chen sighed in relief, followed by severe pain all over his body. During the battle, he ignored the repercussions of bomb fruit. Now when he relaxes, it feels like 10,000 needles are stuck, making Ye Chen's face abnormally pale. Up, less, Rear Admiral. At this time, the two Marines who had left the battle circle early, stepped forward tremblingly and looked at the pothole. The dead rhinos, who were covered in bruises and lost their breath, all stared in disbelief. You know, this is Captain Pirates, the rhinoceros of Bounty 95 million belly. I don't know how many Rear Admiral and Marine have been killed, but now they are killed by Rear Admiral. Take care of it, this pirate's head seems to be very valuable. The body was wet, blood and sweat were mixed together, making Ye Chen a little uncomfortable. Seeing two Marines coming, yes, I ordered. Yes, yes. Standing up, the two Marines gave a military salute. Ye Chen had no idea that pirates, the rhinoceros, had a fish that escaped the net, and had already reported the matter here to the above. The death of the dead rhino also made some slaves who waited and watched from a distance and hoped that Ye Chen would die was full of shock. They all didn't expect that this young Marine Rear Admiral was so powerful that he could even kill a dead rhino. It seems that it will be a little more restrained in the future. Marineford, Marine Fleet Admiral's office, there are only 3 people here, all running government affairs. The Sora headed by, looks a little bad, as if thinking about something. Below, Sengoku's desk is full of half-person height documents, and Crane is also on the side, helping to organize and give instructions. Until a Marine came in through the door, holding stacks of documents on the empty desk. Haha, these little fellows gave me good news. The originally boring Sora looked at the information Marine brought, and looked at the above news, grinned. Fleet Admiral Kong, is there any good news from New World? Putting down the quill, Crane asked Sora, who was in a better mood. No, it was caused by the little fellows. Sakazuki brought his subordinates to fight with the Big Mom pirates of Bounty 320 million belly. Although he failed in the end, the other party is not feeling well either. Big Mom pirates? That woman is very strong, and she is full of strange power. Crane was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Sakazuki was so strong, so she went straight to find it Big Mom pirates of small reputation now. However, this time Sakazuki was impulsive and suffered a lot of damage, so I gave him a warning. Sora smiled, and the warning was probably just a verbal warning. Since the Rocks pirates were disintegrated, the crew above each founded pirates. Among them, Kaido and Big Mom are the most powerful now, and will definitely be a hidden danger in the future. Crane looking far away, he obviously knew the threat of Big Mom and Kaido. If it weren't for the great reputation of Roger and the others, Marine's attention might have been on these people long ago. Come on step by step, Side then said. Sora was powerless, after all, the Golden Lion and the others were a threat now. Borsalino is not honest. He seems to have suffered a loss when he met Kaido. He really wants to be unconvinced. With his speed, he has been looking for trouble for the other party. Focusing his eyes on the data again, Sora chuckled again. Looks like these little fellows aren't very well. Kuzan went out with Garp to chase Roger pirates, Fergo, Smoker, Onigamo and the others chased some pirates, and they're all famous now. This is a good thing. Marine depends on military merit and fame. Whether these little fellows can become Marine's pillars in the future depends on them. Sengoku rubbed his shoulders, insert a sentence. How about that little fellow Ye Chen? Everyone else is struggling, and their reputation is gradually rising. Ye Chen, who is not inferior to Sakazuki and others, is very interested. Hearing his question, he flipped open a few documents, revealing what Ye Chen most recently did. This guy in Sabayati Archipelago destroyed an auction house and saved several slaves. Interestingly, this auction house has something to do with Golden Lion, and his bounty is 98 million sheltered by the Rhino pirates. As expected, Ye Chen's actions did not arouse the surprise of the 3, because they had expected it. Yee! This little fellow actually killed the captain of pirates, the Rhino. Empty lightly exclaimed. If I remember correctly, the captain of this Rhino pirates is a Zoan ability user, and he is also the Busashoku owner. How could this brat be killed? Crane recalled now, the bounty now and the future is the difference between heaven and earth. Don't look at how many people Sakazuki can bounty over 300 million. Big Mom, and yet Chen killed 98 million, the difference is several times, but among them factors cannot be generalized. In Big Mom's hands, Sakazuki suffered heavy losses. It was entirely caused by his arrogance, because he was simply not Big Mom's opponent, but delusionally wanted to capture him, and lost a lot of Marines' money in vain. Life. As for Ye Chen, he only killed his equal enemy, and did not waste a single soldier. Both sides, no matter how you look at it, Sakazuki is stronger. In fact, this is a wrong view. Unfortunate, at least, for those of Sakazuki's subordinates. In the end, it's the two people who have different ideas. Ye Chen wants to eat one bite at a time, step by step, and he doesn't care about reputation, while Sakazuki is a bit rash, so he suffers a loss. Therefore, Ye Chen's current reputation is far less loud than that of Sakazuki and the others. It seems that this brat is also a restless master, and actually got into flying pirates, one by one. Isn't it too arrogant and conceited? Sengoku seriously face, don't look at how powerful Sakazuki and the others are now, it's because others didn't really take action, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let them experience the cruelty on the sea now, just practice it. If you die, you can't blame anyone. This empty sentence makes it clear that it will not to let people follow up as to let Sakazuki and the others go, that is to say, when encountering mortal danger during this period, Marine will not be rescued by sect unless there is a Marine powerhouse in the vicinity. It looks a bit cruel. It can be said that if people like Sakazuki lose one, it is a huge loss for Marine. Okay, these little fellows have their own way. Let's talk about the news that Garp and Zephyr sent not long ago. Browser tight. Now the new world is becoming more and more unstable. In addition to Roger pirates, flying pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Red the Aloof, there are other pirates with great threats, such as Big Mom pirates, Beasts pirates, World Destroyer. Garp is now chasing Roger pirates, the Golden Lion side is also suppressing Zephyr. Whitebeard pirates has been quiet recently, and the investigation revealed that the Red Count guy, leaving the new world and appearing in the Grand Line. In addition, there are many pirates who don't know how to live or die, and they specialize in taking the Marines' base to complete their reputation. These guys must not be tolerated. The more he talked, the more angry he became, and Kong's eyebrows widened. At the same time, New World, the unknown sea territory, is thousands of meters above the sky. At the very center is a medium-sized island where a majestic, splendorous and majestic palace is located, overlooking the sea. In the depths of the palace, there is a vast great hall, a throne, suspended above the steps, majestic Haki. A little Marine Rear Admiral, do you need to report it to me? Just let someone solve it. A thick, domineering, overlooking voice came from the throne. The awe-inspiring atmosphere of the king made the entire vast great hall congeal. Yes, Captain. Below, a one-knee Niels pirate hugged cup one fist in the other hand, then got up, turned and left the great hall. Look, shift to the throne, a middle-aged man, full of golden hair, like a lion's mane, just sitting there, not angry, as if the entire the world is in the hands of this man. He is the Golden Lion Shiki, a king who roars everywhere and swallows the world, like a sky, pressing the entire one-piece world, breathless, except for a few forces, no one can contend. Grand Line, the kingdom of Ars, a small kingdom with a population of only more than 20 million, is famous for its special iron ore and was once contested by various forces until 3 years ago, and unrivaled. The king, therefore, the rule of this country, is directly replaced. The king is still the same king, but someone else has the power. I saw the tallest building in this country, flying a pirate flag, and now the whole sea. You may not know who Marine Fleet Admiral is, but this pirate sign must be clear. Because this pirate flag is now the most powerful top-level overlord on the sea, the pirate flag of flying pirates, the man who conquered the sky. Obviously, this place is sheltered by the flying pirates, or in other words, it is already the territory of the flying pirates. On the distant sea level, the water waves separated, and a young man with long hair on a skateboard was approaching the kingdom quickly as if he were in the sky above the sea. It has been half a year since Ye Chen killed a dead rhino in Sabayati Archipelago. During this half year, if the most famous person in the sea is the Marine 5 Rear Admiral, Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan, Furgo, Ye Chen, these 5 names have spread all over the sea, and people from many forces are paying close attention. 3 months ago, Marine Rear Admiral Sakazuki bombed and killed a bounty 180 million great pirate, and was known by everyone. Then, as if negotiated, Borsalino, Kuzan, Virgo, they started one after another, and the pirates killed were all at the level of more than 100 million, of which there were countless less than 100 million. The sea that once stirred, heaven and earth turning upside down. If you say the top 4, arrogance is arrogance, but it is not so obvious. Only one of the 5 people, one named Ye Chen, is really arrogant. The other 4 had no goals at all. They would arrest whoever they came across, but this Ye Chen aimed at a single goal, and then bit him, making many people feel that this guy audacious in the extreme. Black Fox Pirates, Captain Wild Fox, bounty 120 million. Buffalo Pirates, Captain Barbaric Dash, bounty 110 million. Soft Pirates, Captain Black Mask, bounty 125 million. Added up before and after, there are 7 or 8 bounty hundreds of millions of pirates. The point is, these are all attached to flying pirates, and some are stationed in a place, or sailing on the sea, but all of these have been found and destroyed. And the culprit is this Marine Rear Admiral Ye Chen. For this reason, Golden Lion, the captain of flying pirates, was once irritated, thus he dispatched his capable subordinates to destroy it. It is said that in that battle, Marine Rear Admiral's life and death do not know, but half a month ago, a base under flying pirates was destroyed again, and the culprit was still the Marine Rear Admiral. Nowadays, many forces under flying pirates are gnashing their teeth and wanting to tear this marine apart. However, this guy's whereabouts are mysterious. He lit the bomb and ran away, and he still doesn't know where he is. Setting foot on the island, down to earth, with black hair tied up, face plastic surgery because of all the year rounds, surprisingly cold, a pair of black eyes, dark and bright, wearing a gray coat, the youth lifted his head. Captain, we are told to be careful, Marine that exploded the little demon, it is said that half a month ago, kill Minterstier in them. The kingdom of ours, in the south, is stationed with the pirates, elastic pirates, and its captain Chris is the ability user who ate Paramecia devil fruit, spring fruit, bounty 180 million, 2 hacky owners. Even under the entire flying pirates, it is an expert above medium, and a sea territory in the vicinity has a great reputation. It is because of the expert of Chris, and the kingdom of ours, that we can live in peace, and no one dares to offend. Rare and strange, the little demon from Marine dares to appear here, I will solve him in a minute. Chris, who was patrolling the base, stopped and looked at him with extreme disdain. With his own men. 1 minute, it's a bit long. Without warning, a voice came from the sky, causing Chris to turn around. Squatting on the beam, Ye Chen looked at Chris on the ground with an indifferent expression, and compared the bounty order in his hand. Brat, who are you, dare to break into this place? Chris didn't speak, but the men around him spoke up. Shua. Flashed out of thin air, Ye Chen appeared 1 meter away from the two of them, losing the bounty order. You should be Chris, bounty 100 million 80 million, heads are very valuable. Ignoring the lackey beside Chris, Ye Chen looked at Chris. You are that marine little demon. Squinting slightly, Chris looked at Ye Chen like a dead man. 1 minute. Without answering, Ye Chen stretched out a finger, then turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Bang! The whole ground exploded, a huge shock wave, heaven and earth turning upside down. Chris raised his arms, covered his arms, and flew out directly. Where Chris was standing before, Ye Chen appeared and retracted his fist, feeling very good, as expected of a bounty 180 million pirate. The strength is completely different from the previous lackey. The building collapsed, and with a huge roar, Chris stood up from the ruins. The flying dust on Patit's body, the originally calm face, suddenly became fierce. The gravel splashed, Chris disappeared. Next moment, Ye Chen seemed to be hit hard, turned into a cannonball, smashed several houses one after another, and lay in the rubble. At this moment, Chris's feet are like springs, hopping. With a cough, Ye Chen stood up in the dust, feeling a slight pain in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The two looked at each other, almost at the same time, disappeared, and then in midair, 2 black fists collided brazenly, causing a huge wave of air. Creak creak sounded. I saw Chris' right hand, like a spring, extremely compressed, and then bombarded towards Ye Chen. That huge force made Ye Chen complexion changed, directly turned into meteor, falling down. Immediately, the entire ground collapsed, countless cracks spread, and everything around was instantly flattened. The rubble, sticks, and gravel are like bullets, with a powerful cracking sound. Following, Chris compresses his feet, and instantly comes to Ye Chen, his feet slammed down. Crossing his hands, Ye Chen's face flushed, a trace of blood spilled from his mouth. One knee kneels, the entire broken surface, countless boulders, rose up into the sky. At this moment, Chris turned over and swept across with a smashing sound, without the slightest doubt that he could shake gold and crack rocks. With the wind blowing over his head, Ye Chen forcibly turned his body around, put his hands on the ground, and did a backflip before disappearing onto the ground. Next moment, the hurricane swept wildly, forming an overwhelming trend, setting off endless ruins. Silhouette appeared in the distance, yet Chen shook his hand, dispelling the tingling feeling, then looked at Chris with some dignified look. Brat, you are quite good at hiding. Standing in the rubble, Chris looked at Isho, his eyes full of tyranny. 1 minute, it's over. Chris's sarcasm, yet Chen didn't take seriously, just stretched out a finger and ticked at Chris. Courting death. Yet Chen's provocation directly angered Chris, who saw him crouch slightly. His feet turned into springs, and then erupted violently. With a sonic boom, it turned into an afterimage and blasted towards Ye Chen. Looking at Chris, who was rushing up, Ye Chen slammed his left foot into the ground, shifted his body slightly, and pulled out his right foot like a mountain range. Boom! Meteorite bombardment. A pitch-black cloud lifted into the sky. The entire ground split instantly. Countless firelight spread, turned into shocks and broke, overwhelming mountains and seas towards all directions torn away. The ground shook and the mountains shook, yet Chen flew out of the gunpowder, grabbed the ground with both hands, traversed more than 10 meters, stopped, and finally stood up. The flames of his right foot were free, and in the blink of an eye returned to normal. A gust of wind blew up, covered with gunpowder smoke, and a large pitch-black pit with a diameter of 30 meters was burning with flames, swallowing the surroundings and appearing. Cough, cough. Opposite the big pit, Chris was in tatters, drenched with blood on the right side of his face, directly missing a large piece of flesh, and his body had varying degrees of injury. He vomited blood, and Chris's eyes revealed lingering fears. If he hadn't used Busashoku to defend himself in an emergency, perhaps the injury he suffered now would not be so simple. I almost forgot, this guy is an ability user. I don't know what abilities he has, but if he doesn't pay attention, there will be an explosion. Many people suffer losses from the explosion and are then killed. With a grim face, Chris looked at Ye Chen with vigilance in his eyes. Although this kind of explosion would not kill him or even cause serious injury, he would not be able to do it a few more times. Must be able to bear it. Whoosh! Ye Chen won't give Chris the time to think. 2 Rankyaku, tearing the ground, rushing directly towards Chris, contains great power. Squeezing his feet, Chris disappeared in place, the dilapidated building behind him broke directly, and the 2 intersecting ravines spread to the end. Silhouettes flashed one after another, Ye Chen's feet were blazing with fire and gunpowder, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chris in an instant. His right fist was pitch black, and he slammed into Chris. The expression changed greatly, and Ye Chen suddenly appeared, which made Chris' heart skip a beat, because this guy's speed has doubled from just now. Right fist squeezed, then blasted out, incomparable power, as if Flood Dragon went out to sea, directly slammed with Ye Chen. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosion occurred again, and in the smoke, Chris flew upside down and hit the ground heavily. Grim expression. On the opposite side, Ye Chen stood with both feet on the ground, sunk deep into the ground, traversed 5 meters, and recovered quickly with his right hand. Wow. Bent over and stood up, Chris vomited blood, looking at his bloody, shadowy left hand, held breath cold air, face cold sweat all over. The excruciating pain was like someone piercing his heart with a needle, making him unable to breathe. There was a sound of breaking through the air, a slash whistled, Chris gritted his teeth, and pulled away, but the guy who was soul of a deceased has not yet dispersed was always by his side. Now, Chris is afraid of close combat with Ye Chen, because this guy will explode if he is not careful. It is simply nemesis of close combat, which is disgusting. It exploded again, and Chris flew out, the hot blood spurting out, hateful, unbearable. Chris's eyes were red, Kanbunshoku covered the audience, and his heart was full of anger. At this moment, Chris suddenly turned around, pressed his right foot into a point, and kicked out of the open space. With the explosion of the sky, Chris was covered in Busashoku and forcibly broke through. The smoke of the explosion caught Ye Chen. Bang! The thick Busashoku hit Ye Chen's stomach firmly, and in an instant, blood splashed, and the body that had been thrown upside down due to the impact, was also caught by Chris. Momentum is big, power is deep. Chris grabbed Ye Chen and slammed it on the ground. In an instant, the ground collapsed, countless gravel turned upside down, and cracks began to tear the surrounding buildings, swayed a lot of dust. Just as Chris was about to beat again, Ye Chen's mouth was full of blood, and his other foot was covered with an armor, and he kicked Chris' head, but was blocked by Chris' left hand. Another blow, Ye Chen's eyes bulged, blood spurted from his mouth, and he felt that his whole body collapsed. Gritting his teeth, his hands resting on the ground, Ye Chen forcibly twisted his body like a spiral, then turned over, hugged Chris' waist, and fell violently to the ground. It collapsed again, Ye Chen face covered in blood, just in a flash, with a rumbling, terrifying explosion, forming a shockwave, sending Chris flying out, leaving behind a rocky gully, smashed into the rubble. And Ye Chen, half of his body disappeared, smoke and fire entangled, and quickly recovered. Pain, piercing into the soul like shock, Ye Chen's entire face has been contorted together, blood and sweat mixed, covering the entire ground. Complete recovery, Ye Chen stood up, looked at Chris in the ruins, his face was stern, and he rushed up. The barb went down, and Chris sank into the ground, with his hands firmly on his head, blocking Ye Chen's right leg. Left sideways, his left foot pierced out, and slammed heavily on Chris's chest. With a click, Chris was groaned and turned into a streamer. Swish, swish. 2 Rankyaku follow closely from behind, so Chris had to forcibly stabilize his body, but Ye Chen didn't give him the opportunity. Directly behind him, fired another kick. Boom! There was a violent explosion, Chris screamed, his back was blurred, and he was thrown out heavily. The afterimages continued. Ye Chen appeared in the sky above Kreese with a frantic face, and stepped on Kreese's stomach with one foot, and then the two fell heavily like shooting stars. In an instant, countless hills rose up, forming pieces of landslides, directly engulfing all around. After a long time, the sky-shattering rock began to fall. In the deep pit, Ye Chen stepped on Chris with a stern expression. Lifting his right foot again, Ye Chen aimed at Chris' neck. "Where's Irwin?" Gudong, don't know." The mouth kept running bloody. Chris looked terrified, looked at Ye Chen's big feet, and wanted to ask for mercy, but Ye Chen didn't give him a chance. Crack! Fountain-style blood splattered, a tattered head rolled to the side like a ball, and the headless corpse, a stark contrast was formed. The blood on the ground, Ye Chen exudes a disgusting smell, and the long hair is dark red, dripping blood from time to time. Before this, Ye Chen got the same answer. He didn't know if the other party really didn't know Erwin, or he didn't say it on purpose, but to Ye Chen, it didn't matter, because he is not in a hurry to take revenge now. Every time I destroy a pirates under flying pirates, I will ask, there is no impermeable wall in the world, whether it is Erwin or flying pirates, he must know his purpose, but Erwin is late, didn't show up. The biggest possibility is that Erwin is dead. Whether Erwin is dead or not, Ye Chen will find him step by step, and this process is more terrifying than death, because with the destruction of one pirates after another, it will definitely bring Erwin to mental panic. This kind of mental injury is the most deadly. The most important thing is that Erwin is just by the way. Ye Chen's real purpose is to become stronger. Obviously, flying pirates, this huge monster, is the best whetstone. Bending down, grabbing Chris's head, which was dying, Ye Chen coughed, blood kept bleeding from his mouth, wiped it twice in a row, and jumped into the pothole. Shiu. Just as Ye Chen jumped into the pothole, a bullet passed close to his face, followed by countless guns close and numerous, covering Ye Chen. Avenge the captain. A ferocious man with dazzling rays of light from the rocket launcher on his shoulder, aimed at Ye Chen, that is, bombing wildly. Going up into the sky, all around is smoke of gunpowder. Ye Chen's face is cold, extend the hand just tossed, countless blood droplets are shot like bullets towards those pirates, and then, it is an explosion all over the sky. Boom, boom. Black smoke billowed, mountains burst and ground split, the whole venue was in a mess, and it exploded for nearly 5 minutes. The fire was blazing into the sky, the smoke was billowing, and the entire pitted ground seemed to be hit by a meteor, forming various small canyons, which completely changed the landscape. Standing in the bloody ground full of mincemeat, Ye Chen looked pale, a little too exhausted, but there is no one who can stand anymore. This time, Ye Chen almost annihilated this pirates. There may still be some leftovers, but it's nothing to worry about. Grandiose. Until this time, the army of the Kingdom of Ours was only arriving slowly, but when they saw Ye Chen standing in the bloody field, they didn't dare to act rashly. You know, these are elastic pirates, and the captain is a bounty 180 million great pirate. Now, looking at it like this, the entire army is wiped out. On top of that, standing behind the elastic pirates are the flying pirates. He is the Marine Rear Admiral, who specializes in destroying the forces under the flying pirates. There was a commander of the kingdom, who forcibly calmed down and looked at Ye Chen in horror. Blue, blue. At this moment, the voice of Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded from Ye Chen, making Ye Chen frown. Den Den Mushi only rang once in the past 6 months, but that was 3 months ago. As if there was no one else around, Ye Chen called Den Den Mushi in front of the tens of thousands of the kingdom's army who did not dare to move. Ye Chen, where are you now? A majestic voice came from Den Den Mushi's head. Admiral Sengoku? Ye Chen looked at Den Den Mushi's expression and voice, and immediately guessed who it was, and only Sengoku and the others knew the number of this Den Den Mushi. Hello, where is this place? Ye Chen turned his head, looked at Wang Kuajun not far away, and asked. Tense, the leader of the kingdom's army commander, swallowed saliva and said, Lord Rear Admiral, this is the kingdom of ours. Admiral Sengoku, do you hear? It's the kingdom of ours. Turn his head. Ye Chen stared at Den Den Mushi. He didn't know what Sengoku was looking for him for. Ours, it's not far from Tajla Island. Now, you go there right away. Fleet Admiral Kong may be in danger. Garp is coming, you must. Sengoku was serious, but halfway through, it's hard to gnash his teeth. What happened? Ye Chen's eyelids twitched. Hasn't Fleet Admiral Kong been in Marineford all the time? How come out? And in danger? In this world, there are only a few people who can put Sora in danger. Half a month ago, Patrick Redfield shot Celestial Dragon for some unknown reason, which had a great impact. Garosei gave Fleet Admiral Kong an order, at all costs to catch Redfield. Zephyr in New World, Garp was chasing Roger pirates, and I wasn't the guy's match, so Fleet Admiral Kong went out and left me to guard Marineford. Sengoku's words, like depth charges, have a lot to offer. Strong impact. Patrick Redfield, a man who can be on an equal footing with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion alone. You must know that the first 3 are powerful, and only Patrick Redfield is alone. Celestial Dragon, World Nobles, self-proclaimed creator, known as the Cancer on the Sea. It is conceivable that this group of creators who do not know whether to live or die must have provoked Patrick Redfield. For most people in the world, Celestial Dragon is the creator, who can control their life and death at will, but for people at this level of Patrick Redfield, they are just ants, kill them if they want. Obviously, the Celestial Dragons who died this time were not 1 or 2, otherwise Garosei would not have issued an order at all costs, so that Marine Fleet Admiral would go out in person. In addition, Sora's personal appearance is enough to explain Patrick Redfield's terrifying. Even Sengoku admits that he is not an opponent. You must know that Sengoku as Admiral, and he even admits that he is not an opponent. Then the other party, in the end, how strong is it? Besides you, Sakazuki and Borsalino, who are not far from Tagersla, also rushed over. You three, be sure to delay Garp's arrival. Remember, that man is very strong, you need to procrastinate, don't hit it hard. Finally, Sengoku exhorted. I see. After hanging up Den Den Mushi, Chen settled down. This trip can be said to be very dangerous, accidentally, but it will kill people. However, Chen was inexplicably excited because he wanted to truly see the power of this world highest. What direction is Tagersla in? Put away Den Den Mushi, Chen asked the commander of the kingdom again. North, but it will take a day. Reaching out, the royal army captain pointed to the north. Getting directions, Chen walked to the ruins, picked up a piece of wood, and then climbed into the air and flew towards the coastline. One day doesn't take long for him. Time goes back half a month ago. Tagersla, a large island, is surrounded by large and small deserted islands, but because there are many barren mountains, there is only a small country with a population of only 100,000 people. But the wine produced in this country, it is the top 100 in the world, ranked 5th and 16th. For this reason, this country has always been the target of pirate or other kingdoms. But on this day, Tagersla Sea territory, on the sea level, 10 battleships with the banner of justice, grandiose, appeared on the island. Disembarking, a tall, strong man with a stitched scar under his left eye, wearing a sleeveless black shirt and a white and dark gray Fleet Admiral coat, looks at Tagersla, exudes an oppression all over. Fleet Admiral, the aloof Patrick Redfield is on the island and has never left. At this moment, a marine dressed as an ordinary resident ran out from the island, salutes Sora. It's hard work. Konbunshoku radiated, Sora found a direction and started to move forward, and behind him, followed by 5 Vice Admiral, 20 Rear Admiral, and some elite marines, this lineup can be said to be huge. But such a large lineup is only for one man. At the same time, in the center of the island, countless residents of Tagersla ran to the coastline one after another. The bustling and noisy street calmed down all of a sudden. In the deepest part, in a tavern, a man with long hair was braided on his shoulders, wearing a rose-red shirt and scarlet. A tall and thin man in trousers and wearing a wide scarlet cloak was drinking fine wine by himself, with a sinister smile on his face. At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside. Everyone, go to maintain order and let the residents of the island get on board. Fleet Admiral Kong. There is Marine who doesn't want to leave. This is an order. Sora's tone was solemn, because he knew very well that these people simply couldn't get involved in the battle. Yes. The Marine who followed Sora left the scene and began to maintain order, so that the residents of Tagersla could be successfully evacuated to the Marine ship. After speaking, Sora stepped into the tavern and walked in front of the evil man. The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Long time no see, empty. Redfield, you shouldn't kill Celestial Dragon, and 3 at a time, plus the previous one, is enough for the world government at all costs to arrest you. Kugwan just stood there, just like a big mountain. If it is an ordinary people, it may already be kneeling on the ground. So, the 5 old farts sent you here? Sipping a sip of wine, Patrick Redfield ignored the breath on Sora's body and opened the mouth and said, Shiu. Without a sound, Sora appeared in front of Redfield. Time slowed down, and 1,000 years later, he pushed out like a mountain with 1 foot. The imposing manner was like a rainbow, and the atmosphere was whining. Redfield quickly picked up the black umbrella at his hand, which was covered by the pitch black and crimson Busashoku, and stopped in front of his face. The entire tavern collapsed, turning into a spider web pothole with a radius of 10,000 meters, and then quickly spread out. A black shadow turned into a streamer, and lifted countless buildings one after another, and finally turned over a few times. A backflip, landing firmly on the ground. Disappeared. Sora followed closely, and slowly landed in front of Redfield, and the sky behind Sora began to fall with all kinds of debris, like rain, completely submerging the entire area. Up. The two just touched each other, and the area of 10,000 meters was turned into ruins, forming a huge pit, and the riots continued. Empty. It seems that you, when you were Fleet Admiral, have wasted your power. Compared with before, it is a lot worse. The sleeves are fluttering, and the Redfield padded body, the dusty, bewitching face revealed a penetrating smile. It's enough to deal with you. Enyeo's armament on his right foot disappeared. Sora threw away the coat on his body, revealing the strong body that burst his shirt. The Busashoku of the two people is different from the normal pitch black. Obviously, they have both been cultivated to the highest level. According to their own strength, different colors have emerged. It's just right. I haven't fought with you for several years. I'll try it today. You've become a Marine Fleet Admiral, whether your strength is wasted. Holding the black umbrella, Redfield held high, covered in crimson Busashoku, and slashed at Sora. In an instant, the rays of light were dazzling. A crimson slash towering into the sky, forcibly separated the ground, forming a dark and boundless abyss, like a sky, crushing it against the sky. The whole body was agitated, the empty body swelled in an instant, the muscles, like Vajra, were perfectly united, the right hand blue veins jumped, the dark Yao-armed condensed fists, like meteorites, heavy the bang hit the red slash. Heaven and earth turned white, and a deafening tsunami lifted the surface, overwhelming the sea, turned into a natural disaster, and spread out in all directions. Crack, crack, dark clouds rolled, under the cover of the sky, one after another dark red thunderbolt, shrouded the entire island, a thunderbolt the will to swallow mountains and rivers, turned into a mountain, fell from the sky. Ah! Under this will, marine and civilians, who have not been evacuated, all turned white, and fell to the ground like harvesting rice. Lost his mind. How's Hoku? There is Marine Vice Admiral, with a pale face, one after another dripping with cold sweat, looking at the falling crowd around him, his body is cold. This place is very far from the center, but the king's will of the monarch overlooking the whole world can radiate here and even cause damage. As you can imagine, Redfield's terrifying. Quick, get out of here. At the same time, in the distant sky, dust billows, and a dust storm hundreds of meters high is surging like a natural disaster. Vice Admiral is not even qualified to intervene. In the center of the chaos, under the clouds that cover the sky, one after another dark red thunderbolt shines, making the entire world flicker, two figures, crashing. An abnormal dark flash, a trace of smoke rising, the sky maintains Simekiken, and that powerful power penetrates the clouds. On the opposite side, Redfield was holding the black umbrella, the breath all over his body, the more and more evil monster, one after another king's will, constantly rushing away, causing a lot of containment to Kong. I haven't seen you for so many years, your house Hoku has reached this point. The high-ranking person who has been in a high position for many years, and the powerful imposing manner of Sora himself, two only when they are one, can they compete with Redfield's house Hoku and fall into the disadvantage. This world can compete with house Hoku, only swordsman's sword power and powerhouse own power, although these imposing manners cannot be compared with house Hoku, but at least they can compete. House Hoku is just the aptitude of the king. It is destined not to be subservient to others. He is born to be a king, but this does not mean everything. Throughout the hundreds of years of history, House Hoku owner was killed by no House Hoku owner. More than once. It can be said that the owner of House Hoku is the emperor, and those without House Hoku are ministers and commoners. If the emperor is strong, then he is the real emperor who can control everything and is the true king. But if the emperor is just a child and hasn't even grown up yet, then a high-ranking minister can also be killed with no difficulty. Therefore, things are not absolute. The main thing is to see themselves. If you are strong, you are the king. If you are weak, anyone can kill you. Weak are prey to the strong. This world follows the law of the jungle. Everything is formulated by the big fist. Weakness is guilt. Kong, you are not a king after all. Even if you are in the position of Marine Fleet Admiral, you are subordinate to others. The sky that covered the curtain was split in an instant. So what? Everyone has their own path. Yours may not be suitable for me. The air wailed, in heaven falls and earth rends. Kong threw a punch, forming a meteorite storm, forcibly smashed Redfield slash. Haha, then let's see if you steel bone Kong is qualified to take me down. As if a ghost, Redfield appeared in front of Kong, holding to the black umbrella condensed to a point, and the atmosphere layer cracked, stabbing towards Sora's chest. The earth shakes, the shock wave spreads one after another, and the black umbrella spear tip is tightly grasped. Clenching his fist, Redfield's other hand slammed into Sora. Mars hit Earth, overflowing heaven's stormy seas, the two turned into meteors, fell down, the whole island split, countless hills rose up, one after another crack formed an abyss and began to collapse. The sea territory around the island sank even more deeply, and then suddenly rose up, forming a 100-meter-high shadow. The entire island, the bottom shell was broken, with every collision between the two, causing landslides and tsunamis. The whole world was like the end. The sky, too, seemed to be torn apart by a pair of big hands, then closed and descended to destroy the thunderbolt, a visual explosion that made people desperate. This is no longer a human fight. Every punch of the two is heavier than Mount Tai, causing unimaginable disasters. Finally, in the continuous battle between the two, the large island of Tegla couldn't support it, and the sky began to split from the middle, and it might be disconnected soon. You know, this is a large island, equivalent to a continent, but under the battle of the two, it began to collapse. With a dignified expression, Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, dripping magma all over his body, covering the ground in the blink of an eye. On the opposite side, Redfield held the black umbrella, stretched out his other hand, and checked Sakazuki. His expression was extremely contemptuous. Hateful, old fart, go to hell. Redfield's provocation made Sakazuki angry and launched a large-scale attack directly. Flowing volcano. The two fists ejected countless huge lava fists, forming a meteor shower, whistling and breaking the air, and kept covering the Redfield, the whole scene, directly confusing. However, these intensive attacks have no effect on Redfield. In a leisurely manner, Redfield's body seemed to be moving, but it seemed that he was not moving. In the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Sakazuki. Complexion greatly changed. Without even thinking about it, Sakazuki directly elemental transformation and integrated with the magma on the ground. 10 meters away, Sakazuki's body was condensed, and it was only half of it, and his body was cold. With a huge roar, a black fist hit his face heavily. In close proximity, Redfield, standing in the magma with black feet and unmoved, launched an attack on Sakazuki. Magma little demon, your magma is similar to cold water. Looking at Sakazuki's recondensed body in the distance, Redfield deliberately walked back and forth in the magma. With a vicious face, Sakazuki's eyes spit fire, and the other party's disdain, like a sharp sword, stabbed into his body. I want you to die. All magma boiled, Sakazuki formed a magma wave in his lower body, lifted his upper body right fist high, and rushed towards Redfield quickly. Inyagamai Gurren. With a roar, the roar from hell, Sakazuki's right hand turned into a magma dog, carrying a powerful eruption, and bombarded out. Haki is awe-inspiring. Redfield is just a black umbrella in the lifting hand, covered with arms, and caught the impact of Sakazuki without moving. You can see, countless magmas seem to have encountered an invisible wall, and they can't break through Redfield's black umbrella. With one kick, Sakazuki's eyes turned white, and he vomited blood from his mouth, which turned into a cannonball and flew out. Before falling to the ground, Redfield appeared out of thin air, kicked his foot horizontally, and with a click, Sakazuki's waist bent abnormally, like a meteor falling to the ground, marking a line of gravel gully, lying in the gravel. Cough, cough. Face covered in blood, Sakazuki wanted to stand up, but his body didn't obey him. The body felt a sense of collapse. Powerful, the man in front of him is really too powerful. Looking at Sora, Borsalino, and Sakazuki lying in different directions, Redfield laughed evilly. You Marines, it's really disappointing. But here it is at that time, a gunshot rang out one after another, and I saw that on the ruins, the Marine brought by Sora all launched an attack on Redfield. Previously, they couldn't get in the fight, but after fighting with Fleet Admiral Kong half a month, their stamina must be running out, so this is their chance. I saw 3 Vice Admiral, disappeared into the ruins, surrounded Redfield directly, each holding a weapon, glare like a tiger watching his prey. It is clear that the 3 Vice Admirals have not retreated and have been waiting for their moment. Looking at the 3 Vice Admirals, Redfield's eyes widened, and for a moment, the whole sky roared, and the violent House Hoku was breathtaking, shocking the spirit, making the audience silent. Putong, Putong. The whole scene can stand, and there are different ones. The previous siege was just a joke. The blood flower exploded, just as House Hoku rolled down. The 3 Vice Admiral lost their minds for a moment, but it was this moment that made them fall into hell. Ah, the screams were repeated, and the head of a Vice Admiral flew high, and the blood on the neck was like a fountain, surging out. The other 2, the upper body and the lower body were separated, and the internal organs and blood fell to the ground. Until this moment, there was a sound in the distance, neat and tidy, behind the 3 Vice Admiral, the ruins of different heights, directly turned into a plain. Have fought half a month in a row, but still can kill 3 Vice Admirals in seconds. Red the Aloof, Lonely Rider, Red Count, these titles, Patrick Redfield, not just in name only, but also in reality. Seeing this scene, Borsalino, Sakazuki, and even Sora, who were lying on the ground, were a little desperate. If they don't have support, they might be here today, hateful. Unwilling to roar, looking at Redfield who was approaching, Sakazuki grimaced and wanted to move, but the whining of his body made him lose control. Just when everyone lost hope, there was an explosion in the sky, and then came out of the sky, and a silhouette fell heavily on the ground, splashing a large piece of sand. There's another little demon. Being impatient, Redfield looked at Yachen who came out of the smoke, his emerald eyes showed a killing intent. Yachen! Sakazuki, Borsalino, Konged sighed in relief, but then, was worried, because now, Yachen is about their life and death. You bastard, you have to hold on, he doesn't have much physical strength. Sakazuki looked at Yachen's back, vomited blood and roared. Without answering, Yachen just looked at Redfield with a cold face, because just standing there was a great pressure for him. This time, Redfield didn't do anything, the emerald red eyes were even more coquettish, and a huge will swept the wind in waves, facing Yachen, pressing over. Electric thunder flashed, Yachen bent over suddenly, the ground under his feet shattered, and unimaginable pressure pressed firmly on Yachen's shoulders, and his mind seemed to be filled with water. Explosion-like, painless. In his chaotic mind, there seems to be a king of aloof and remote, who is looking at Yachen coldly, including indifference, ruthlessness, domineering, supreme. This king, located in 9 heavens above, proud of all things, swallowing mountains and rivers. His face flushed, his waist became more and more bent, and his feet, trembling, began to bend gradually. Kneel down, kneel down. One after another majestic and domineering voice filled Yachen's ears, eroding Yachen layer by layer's heart. The corners of his mouth began to bleed, Yachen couldn't hold it anymore, and his knees were close to the ground. Just when that voice broke Yachen's heart, the unrecognizable enslavement was completely exposed and surrounded Yachen's entire soul. I don't. He raised his head, his blushing face was instantly hideous, and his black eyes seemed to break free from his eyes, roaring and roaring like a ghost. At the same time, I don't know where, a spirit wants to break through some kind of containment, but in the end, it is always a little bit worse. Starting slowly, Ye Chen's bent waist and knees began to stand upright, frantically looking at Redfield. The blood vessels and veins on his neck were like earthworms, protruding and meandering. Bleeding constantly from his mouth, Ye Chen insisted that he would never kneel to anyone, never. Pain and twisting support filled Ye Chen in my mind. There is darkness, torture, anger, and stubbornness. Both eyes were ferocious, Ye Chen's face was crazy. The ground burst, turned into an afterimage, and rushed towards Redfield. I want him to kneel down, I want him to succumb to the ground like a dog. No matter who it is, he will die. Seeing Ye Chen rushing over, Redfield was a little surprised, because he didn't expect that this little demon could resist his House Hoku and still had enough power to attack. Boom, boom. Ye Chen, who was torn by pain in his heart, obviously did not lose his mind. He knew very well that the man in front of him was powerful, so when you come up, it's all about effort. At the moment of approaching, the whole body swelled and exploded in an instant. A small mushroom cloud swept the shattered surface, and the smoke and flames shot into the sky, submerging all around. This sudden and powerful explosion shocked the audience, especially Redfield, who was close at hand. He didn't react for a while, and was pushed horizontally by the impact of the explosion and flew out. In the smoke of gunpowder, Ye Chen started to condense from top to bottom, but his distorted face turned pale at the moment, because his whole body was detonated, and that kind of death opportunity seemed to be bound to his soul and suffocated him. However, hatred and torture support him. He not only has to live, but also find a way to return to that world alive. Before that, no one would make him bow his head. He swore that he would trample everyone under his feet, anyone. And when Ye Chen's belief became more and more fiery, unconsciously, a will began to reappear, but in the end there was still no breakthrough. The smoke was billowing, yet Chen rushed towards Redfield like crazy and kicked out. Standing up from the ruins, Redfield looked gloomy and looked at Ye Chen, who was swept over. He was about to attack with the umbrella in his hand, but Ye Chen's right foot exploded again. But this time, Redfield didn't fly out, but resisted the explosion and punched Ye Chen's stomach. Opening his mouth and spouting blood, Ye Chen sternly slapped his face. The moment he flew out, his other foot also exploded. Boom, boom. The 30-meter radius turned into a basin, and Ye Chen only had the upper body and flew out backwards. Hot blood, more it kept coming out of the mouth. Whoosh! A slash tore through the gunpowder and slashed towards Ye Chen. With both feet recovered, Ye Chen lunged to the left, and slash passed by, splitting a gap. At this moment, the death crisis of the deep cold fell from the sky, and I saw Redfield's mouth full of blood, and the emerald eyes were full of killing intent, because he was injured by this little demon. Heaven and earth turned upside down, the ground was broken for a time, and Ye Chen's whole body exploded, forming incomparable destructive power, and continued to sweep the entire venue. Brat, I want you to die. In the smoke, Redfield flew out, tattered and drenched with blood on his chest. 10 consecutive slashes, all aspects of the blockade, sealed Ye Chen, who was condensing his body. Boom! The sky exploded, and Ye Chen, who had just recovered his body, bleeds from his 7 orifices and exploded again. Countless hills began to rise, huge shock waves, non-stop, unscrupulous destruction. From time to time, in the smoke and fire, the red slash rushed into the air, cutting everything. The wind and clouds turned and the riots continued. Suddenly, in the black smoke, Ye Chen hit the ground heavily, smashing several hills, and finally fell in a pool of blood. Cough, cough. The dying, irreparable gap is like the sky, out of reach. The strengths of the two sides are not at the same level at all. Even if Redfield's physical strength is different now, they can easily suppress Ye Chen. Falling to the ground, Ye Chen gasped, his left eye squinted, and a tear of blood flowed out, as if he was injured, and it was difficult to open it. In the smoke just now, Ye Chen, compelled by circumstances, resisted a slash from Redfield, but the strength was not enough. The shattered sword light flashed away, and a wound opened from the left eye to the temple. Each explosion, especially the whole body, draws Ye Chen's physical strength. Coupled with Redfield's attack, Ye Chen's body is unbearable. Struggling to get up, before he could move, a big hand grabbed Ye Chen's neck and lifted it up in midair. Opening his right eye, Ye Chen's head was covered in blood. Looking at the furious Redfield, his knees directly collided with him. However, Redfield was even faster, slammed Ye Chen to the ground, and set off countless boulders. After being hit hard, Ye Chen opened his mouth and vomited blood. Ye Chen's eyes were bulging, and his left eye was blood red. It can be seen that it has lost its color. Ye Chen, hateful, not far away, the 3 people fell to the ground, looking at the 3 of them being attacked again. Redfield lifted Ye Chen in the air with a worried look on his face. At this moment, Ye Chen felt that his body was no longer his own. Heavenly ascension-like gap left Ye Chen powerless. Little demon, it starts with you. One hand grabbed Ye Chen's neck, and the black umbrella on Redfield's other hand was pitch black. all damn. Confused, with blood bubbling in her mouth, blurred, Ye Chen said murmured, I don't know if it was Redfield or someone else. However, Ye Chen's muttering was of no use to Redfield. The black umbrella in his hand aimed at Ye Chen's heart and stabbed it directly. Whoosh! The invisible speed suddenly rushed forward, a big black and blue hand, firmly grasping the black umbrella, with one foot like heaven supporting pillar, let the atmosphere whine and blast it out. In an emergency, Redfield was on top of his knees, the complexity greatly changed, and roared Garp. The ground burst, a stream of light, setting off boundless waves, and disappeared in the in situ. Losing Redfield's restraint, Ye Chen was caught by a pair of hands, dying and twitching all over. Garp, who arrived in a hurry, looked at Ye Chen's injury and his face was a little ugly, because the injury was so severe that he didn't know how many bones were broken. Old fogey. At this time, a large group of Marines came from a distance, led by Kuzan, but no one noticed. Among the group of Marines, they mixed in a strange thing, black and white, especially the pair of dark circles. If Ye Chen saw it, he would definitely be stunned, because this strange thing standing upright turned out to be a panda. Guys, China's national treasure. Help him. Put down Ye Chen, Garp shoots out, and this time Redfield must not be allowed to leave. Quick, bandage him. Sucked in a breath of cold air, Kuzan looked at the half-dead Ye Chen, his eyes jumped, and hurriedly let the entourage who came over the doctor is treating. At this time, Sora, Sakazuki, and Borsalino were also carried over, and everyone was severely traumatized. They didn't stay in bed for a few days, and never wanted to get out of bed, especially Ye Chen and Sora. At the same time, in the distant horizon, dark clouds shrouded, the whole sky seemed to be divided, and thunderbolts swept wildly. The most important thing is that two huge Houshoku are constantly colliding. Your speed is too slow. Borsalino, who was treated by the doctor, has recovered a little, and is complaining about Kuzan with lingering fears. You think we want to? We're in New World. This time, mainly because it was too late to know, just like Sengoku notified Ye Chen, it could have been notified earlier, but it was delayed at the end. It can be said that it is Sengoku's dereliction of duty. However, Sengoku is excusable for doing so. After all, before Sora and Redfield have not officially decided the winner, Sengoku Impossible does not care about Sora's face, so that in the battle notify them before they start. In this way, doesn't it mean that Sora must not be able to beat Redfield? Where do you put the empty face? Outside. Outside, Red the Aloof, Patrick Redfield was captured by Marine and will soon be sent to the world's first prison, Impel Down. Marine Fleet Admiral, Steel Bone Kong seriously wounded. With the imprisonment of Red the Aloof, Pirate's prestige has been suppressed, and Marine's justice will be carried through to the end. It is a long way from the last time. It's been a week since the battle. With the arrival of Garp, Redfield, who has different physical strength, is simply not an opponent. He was finally arrested by Garp and has been sent to Impel Down, the world's first prison. In this week, news agencies all over the world, like sharks smelling blood, investigations with no opportunity, and then published in newspapers, shocked the entire world. Who is Red the Aloof? It is one of the most powerful pirates at present. However, it was captured by Marine. This is a blow to Pirate on the whole sea. On the contrary, Marine's reputation is soaring, and you can find countless people all over the world who want to participate in Marine. Among them, the reputation of Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Ye Chen also rose to the next level. Because of a few little demons, they dared to attack Patrick Redfield. Even if they were killed in seconds, it was enough to show their courage. Now in Marine, many young Marines are regarded as idols. As a result, the news organizations under the world government also began to report extensively, in a word, how dangerous, how righteous Marine is, and never tolerate sin, making this incident a blood boil. Those who don't know the situation, hear these news. The first sense is how world government, Marine is for the country and the people, how just, and Pirate, is heinous and heinous. New World, unknown sea territory, a huge pirates, slowly sailing, deck, happy laughter, and cheerful voices, you can see, a feast. At the very center, a big man with a beard wearing a captain's hat, a resolute hacky face, holding a jug in one hand and reading the news in the other, laughed heartily. That guy in Redfield was caught by Marine. It's unexpected. It's really surprising. A man with short golden hair and white-rimmed glasses, middle-aged person who also has a newspaper in his hand. Captain, is Redfield the Red the Aloof Patrick Redfield? The powerful guy we saw last time. At this time, two people chased each other and got together. Coming up, a young man with short red hair and a straw hat, followed by a guy with a big red nose, asked, "It's Shanks and Buggy." "It's that guy." Grinning, easygoing, laughing, Roger nods in the captain's cap. Such a powerful guy was caught by Marine. A young man with a red nose, looking like a clown, looked panicked, and he didn't know if it was true or intentional. Don't underestimate Marine, or you will suffer a big loss. Just like that bastard Garp, haha. With at the same time, New World, another sea territory, also has a huge pirates, floating leisurely on the sea. Or, above the sky, on a fairyland-like island, there is also an overlord who greedily looks down on this world. Now, at sea, one of the very best pirates, because of Patrick Redfield's arrest, is full of disdain, shock, disbelief. Marineford, headquarters in the infirmary, in a spacious ward, lay a sleeping man, covered with white bandages, with only one left eye outside. Besides, various medical machines are working. Not far from the ward, there is an office, which should be the attending doctor, but at this time, several voices came from inside. I want to know how long it will take for him to wake up. Seriously, Sora is also wrapped in bandages. After a week of training, the bits and pieces he has recovered now, Marine's government affairs have also been handed over to Sengoku. Now he is most worried about the young man lying in the ward next to him. It should be said that he is a teenager, because he looks young, but in terms of age, he is a teenager. Fleet Admiral Kong, Ye Chen Rear Admiral, were injured more than you all, and almost died. I'm not sure when I will wake up. The attending doctor, tensed up, you must know that this man in front of you is Marine Fleet Admiral. Is it that heavy? Beside the empty space, there are several people standing, such as Garp, Zephyr, Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kuzan. It is Sakazuki who interjected. However, except for Zephyr and Garp, everyone else had bandages on their bodies. Even after a week of recovery, they didn't take them off. Heavier than you think, the bones in his body are almost half shattered. If it were a little later, maybe he would have died. His left eye? Zephyr frowned. Sorry, I can't save it, maybe only by relying on the power of a few devil fruits to restore the light. Now, I have had surgery to repair his eyes as much as possible, and they look the same as before, but I can't see anything. Everyone fell silent. No matter what, being able to survive is the greatest good thing. Garp is no longer jumping off, sighed. He can't die, I want you at all costs. Looking at the attending doctor, with a sullen face, he gave a serious warning. Yes, let's go out and see this little fellow the next day. After explaining, Kong and the others left directly. The next day, in the empty office, a meeting was held. This time event, you will give Sakazuki, Borsalino, Ye Chen first-class merits, and the benefits that Rear Admiral should have will be doubled. If it wasn't for Ye, the strength of Chen and the others is a little bit worse than that of Vice Admiral. Sora even planned to directly promote the three of them to Vice Admiral. However, the three of them are still a little young. If it wasn't for the three of them this time, not only would you not be able to catch the Redfield guy, you wouldn't even be able to see me. Got it. Below, Crane nodded. How's the situation on the sea recently? After passing it on, Sora first paid attention to Marine's problem, so he turned his attention to Sengoku. With Patrick Redfield's imprisonment, Marine's reputation is now even louder, and even the wars in many places have decreased a lot. If possible, I hope Marine can recruit troops now, and the power is still too weak. Sengoku looked at Sora, thought about it, and reported it. Conscription? Empty side, Shen Ning said after a moment, I will ask Garo Ci, but you all know, not very hopeful. If it is empty, let everyone they were all silent. At their status, world government has tacitly understood many things, and Marine has been suppressed, and it is not a day or two. At the beginning, they were very angry, but after a long time, they got used to it. Otherwise, how dare pirate on the sea be so rampant? The above ideas, they all know, in order to balance, because only in this way, is what a qualified ruler should do. The world is too big. When it is completely unified, it is not necessarily a good thing, because internal struggles will completely disintegrate the huge monster of world government. If rulers want to be stable, they must balance, because that is in their best interest. Time flies, half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In the Rear Admiral residential area, Ye Chen's villa, in the backyard, there is a silhouette sweating and cultivating. It has been 3 days since he was discharged from the hospital. After waking up, Ye Chen found that his left eye had lost its light. There was not much fluctuation in his heart, as if it was not his own eye that was blind. I really don't care, only Ye Chen knows. At least, Hina cried several times, and even Sean and Very Good were not in a good mood recently. Brother Ye Chen, look at what I bought. Not long after cultivation, the door of the villa was opened, and a slim silhouette greeted Ye Chen excitedly. Stopping the cultivation, Ye Chen wiped the hot sweat from his face, turned around, and saw Hina, Zion, Very Good large and small bags holding convenience bags, full. There will be a barbecue party tonight. Shiu and grinned Isho. They had not seen Ye Chen for half a year. The first time they met was in the hospital. The time, Hina thought Ye Chen was dead, and I don't know how many times I cried. Get ready. I'm going to take a shower. During Ye Chen's departure, Hina lived in the villa, and Fergo's villa next to it, of course, was taken by Sean and Very Good. Oh. Seeing Ye Chen passing by, Hina pursed her lips. Her eyes were a little lonely, but then she greeted Zion and Baragud. The kitchen next to it has moved out the barbecue grill, and everything is complete, obviously prepared in the past 6 months. It is night, brightly lit, endless starry sky. The light is dark, like a galaxy, across the sky, shining. Zion, it's about to burn, turn it over. In the backyard of the villa, in the open-air camp, Zion is wearing a chef's apron, like a chef. beside the barbecue operating back and forth, it looks like it has two hands. And Hina, who seemed to be specially dressed up, put on light makeup, had long pink hair scattered, was wearing a blue and red dress, and paired it with a pair of low-heeled crystal sandals. She looked special pretty. At least Zion, more than 1 or 2 times secretly glanced at him. I'm back. At this moment, Very Good walked in with 2 wine barrels in his arms, emitting the aroma of wine. At the dining table not far away, Ye Chen opened his eyes, and it didn't seem like much of a problem, but if you look closely, you will find that the left eye is dead silent, without the slightest color, forming a formation with the right eye. 2 extremes. In a coma for almost half a month, Ye Chen was reading the news, which mentioned a lot of information, such as what kingdom was occupied by pirate, or that pirate bounty with hundreds of millions. Myriad, Ye Chen is all to pass the time. After all, there is not much entertainment in this world. Brother Ye Chen, what are you looking at? A fragrant wind rushed in. Hina squeezed next to Ye Chen, curiously stretched out her little head to cover Ye Chen. I looked at the newspaper, but after reading it, I lost interest, because it was all news about fighting and killing. With dull eyes, Ye Chen stretched out a hand and pushed Hina's small head away from his chest, because now Hina's upper body was almost squeezed into his arms. Forcibly pushed away, Hina puffed up and looked at Ye Chen angrily without blinking. Is there a flower on my face? Without any ripples, Ye Chen opened the newspaper and saw Hina staring at him from the corner of his eye, remaining unmoved the plain way. No. Still looking stupidly, Hina still looked at Ye Chen without looking away. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Ye Chen turned her head suddenly, startling Hina, and her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. Did something happen to you? Looking at Hina, Ye Chen frowned with her head down and her eyes dodging. Her face suddenly turned ugly, and she said in a serious tone, "Is someone bullying you? Did something happen to you?" No. Hina lifted her head, plucked up her courage, and was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted. Come on, the barbecue is ready. Shi Yuan took the grilled kebab and brought it over. Bailey Good, who was on the side, also opened the wine barrel and poured one after another. Several bowls. If you look closely, you'll see that both Hein and Very Good are forced to laugh. Interrupted, Ye Chen also turned around, put down the newspaper, and started to eat barbecue. Well, Shi Yuan, when will you be grilling? It's not bad. Ye Chen was a little surprised after eating a bunch of barbecued meat that he didn't know what kind of animal it was. Looking at Zion, you must know that Zion didn't know how to do it before. Hee, are you surprised? Zion sat down and raised his head proudly. He learned it during the 6 months you left. Bailey Good held the wine bowl and touched Ye Chen. With you. Maybe it's been half a year since we met. Ye Chen's words are more than ever. It's a pity that Smoker and Fergo haven't come back yet, sighed then said, and Barragood sighed a little. After you guys went out, for the past 6 months, we are really lonely. By the way, I heard that Fergo and Smoker are already guarding the base. Is that true? P. Shiyuan asked with a look of envy, a little uncertain. It seems so. I don't know very well. Ye Chen replied while eating. In the past 6 months, the news he has known is not necessarily better than what Barragood and Zion knew in Marineford. Many. Hina, why are you bored? Eat. Hina, who is usually noisy and sullen, makes Ye Chen feel an unfathomable mystery. After all, every time there is a banquet, she is the most outgoing. Oh. Listening, Hina raised her head and rolled her eyes. Let's have a drink. The expressions of Shi Yuan and Very Good changed. Only Ye Chen, from start to finish, didn't notice anything. He picked up the wine bowl and touched the 3. In a few more months, you should be able to graduate too. Well, half a year left. When the time comes I also want to go to sea. Starting slowly, each of them talked about their dreams, and the atmosphere suddenly heated up. The 2 wine barrels are slowly drying up, and the moon has come to the center. A cool breeze blew. 3 people were already lying on the table, and Ye Chen was also drunk and hazy, but his mind was still sober, and he was not completely drunk. The right hand covered his face and propped himself on the table, leaving only his left eye open. Ye Chen maintained this position for a full 5 minutes. You can see that Ye Chen's left hand under the table is holding it tightly at the moment, with blue veins covering the entire arm. Heavy exhalation, Ye Chen lifted his head, his face returned to normal, looked at the 3 people who were drunk, stood up, supported Zion and Very Good first, and returned to the bedroom. Then, Ye Chen hugged Hina with both hands and sent it to the 3rd floor, because since Ye Chen got the villa, the 3rd floor was occupied by Hina, and now it belongs to Hina alone. Generally speaking, Ye Chen rarely goes to the 3rd floor, even more how and no longer in Marineford for more than half a year. Held by Ye Chen, Hina hugged Ye Chen's waist with both hands, moved slightly, and pushed her face into Ye Chen's arms, occasionally accompanied by a sentence or two that she could not hear clearly. Daydream. Hina's body is warm and soft, as if there are no bones, coupled with the thin dress, it gives Ye Chen a very strong touch, no matter in the past life or now. Ye Chen they are all first-time brothers, and with the effect of alcohol, their breathing has become heavier. In the end, Ye Chen still didn't do it, because Hina, one of his few friends, would destroy the sincerity just for the sake of desire, and Ye Chen couldn't do it. Desire, in this world, there are many places that can be solved, yet Chen has not been a beast to hurt the people around him, because in the unconsciously, yet Chen's dead heart has something called friendship. Ha, brother Yet Chen, it's so early. Suddenly, on the stairs, a clear female voice sounded, and I saw Hina yawning. Her dress was baggy, revealing that for the smooth and white clavicle, the pink long hair is also casually placed on the shoulders, and from time to time, he also rubs his eyes. Putting down the devil fruit picture book, Yet Chen looked at Hina, who came down with sleepy eyes, said ill-humoredly, "It's almost noon." Hina heard Yet Chen's joke. Hina sticking out his tongue, he threw himself onto the sofa, and rolled around in an unimpressive manner. "Brother Yet Chen, did you take me back to the bedroom last night?" Because the sofa was attached, Hina arched her body to Yet Chen's side, and then put his hands on his chin and stared at Yet Chen with big eyes. The corners of the skirt slipped, and the white legs of a pair of slender swayed up and down from time to time. "I went to Fleet Admiral Kong's office in the morning." Yet Chen took his eyes back and flipped through the devil fruit illustrations again, thinking in his heart that he would go to Judicial Island tomorrow. Seeing Yet Chen's eyes moving away from her body, Hina pouted, looked down at her chest with a ravine, and couldn't help but begin to doubt, is it that her attractiveness has declined? Why does brother Yet Chen not salivating like those guys in other academy? Being hit, Hina was very angry. She propped herself up, rushed into Yet Chen's arms, and then sat cross-legged between Yet Chen's legs. Her eyes looked towards the devil fruit picture book, flashing sly. Hina's sudden intrusion made Yet Chen's body stiff, and just in time, Hina could clearly feel it. Her cheeks immediately flushed, and her heart seemed to jump out. Puff, puff. But the next moment, the face is firm. "Hina, you can do it." Secretly cheer for herself, Hina will never admit defeat. "Brother Yet Chen, did you go to Fleet Admiral Kong's office to get this? This is the devil fruit illustration. Wow. There are so many devil fruits." At the beginning, I didn't see clearly what Yet Chen was looking at. When I saw the introduction of devil fruit, I suddenly exclaimed, then bent over and picked up the devil fruit illustration. With such a movement, Yet Chen's breathing became a little heavier, because the soft touch on his legs made Yet Chen slowly lift his head in some places. Don't ask me why I can soar to the sky at the age of 16 or 17, the pure me refuses to answer any questions, unbearable. Yet Chen grabbed Hina's shoulders with both hands, moved it directly to the side, grabbed at the devil fruit picture book in Hina's hands to cover up the embarrassment. Suddenly being removed by Yet Chen, Hina was very unhappy because she felt very comfortable in brother Yet Chen's arms. Brother Yet Chen was about to scold, but Hina looked at Yet Chen with slightly red cheeks and a somewhat unnatural expression, when suddenly sly Isho Yi. "Yet Chen, brother, why are you blushing?" After finishing speaking, he reached out and touched Yet Chen's forehead. The same is true for the forehead, it's a little hot, and the heartbeat is so fast. Touch. After finishing her forehead, she touched her heart. Hina smiled like a crescent moon, and suddenly felt that brother Yet Chen was so cute. I had never seen brother Yet Chen like this before. Approaching slowly, Yet Chen could clearly feel Hina's breath, with a smell similar to jasmine flowers. "It's okay, I'll go cultivated, you go wash up." Pretending to be calm, Yet Chen's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he panicked. Looking at brother Yet Chen, who fled calmly, Hina secretly clenched her fists and made a winning move. As for Yet Chen, walking into the backyard, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. When he came back this time, Hina seemed to be different from the previous one. "My head was in a mess," Yet Chen was thinking wildly, "but when I think about it before, it doesn't seem like this, because at that time, Hina was not so bold." Shaking his head, the more he thought about it, the more vague he became. Finally, Yet Chen threw out his thoughts and began to cultivate. It didn't take long for cultivation. It was almost noon when Shi Yuan and Very Good also got up, and then Yet Chen was dragged by Hina to go shopping. An afternoon was spent like this. "You don't have to go to academy today." Hina dragged him to the clothing store. Yet Chen looked at Hina, who was jumping and picking clothes, and asked Shi Yuan and he Very Good, "We have plenty of time now, and it's time to decide our own cultivation." Very Good looked at the men's clothing next to him and replied, "After you left, the academy felt deserted all of a sudden, so most of the time, we lived in the villa instead of the academy dormitory." Ziyin sighed. "Anyway, it won't take long for you to graduate. Now that you have time, let's do more cultivation. The world outside is a bit cruel." Yet Chen nominated and warned a little. "Brother Yet Chen, come here, come here." At this time, Hina, who was not far away, held a men's clothing and waved at Yet Chen. Approaching, looking at the clothes Hina chose, Yet Chen is sure that this is what he chose for himself. "Don't say this is for me, Yi." "Brother Yet Chen, how did you become smarter?" Hina bent slightly and approached Yet Chen, very surprised. Her expression was very cute. "Come in and try." Looking at the clothes in his hands, Yet Chen was pushed into the changing room by Hina. Xiang and Very Good, who were on the side, looked a little disappointed for some reason. "Zion, Very Good, and yours, go in and change." Then, Hina took out 2 sets of clothes from the hanger next to it, handed it to Shi Yuan and Very Good, so that the two people's unhappy mood suddenly brightened. Oh, the 2 stupid people, holding their clothes, also walked into the changing room. In the afternoon, it took 2 or 3 hours just to choose clothes, which caused Ye Chen's face to be sullen. Because of this time, it would be better to go to cultivation, and he suggested to go back more than once. But Hina is not allowed. Look at me, is my dress beautiful? After choosing men's clothing, it is women's clothing. I saw that Hina was wearing a blue shirt on the upper body and a pair of trousers on the lower body. That slender body showed bumps and turns. Good looking. Sean and very good, with glowing eyes, swallowed saliva from time to time, and were directly hooked. Ye Chen didn't feel much, but still nodded. Seeing Ye Chen's expression, Hina frowned slightly, and then walked into the changing room. A few minutes later, it was Hina who had completely changed. Her pink long hair, which was originally a shawl, had been tied up, and she was wearing a long dress with dropped shoulders. This time she was very sexy. Xiong and very good, the expressions have not changed, and Ye Chen, still nodded, did not speak. Hina frowned again and went into the changing room again. Next, I changed dozens of sets, but Hina was frowned every time. I don't know how many times Hina came out. Starting slowly, Ye Chen felt something was wrong. Although Hina smiled every time, no matter how you looked at it, she felt like she was angry. The changing room was opened again, and Hina came out again. But this time, Ye Chen's eyes brightened a little. She has long pink hair and no item on her white neck. This time she has a blue dress with red and white dresses, and the skirt reaches just above the knees, especially the dual cultivation's long legs, put on black stockings, are more tempting, and a pair of crystal short high-heeled sandals also make Hina's body a little more. Hina in this dress changed her temperament all of a sudden. In the past life, Ye Chen was an otaku, and was a bit sullen, often fantasizing about having a black silk girlfriend, and now Hina's appearance is simply tailor-made. Appearance, figure, temperament, which is not the highest, for some reason, Ye Chen's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Seeing Ye Chen's evasive gaze, Hina turned around, her skirt was flying, revealing her thighs, but the absolute domain couldn't peep. Besides, Sean and Barragood were swallowing their saliva, their heartbeats almost jumping out of their throats, and they might be heard on the street outside. Nowadays, they are all at the age of full of vigor, but in front of some experienced adults, Hina is only a small beauty, but at the age of Zion and the others, she is a great temptation. Everyone's preferences are different, and they also change with experience and experience. That's it. This time, Hina was very happy, she waved her hand directly, and didn't change it anymore, because she probably figured out that kind of dress and was more interested in him. Attractive, as long as you experiment a little in the future, you will know. There are no clouds in thousands of miles, and on the blue and vast sea, a silhouette that is fleeting, rides the wind in waves, and disappears on the sea level in the blink of an eye. Ye Chen stayed in Marineford for 3 days and decided to leave today. When she learned that Ye Chen was leaving, Hina was very dissatisfied and made a lot of noise, but Ye Chen ignored it. The most important thing is that in the past 3 days, Hina's behavior is extremely strange, which makes Ye Chen burn with lust. In one day, I changed 7 or 8 sets of clothes, and then just wandered in front of Ye Chen, leaking from time to time. At the beginning, Ye Chen didn't move, and was still cultivating his own. Until Hina became more and more daring and started wearing all kinds of stockings and short skirts with shoulders, Ye Chen couldn't take it anymore. So, I left directly that day. The sea breeze was blowing, with a hint of coolness. Ye Chen looked at the boundless sea and recalled Hina's strange actions in the past few days. Even a fool can see that Hina likes him. Ye Chen is not stupid, he not only sees that Hina likes him, but also sees that Zion and Barragood also like Hina. Now, he has no time to fall in love, even more how, also involves a few good friends. Physical, in this world is very easy to solve. If you want, Ye Chen can vent out unscrupulously, but his goal is not this, but power. Now he is still very weak, especially after the Redfield incident. Ye Chen is more aware of his weakness and what he wants. With power, wealth, and women, when the time comes, the number is endless. Now, he is not qualified to indulge in these emotions, otherwise, he will not even have the power to protect. So now Ye Chen is sober like never before. Judicial Island, also known as the island that never sleeps, is the world government. The court, as well as one of the intelligence agencies, is directly under the world government. Here, there are tens of thousands of troops stationed here alone, and because it is the facade of the world government, it is very prosperous. After 2 days of stop and go, Ye Chen set foot on the island. During this period, I encountered some pirates at sea, but I solved them easily. After all, these are all achievements, and Ye Chen will not ignore them. As for the indiscriminate killing of innocents or not, he is marine, and there is simply no indiscriminate killing of innocents. In this sick world, the so-called indiscriminate killing of innocents is a joke. Can you come out to be a pirate? Which one doesn't have blood on his hands? Therefore, Ye Chen has no pressure in his heart, he doesn't deliberately look for it, but he hits the door automatically, and he doesn't mind having a few art explosions. Arriving at Judicial Island, Ye Chen didn't hang out, he just boarded the sky and flew towards the Tower of Justice. Before coming, he had already learned about Judicial Island. At this moment, the Tower of Justice, the Supreme Sir, is in a meeting. Spandane, CP9's highest Sir, later defeated by Luffy and the others, father of Spandam. The current Spandam is still a child, and even Rob Lucci, the strongest in CP9, is just a teenager who is not much different from Yachen. Yachen stepped in the air unscrupulously, and was discovered by the garrisoned army. For this reason, he directly notified Spandane, who was in a meeting. Before Yachen came, Kong had already passed Den Den Mushi with Spandane and probably knew Yachen's identity, so he stopped the meeting and waited. Although he has a relationship in Holy Land Marie Joys, he must also be cautiously in the face of Marine Fleet Admiral Kong. Just because of the status of the two sides, the gap is too big. In addition, Spandane had also investigated before Yachen came, and knew that Yachen's status and strength in Marineford was now the default Marine headquarter candidate. So, don't take it lightly. Not long after, the door opened and Yachen walked into the office with a cold face. Smiling, Spandane left the seat and gave Yachen a lot of face, and did not give Yachen a face because he was the highest Sir in Judicial Island. Sure enough, it's a giant amongst men. Yachen, Rear Admiral, your intention, Fleet Admiral Kong has already told me. Journey fatigue, I have prepared a room for Rear Admiral, I don't know whether to rest first or not. Send all the materials to my room, don't disturb me without my order. Looking at the flattering Spandane, Yachen had an indifferent face, and walked directly towards the door, where someone took him to live. The two sides only talked for 2 sentences, and then it was over. Waiting for Yachen to leave, Spanda's originally pleasing face suddenly turned violent, because Yachen didn't give him face too much. This is the difference between power and status. Both sides, according to official position, Spandane is higher than Yachen, but he puts down his body and bows down, because everything about him is not as good as Yachen. Potential. However, Spandane is worthy of being the highest Sir in Judicial Island. He is very measured, and the gloomy expression on his face disappears immediately, but he keeps all this in his heart. After a while, Yachen came to the top floor of the Tower of Justice, a little garden villa. From here, you can see the entire Judicial Island, and it is for VIPs. As soon as Yachen's forefoot arrived, someone was holding a stack of documents, all about medical skills, devil fruit, and doctors, all in great detail. In the afternoon, Yachen was looking at the materials in the room, and combined with the memory in his head, he got a lot of information, but it was not very comprehensive, and there was a lot of information, so he could not read it in a day or two. Boom, boom. The sun sets in the west. Unconsciously, the sun has disappeared over the sea level, and there is a knock on the door. Come in. Put down the materials. Yachen frowned. The door was opened, and a girl with long golden hair, wearing a hip-pack skirt, slender legs wrapped in fishnet stockings, and pink glasses, came in. Besides, followed by a cold boy in a suit, exuding baleful aura. Lord Rear Admiral, it's already time for dinner. The voice was crisp, but inexplicably cold, and the one who spoke first, it's that girl. Looking at a man and a woman, 2 people appeared in Yachen's mind. What's your name? Khalifa. Rob Lucci. The expressions of the two are both very indifferent. The complexion did not change, because Yachen had already guessed it, and Rob still smelled of blood now. He must be performing a mission outside, and it won't take long for him to come back. Dinner delivered to my room. You can go out now. He bowed his head and continued to look at the information in his hand. Yachen dismissed the two. Lord Rear Admiral, Sir Spandane asked me to follow you. If you have anything, you can tell me, I'll be right outside the door. Before leaving, Lucci said coldly. Got it. Yachen didn't look up, just waved his hand. He didn't care whether the other party came to monitor him or really gave him orders. Hearing Yachen's answer, Lucci and Khalifa went out of the room, then Khalifa went to prepare dinner, and Lucci stood outside Yachen's door just like a benchmark. The current Khalifa and Lucci, who have just graduated, are currently only taking some simple assassination missions, far from their future status and strength. As for why Spandane sent Khalifa and Lucci, it is unknown, and Yachen is not interested to know. Judicial Island, Yachen stayed for a week, very calm, and nothing bad happened. I have to say that Spandane deserves to be involved in politics. He knows what he should do and what he should not do. From beginning to end, he is very respectful to Yachen. On the 3rd day, Yachen entered the collection room of Judicial Island. To put it bluntly, it was where some materials were. At first, Spandane asked his superiors, and the answer was open. Now, Yachen has no idea that he, like Sakazuki and the others, has entered the eyes of Goro CI, and many of the privileges that only Vice Admiral can enjoy now. Otherwise, it is simply impossible for Yachen to enter the data room. In this way, Yachen stayed in the reference room for 4 days and got a lot of information. In this, myriad, some legends, manuscripts, all kinds of things, can be seen. After reading these things, Yachen thought for a day quietly. He wanted to combine all the things in his mind, no matter true or false. In short, there is a direction. The final result is that his thoughts are very clear. Many things, even if he didn't watch the anime, he probably learned some things in people. Now, the most important purpose is to figure out how to eat 2 devil fruits. So, Ye Chen set his sights on Whitebeard Pirates, the second team member, Marshall Teach, later Blackbeard. This Blackbeard, tenacious and sinister, cruel and greedy, then, look at the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, who is more powerful. In the little garden on the Tower of Justice, Ye Chen sat on a chair and looked at the clouds rising and floating in the sky, with a ravine at the corner of his mouth. But before that, there are still a lot of little troubles to solve. Expression congeals, Ye Chen thought of Irwin. Whether it is Blackbeard or Irwin, there is a huge monster behind it. It is not easy to achieve the goal. Master Rear Admiral, the coffee you want. At this moment, a cold voice from behind broke Ye Chen's thinking. Many thanks. Lying on the chair, Ye Chen crossed his legs, watched Khalifa put the coffee next to him, and thanked him. The scene suddenly became quiet, only Khalifa stood not far away, waiting for Ye Chen's orders at any time. As for Lucci, from the very beginning he was standing on the right of Ye Chen, silently. If he hadn't been breathing, he would have thought he was dead. The three of them looked at the sea of clouds silently. Putting up the coffee, Ye Chen took a sip, suddenly opened the mouth and said, "You two think who this piece of world will belong to in the future?" There is no warning. The amount of information is very large, so that Lucci and Khalifa, who are cold-faced, are slightly moved sideways. Khalifa, tell me. Without turning her head, Ye Chen continued to ask. World government. Khalifa's beautiful eyes glanced at Ye Chen slightly. Does the world government? Ye Chen nodded, opened the mouth again, and said, Lucci, what do you think? Now they are still young, with ideas, doubts, and even impulses, so Lucci is thinking. Power. Originally, Ye Chen thought Lucci wouldn't answer, but after being silent for a few minutes, he gave Ye Chen an answer. This time, Ye Chen tilted his head, looked towards Lucci, and the unfathomable mystery smiled. Are you interested in fighting with me? I can't. When people met for the first time, Ye Chen could see the fighting intent in Lucci's eyes, but he ignored it. But Lucci's answer made Ye Chen very satisfied, so, very good. Ye Chen stood up and walked to the center of the garden. Lucci followed, and the two stood together 3 meters apart. Not far away, Khalifa clenched her fists, a little excited, because she also wanted to know how strong she was as a future admiral candidate. Shiu disappeared. Lucci took the lead in launching the attack, and it was spare no effort. Passing by, Ye Chen closed his eyes, took a step to the right, and Lucci's fist was thrown into the air. Swept across the sky, Lucci made a second attack, but Ye Chen took a step back in advance as if he knew it, and Lucci's attack failed again. Shigun. Rangkyaku. Attack after attack, all failed, making Lucci's face more and more ugly. Khalifa on the side opened her big cherry mouth and looked incredulous. You know, Lucci is the strongest among them. I couldn't even take a single move, but this rear admiral made Lucci's attack all in vain. Bang, bang. The ground burst. Ye Chen grabbed Lucci's hand and threw it out. After some backflips, Lucci took a few steps back, his chest heaving violently, and looked at Ye Chen, gasped for breath. Kanbunshoku. Certainly, Lucci stared at Ye Chen with fiery eyes. Now they are not qualified for cultivation haki, but they know what haki is. As for the original, when Lucci and the others fought Luffy, why not haki was a mystery. Yes, Ye Chen nodded. Busashoku, can you let me see? Took a deep breath, Lucci asked. Ye Chen didn't speak, just hooked his finger. As soon as the ground exploded, Lucci disappeared, and the next moment punched towards Ye Chen. Standing still, with a dull voice, Ye Chen grabbed Lucci's fist in pitch black with his right hand, and then his left hand, also covered with Busashoku, slammed into Lucci's stomach. Wow! Lucci vomited blood in his mouth, slowly hugged his stomach, and took a few steps back. Has fallen to the ground. It took a few minutes for Lucci to return to normal. Just now, he used Tekai, but Lucci felt that it was useless. The opponent's fist penetrated directly into his body. Returning to the chair, Ye Chen held the coffee, did not speak, just looked at the town below. Can you teach me haki? Recovering, Lucci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Ye Chen fiery. Are you interested in doing things for me? Ye Chen didn't look back, just said this. The scene suddenly fell silent, and the faces of Lucci and Khalifa were also tense. What do you mean? You understand what you mean, but I don't need you now, maybe in the future. Ye Chen didn't know what he was thinking, in his eyes flashing inexplicable colors. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Lucci said grimly. Then also see if you have the qualifications. This is the Kanbunshoku and Busashoku cultivation method, and some experience. I don't want other people to know except you two. By the way, remind you 2 sentences. My things are not easy to take. Are you sure you want to take them? Take out 2 pieces of paper from his arms. Ye Chen threw them beside the coffee, and looked at the struggling face with a smile on his face. Lucci and Khalifa. About 3 minutes, Lucci seemed to figure it out, clenched the teeth, and picked up a copy. I want to ask, if I don't take it, can I get out of here alive? He stretched out his hand and swept the hair in front of his eyes to the root of his ear. Khalifa looked towards Ye Chen. I don't know, after all, there are too many accidents in this world, maybe someone will find you on the street tomorrow, shrugged, yet Chen doesn't care. Khalifa twitched his mouth, didn't say anything, just picked up another copy. I know that you have been brainwashed, but it is not thorough enough. I am not in a hurry, you have time to think clearly, whether you live for yourself, or for those politicians, it all depends on you, of course. Well, if I need you and you're carrying the burden, then it's a pity. You're a dangerous man, Khalifa taunts Isho. Actually, your choice is right, otherwise, someone will find you lying on the street tomorrow. Say hello to Spandane for me, and I won't say goodbye to him. By the way, this is for you. Ye Chen, who was about to leave, suddenly took off his weight and slammed on the ground, letting Lucci and Khalifa, the eyelids jumped. Finally, Ye Chen waved his hand and jumped off the Tower of Justice, and then with a roar, he disappeared into the sky. Watching Ye Chen disappear into the sky, Khalifa hesitated. I hate Spandane, and I hate people who point fingers at me. Lucci stepped forward, looked at the bracelet on the ground, said to Khalifa without looking back, and then reached out to take the bracelet. However, it was beyond imagination, 1 hand, 2 hands, until the face turned red at the end. Lucci was horrified, overflowing heaven's stormy seas in his heart. In the end, Lucci chose 4 bracelets, and Khalifa, the vest-like weight. These weights, for Ye Chen, have no effect, but for Lucci and Khalifa, it is an important start. Grand line. The weather is strange and changeable. The sky is clear in the last second. Maybe it will rain heavily in the next second, but compared to New World, it is still peaceful. It wouldn't be surprising if this were New World. Maybe the next moment with hail the size of a house. Leaving Judicial Island, Ye Chen's next destination is the Grand Line's medical powerhouse, Drum Kingdom. According to the information of Judicial Island, the current Drum Kingdom has a great reputation, far from the depression in which there is only one doctor in the whole country in the future. The current Drum Kingdom can be said to be one of the holy lands of medicine, gathered a large number of experienced doctors. Perhaps in a few more years the king will die and be inherited by his son, Wapol, who ate the munch fruit, which then led to the collapse of the kingdom of the medical Holy Land, which finally changed. The name is not true, dropped 1,000 zhang in one fall. The purpose of Ye Chen this time is to see if he can cure his eyes. After all, other methods are either too long or can't be found, so he can only come to Drum Kingdom to try one's luck. Only need a skateboard. Ye Chen is like flying, galloping freely on the sea. To be honest, it is a big shock to many pirates sailing. For example, just ahead of Ye Chen, a giant ship with a flag that doesn't look like pirate, is exactly opposite to Ye Chen's route, and may meet in a few minutes. The observation deck, a pirate like an observer, holding a telescope, accidentally saw Ye Chen, first stunned, then wiped his eyes, mouth open wide. Enemy attack, informed Dongliang. A bell rang, breaking the silence of the entire ship, and countless well-trained warriors appeared in the deck superior. He was led by a man with a beard, wearing a green coat, with a face like a ghost, and stood up. The most striking thing was that the man's head was in the shape of an awl. How long? Lord Green Pepper, there is a person flying on the sea ahead, and it will hit us in 5 minutes. The observation deck, the observer's telescope, kept staring at Ye Chen. What? Can you fly on the sea? The thick voice is deafening, and one after another haki floats all over the body, which makes people acknowledge allegiance. Are you sure it's coming for us? It's coming. Before she could finish speaking, a silhouette suddenly climbed into the sky and landed on the bow of the ship. Falling on the bow of the ship, Ye Chen frowned, looking at the flag hanging high on the ship, not in the shape of a skull, that is to say, this is not a pirate ship. Bending his head, Ye Chen looked at the crowd slowly gathering up, especially the one in the lead, and was a little stunned, because the awl-shaped head was really eye-catching. Brat, are you Marine? Green Pepper stepped forward, squinting. A faintly discernible haki began to rise, because the other party just used Jeppo. This physical skill, at first glance, is Marines. You are pirate. Feeling the depression in the atmosphere, Ye Chen looked at the vicious crew again. No matter how they looked like pirate. Not good, Mr. Dongliang, our identities have been discovered. Ye Chen just finished speaking. A funny guy, panicked on the spot. Idiot, we just decided to do pirate, but we haven't done anything yet. But we were just about to do pirate when Marine came to us. What should I do then? With Mr. Green Pepper, everything will be fine. We are 8 Treasures Navy. Hearing these arguments, Ye Chen, his face turned cold all of a sudden. Little Marine, dare to board my 8 Treasures Navy's ship, you are not too brave. Green Pepper spoke, a kingly breath suddenly appeared, all aspects pressed Ye Chen. Exactly the same, aloof and remote. This is the second time Ye Chen has experienced House Hoku, that kind of contempt and will to acknowledge allegiance wrapped his soul. The gust of wind blew Ye Chen's long hair, and the whole body, as if carrying a mountain, slowly made Ye Chen bend down. Insignificant, that irresistible will, overbearing destroys Ye Chen's self-esteem. Shame, absolute shame. I swore I would never let the past happen again. No one can make myself acknowledge allegiance, no one. Clenching his fists, blue veins spread, Ye Chen straightened up with a sullen face. Ye Chen's resistance surprised Qingjiao for a while, but then she was angry. A little fellow dared to rebel against him, and Qingjiao felt that he was being provoked. House Hoku, without reservation, hit Ye Chen's mind more violently. Click, click. The thick deck began to crack, and Ye Chen's waist that was upright bent down again. Angry and crazy, Ye Chen ignited at once. Once, because of the humiliation of Redfield's oppression, he broke through in an instant. An angry overbearing will appeared from Ye Chen, rushing into the air, and piercing the clouds. Crack, boom, boom. The entire sea territory is instantly dim, covered by clouds. Countless black clouds condense, one after another. Dark red thunderbolt began to bombard the sea violently, the entire world, brilliant. The sky ripped apart like a black hole, flashing thunderbolt and turning slowly. Long hair fluttering, ripples in circles, with Ye Chen as the center, domineering spread all around, and House Hoku of green peppers, rivals. Bang, bang. One after another, the people behind the green peppers began to foam at the mouth and fell to the ground. How is that possible? Green Pepper's pupils widened, feeling the domineering will from the other side. Unbelievable. This is House Hoku? The guy in front of him, like himself, has the aptitude of the king. 8 treasures navy, Green Pepper, I remember you. The boundless Haki. Ye Chen raised his head slightly, his eyes were full of greenness. Next moment, accompanied by the sea with an explosion, Ye Chen disappeared into the sky. Pu. On the sea, Ye Chen suddenly spurted blood from his mouth, his right eye was blood red, his whole head was dizzy, and his body was even weaker. Moving fast, Ye Chen forced himself to be awake, and Kanbunshoku, looking down with all his strength. Fortunately, it didn't take long for a group of islands to appear in Ye Chen's eyes. Getting weaker and weaker, Ye Chen directly broke into one of the small islands. With a roar, a hole appeared. Ye Chen buried the hole, leaving only a small hole to keep the air flowing. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground, and Kikiao fell into a coma with bleeding. In the depths of the jungle, there is a clearing in the center. At this moment, there are few fires, and the smoke of gunpowder keeps floating into the sky one after another. The large piece of meat, more than 10 meters in length, was just placed on the rack. Next to it, Ye Chen rotated it from time to time so that the meat would not be burnt. Sitting on the ground, long black hair has been dragged on the ground, his body is even more dirty, and his clothes are tattered. If you don't pay attention, it is definitely a beggar. The 6-month savage life can be said to be isolated from the world, but Ye Chen does not feel lonely, only a sense of satisfaction, because every growth and strength is the best for him one's gift. Now that House Hoku can control it freely, it's time to go out. Touching his left eye, Ye Chen sighed slightly. Because of Hoshoku's awakening, I didn't go to Drum Island, and I was delayed for 6 months, and I don't know if I could be cured. But Ye Chen doesn't regret it, because devil fruit can heal his eyes. Now, the most important thing is to think about the road ahead. Hoshoku's awakening was unexpected to Ye Chen, so he needs to think about whether to stay in Marine or not. According to Ye Chen's understanding, Marine has its own system, and it is impossible for them to awaken House Hoku. Those rulers also impossible to let a House Hoku owner stay in Marine, which is a ticking time bomb for them. Because any House Hoku owner, it is impossible to acknowledge allegiance at the feet of others, unless willingly. Wait, House Hoku. If I remember correctly, the last time I fought with Red the Aloof, at the moment of coma, I clearly felt 2 House Hoku, one was from Red the Aloof, and the other. Ye Chen woke up and knew that it was Garp who rushed to catch Red the Aloof in the end. That is to say, another House Hoku owner was Garp. No wonder, why didn't I expect? Patted the head, Ye Chen combined all the information in his head and started to analyze Garp. Reluctance to be promoted to admiral, do as one pleases in Marine, do whatever you want, all freedom, not any bondage, all this shows Garp's status. Obviously, Garp stayed in Marine voluntarily, and when Sengoku became a fleet admiral in the future, some tasks were also helped by seeing Sengoku as a friend. In addition, Garp has been chasing Roger for most of the year, completely ignoring other tasks, and some small details, showing that Garp is not simple everywhere. Who is Roger? That's the pirate king, who can run after Roger everywhere, not the same king, simply doesn't have that qualification. Yes, sons, grandsons, and future owners are all House Hoku owners. Garp Impossible will not. Korra, Sengoku, Zephyr and even the 5 people above Holy Land Marijoy should also know Garp as the owner of House Hoku. But why? Garp can still stay in Marine, and he is not restricted by rules and regulations, and he lives so handsomely? There are many answers. First, Garp does not have any ambitions, and has justice in his heart. Although this justice is not subject to any constraints, at least it is justice. Secondly, there are Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane and the others who are Garp's friends, and obviously Garp cares about them. The third and most important point is that Garp has unmatched power. No one dares to say that Garp can be killed now. Even if the world government can kill it, it will definitely pay an unimaginable price. Even if Garp is to be removed just for House Hoku, then Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane and the others, and even Sora, will resist. By then, whether Marine can still exist or not is a question. Problem. Marie Joyce, what you need is balance, good and bad, the two are relative. If you remove Garp, you can expect the consequences, such as the collapse of the Marine, then the pirate is rampant, the sea is out of control, when it's the world government that suffers from time comes. So, the people on Marie Joyce are very smart and decided to keep Garp, not only have a super strong battle strength, but also let Garp serve them in a different way, although it can't be forced, but it can be detoured. Keeping it is far more beneficial than removing it. There may be other reasons, but Garp can stay in Marine, and it has been moisturizing, free and unconstrained, which all explain Garp's ability. And all this has a premise that Garp is willing, otherwise, no one can force him. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why Marie Joyce limited Marine's development. Thinking about everything, Ye Chen first sighed in relief, then frowned. Do you want to leave or stay? After thinking about it for a long time, Ye Chen found that it is better to stay to maximize the benefits. My current self is still too weak after all. With a Marine behind me, I can use a lot of resources, but if I leave Marine and build my own power, it will waste a lot of time. This world is very dangerous. Now I am too weak. If I want to live to the end, I must keep a low profile and bear it. Otherwise, I will die without knowing how to die. However, forbearance does not mean surrender, because usually the one who survives to the end is the winner. Yet Chen understands in his heart that although he doesn't like this feeling very much, he understands that impulse is the devil, and there are so many people who can kill him. No matter when, living is the most important thing, otherwise everything is a cloud. It seems that I have to install some of my own people, and it's time to cultivate power, so let's get a Marine Fleet Admiral first. Compared to starting from scratch to build power, it is more convenient to replace Marine, even more how, Marine is just after all, with this signboard, it can save a lot of time. The strong ambition, yet Chen has already begun to have it in his heart comprehensive plan. Grow your own people in Marine first, then take the position of Marine Fleet Admiral, then go it alone. Marie Joyce those old farts who want to shit on their own heads, then prepare to be overthrown. This world, only I can enact justice. Clenching his fist, yet Chen's gaze was unprecedentedly sharp, but in order to guard against the unexpected, he had to hide House Hoku before he had no strength, otherwise, he would die quickly if he was too high profile. The meal needs to be eaten bit by bit. Blue, blue. At this moment, on a stone not far away, a sleeping Den Den Mushi, suddenly he woke up and called out. Yet Chen didn't expect, these 6 months, this Den Den Mushi actually survived. The life force is really tenacious. Hello. Connected to Den Den Mushi, yet Chen was still roasting the meat, and casually connected. You brats still alive? For 6 months, no news at all. How many times have I called you, why didn't you answer? A growl from Den Den Mushi came, and yet Chen rubbed his ears. Admiral Sengoku, I am in Calm Belt cultivation. Maybe when you contacted me, I was not with Den Den Mushi. Eyebrows slightly frowned, yet Chen's face, suddenly he got cold, and he didn't know why, but listening to Sengoku's condescending roar made him very uncomfortable. If it was in the past, although I was a little frustrated, it would not be so angered as it is now. Now, yet Chen has awakened House Hoku, unconsciously, changes have taken place, destined to be no longer ordinary people. Why did you go to Calm Belt, and you've been isolated from the world for 6 months? Sengoku, who was on the opposite side, didn't hear anything, but his anger subsided a lot. Are your eyes healed? I'm about to go to Drum Island. Without even looking at Den Den Mushi, yet Chen turned the grill, very indifferent. Just in time, you go to Drum Island to solve a pirate. Pirate? Yet Chen frowned. Drum Kingdom is one of the world's allied countries. According to the news, the bounty 350 million pirate, and the evil king, Aburo Pizarro, set his sights on Drum Kingdom. Not long ago, Magnetic the king of the Drum Kingdom, requested the support of the world government, and then arranged for Marine. On the other end, along with Sengoku's voice, there were other voices. It should be Sengoku talking to Ye Chen while handling government affairs. Got it. Ye Chen agreed without hesitation. Remember, the 3 of Sakazuki already have enough political achievements to become vice admiral. When we meet next time, I hope you bring the king of bad administration with you. Finally, Sengoku a serious exhortation, the meaning of the mysterious, can't be clearer. Yes. Hang up Den Den Mushi, only the sound of firewood pata pata, flickering on and off. Yet Chen smiled. It seems that the time to give up the seat is not far away. And yet Chen thought, well, Marine's change is about to start, maybe in a few years, Sora will be promoted to Commander-in-Chief. When the time comes, Sengoku will become Marine Fleet Admiral, and the vacant admiral position must be filled by someone. It's also time to make a wave of political achievements, starting with the king of bad politics, you. Drum Kingdom is one of the world's allied countries, a winter island, famous for its medical development, and a country of peace and happiness. However, it is such a country that is indifferent to the world, but it is targeted by pirate. Going to Drum Kingdom now, what I see is a ruin and smoke, corpses all over the ground, the white snow has been dyed red, and these are all blood. landscape, the dilapidated house collapsed, and there were corpses all over the place. There are royal troops, civilians, and even doctors, which is horrible. In the sky, snowflakes are slowly floating, and at a glance, there is a different kind of excitement. Poochie, Poochie. The sound of feet stepping on the snow, a silhouette, appeared on the street. Looking at the picture in front of him, Ye Chen was expressionless, looked up at the Sigu mountains surrounded by the wind and snow, where the king of this country now lives. Ye Chen is familiar with this place because it is Chopper's hometown, but for now, Chopper may still be liquid. Long hair tied up, Ye Chen carried a small package behind his back, and slowly walked towards the heaven-supporting pillar who couldn't see his head. At the same time, in the royal city on Magnetic Drum Mountain, headed by the king of Drum Kingdom, with hundreds of doctors, warriors, and nobles kneeling behind him, they looked at the front in fear, the one with the 3-barrel pistol. Man, wearing a white and dark brown fur coat with a light purple necklace around her neck, azure hair like a wild mane dangling over her shoulders, and neither side of her forehead is known to grow naturally, or the corners that are brought up, appear sharp and sharp. This man, the great pirate of bounty 350 million, the evil King Alvaro Pizarro, became a member of the Blackbeard Pirates in the future. Just like his nickname, the King of Evil Politics, he is very cruel, and everyone who does not obey him will be killed by him. For this reason, I don't know how many lives died in his hands. For some reason, he was eyeing the Drum Kingdom, perhaps for treasure, or for other reasons. In short, because of his arrival, the entire country was bloodied. All around, many pirates held guns and aimed at the Drum Kingdom kings who were kneeling in the center. Boss, this country is indeed very rich, and it deserves to be a big medical country. Dozens of pirates came out of the royal city, carrying boxes of treasures, dazzling, making everyone pirate, all eyes widened, greedily looking at the glittering gold, jewelry, diamonds, and other things. Hee ha ha. Looking at the treasure like a hill, the king of evil government laughed heartily, very satisfied. Come on, kill all these people, it won't take long, maybe Marine will come. Wait. At this point, one of the pirates, blocked. The evil king's fierce eyes glared slightly, exuding a wild beast-like aura, which made Pirate, who interjected, terrified. Boss, these doctors are very valuable in the underground world, adding up, there are billions of belly. Hearing the explanation, the king of evil politics looked at those kneelings with glowing eyes. On the ground, the Dr. Shiver coldly waved his hand, take all the doctors away, and kill the others. Yes, Captain. First, pirate born, he roughly dragged those in doctor costumes and dragged them aside. The cries of father spread all over the square at once. One of the middle-aged doctors, holding his wife and child, guarded with his own body. Bang! The gun butt hit him, causing the doctor to vomit blood and fall to the ground at once. Father, father. Face covered in blood, the middle-aged doctor looked at the child running towards him, stretched out his hand, and wanted to catch it. However, one of the pirates, already aiming the gun at the child, fired instantly. Shiu. Don't! Everything was frozen. The middle-aged doctor opened his mouth wide and rushed towards the child desperately, but it was too late. In a flash, appeared out of thin air, a silhouette appeared beside the child, the dark right hand, directly grabbed the bullet, flicks with the finger. The pirate who had just fired, fell down with a scream on the ground, the blood instantly dyed the snow red. Father! At this time, the middle-aged doctor hugged his child, feeling lingering fears. The after-images are repeated, the hot blood splashes, and the surrounding pirate, I don't know what happened, and they are in different places. Bloody fell to the ground. Fire, fire. The continuous bullets flew past, but they all hit the empty space and had no effect. In the scene, there was panic all of a sudden, because the other party's speed was too fast, like a ghost, so many pirates didn't even know how to die. And the king of Drum Kingdom, taking advantage of the chaos in the scene, took everyone and slowly returned to the royal city. Among them, Pirate attacked them. Before firing, he screamed and lost his life. Fast forward to the kingdom. Seeing someone helping me, king of Drum Kingdom, I am grateful and act faster. Whoosh! 2 10-meter slashes in a row, dividing the snow, rushing towards the pirate like a hot knife through butter. Along the way, the stumps fly around, howling again and again, courting death. Looking at his subordinates who kept killing and wounding, the king of evil government glared angrily. The ground exploded instantly, disappeared in place, facing an empty place, threw a punch, producing a cracking sound. Boom! The eardrum was pierced, and a shock wave set off endless flying snow, exposing the cracked surface, forming a spider web-like crack. The two fists collided, and the evil government king fiercely looked at the man in front of him and increased his strength. Angry roar, the two distanced themselves. The king of evil politics took 2 steps back, while on the opposite side, Ye Chen did a few backflips, stood on the ground, looked at the king of evil politics indifferently, and dumped him, throwing blood from hands. The vibration disappeared, the flying snow scattered, the corpses all over the floor, and blood flowed everywhere. Ye Chen stood in front of the evil king, ignoring it. Brat, who are you? With an angry look on his face, the evil king glared angrily, exuding killing intent. He who has come to arrest you. You are Marine. The king of evil politics changed his face, Kanbunshoku, and spread out when it was discovered when Yachen was alone, he sneered. It's just you? Did Marine let you die? No matter how you look at it, Yachen is not in danger, let alone the body. The king of evil politics is more. Yachen is too tall, and the most important thing is that Yachen is too young. Putting out his ears, Yachen didn't take seriously the contempt of the evil king. A small marine dares to attack my evil king, Aburo Pizarro. It seems that I haven't had trouble with marine during this period of time, which has caused many people to misunderstand me. Lifting the three-barreled pistol in his hand, the king of evil politics aimed at Yachen. If that's the case, I'll kill you first, and then go to marine to play. Whoosh, bang bang. Sparks flew, and the sound of breaking through the air came, like lightning in the night sky, coming in the blink of an eye. Sand splashed, one after another bullet hit the wall, leaving a patch of potholes, but Yachen's silhouette has long since disappeared. The ground exploded, Yachen appeared in front of the evil king, jumped high, and his knee hit the evil king's chin. The airflow turned, and the huge force collided abruptly. Yachen frowned, only to see the dark right hand of the king of evil, like a fan, blocking him in front of him. He raised his head high. Because of the enormous strength, the king of evil government took a step back, his right foot was deep in the ground, and the three-barreled pistol in the other hand shot out countless flames, and the attack was close at hand. To Yachen. Armed covering the chest, Yachen groaned, quickly disappearing into the distance, face somewhat gloomy. Two sud. Row after row of bullets, they began to shoot at Yachen, splashing a cloud of sand. Disappeared. This time Yachen appeared in the sky above the king of evil, turned over, and his right foot was fully covered, and he slammed down. It exploded violently, cracks in the entire ground burst open, and the king of evil was holding his lifting right hand on his head. The huge force caused his knees to hit the ground directly. Seeing that he was under one knee kneels, the face of the evil king was grim. The bullets fired, forcing Yachen back again. The king of evil government stood up, stared at Yachen stubbornly, and threw the three-barrel pistol in his hand. A breath of oppression began to appear on the evil king. Marine brat, you will definitely die miserably. I shrank. In Kanbunshoku's perception, Yachen only felt a shadow, and then there was wind in his ears. Without thinking, he squatted down. The imposing manner was astonishing, as if the atmosphere had been evacuated, and there was a boom. Everything behind Yachen disappeared directly, and heaven and earth turned upside down. With both hands on the ground, Yachen turned his body upside down, and his feet stood up from the ground, containing huge strength, and rushed towards the chin of the evil king. The old trick was repeated. The right hand of the evil king was bent, pitch black, facing Yachen's feet. He pressed down sharply, his left hand clenched a fist, and slammed into Yachen's stomach. Two dull sounds, accompanied by the spray of blood. The huge body of the evil government king flew into the sky, spitting blood constantly from his mouth, and finally hit the ground heavily. And Yachen, with both hands on his stomach, received a punch from the evil government king, like a stream of light, flew upside down, pierced through several buildings, and fell into the rubble. Pull away the soil. Yachen stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the evil political king not far away with his head up and his mouth full of blood. Cough, cough. A bloody tooth appeared in the palm, and the king of evil government looked at his teeth with a face like a ghost. Looking up, the two looked at each other, walking close to the ground at almost the same time, and the two collided like cannonballs. The violent impact lifted the ground, causing the surroundings to collapse with a bang. Two black fists, one big and one small, rammed back and forth, each time with a deafening sound. With his elbows down, the king of evil government roared, his left fist clenched tightly, and his blue veins jumped at Yachen with a meat force with force. His feet were deep in the ground, and the king of evil government moved out, but at this moment, Yachen jumped high, his right arm swelled violently, and the blood vessels jumped like a big mountain, smashed to the evil king. Gritting his teeth, the king of evil politics had a vicious look on his face. Without flinching at all, he resisted again. In an instant, the violent impact exploded. Being hit hard, the king of bad politics couldn't keep his balance, so he flew out and fell down the Sigu mountain. And Yachen, crossed two footprints, followed along. The huge storm surrounds the Sigu mountain, which is as high as 5 kilometers, and is extremely dangerous. Flying down, Yachen fell straight, kicked out both feet quickly, two rankyaku, torn eardrums, and split towards the evil king below. Falling down, the king of bad politics raised his head and looked at Yachen, who was following him. His eyes were red, his right fist was covered with a weapon that was crimson red, and he was smoking, and he quickly threw two punches. The airflow impacted, and the two rankyakus exploded before they approached the evil king. In the smoke of gunpowder, Yachen suddenly appeared and kicked the evil king. At this moment, there was a sudden shock under the feet of the king of evil government, which did not rise but fell, and appeared in front of Yachen, looking at Yachen with a grin. Complexion greatly changed. Yachen thought that the other party would not stay in the air, but now it seems that he has taken it lightly. Pu. With a twisted face, Yachen hunched over, blood spurting from his mouth. Such a good opportunity. The king of evil politics did not let go, grabbed Yachen's face with one hand, pressed it on the Sigu mountain, and quickly fell down with the falling rocks. The burning pain in the back and the rapidly falling friction made Ye Chen covered in blood. Gritting his teeth and forcibly stabilizing his body, Ye Chen punched the evil king's stomach, but the opponent, with his chest fully armed, even forcibly resisted Ye Chen's attack. Bang, bang. The blood stimulated the two of them. No matter what attack they suffered, the king of bad politics would not let go and stubbornly slap Ye Chen. Pressed in the magnetic drum mountain, it was extremely cruel. Forcibly suppressed by the evil government king, Ye Chen had a ruthless look on his face, completely ignoring the pain on his back, completely giving up his defense and attacking. Yusashoku, howling, Ye Chen's fists kept pounding on the side of the evil king's waist, and the evil king's other hand tried to resist, but was pushed away by Ye Chen. His right foot kicked hard. Punch after punch, kick after kick, the face of the evil government king was distorted. Crack! With the whining, the king of evil government knew that his rib was broken. But at this moment, the complexion greatly changed for both of them, because the ground is already close at hand. Down at this rate, and without defense, both of them would have to die. 5-kilometer drop, that's no joke. Obviously, the two will not choose to perish together because of each other. Almost at the same time, the king of evil politics punched Ye Chen, and Ye Chen also punched the king of evil politics, and then the two separated. However, at the moment when the king of evil politics left Ye Chen, all of a sudden, Ye Chen showed horror, and the king of evil politics, for some unknown reason, had one's hair stand on end. Boom! The terrifying explosion formed an incomparable destruction, causing the storm that circled the Sigu mountain to tear open a hole, and then the sky shook as if meteorite impact, mountains burst, and ground split. The riots didn't stop, the smoke and flame shot up, and the flying snow on the ground was lifted, revealing the dilapidated crater, and the hurricane swept all around. It was a mess. On the edge of the pit, a big hand full of blood firmly grasped the edge, and slowly climbed up. Blood and bruised, the king of evil is lying on the ground, lifting his head, disheveled hair, a pair of big eyes, now covered with bloodshots, you can see, his legs, white bones, pale flesh, good on blood, has basically lost the ability to move, hateful. With a contorted face, the king of evil looked at his thighs with almost no flesh and blood, brow beaded with sweat, and almost fainted in pain. Just now, he simply didn't know what happened. That marine brat, like a bomb, suddenly exploded. However, he survived, but the other party's skeleton doesn't exist. Ha ha. The king of evil government laughed. However, before he laughed for long, he seemed to be strangled by someone's neck, his eyes bulging, and he looked at the smoke in the distance in disbelief. The silhouette that slowly walks out. No. Impossible. Face covered in blood, the evil king couldn't believe what he saw until Ye Chen stood in front of him. Drip, drip. A drop of blood slipped from Ye Chen's mouth and landed in front of the evil king. At this moment, Ye Chen's back is blurred, there was no blood on his face, and his breath was extremely weak. Obviously this time the fight doesn't make it easy for him. How could you still be alive? I saw you explode with my own eyes. Lying on the ground, the king of evil tried his best to raise his head, coughing up blood and roaring. Don't you know, there is something called devil fruit in this world? Bending over, grasping the only horn left of the evil king, Ye Chen like dragging a dead dog, he dragged the king of evil politics towards Sigu mountain. Ah, bastard. Being dragged by Ye Chen, the king of evil government screamed again and again. Along the way, a bloody road was formed, and even some mincemeat. At the same time, on the Drum Mountain, with Ye Chen taking care of most of the pirates, the only warrior in the Drum Kingdom, under the leadership of the king, they united to kill or capture the few remaining. Pirate. When Ye Chen was covered in blood, dragging the evil political king who forcibly fainted, and came to them, everyone looked at Ye Chen with awe and gratitude. Sitting on a pile of stones, Ye Chen had a half-dead king of evil lying on his feet. Ye Chen looked up at the gathered king of Drum Kingdom and the others. He was about to speak, but he couldn't help but spits out. Mouth full of blood. Quick, quick, heal this lord. First, the Drum Kingdom king greeted the doctor and treated Ye Chen's wound on the spot. When Ye Chen's back was exposed, everyone was sucked in a cold breath, especially some children, whose eyes were directly covered by their parents. At this moment, no part of Ye Chen's back is intact. A large group of people are busy behind Ye Chen, and Ye Chen, looking at the king of Drum Kingdom face doesn't change, opened the mouth and said, there are still some pirates at the coast, but I'll come before it has been solved. You send troops to clean it up, in addition, tie this guy up, I need to take it away. Yes. Drum Kingdom king nodded, waved his hand, and someone left. Please, may I ask you, Marine? After the command, the Drum Kingdom king looked at Ye Chen gratefully. Yes, Headquarter Rear Admiral. Ye Chen suddenly frowned and groaned, causing the doctor behind the wound to stop suddenly. You continue. Turning his head, Ye Chen said to the worried doctors with a pale face. For some reason, the eyes of everyone in the audience were a little wet. Among them, some children looked at Ye Chen with admiration. Okay. Not long after, Ye Chen was covered in bandages, and Ye Chen was healed by a man and a woman, the DR who later adopted Chopper. Cyruluk and Dr. Korha, but the two of them are much younger now. "Sir Rear Admiral, you need to rest now, otherwise the injury will worsen." Dr. Korha walked in front of Ye Chen with a solemn expression. "I'm in trouble." Ye Chen didn't show off, he knew his body. Hurry up and help Lord Rear Admiral to the palace." "No need, I can walk by myself." That's it. Ye Chen healed in Drum Kingdom, and the attending doctors were Dr. Shiruluk and Dr. Korha, and it lasted for a week. In this week, Ye Chen enjoyed the king-like enjoyment. Now, people in the whole country respect Ye Chen very much. On this day, at the mouth of the magnetic Drum Coast, the vast crowd, headed by the king of Drum Kingdom, many doctors and civilians, waved their hands to the sea. Dragging the sturdy bad political king tied with iron chains, Ye Chen jumped onto the wooden board, and then with a loud bang, the wooden board rushed out like an arrow from the string. The evil king who has not yet recovered completely was beaten by Ye Chen before he left, and is now lying on the wooden board like a dead dog, dying. "Oops, I forgot to ask Lord Rear Admiral's name." The king of Drum Kingdom patted his head. This week, he said a lot of things to Ye Chen, but Ye Chen didn't even want it, because Ye Chen wasn't interested in treasure or anything. "Lord Rear Admiral, please tell us your name. Drum Kingdom will always be your friend." The king of Drum Kingdom shouted as he watched the silhouette drifting away. Biting cold wind, the vague and inaudible answer spread into everyone's ears. "Did you hear that clearly?" The Drum Kingdom king frowned, looking at the minister beside him. "Your Majesty, no, but we can ask Marine's side. There is a minister who's hooked the head." "Alright, just look towards Marine and remind me that this Rear Admiral is a friend of our Drum Kingdom." "Got it." Unfortunately, Lord Rear Admiral's eyes cannot be healed. Ye Chen didn't know that, because of the words of the king of Drum Kingdom, his life in Marine was much smoother. On the rough sea, it flew by quickly. Ye Chen raised his hand and looked at the permanent compass that Drum Kingdom gave him, and moved in one direction, galloping fast, and that direction was Marine Ford. Logia, there is a very strange phenomenon, that is, when the user recondenses the body after the elemental transformation, the clothes on the body are still intact, as if at the moment of the elemental transformation, the clothes also follow the elemental transformation. And yet Chen's explosion started from covering the whole body. As long as you want, it is exactly the same as the elemental transformation. When the body is reunited, everything is fine unless it encounters an attack. This made Ye Chen puzzled for a few minutes, but then he forgot about it. After all, this world is not normal at all, and even Ye Chen conjectured that this may be one of the powerful benefits of Logia. How embarrassing would it be if every time elemental transformation, the clothes on the body are gone? Physics, laws, three views, reality, order, etc. Everything is the difference between heaven and earth. Any common sense will not work in this world. It can also be said that this world is very magical and beautiful. If someone from a previous life came here, it would definitely subvert the nerves. Newton or something, the coffin board can be lifted for you. However, this world is magical, but with darkness, cruelty, and sickness. One day later, New World, Chaos Sea Territory, Edvahai. Electric thunder flashes, the world is dark, and there are endless leaks, subverting the entire sky and shaking the earth. 1,000 meters in the sky, the pitch-black layers of thunder are separated, and huge islands seem to come from 9 heavens, falling down, all around terrifying wind and waves. The whole space is like blasting thunder, zi make a sound. The visual subversion is simply divine vestige. The rain fell, and the huge pirates suppressed the sea territory and swayed endless waves. Thousands of huge monsters are full of pirates. At a glance, on the rudder of each ship, there is one of the very best powerhouses, and the lowest is hundreds of millions. The sea is divided, the wind is blowing, and under the infinite thunderbolt is a pirates that rises and falls on the sea, and everyone standing on it is enough to subvert the sea. Gee ha ha ha, Roger. King Haki, monarch overlooking the whole world, above 9 heavens, a tyrannical man, falling down, standing on everyone's head. Shiki. Like the sky, the same breathtaking, awe-inspiring and domineering voice was delivered. The two collide in shock. Crack, crack. The entire world was silent, and a dark red thunderbolt suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire dim world. The sky was subverted, a sky ridge separated, looked up, and the whole sky was torn apart. Moving mountains and suppressing seas, huge radiation spreads thousands of miles, like mountains, pressing the entire sea. Two wills that are invincible in the world and proud of all things, wantonly stirring up natural disasters, the center of the world seems to surround them both. A huge storm, covered by clouds, swept in. Millions of meters away, the battleships, with the marine justice flags hanging high, moved slowly. Suddenly, the whole sky was dark, lightning flashed, and the storm that overturned the river and the sea was violent. The irresistible will fell heavily on everyone's shoulders. Roger and Shiki have collided. Leading on the battleship, Sengoku was wearing a marine coat, feeling the shaking of the ground and the sky, and the two familiar waves. Will looked dignified. So far away from Ed Wohei, I can feel it, as expected of Roger and Shiki, haha. In contrast to Sengoku's solemnity, Garp's laughter heartily. Standing aside, Chen raised his head, looked at the sky. Two parts of the sky fell one after another, dark red thunderbolt, and could not help clenching his fists. Just by will, the weather can happen catastrophic changes, thus radiating millions of meters. This is the powerhouse of cream of the crop. Myself, far from it, hateful, GOLD Roger, Golden Lion, I will definitely send them to prison with my own hands. Sakazuki next to Chen, then glowy face, gnashing teeth, even though he knew that he was not an opponent, but he believed that one day he would send these wicked guys to prison. Chen and Sakazuki are here, representing Borsellino and Kuzan, following Zephyr to stop the Whitebeard pirates. To be honest, Chen admires Sakazuki very much, because in Marine, whoever has the most righteousness, then Sakazuki is none other than Sakazuki. It can also be said that Sakazuki is the real Marine. When I was watching anime, Chen really hated Sakazuki, but after coming to this world and seeing the distortion and sickness of this world, Chen admired Sakazuki sincerely. Borsellino is slick, be world-wise, and play safe. Kuzan is lazy, only sees the justice in front of him. Only Sakazuki, the purist, although very extreme, but for this twisted world, seems so normal. Among them, Chen despised Garp the most in the entire Marine. Yes, apart from his strength, in Chen's eyes, Garp disgusts him the most. Although he is not qualified to evaluate, in Chen's heart, that is what he believes. As the owner of House Hoku, no matter what the reason is to stay in Marine, the justice he executes depends on his mood and is completely determined by his preferences. In addition, as a friend and relative of Garp, it is even more unfortunate. As a friend, Zephyr is killed in the future. With his Garp's strength and status, can't he do anything? However, he watched from the sidelines and chose to turn a blind eye for the so-called justice and Marine stability. There may have been guilt, but it cannot be denied that it was unfortunate for Zephyr. As a relative, my son has not been taught for many years, and the so-called father's responsibility is not competent, and the grandson, even more sad, may have supported behind and solved many problems, but still offset no, he's incompetent as a grandfather, even to raise the opponent's child, but he has no idea how many people lost their lives and broke their homes because of this catastrophe when Roger started the pirate era. The tragedy on Earth is also merely this. Bringing up, you said it was a feeling that came out of the fight, and regarded Ace as a biological grandson, but when the war was on top, he turned a blind eye again, and watched his grandson die in front of his eyes. Perhaps, there are many reasons, but it still can't be changed. Garp sacrificed his relatives for the so-called justice. It seems that he is very tall, and he is righteous and kills relatives, but a person can't even protect his own family, so why should he protect others? If there is a choice, then Chen believes that no one will want to be such a high-ranking family member who can righteously kill their relatives. People are selfish, fair, and a joke. Justice, what is justice in this world? The big fist is justice, and how much darkness the world government has, how could Garp not know? But even so, he is willing to be driven. Everyone sees issues differently, and no one can say who, including in Chen. Even more how, the current Chen doesn't even have the qualifications, but that's how his senses are. In this world, everyone is guilty, and the difference is big and small. If anyone in the world has the worst sins, then it must be Roger. It seems that Roger has created an era, but he doesn't know, because of this era, how many bones have been buried, how many blood has been shed, and how many people have been destroyed. Many, countless. When I first watched anime, it was all positive and passionate, but now, Chen can only sneer. In this man-eating world, everything is abnormal. Everyone has sins, including Chen, who is also a very sinful person. This world, there is no right and wrong, because it is originally distorted, and no one is qualified to condemn the right and wrong of others, because the qualified ones are all fists big, and these fists are big, and the bones are piled up behind them. Chen has long understood what kind of world this is, so he knows exactly what he needs, that is power. Only if he wants power, he can have other things. To put it bluntly, people do not kill themselves for their own sake. Therefore, no one dares to say that he is kind and just, because he can think, it means he has feelings, and if he has feelings, it means he has selfishness. New World, a vast and boundless territory, not far from Edwohei, two lineups are opposed to each other, making the atmosphere as heavy as Mount Tai. Where you must go to the Edward Sea, the huge marine battleships are lined up like a gulf, blocking the sea. Ku-la-la-la. Suppressing the sea, a giant ship with a whale's head on it, a man swallowing the mountains and rivers on it, holding a childish knife, covered with haki up and down, like the sun, the world, as if standing around. Zephyr, long time no see. With a giant-like body and long golden hair, the most striking thing is the pair of crescent-shaped beards. This man, it is Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Whether it is now or in the future, it is a myth, the strongest myth. On the opposite side is the fleet led by Zephyr, whose purpose is to prevent Whitebeard from interfering in the Edward Sea. Newgate, this is not your territory. With a resolute face, Zephyr stood on the bow in a marine coat, looking directly at Whitebeard. Ku-la-la, you Marines are really suspicious. Whitebeard laughed heartily, picked up a big jug from the side, took a few sips, and felt comfortable. Refreshed. No way, you monster, we have to be vigilant. Zephyr squinted his eyes. The two of them had fought each other many times before, and they knew each other well. La, it's still you and Sengoku and Appetite. If Garp is that bastard, he'll be rushing right now without a word. Zephyr didn't answer, just a twitched mouth. You know, Whitebeard is in its heyday now, and if you get serious, no one can beat it in a one-on-one situation. Garp can't, Roger can't, Golden Lion, Sengoku, including his Zephyr, can't, just because he is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. So, are you here to stop me? After a few more sips, Whitebeard's voice suddenly became serious. You don't want to pass here for 5 to 6 days. Zephyr's answer has already been told to Whitebeard. La, you black arm. Zephyr is not in vain. In this case, it seems that I have no way to witness the battle between Roger and Shiki. It's a pity. P. Hardy Isho. Whitebeard pretended to be sorry. The childish knife in the right hand pierced the deck and stood up. A pure white halo shrouded his hands. Whitebeard squatted down slightly. His arms, with blue veins spreading, stood on his chest, causing the whole atmosphere to start to vibrate. On the opposite side, Zephyr tensed up, as if he was facing a big enemy. Zephyr, I'm not interested in fighting you, but I'm going to give Roger and Golden Lion a present, of course. Before that, I hope you won't fight hard. Grinned, laughed heartily. Whitebeard's hands, pulling mountains and rivers, slammed into the atmosphere. Crack, crack. The whole piece was broken, like a mirror. The crack spread, the sky suddenly turned pale, and the sea under my feet. The territory stopped, not even a jolt. Retracting his hand, the air in front of Whitebeard is close and numerous, hundreds of thousands of meters away, full of cracks. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere healed and nothing happened. However, Zephyr turned around abruptly with an ugly face, angrily roared, all battleships are scattered and fully evacuated. Finished all this, Whitebeard laughed, then greeted, children, let's go back to the party. Yes, Dad. Newgate, you bastard. Zephyr yelled at the evacuated battleship. Kalala, see you next time, Zephyr. The giant whale ship moved laterally, and with the back of the stalwart, slowly disappeared on the sea level. Zephyr-sensei, this is the only way to get to the Edward Sea. Why did we leave? What if Whitebeard comes back? Leave now, this is an order. Half an hour later, all the sea territory shook, one after another. Abyss began to split the sea, and the earth shook and the mountains shook. At the end of the sky, the clouds cover the curtain, and the waves of hundreds of thousands of meters are connected one after another, blocking the sun, like a greedy giant beast from ancient times, opening its bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. The catastrophe of natural disasters, at this moment, is coming. At the same time, in the Edward Sea, lightning and thunder flashed, and the entire sky collapsed. Gee ha ha ha, Roger, join me. Let's overthrow the entire world together and build a new system. In midair, whoever it is, Golden Lion looked down at Roger and threw an olive branch. Shiki, I'm not interested in domination, I have my dreams, so, I refuse. An awe-inspiring haki lifts into the air, no less than the Golden Lion, and Roger pulls the long sword that came out of his waist. Also refused. Roger, you're forcing me to kill you here. You can try. Pa-ka. The situation is reversed. Endless dark red thunderbolt coverage, two stalwart silhouettes, appearing in midair, dividing the entire world into two polarities. A ring-shaped shock wave centered on the two of them, heaven and earth turning upside down, setting off endless air waves and surfing out. Moving mountains and suppressing seas, the air whines, all around, sword aura roars, chaotic storms, tearing everything. Roger, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. Shiki, your ambition is doomed to fail. The battle is about to start, but it is at this time, the entire world wailed, and the sky, which was flickering and darkening, completely lost its rays of light. Death Crisis, have one's hair stand on end. The two of them turned their heads and looked at the overflowing heaven, stormy seas surging from the sky, slightly pale, sucked in a cold breath. I couldn't see the side at a glance. Heaven and earth came one after another, a violent hurricane hit, the two separated, and each returned to the ship, hysterically, roaring. Retreat, retreat. The sea surface was broken layer by layer, the huge waves were not yet approaching, countless giant ships began to be smashed by the hurricane. Everyone, looked with the shadows covering them, they all looked terrified and desperate. A natural disaster, a desperate catastrophe, as if the sky had fallen, slapped with incomparable power. Hundreds of thousands of meters away, Sengoku and the others, who were approaching here, were suddenly interrupted by a burst of Den Mushi. Sengoku, Garp, get out, that bastard at Newgate detonated at Tsunami. Den Mushi heard Zephyr's roar. On the spot, Garp and Sengoku's expressions changed drastically. Retreat, retreat. Sengoku shifted and gave orders to the entire army. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sure enough, not long after the battleship turned around, the entire sea territory began to shake, and cracks appeared on the sea, creating a terrifying storm. In the corner of the sky, there is no sound, and you can see that a shadow suddenly rises on the sea level, getting higher and longer, until it reaches the sky. Quick, quick, lower the canvas, take advantage of this hurricane, retreat. Seeing the catastrophe on the horizon, Sengoku yelled, commanding all Marines, emergency retreat. Grasping the rail of the boat with both hands, Chen looked at the endless overflowing heaven, stormy seas in the sky, clenching his teeth. This is the power of the strongest man in the world, and when I watch the anime, the difference between heaven and earth, this is no longer the power of man. On the top of the war, Whitebeard is old, but now, it is in its heyday. Until this moment, Chen understands what is the strongest in the world. Whitebeard Edward Newgate is the most well-deserved world. The latest news, Marine Headquarters collided with Whitebeard in New World. There was a battle of heaven shaking, earth shattering, the result is unknown. Outside the number, New World Roger Pirates and Flying Pirates, there was a big battle in Ed Wohei, suffered at tsunami, Flying Pirates suffered heavy losses, Golden Lion Shiki disappeared, Roger Pirates disappeared. One message, after passing the 2 days of evaporation, spread all over the world, and for a while, there was an uproar, and everyone was shocked. Good, ha ha. Marine Ford, in the conference hall, clapping the table, laughing loudly. Below, Chen and the others who came back from New World, including Zephyr, all appeared here. I don't know why Whitebeard did this, but it turned out to be in our favor. Perhaps Whitebeard just wanted to stop Roger and Shiki, whatever, for our Marine. Say, Bailey's and no harm. Sengoku grinned, laughed. But we also lost a lot this time. Zephyr sighed, then said, the battleship he brought, even if he left immediately, was eventually affected by the aftermath, and several Marines lost their lives. This time, thanks to Zephyr's early notice, otherwise, unimaginable. Sengoku's smile disappeared, sighed, apparently hurting them too. Tsuru, no matter how much you can subsidize, you can't do anything less. Going to the first place, Sora looked at Crane. Got it. Crane nodded, because she manages all these subsidies. This time, Roger and Shiki should suffer heavy losses. Let's discuss the development of Marine next. From the very beginning, Chen sat in his place. I was silent, only listening but not speaking. Starting slowly, the sun went down, unconsciously, the meeting went on for the whole afternoon. At the end of the meeting, Chen stood up and was about to go back to the villa, but was stopped by Sengoku. Chen, you will be promoted to Vice Admiral tomorrow, prepare for it, patted Chen's shoulder, Sengoku said with a smile. Beside, Kyuzan, who was about to leave, yawned. Congratulations. Chen was slightly surprised, he didn't expect Kyuzan to congratulate him. Haha, you four, it's Marine's future. Garp picked his nostrils, and patted Kyuzan's shoulder as if it was as big as a fingernail. Grimes isho at Chen. As for Kyuzan, his face became more and more gloomy, and a trace of cold air drifted away. On the spot, Garp became an ice sculpture. But in the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture was broken, and Garp's face was dissatisfied. Don't you know how to respect the old and cherish the young? All of a sudden, Kyuzan blushed. With a roar, he walked away angrily. Behind him, Garp foul-mouthed, fist of love, then arrogantly left a back to Chen. Borsalino didn't show any expression, but he nodded to Chen. In a blink of an eye, all of you little fellows are Vice Admiral. Finally, Zephyr patted Chen's shoulders with relief on his face, sincerely for Chen happy. Zephyr-sensei, thank you. Looking at the resolute face, Chen thanked Zephyr from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha. Zephyr laughed, nodded, and walked away. It's been a few minutes since I returned to the villa. Chen didn't feel much about being promoted to Vice Admiral. But Chen is not in a hurry. After all, his current strength is still a little short. It was night, in a commercial street, in a pub. Chen was pulled over by Hina early, and of course Zion and Very Good. Cheers! The wine was poured, and the 4 wine glasses collided gently, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. Congratulations on your graduation. Unconsciously, the 3 of Hina have already graduated, and today, they made it up to celebrate. Chen, thank you. Xiong and Very Good, smirking, now they are no longer students, they are real Marines, and they graduated as soon as they graduated. Is the officer? What are your positions now? After refilling the wine, Chen looked at the 3 who were in a good mood. Captain, I have a lot of people in my hands, how about it? It's amazing. Hina pretty face blushing, obviously very excited. She will be the big sister in the future, who has a younger brother in his hand. High-spirited and vigorous, Hina raised her head, triumphantly. Then you are going to sea? Well, just following the other headquarters Vice Admiral. Thinking of leaving, Hina suddenly lost. Currently, it is impossible for them to go to sea alone, so they can only follow other Marines and experience first. This is a good thing. Chen knows the dangers in the sea, and the arrangement for Hina and the others is nodded. Brother Chen, how about I follow you? Aren't you going to be Vice Admiral? Suddenly, Hina looked at Chen with anticipation, her big eyes flashing of. Chen, who was about to drink, was slightly stunned, but after thinking about it, he hooked the head. No, next I plan to cultivate, follow me, you can't get effective political achievements, this is not a good thing for you, it will delay you. What? I don't care about performance. Hina pouted. Hina, Chen is also for our sake. After we become Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral, we will have more time to gather. Zion interrupted Hina, who wants to say something. Sean is right. Very good also nodded. All right then. Finally, Hina dismissed her thoughts. Second day, not much grand occasion, except Ye Chen was promoted to Vice Admiral, there are other Marine, promoted to Colonel or Rear Admiral, everything is calm and tranquil. This time, Ye Chen still didn't choose his subordinates, unlike Sakazuki and the others, who could lead their subordinates to sea alone. Now, the sea is a little unstable because of the Battle of Edwohei, so early, Sakazuki and the others set out to sea, stayed in Marineford for 3 days. During this period, Hina pestered Ye Chen all day, all kinds of sexy, all kinds of temptations, all kinds of big white legs, dangling in front of Ye Chen every day, everything was so righteous. At the beginning, it was so hot and dull that Hina began to doubt her life, because no matter how she dressed, Ye Chen was always indifferent, which caused her to doubt her own charm. That's right, Ye Chen likes black silk, but he wants something seductive, sexy, and mature, but Hina is a little immature. At the beginning, maybe Ye Chen had some ideas, but after seeing it more, there was not much turbulence in his heart. After all, his temperament is rare. Fleet Admiral Kong, I'm going to be away for a while. This day, Ye Chen came to the empty office because he was going to leave Marineford. You don't need to tell me. Sora is handling government affairs, which is a little strange. Now Ye Chen is Vice Admiral, unless he has a task, he has a great right to act on his own. Fleet Admiral Kong, I'm away for cultivation, so if I have a task, maybe I don't have time. This time, Sora put down the quill in his hand, frowned. Didn't you cultivate in Calm Belt for a few months last time? Even more how, your strength is already very strong. Fleet Admiral Kong, don't want to be Admiral's Marine, not a competent Marine. Ye Chen raised his head, looked at Sora, and properly expressed his thoughts. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Sora was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. You are already an Admiral candidate, but what you said is right, so go ahead, but not too long, just 2 years. I don't know why. Sora looked at Ye Chen, very satisfied, especially satisfied. Many thanks Fleet Admiral Kong. Grand Line, Marine G3 branch, not far from the side, is a rich and peaceful island called Felsteiner. Since 3 years ago, Marine Headquarters suddenly dropped a Headquarters Rear Admiral. Here originally the chaotic order was cleared up in an instant. After 3 years, under the suppression of the Rear Admiral, all around the sea territory, no pirate dared to cause trouble. The most important thing is that the residents living on this island love this Rear Admiral very much, and the bad senses of Marine in the past have been improved. On the streets and alleys, shops stand in great numbers, the shouts of hawkers, and the laughter of residents are the best evaluations. 3 years ago, Fergo was airborne here, and has been stationed since then, keeping the island well protected. Because it is not far from the G3 branch, it is necessary to go to First Nair for supplies, but when Fergo first came, pirate was rampant here, and Marine was even with the gentlemen on the island. The rich colluded, enslaved the entire island, and completely discredited Marine. Until Fergo used the Thunderbolt method, all pirate, or Marine, local tyrants and gentlemen were all ruthlessly suppressed, so after 3 years, the chaotic place here has become now rich, a place of peace. Also because Fergo likes to use bamboo as a weapon, now in this sea territory, Fergo is called Ghost Bamboo Rear Admiral. In the streets and alleys, someone suddenly screamed and rushed in one direction. It's the Ghost Lord Zhu. Ah, so handsome. At the seashore, there was a girl with eyes shining with stars, looking at the young man who came down from the battleship. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Lord Rear Admiral, are you here for supplies? Lord Rear Admiral, what kind of girl do you like? It was a mess, countless screams, mostly young girls, surrounded by a group of Marine youths behind them, with a look of hope. Cough, cough. Looking at the people inside and out, surrounded by several circles, the more mature Fergo coughed, opened the mouth and said, everyone, don't mess around. Order, don't have stampede incidents, this time is still here to supply supplies, please make way for the road. Fergo's words fell, the crowd that was originally crowded, suddenly separated, a broad and open road, appeared directly in front of Fergo. Thank you, everyone. Fergo's face tightened, very cold. Slowly, Fergo led a group of Marines and walked towards the town. In addition, he had to meet someone who was no sea for a long time. Otherwise, it was just for supplies, and he would not go out in person. Ah, Lord Rear Admiral is so cold, so handsome. Fergo's cold temperament not only did not reject people from beyond 1,000 li, but led him more girls, heartbroken, more and more obsessed. If it is said that the females on this island, from 3 years old to 80 years old, who are their white horse prince, then it must be Lord Rear Admiral of Gazoo. Birds and beasts, in a specific supply place, Fergo changed his Rear Admiral clothes a little bit, and after instructing his subordinates, he left alone. In a remote place, on the top floor of a tavern, in a room, two people were eating slowly, as if waiting for someone. A young man headed by, wearing a pink feather coat and sunglasses. That blonde hair is very dazzling. Even sitting there, a faintly discernible hegemonic atmosphere permeates the air. Throughout the room. Beside this young man, there is a man wearing a raw-brimmed hat, two facial lines on his face, wearing a red cloak, dressed like an indigenous tribe. Looking at the seated position, it is obvious that young people in pink feather coats dominated. Diamante, Diamante, go open the door, our family is here. Suddenly, the young man sitting in the main seat put down the knife and fork in his hand. There was a smile on his face. Doffy, is Fergo here? Diamante Kanbunshoku swept away, but found nothing, but he stood up and went to open the door. Diamante, I usually have a lot of cultivation haki, your Kanbunshoku is a little weak. Doffy, I'm not like you, I'm born a king, but I will have more cultivation. Yes, these two are one of the future Shishibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the other is Diamante, the cotter of Don Quixote. Sure enough, a minute later, Fergo appeared here. Young master. Fergo looked at Doflamingo, who stood up from his seat, with a smile on his cold face. Fergo, long time no see, sit down. Doflamingo looked at Fergo and smiled. The three sat down and everything was so harmonious. Young master, I heard news some time ago that you were being hunted by Vice Admiral Tsuru, are everyone else all right? As soon as he came up, Fergo looked at Doflamingo and asked. That old lady just obeyed orders, I won't touch it hard for the time being. Although it was a smile, it was inexplicable. That's good. Fergo sighed in relief, and then continued to ask, what's the matter with young master this time? I'm just passing by, I'll see you later. Back to North Blue. Doflamingo replied, eating his steak. Young master, I'll be back in Marineford in a few days, and then our plan will be ready to go. Suddenly, Fergo's words made Doflamingo put down his knife and fork. Looking at Doflamingo's questioning eyes, Fergo continued, it's time for me to become Vice Admiral. With the rights of Vice Admiral, the family business can develop better, instead of being partial to North Blue. Fergo, my family, you really gave me a big surprise and asked you to go undercover in Marine. Sure enough, you have been rear all these years. Admiral will make the family's business a lot smoother. If we become Vice Admiral, in a few years, the entire underground world will be ours. Great, with Fergo on the surface, then we will be able to develop better, and the business of Grand Line can also rise several levels. Diamante, who was on the side, also looked overjoyed. Fergo, I will tell the other family members this good news, this time, you have done a great job for the family again. Doflamingo raised his glass and laughed. Cheers for the family. A few hours later, Fergo left the room, leaving Doflamingo and Diamante alone. Doffy, Fergot, rest assured, he has not betrayed us, he has always been our family. Stand up. Doflamingo looked out the window, started slowly, and laughed. This time, he specially came to see Fergo. Fortunately, he was not disappointed. Fergo is still Fergo, a member of Don Quixote Pirates. G3 branch, Fergo's office. I don't know when, a beautiful and sexy woman sat on it, and around, some Marines, all swallowing their saliva, stood beside them nervously. Go and inform your rear admiral and tell him to come back soon. Cold, arrogant, with long pink hair falling down, revealing a perfect face. Yes, Captain Hina. The whole office was full of weirdness, but Fergo, who was rushing back at this time, didn't know it at all. It has been 2 years since Chen left Marineford last time, and now Hina, although still a captain, is not what it used to be, at least she no longer has to follow others on missions. It passed quickly and changed clothes again. Chen felt much more comfortable. As for destroying the ship, Chen had no psychological pressure. It was like stepping on a few ants, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Raising his hand and looking at the intact permanent compass, Chen changed direction. With an explosion, overflowing heaven stormy seas exploded, and Chen disappeared in place. However, it didn't take long for the pirates to go out, and a pirates appeared in sight. However, the situation of this pirates was a little wrong. It seemed that there was a battle, and the sound of fighting could be heard from a distance. Approaching quickly, Chen disappeared into the sea and stood on the bow of the pirate ship, squinting, watching the fight on the deck. What catches the eye is a human with a turban, thick curly hair, a wide mouth, and a beard, to be precise, a fishman, because his hands and appearance, too easy to recognize. In the hands of this fishman, the surrounding pirates simply had no backhand, and most of them were wiped out in the blink of an eye, leaving only the captain and a few elites fighting. Yet Chen's sudden appearance made both sides stop fighting, and they all distanced themselves and became vigilant. You guys continue, I'm passing by. Raising his hand, Chen motioned for both parties to continue, don't care about him. Brat, are you with this fishman? You dare to provoke me to devour pirates, I don't know whether to live or die. Scarred like a captain, swelled all over, holding to with the machete, he looked at Chen fiercely. Your Excellency, you better leave. He is the Captain Devil who devoured pirates, bounty 230 million. In contrast to the threat of pirate, not far away fisherman, with good intentions, advised Ye Chen to leave. Devouring pirates? 230 million? Evil ghost? Never heard of it. He didn't care, isolated from the world for 2 years, and suddenly saw the battle, which made Ye Chen feel like watching a play. I feel like you guys continue. I said I was passing by. Kill this fishman first, and then chase after us for 5 days and 5 nights. Fiercely staring, glancing at Ye Chen as a threat, the scarred man stared at Fishman with baleful aura all over his body, naked eyes visible, his clothes burst, and he turned into a huge monster. With a thick head, a huge mouth, and chilling fangs, Ye Chen felt that he was a hippo no matter how he looked at it, but this hippo was a bit big. The galloping mountain collided, with a huge head, as if bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bull, and bit Fishman all at once. Just looking at it makes people chill. Fishman punch. However, this fishman is like a squat, his legs are bent, his right hand is clenched, and the black busashoku is covered. When the hippo comes, punched out. The atmosphere exploded, the air roared, the entire world was silent, and in the next second, a huge shockwave ripped apart the giant ship and set off a storm. Fighting fishmen at sea is your biggest mistake. Standing still, Fishman knocked the hippo out with one punch, then said something and jumped. Get off the giant ship and appear on the sea. Your Excellency, get out of this ship. Floating in the sea, Fishman said something to Ye Chen, then turned his body on his side, clasping his claws with both hands, as if scratching so much so that the sea surrounds Fishman like a vortex. Ye Chen, who has been watching the battle, is very interested, because this fishman is very strong. Killing this hippo will simply not waste much time, but judging from his appearance, he chose the most effective, the quickest way. That's their fishman's innate talent. Laughed, Ye Chen boarded the sky and landed on a wooden board floating on the sea in the distance. The impact of the ocean current. As soon as Ye Chen left, Fishman slammed up, the whole sea rioted. Slapped over. On the boat, all the pirates still alive, including the hippo, all fled with fear on their faces. The slap of the huge waves, the ship simply couldn't bear it. It began to crack layer by layer and was submerged by seawater. Everything disappeared into the waves, and it was clear that the hippo would not stay in the air. It's hard to imagine that even this kind of rubbish has a bounty 230 million. Maybe it is very strong on land, but in the sea, it has no ability to stay in the air, and it is even more excessive to fight with the fishman powerhouse. It's just not thinking about it, courting death. The riots subsided, and some sawdust remained on the sea. Fortunately, there were still a few pirates alive, but they were all small shrimps. As for the ability user, they all sank into the seabed. Putong, Putong. Not far from Ye Chen, the fishman appeared earlier, and a mermaid was next to him. It was still a mermaid. Ye Chen only saw upper body. To be honest, Ye Chen had never really seen a mermaid, and couldn't help but become interested. This mermaid looks about 15 or 16 years old, but even so, the size of the chest is not small, with short black hair. What attracts Ye Chen the most is the pair of glamorous the blue eyes. The skin is a little pale, not only does not look weak, but particularly cold and arrogant. It can be seen from the appearance alone that this mermaid has a lot of personality. Apparently, that's why the fishman powerhouse is chasing the pirate ship, for the merman disappeared in an instant. Ye Chen's appearance out of thin air shocked Fishman and the mermaid. Your Excellency, what are you doing? Seeing Ye Chen lingering on the sea, Fishman eyes shrank, stopped directly in front of the mermaid, and looked at Ye Chen vigilantly. Don't be nervous, I'm very interested in mermaids, just take a look. Staring at the mermaid, Ye Chen swept back and forth recklessly, and the mermaid, a little scared, hid behind Fishman, but still looked at Ye Chen boldly. The huge threat made Fishman tense up, finally gritted his teeth, turned to look at the little beauty fish and said, Charlie, don't be afraid. With Fishman's advice, the mermaid gathering up his courage, he slowly swam out from behind Fishman, staring at Ye Chen vigilantly with glamorous pupils. He grabbed the mermaid, and Ye Chen put it in midair. This move almost made Fishman do it, but he believed in his own consciousness and did not act rashly. The water was dripping, Ye Chen grabbed the mermaid's shoulder and looked at the whole picture with surprise in his eyes. Just looking at the upper body, this mermaid is really beautiful, even if it is a minor, but it is far more delicate than a human being, and the lower body is a fishtail, and the overall look is not only without any sense of disobedience, but gives a different kind of beauty. Not long after watching, Ye Chen threw the mermaid into the sea, turned around and looked towards the nervous middle-aged fishman. You are very strong, you should not be unknown. What is your name? Fisher Tiger. Although he doesn't know why Ye Chen asked his name, Fishman did not know hiding, now he is just an adventurer. Fisher Tiger. Hearing this name, Ye Chen frowned, feeling that he had heard it somewhere. Suddenly, the dive light flashed. Ye Chen looked at Fishman in surprise. Could this guy be the guy who climbed up the Red Line continent in the future, made a fuss about Marie Joyce, and liberated the slave? Although the current strength is very strong, but that is Marie Joyce, how can it be successful? Frowning, Ye Chen looked at Tiger strangely, making the latter vigilant. "If there is nothing wrong with your excellency, then we will leave." Grabbing the little beauty fish named Charlie, Tiger can't wait to leave, because of this man, gave him a great sense of threat. "We will meet again in the future." Glancing at the nervous Tiger, Ye Chen's eyes flickered, but he didn't do anything in the end, because the trouble with Marie Joyce would make him he knows many things. In the sea, Tiger and Charlie, looking at Ye Chen who disappeared on the sea level, were both sighed in relief. "Tiger big brother, that man is very dangerous. Let's go back." Tiger didn't know what he was thinking, and dived directly into the sea. New World, Egg Tart Island, a small island, famous for its special cuisine. This country has also become a tourist attraction because of all kinds of egg tarts, especially for some people who like to eat desserts. If you don't try the egg tarts here, life is a pity. However, it is such an indisputable food country, and now there is a war. It can be seen that on the coast, 1 or 2 marine battleships were destroyed, burning with gunpowder, with corpses all over them, and a pirates around. Obviously, there was a fight between marine and pirate, but looking at the tragic appearance, marine should be at a disadvantage. Not far from the port, the ground is messy. A marine rear admiral, gasped for breath, holding 2 long swords, spitting blood from his mouth, looking at the man in front of him. Damn Charlotte family. This rear admiral is Strawberry, but now, it is Rear Admiral. Lord Rear Admiral, our situation is very bad. Around, bullets and cannon were flying, and Marine looked at Pirate, who was surrounded, and looked terrified. "Give it up, this is the territory of Big Mom pirates from now on, you are not my opponent." The young man with short red hair and slender legs, holding a trident in his hand, looked like a western cowboy, looking at Strawberry solitary. This man is now Charlotte Katakuri of Big Mom Pirates. Bounty 530 million. He is an extremely powerful pirate. Even if he has become Rear Admiral, Strawberry is no match. Hateful. Strawberry clenched his swords tightly, never feeling so much pressure. This pirate, like Sakazuki and the others, is a monster. For justice, we must not retreat, otherwise this island will fall into the hands of pirate. Looking at the low morale of Marine around Strawberry's palm, it's all in cold sweat. No matter what, he must not step back, otherwise, this will be a big stain on him, and it will also be a shame for him. Yes, Rear Admiral. When they heard Strawberry's order, all Marines would die, even if there were more pirates than them. They fought bravely. "I don't know the current affairs." The leader, Katakuri complexion sank, disappeared in place, the trident in his hand imitated Buddha Mountain and smashed towards Strawberry. Crossing his hands, the ground shattered, Strawberry's face flushed red, his feet sank into the ground, and a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. It was pitch black as ink, and Katakuri kicked Strawberry's stomach. On the spot, the ground shifted and Strawberry flew out. Bending to stand up, Strawberry turned pale, still gritted his teeth, and cut out 2 slashes. For a while, the sand flew up, and 2 slashes, hiding the sky and covering the earth, moved towards Katakuri and cut away. "You are too weak." I didn't even use the ability, but Busashoka covered trident, Katakuri swung casually, and the 2 slashes were cancelled, but the body moved laterally. Out. At this moment, Strawberry appeared in front of Katakuri, swordlight fills the whole sky, and attacked Katakuri continuously. Ice-cold aura, tearing a piece, colliding with shock from time to time, one after another spark, flashing between the 2. Ding, ding. The face was ugly. The more Strawberry attacked, the more palpitations, because every time he attacked, the other party blocked there in advance. Silhouette flutters, trident spins, huge force rushes in, Strawberry can't take it anymore and backs out again. The 2 sides are simply not at the same level, and Strawberry is simply not Katakuri's opponent. Gasped for breath, Strawberry held the 2 swords in embarrassment and looked at each other stubbornly. Around the surroundings, several screams of Marine screams came into Strawberry's ears, making him anxious. With a look of anger, Strawberry wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, disappeared, and charged towards Katakuri again. The battle between the 2 caused the surrounding area to be destroyed as much as possible. From time to time, a sword light came out, dividing the port. A few minutes later, Strawberry flew out and lay down, on the ground, unable to get up. There was blood all over the place, and the corpses of various pirate marines were in a mess. "Brother Katakuri, everything has been resolved." A young man wearing a purple coat with a mustache walked up to Katakuri and smiled cruelly. "Yes." Katakuri nodded, very arrogantly. "Conti, clear this place, Mama can't wait." "Got it, Brother Katakuri." "Yes, the one called Conti is Charlotte Conti, Charlotte family, the 6 sons of Big Mom, born with strange power, very powerful, and a body refinement powerhouse. Go and kill that reckless Rear Admiral, get ready to leave." Conti turned around and instructed the surrounding pirates. "Yes, Conti young master." Some pirate face looked sinister, lifting pistol, about to shoot at Strawberry and other still alive Marines. This kind of thing, they have done this kind of thing many times, they are already familiar with it, and they guarantee that the other party won't die too soon after one shot. But just as they fired, there was no sound, a strange wave impacted their spirits, and in an instant, all pirates' eyes turned white and fell to the ground. When this wave appeared, the originally lonely Katakuri lifted his head and looked towards the sky. A thin silhouette with long hair and a shawl slowly fell from the air and stood in front of Strawberry, looking at Katakuri with cold eyes. Pu Tong, Pu Tong. One after another, both pirate and the living marine fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Lying on the ground, Strawberry opened her mouth wide and looked at the silhouette that appeared in front of her. The first feeling was excitement, and then it was unbelievable. Excitedly, Ye-Chen appeared. This is a monster with the same rank as Sakazuki. Although he has been missing for 2 years, he has a feeling that he cannot die. Unbelievable, this guy actually owns House Hoku. Have you ever seen a pig run? Although he didn't feel anything, looking at Pirate who was constantly foaming at the mouth and fell into a coma, it all explained that this is the will that only a king can have. Who are you? Unprecedented pressure, Katakuri showed solemnity for the first time, staring at Ye-Chen, a violent will, pressing Ye-Chen on the spot past. Crack, crack. The cloudless sky, instantly dimmed, one after another dark red thunderbolt, chopped down, one after another storm, it is constantly sweeping the waves. The two House Hoku, more and more powerful, more and more awe-inspiring, collided. Face surprised, yet Chen didn't expect, the other party is also the owner of House Hoku, and his age, similar to himself, can be said to be young, talented people. Die. The first shot, Conti beside Katakuri, his face flushed, and he attacked Ye-Chen with anger. Pang! Clenching with one hand, Ye-Chen's face was indifferent, the ground under his feet exploded, his whole body stood still, and with only one hand, he blocked Kong. Special full power attack. Simply couldn't see the movement clearly, the next second Conti's eyes turned white, his face twisted, he vomited blood from his mouth, turned into a long rainbow, and flew out backwards. Conti, complexion greatly changed, Katakuri disappeared, caught Conti in midair, stepped on the ground with both feet, and moved out. The falling rock splashed, stabilized his body, and then looked at Conti, his chest collapsed, and the whole person was on the verge of dying. Covered by dark clouds, the entire sky burst into flames, and in flickering and darkening, two figures stood facing each other. Putting down Conti, Katakuri stepped forward slowly, with a sullen face, and stopped 2 meters away from Ye-Chen. He is taller than Ye-Chen by a half body, and just like that, Katakuri looked down. Sign up. He is cold and arrogant, making it hard to resist. One after another, the power spreads from the body. Looking up, icy and indifferent, Ye-Chen stretched out his hand, and hooked his fingers towards Katakuri more domineeringly. In a flash, Katakuri's eyes flashed, and the trident in his hand, like an electric light in the dark night, stabbed Ye-Chen's head in an instant. The golden iron horse burst into sparks, and a thin hand even forcibly resisted Trident's blade, blasting the ground in an instant, and centered on the two of them, a storm swayed, lifted the ground. Boom, boom. Looking at each other, one after another House Hoku, made the entire world pale. Slightly angry, Katakuri clenched his fist with his left hand, and his jet-black weapon shone fiercely at Ye-Chen. The meteorite exploded, and the two fists collided. At this moment, a whip leg slashed across. With a cold expression, Ye-Chen rammed his knees, accompanied by a deafening muffled sound, the ground burst, and his whole body moved sideways, and finally walked out slowly in the bursting surface. Evenly matched, just 2 moves, Katakuri knows that this guy in front of him will not lose to him. Padded with dust, Ye-Chen looked at Katakuri with a loud bang and was disappeared. Here, Kanbunshoku looked down, Katakuri smiled disdainfully, and the trident in his hand stabbed directly at the blank space on the right. Suddenly, the Katakuri complexion changed, because the difference was 1,000 miles away. Ye-Chen actually brushed the edge of trident and flew to his side, punching the pitch black and clear, calming the wind, and banging up. At the crucial moment, Katakuri turned sideways, a roar in his ear, but at this moment, a whip leg slammed, making his eyelids twitch. Without resignation, he gave up trident, crossed his hands in front of his face, and made a defense. The eardrums were torn, and the boundless hurricane swept wildly. It could be seen that Katakuri's hands were as bumpy as flour, and finally shot back, setting off boundless gravel. Within her feet, Ye-Chen fell to the ground, ignoring the dust. Denmark! Denmark! A sound of footsteps came from the dust, Katakuri's hands were vertical, and the uneven surface, wriggling for a while, slowly returned to normal. With a cold face, Katakuri looked at Ye-Chen without speaking, and attacked for the first time. Whoosh! Walking close to the ground, Katakuri shrank his hands back, whistled violently, turned into a continuous afterimage, and beat Ye-Chen. Looking at Katakuri's attack, Ye-Chen eyebrows slightly frowned, which is similar to Luffy's attack no matter how you look at it. Essentially, in the close and numerous boxing shadows, Ye-Chen turned into an afterimage, dodging back and forth. The atmosphere boomed, getting faster and faster, and the Katakuri was getting closer. The right hand was pressed down, and a powerful force rushed into the air. Katakuri's knees directly slammed Ye-Chen into the sky. At the same time, the right hand exploded, extremely tricky. disappeared instantly, yet Chen appeared on Katakuri's left, rolled up the ground with his right foot, and kicked out. The whole body was bowed, and at the moment of touching, Yet Chen moved slightly and put his hands in front of his head. Flying upside down, Yet Chen did a few backflips in the air, looking at Katakuri in surprise, because at this time Katakuri's abnormally curved waist was recovering, and his own there was some sticky stuff left on the feet. Yet Chen, that guy is the second son of Big Mom, the ability user who ate the paramecia glutinous rice fruit. Strawberry, who had long been far away from the battle circle, shouted. Slightly sideways, Yet Chen shook his hand and disappeared. Boom! In midair, two fists, one big and one small, collided brazenly, and the surrounding thunderbolt violently rioted. Swept out, the two of them fought in close quarters, and every time, a huge storm was set off. The elbow was pressed down, Katakuri stopped in front of the neck, and the other hand rushed into the air and slammed into Yet Chen's stomach. Passing by, Yet Chen flipped, his whole body barbed, one foot pressed down, while Katakuri put his hands on his head, his feet sank into the ground, twisted his hands, grabbed Yet Chen's feet, with a sharp pull, his knees rose. With both arms covered and blocked in front of him, Yet Chen spurted blood from his mouth, his originally indifferent face was fierce, and his other foot swept out, kicking off Katakuri's upper body directly, causing a loud bang. Putting away the distance, Yet Chen stood on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was a little ugly, because the other party's body, like Logia, was healing, and his own attack didn't have any effect. Bent feet, the hurricane hit Katakuri's right foot, pitch black, stretched like rubber, swept toward Yet Chen. Interesting. Looking at Katakuri's Luffy-like abilities, Yet Chen squeezed his fists, disappeared, and appeared in front of Katakuri. Boom, boom. The sudden explosion shook the whole island, the ground collapsed layer by layer, countless cracks were torn apart, and a huge hurricane swept wildly, a smoke of gunpowder entwined the flames and rose into the sky. Pang pang, it seemed like it was raining, one after another boulder fell. The whole scene was extremely horrified, a huge pit of hundreds of meters, the riots continued, torn the entire port. Cough, cough. In the distance, Katakuri was smoking and condensed, spitting blood from his mouth, and his face was pale. The power and impact of that powerful explosion without warning made him lose his mind for a moment. Have one's hair stand on end, in front of him, a stern face, close at hand, the sound of breaking the air. Katakuri leaned back, a loud bang, originally thought he would escape, but at this moment, the explosion sounded again. The huge tearing force pressed down, incomparable, burning with fire, in the mountains burst and ground split, the entire broken surface was beyond recognition. With gunpowder smoke and flames all over his body, Yet Chen stood not far away and shook his feet, feeling pretty good. Wow! On the shattered surface, Katakuri bent over, tattered and spitting blood. His ability, like Logia, can ignore many attacks, and even Busashoku can counteract a few layers, but after all, he is glutinous rice, not only afraid of water, but also afraid of fire. Yet Chen's explosion, not to mention the impact, just the temperature generated by the explosion made Katakuri uncomfortable, and most importantly, Busashoku. That's right, the combination of Busashoku and ability is one of the rewards of Yet Chen's 2 years of cultivation. You are marine. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Katakuri looked gloomy, accompanied by 2 explosions. Katakuri recalled the 4 people who were rumored in Marine 2 years ago. Squinting, Yet Chen didn't answer, just looked at Katakuri coldly. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Next moment, Katakuri did something that surprised Yet Chen, that is, the right hand became longer, grabbed trident and Conti, and said nothing. After looking at Yet Chen at last, left. I've been here for too long. I can't take this Marine in a short time. Maybe it won't be long before Marine support will come. I've already got the egg tarts. The most important thing at the moment is send it back, or Mama's sweet tooth will flare up and the consequences will be disastrous. There will be a chance in the future. And Yet Chen, without stopping, let Katakuri leave, but frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Katakuri and the others left, leaving behind corpses all over the floor. About 30 Marines followed behind Strawberry, all wounded, looking at Yet Chen with awe and gratitude, some with unknown emotions flashing in their eyes. Yet Chen, fortunately you came in time, otherwise I might have to explain it here today. If you don't come, then your end will definitely be over. Hearing the sound, Yet Chen looked at Strawberry expressionlessly, with cold light flashing in his eyes, as if he was making a decision. But Strawberry didn't notice it at all. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with a pale face, opened the mouth and said, "Where have you been in the past 2 years? There is no news at all. Many people think that." Pu. The hot blood sprayed Strawberry's face, causing Strawberry to open his mouth wide and his pupils dilated, completely stunned, thinking, "I thought." The screams sounded, one-sided massacre, stump limbs, broken arms, blood all over the place. Lord Vice Admiral, why? The 30 or so surviving Marines disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few Marines. He kept going backwards, looking at Yet Chen, who was looking at them with no expression on his face, with a look of horror on his face. Don't. Sometimes Marine collapsed, simply not knowing why Yet Chen attacked them. he threw away his weapon and fled into the distance. The corpse was separated, scarlet blood and internal organs flowed all over the floor, a slash, a bang, and endless sand and dust. In just a few seconds, more than 30 Marines died, leaving only Strawberry standing in the bloody field, trembling all over, looking at Ye Chen in disbelief. Turn around, Ye Chen looked at Strawberry coldly, approaching step by step. Yeah, Ye Chen, what do you want to do? Keeping back, Strawberry said in horror, are you crazy? Faintly discernible killing intent emanated from Ye Chen, wrapping Strawberry's entire body and mind, leaving him icy cold. This guy's going to kill him, Strawberry's sure this madman has his mind on him. Bending over, Ye Chen picked up a pistol and aimed it at Strawberry, who was sitting on the ground, without a trace of ripples in his eyes. However, Ye Chen did not shoot, but looked thoughtful instead. And Strawberry, too frightened to move, kept gulping. Suddenly, Ye Chen turned around, and in Kanbunchoku's perception, in the coastal jungle, many ordinary people were staring, watching all this. Facing colder and colder, Ye Chen made a decision. Throwing away the pistol, Ye Chen slapped Strawberry on the chest, making the latter groaned and completely incapacitated. At the same time, Ye Chen disappeared, and then, screams kept coming from the jungle. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the whole island trembled, and a shock wave radiated from the center, forming a storm, but the explosion still there was no interruption, because one after another, it exploded 4 or 5 times. The whole island burned with smoke and flames, and the naked eye was split, and it slowly sank toward the seabed. In the firelight, Ye Chen flew out, grabbed Strawberry, stepped on a wooden board, and disappeared on the horizon. And Strawberry, lying on the board, looked at the collapsed island with a blank expression and a blank mind. The strong voice was in the sky, but for some reason, Strawberry was cold all over, looked up at Ye Chen, and roared, are you crazy? You actually slaughtered the whole island, you lunatic. He lowered his head and looked at Strawberry coldly. Ye Chen grabbed his neck and lifted it up. Asshole. Because of suffocation, Strawberry's face flushed red, but she still looked at Ye Chen resentfully. They see something they shouldn't see, even if it's only 1 in 10,000, I will cut off this probability, and you. Looking at the deep cold Strawberry, Ye Chen said word by word, you still have some use, and you still need a living mouth. With the previous palm, I have planted a bomb in your body. As long as I have a single thought, you will be shattered to pieces. With calm eyes, Ye Chen threw Strawberry on the wooden board like a dead dog. I don't want anyone to know about House Hoku, you will do things for me in the future. Irresolute, from Ye Chen, a will of arrogance rises, made Strawberry, trembling all over, with a look of horror on his face. Because of this, you have destroyed the entire island and tens of thousands of lives. Is there a problem? No emotion, Strawberry saw from Ye Chen's eyes, it is cold-blooded and indifferent. You devil, you simply don't deserve to be Marine, you have no justice. Strawberry gritted his teeth, plucked up his courage, and roared. Marine? I simply don't think of myself as Marine, justice? Even more ridiculous? Only Powerhouse is qualified to say justice, because justice is formulated by Powerhouse. Like hearing something funny, Ye Chen looked at Strawberry with a sneer. This world simply does not have the so-called indiscriminate killing of innocents, not even the basic right and wrong. Destroying a small island, Ye Chen has no psychological pressure, because his heart, in the earliest days and months, completely changed by this world. House Hoku, now Ye Chen doesn't want the Marines to know, because only with his current strength, he can't do as one pleases. The most important thing is that he killed Marine by himself before it has been exposed, since if so, it is self-inflicted. One does not do too endlessly, since those people see something they shouldn't see, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Ye Chen will not let it happen, so it is doomed that the islands destroy. Insanity? Inhuman? Just for this reason, Ye Chen slaughtered the entire island, which can be said to be twisted to the extreme, and simply not human anymore. However, no one thought about what would happen if Ye Chen's House Hoku was exposed and he killed so many Marines. Marine, it is impossible to be a Marine, and will even be cleaned up by Marine. Now he still has a lot of things to do, so he can't lose the identity of Marine. The most important thing is that Ye Chen's mind was already distorted, and he awakened House Hoku, so he was doomed to not be normal. Some people also say that those pirates in Katakuri know that Ye Chen owns House Hoku. This probability is actually very small. First, Katakuri and the others are pirates, and they belong to Big Mom pirates. How many kingdoms have Big Mom pirates destroyed over the years for sweets? Just because of sweets, died at the hands of Big Mom pirates? Countless, who would believe? In addition, as the owner of House Hoku, Katakuri has self-esteem and pride, never loses to anyone, and even simply disdains to say it. So on Katakuri's side, Ye Chen didn't worry at all, but on Strawberry's side, so Ye Chen killed those Marines, and then the residents from Courting Death Road saw it, simply didn't hesitate, Ye Chen destroyed the entire island. In addition, it is not easy to explain when people die, so Ye Chen left Strawberry. There may be other methods, but this one is the easiest and most effective. Also, Ye Chen said that a bomb was planted in Strawberry's body, which is simply bluffing. Maybe it can be done in the future, but now, Ye Chen doesn't have that ability. Because of the external ability of bomb fruit, Ye Chen never found a way. The only thing that can explode is his own body. Maybe when he wakes up, he can affect the foreign object. I'm not interested in talking about justice with you, because in my heart, I am justice, and you have only one choice now. As a pool of stagnant water in his eyes, Ye Chen looking at Strawberry so calmly. And Strawberry, staring angrily, but staring, the eyes are not so firm. In the end, under the threat of life, Strawberry bowed his head. You know what to say and what not to say. I believe that an admiral candidate will be more convincing than your rear admiral. The bomb in your body will not make you feel any discomfort. You should know my abilities. Last glance at Strawberry, who resigned, yet Chen turned his eyes away. And Strawberry has no choice, because justice and life are compared. Few people can choose justice, people are afraid of death. As soon as he got up, Sora didn't talk nonsense and sat in the first place with a very serious expression. In the spacious conference hall, the atmosphere suddenly became depressed. It can be said that needles could be heard falling. Everyone sat upright with a document in front of them. Now what is happening at sea? As I am sure you all know, Roger Pirates has completed the Grand Line voyage to the final island of Raftel, now recognized by all pirates as Pirate King. Because of what Roger Pirates did, the entire sea rioted. Countless pirates were rampant. They slaughtered and looted various kingdoms. Finally, they dared to attack the Marine branch, which has now destroyed more than 10 branch, and many others have lost contact. When did our Marine's prestige drop to such a level? Unforgivable. A huge noise, empty one. He clapped his palm on the table with an angry look on his face. Because of pirates' loss of control, many countries were in wars, and some of them even openly broke away from the world government and declared their independence. The four seas, the Grand Line, and the New World have become the paradise of these villains. Sin is pressing under our eyes, and Marine's justice must not be tolerated. The more he talked, the more angry he stood up, staring at all Marine generals sternly, making some people angry. I didn't dare to breathe, because that majesty was just too huge. Unnaturally, Ye Chen was very upset. He hated the accusations of empty, aloof and remote, so he tried to suppress it. His face was dull. Mr. Marie-Joyce Garosei issued a clear order to capture Roger Pirates at all costs, and Marine dispatched the entire army to strike those damn pirates and ensure the stability of the sea. Sit down. Lower body. Kong's tone is getting colder, but the pressure is even heavier. Now, the generals above the headquarters rear admiral and above all obey the arrangement and go to each branch to guard. This event cannot be delayed. The meeting is over. The atmosphere was tense, and many generals directly leaving his seat, he walked out of the conference hall seriously. However, there were a few generals who did not move. Ye Chen, Fergo, Smoker, the three of you stay here. Ye Chen, who was about to go back to take a bath, was stopped by the crane as soon as he stood up. Without speaking, Ye Chen sat down directly. Waiting for everyone to leave, the entire conference hall suddenly widened. You guys have a look at these things. The crane handed Borsellino a stack of documents, signaling for them to go down one by one. World Destroyer, Burndy Wapple and more. Fighting Champion Chisaz Basses, Xian Moon Hunter Katarina Dapin, Big Mom Pirates, 4 Commander, Beasts Pirates, 3 Disasters, Tianyiksha Donquick Sodi da Flamingo, Gecko Moria. Opening up the stacks of information, my dear, they are all great characters in the future. Of course, they should not be underestimated now. These pirates are very powerful, and they are currently making waves in various sea territory. I need you to suppress their prestige. If you can seize them, you must not let them go. Sora's eyes were cold and his tone was heavy. After Roger became the Pirate King, these guys intensified, causing irreparable damage to Marine, thinking that Marine's goal was only on Roger Pirates, so they expanded the great influence with great fanfare. And you guys, it's these men who are extremely threatening. In silence, Ye Chen just stared at the information. It seemed that Roger became the Pirate King, and the people on Holy Land couldn't wait. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, you guys are always on call. As long as there is news about Roger Pirates, the three of you will set off with me. Finally, Sora made a fierce face, and let him the three of Garp set off at the same time. In the face of this force, no force dared to say resistance. This time, it's all down the drain. If you don't want to guard Marine Ford, it's estimated that Kong will have to do it yourself. Fleet Admiral Kong, is the army dispatched? Suddenly, the crane interjected. No, some time ago, a force called Revolutionary Army suddenly appeared on the sea. Garosei attaches great importance to it. Now the army is not only stationed on the Red Line continent, but also investigating this force. Sora frowned. He was very heartbroken about this Revolutionary Army force, because this force suddenly appeared without any warning. If it wasn't for the overthrow of the regimes of more than a dozen kingdoms, the world government might still be overthrown by now, kept in the dark. And these overthrown kingdoms all broke away from the World Alliance countries and declared independent regimes, which is why those people on Marie-Joyce are so nervous. Pirate is one aspect, and this revolutionary army is also a threat, because their code of conduct is more threatening than pirate. The empty answer made the crane silent. When he heard the words revolutionary army, yet Chen's eyes lit up slightly. It seemed that Sora didn't know that the leader of revolutionary army was Garp's son. Any questions? Sora looked at everyone. Seeing that no one answered, he was clapped empty, and solemnly said, "Since no one has spoken, let's take action. The meeting is dismissed." Just as Sakazuki and the others walked out of the door, Sora seemed to remember something, opened the mouth and said, "This time is also an assessment, you little fellows, please take it seriously. Yet Chen, you have been cultivated for 2 years, and your performance has been much worse. Don't lose the chain this time. I finally applied to Gorosei for an admiral position. The premise is that you can pass the assessment. It will be cancelled." "Got it." Still calm and composed, yet Chen didn't show any expression. "Go." Sora waved his hand. "Work hard, and when you have the strength to become admiral, I will take off this important task." Sincerely, outside the conference hall, Zephyr smiled. "Haha, Zephyr, you're trying to be lazy." Garp picked his nostrils and was about to rub against Kuzan again, but the latter was black-faced and ducked. Without the slightest embarrassment, Garp shot directly, and the huge booger flew out of the wall, not knowing who it landed on. "You old man." Sengoku was behind, covering his head, and cursed. "Ha ha." 3 marine pillars, with such big strides, disappeared around the corner. Brother Ye-Chen. Hina and the others, who had been waiting outside the door, watched Ye-Chen come out, and finally found an opportunity when Garp and the others finished speaking. "Ye-Chen, don't let me down." With a paralyzed face, Sakazuki looked at Ye-Chen with high expectations. "The position of admiral must be my share." His face was indifferent, but his voice was firm. "Haha, I'll wait for you." Sakazuki laughed and left, and Borsalino directly turned into a photon and disappeared in place. As for Kuzan, yawning, he disappeared lazily in the eyes of everyone. "We're only leaving tomorrow. We won't return tonight if we're not drunk." Smoker embraced Fergo and Shiuen's shoulders, feeling very happy. After all, the 5 of them after graduation, it seems like it has been a few years since we got together. It's still the same place. Fergo rarely smiled. Go. Mach Town, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is a pirate gathering town that spends a lot of money. It can be said that it is the paradise of pirate, very prosperous. There are gambling, red light districts, pubs, everything there. It is not so much a small town as it is a small country, a gathering place for pirate. There is no so-called ordinary people on this, because everyone's hands are covered with blood. In the center of town, people coming, people going, everyone who comes and goes has a knife or a gun around his waist. Maybe it looks like a weak girl with several lives in her hands. A disagreement, the probability of a big fight can happen at any time. If you are not vigilant, you may not even know how to die. Boom! Suddenly, a tavern shattered, and several ferocious men flew out one after another, laying on the ground and wailing. "Way ha ha ha. A few lackeys dared to trouble my fighting champion, Chisa's Basses, courting death." The walls of the tavern collapsed. A brawny man with long purple hair and a purple beard, wearing a wrestler's mask, with a championship logo on his belt, a very tall and strong man, stepped out. Raising his foot and stepping on it violently, with the scream of having one's hair stand on end, Basses stepped on a pirate's hands without blinking. "Okay." A round pirate laughed heartily, drinking and humming. "Break his legs, too. Haha, something bloodier." Enthusiastic, watching the theater around pirate, countless. Fighting champion Chisa's Basses, bounty 370 million, and some time ago, he severely damaged a marine branch. Not far away, outside the open-air tavern, a young man with sunglasses and a pink feather coat smiled rebelliously. "Doffy, this guy is strong." Yes, these 2 people, Doflamingo and Diamante, just guarded the island from Fergo, Filsterna. When I came back, I planned to take a break and go to North Blue. It happened that I encountered such an interesting scene. Okay. Ignoring Isho, Doflamingo took a sip of wine and continued to watch the show. And in the venue, Bashes laughed heartily, actually agreed with the audience's opinion, abolishing all the pirates who were looking for him to trouble him, and his limbs forcibly trampled into mud. Blue, blue. But at this exciting time, the voice of Den Den Mushi resounded throughout the scene. On a house, I saw a man standing there, wearing a marine vice admiral coat, pulling out Den Den Mushi from his sleeve, ignoring the stunned gazes gathered in the audience, and then passed Den Den Mushi. "The flying pirates have been missing since they collided with the Pirate King in the Edward Sea a few years ago. What you're investigating, there's no trace. Also, the person you're arresting, bounty 300 million 710 million fighting champion, Chisa's Basses, is on the mock town of the Grand Line." It was not a loud voice, but it resounded throughout the audience. Smell. Everyone looked at the house in disbelief, and no one followed Ye-Chen of Den Den Mushi. "Where is this place?" "This is Mock Town, pirate's paradise. How dare Marine dare to come here? Although it is a vice admiral, it is still courting death. I'll tell you about your affairs and continue to investigate." As for the fighting champion you mentioned, I saw it. The breeze swayed, the vice admiral justice coat behind Ye Chen, fluttering in the wind. It looked a little arrogant. I will inform you if there is any news. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. As Den Den Mushi hung up, Ye Chen turned his attention to Basha S. Right now, Ye Chen is talking to Lucci. Unfortunately, since the Battle of Edvarhe, flying pirates disappeared, not to mention the news of Irwin. Talk to throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea is no different. So, Ye Chen set off to Mok Town, because here is the pirate he wants to arrest. Wait, ha ha ha, what did I hear? This marine wants to arrest me? At this time, the whole scene came back to his senses, among them Basha's. He even bent his stomach with a smile, while the pirate around looked at Ye Chen sympathetically and smiled. Hey, Marine Vice Admiral, you'd better go home and drink milk. Do you know where this place is? Are Marines so arrogant now? Don't catch them to catch the Pirate King, he came here to die. Ha ha. The pirates around, some patted the table and laughed nonstop. Pirate, on the other hand, looked at Ye Chen cruelly. Only a few people, frowning at Ye Chen on the roof, among them Doflamingo. Doffy, isn't this one of the 4 monsters in Marine that Fergo said? Diamante felt more and more familiar with it, and exclaimed on the spot. On the roof, Diamante's exclamation caught Ye Chen's attention. The corners of his mouth curved. Ye Chen didn't expect to meet this guy here. You must know that this is one of the villains most admired by the beasts in the group, a lone mentally ill king. The two sides stared at each other, and a trace of sparks began to fill the air. Way ha ha ha, isn't this God Yiksha Doflamingo? This marine seems to be interested in you too. Beside a few corpses, Boss's eyes rolled, turning, looking at Doflamingo, whose face was gradually gloomy. He burst out laughing. You have to be careful. I hope you can survive in the hands of this marine fighting champion. Isho, Doflamingo looked at Basha's strangely. Way ha ha, wait and see. Glancing at Doflamingo defiantly, Basha's turned to Ye Chen and hooked his fingers. Cold to the bone, Ye Chen looked down at Bassa's, just looking at the ants, full of disdain. Silent, disappeared. Next moment, Bassa's was cold all over his body, staring at his pupils with a look of disbelief. A short distance away, the violent roar of the atmosphere, a contemptuous face appeared, then whistled past. A whip leg slammed heavily on Basha's stomach. The latter even had a chance to react. Nothing. Pu. The blood soaring to the sky. Basha's bent over, his eyes bulged, his face twisted, turned into a stream of light, and penetrated several buildings. The house disappeared in place. Falling down, Ye Chen stood on the ground, withdrew his right foot, the coat behind him, and automatically without wind. The riots continued, and the huge storm lifted the surrounding rubble, leaving the pirates watching with their hair standing on end and a silly look on their faces. Fuck. The expert knows if there is any. As soon as he takes a shot, this kick directly stuns all pirates, and those who laughed at the previous ones are all horrified. Back off, away from the battlefield. This vice admiral, fuck not to be trifled with, didn't even see the action clearly. Basses flew out. Just based on this, he knew it was expert. Whoosh, whoosh. But Ye Chen didn't want to let them go. Tu Rankyaku, cutting the ground, whistled past, accompanied by blood and screams. A huge sensation, countless gravel smoke and dust spread, causing all around a mess. Wait for everything to subside. What was exposed in front of everyone was a ruin, and at the center, with a fluttering coat, Ye Chen stood there coldly, his eyes full of indifference. It was a mess, and for a long time, Ye Chen's sudden action made Pirate, who avoided the past, full of fear. At the same time, in the huge dust, rubble and debris flew around, blood dripped from the corner of Basha's mouth, and he walked out step by step, staring at Ye Chen with anger, full of killing intent. Today, you can't even get out of Mok Town. The ground under his feet burst. Ye Chen appeared without warning, and looked at Basha's with contempt. Death is imminent, dare to threaten. One kicked out, a huge wind swayed, but this time, Basha's made preparations. His hands were dark, and he stopped in front of him. It was deafening. The ground beneath the two of them was lifted up, and the Bassa's complexion was greatly changed. He only felt that a mountain range was drawn, making it difficult for him to resist, and the unstoppable flying shot turned into a cannonball. Following him, Ye Chen disappeared, appeared above Bassa's, and stepped on it with one foot. The aloof and remote gesture, fierce and domineering, did not take Bassa's in his eyes at all. Hateful. The huge pressure made Basha's angry. He forcibly rolled over and kicked Ye Chen's head with one foot, but Ye Chen just stretched out one hand, stopped it. The two of them stood upside down like this. In an instant, they punched to the flesh, and finally, with the spray of blood, Basha's groaned, and hit several houses one after another, and was buried by endless rubble. Wave elbow. Heaven and earth turning upside down, like a bull rushing, Brashaz suddenly rushed out of the ruins at an extremely fast speed. The arm, which was wearing the armor, bent sharply, and the ground shook and slammed into Ye Chen. Standing still, Ye Chen clenched his fists, his entire arm swelled, and blue veins spread, as if the flood dragon went out to sea and shot violently. Boom! Moving mountains and suppressing seas, the whole mock town shook, and huge cracks were torn apart, accompanied by incomparable storms, making people unable to open the eyes. The ground beneath their feet collapsed again and again, covering tens of thousands of meters. Way ha ha. With a frenzied face, Bass's eyes were stern. He increased his strength and wanted to defeat Ye Chen in one fell swoop. Little Marine, come to trouble me with Basses, courting death. Stomping on the ground with both feet, watching the arrogant laughing Basses, Ye Chen squinted slightly and took a step forward with his right foot. Immediately, a huge force rushed out in an overwhelming force. Crack, crack, how is that possible? Basses looked at the cracked armor on his elbow in disbelief. Bombarded by a powerful force, Basses roared, turned into a rainbow, rolled on the ground, moved out a long gravel ravine, and fell on the dilapidated surface. Shaking his left hand, Ye Chen stepped forward, his contemptuous gaze, from start to finish, was aloof and remote. Bastard! Fumbling all over, Bashes got up, tore off the armor on his elbows, looked at Ye Chen fiercely, and the breath all over his body swelled violently. Stupid Marine, you annoyed me. Clenching his fist, his sturdy arm swelled. Basses looked at Ye Chen with killing intent and disappeared in place, leaving a pothole. Imposing manner like a rainbow, Basses punched out, resulting in a bang. This time Bashes' attack, regardless of speed and strength, was one level stronger than before. The right hand was pitch black, lying in front of him. The ground under Ye Chen's feet tore apart, the storm swept through, and with a deafening dull sound, he flew out backwards. In midair, Ye Chen twisted his body and fell sharply, his feet sank deep into the ground, and moved out laterally, forming two ravines. Go to hell! Flickering out of thin air, Bashes punched again, the airflow exploded, and a gloomy smile appeared on his face. Squinting halfway, Ye Chen suddenly took a step laterally, grabbed Bashes' arm with his right hand, and made the latter, complexion changed, kick out. The gold cracked the stone. Ye Chen lifted the right foot, the knee was against Bashes' kicking technique, the right hand tightly grasped Bashes' hand, and it turned violently, the whole earth shook, the storm produced, Basses groaned, with white eyes and vomiting blood from the mouth. Boom, boom, mountains burst and ground split, time and time again. Ye Chen held onto Bashes and beat back and forth on the ground, the boulders turned upside down, and the ground all split up and in pieces completely collapsed. After more than a dozen back and forth, Basses was covered in blood, half squinted his eyes, no longer arrogant, and lay dying in the pit, his breath exhausted. Clapped, Ye Chen tidied up his clothes, like a well-mannered gentleman, stern and awe-inspiring. All around, the boulder turned up, completely changed their appearance. The pirates hiding in the dark all looked pale, looked at Ye Chen who was slowly arranging his clothes in fear, and kept swallowing saliva. This fuck is not like the vice admiral I've seen before. Let's go. At this time, Doflamingo and Isho, who were standing in the distance, were about to turn around and leave. Obviously, this marine came with a mission. It's not hard to guess what the purpose is. Because of Pirate King Gold Roger, now pirate is rampant, Marine will definitely make preparations. The fastest way is to combat the arrogance of pirate, and some famous pirates are the best object. The moment Doflamingo turned around, in a flash, his face changed drastically, and his hands were dark in front of his face. A silhouette appeared, kicked out, and with a loud bang resounding through heaven and earth, Doflamingo flew upside down. Doffy! Besides, Diamante pulled out the long sword from his waist and slashed at Ye Chen who suddenly appeared. Passing by, Ye Chen kicked again, bursts of sparks scattered, simply hard to resist. Diamante also smashed into the distant ruins like a parabola. At this moment, Ye Chen's right hand was covered with arms, and he didn't even look at it. He directly reached out and grabbed it from his head. A transparent silk thread seemed to be alive and kept twisting, worthy of being one of the four monsters in Marine. Standing up from the ruins, Doflamingo moved his fingers back and forth, for Ye Chen could find his attack was not a surprise. Heaven Yiksha Doflamingo, bounty 340 million. Cut the silk thread. Ye Chen disappeared in place, appeared in front of Doflamingo, his coat was floating. Ye Chen, you and I are the same kind of people, we shouldn't meet here, maybe in the future, we will have a chance to cooperate. Fi wearing a feather coat, Doflamingo opened his hands, and Gao looked at Ye Chen rebelliously. I want to know, whether you investigated it yourself or Fergo told you. With a cold face, Ye Chen tried it out to determine the doubt in his heart. The smile disappeared, and Doflamingo's face turned gloomy. Faintly discernible killing intent began to float out. What do you know? Undisguised killing intent, Doflamingo didn't expect. Ye Chen actually knew that Fergo was his man. Did Fergo tell you? Hearing Doflamingo's answer, Ye Chen's face was equally embarrassed. He just tried it out, didn't expect Fergo to really be Doflamingo's. Go away. Now Ye Chen is in a bad mood, glanced at Doflamingo coldly, then turned around and walked towards Bashes in the pothole. Ye Chen's rudeness did not make Doflamingo angry, but looked thoughtful at Ye Chen's back and laughed. Doffy! Holding the weapon, Diamante looked at Ye Chen fiercely and wanted to do it, but was stopped by Doflamingo. Perhaps in the future, there is a real opportunity to cooperate, let's go. Doflamingo said something Diamante didn't understand, turned around and left, and looked like that, in a good mood. There are no clouds in the sky, the sea breeze blows the water waves, and the blue is blue. An ordinary wooden board, riding the wind and waves, passed by quickly, leaving churning ripples along the way. Leaving from Mok Town, Ye Chen raised his hand and looked at the compass, found a marine branch direction, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At his feet, Bashes was dying and lost his ability to move. He looked at Ye Chen with blood all over his head. His eyes were not cruel, but some were just despair. Blue, blue. On the cuff, a den mushy voice sounded. Ye Chen took it out and connected. Hello, Ye Chen, where are you now? In den mushy, came the crane's voice. I just came out of Mok Town and caught a weak pirate by the way. Ye Chen replied coldly. Mok Town, it's not very far, you drop by the way to the kingdom of Arcras and capture a pirate named Bartholomew Bear. Bartholomew Bear? Ye Chen was stunned for a while, then frowned. You know, this guy is not simple. Yes, this pirate is a lone ranger who has destroyed several kingdoms one after another for some reason. Marine has received news that he is in the kingdom of Arcras. Although the crane said it was flat, but Ye Chen could hear the anger in his voice. Got it, right, you just said you caught a pirate, who is it? Suru, who was about to hang up on Den Mushy, asked a little curiously. It seems to be a fighting champion. Hello, how bounty are you? In a blink of an eye, Ye Chen forgot about Basses and made the latter grit his teeth. Can't wait to eat Ye Chen. Stupid Marine, Lao Tzu is the fighting champion Kish's bosses, bounty 370 million, you die for me and remember, in the future, Lao Tzu will kill you with his own hands. When it comes to dignity, Basses stared at Ye Chen with a ferocious look on his face. Crack. As one's hair stand on end screaming, Bashes hugged his weirdly curved wrist and wailed again and again. Retracting his feet, Ye Chen kept his face indifferent and continued to say to Den Mushy, Vice Admiral Tsuru, you heard it. I heard it, it's not long, you even caught such a big fish, don't let him die, Impel Down will be where he lives for the rest of his life, and it's worthless if he dies. I will send him to the nearest place. My branch, I'll hang up. After finishing speaking, Ye Chen hung up Den Mushy without waiting for the crane to answer, and now he has a certain right to speak. Hateful, you can wait for me. Not knowing what to think, Bosses still had the strength to threaten Ye Chen. Crack, there was a scream on the entire sea, and it spread far and far along with the sea breeze. The kingdom of Arcras, one of the world's allied countries, is considered a medium kingdom and is very rich, but at this time, the kingdom was full of flames and fell into chaos. At this time, the entire kingdom was covered with dark clouds, and all kinds of abnormal weather had been surrounding the surrounding sea territory, which was extremely bad. You can see, in midair, from time to time one after another crashing sound, two figures, blinking away. Bartholomew Bear, this is the end. Smoke and dust splashed, among the ruins, one in a green cloak, revealing a short hedgehog-like hair, with red on his face. The man with square tattoos, Kamhaki, stared sharply at a man who looked like a bear not far away. Obviously Alplaza's current situation is all because of these two men. I appreciate your dream, but if you want me to join, then show your ability. The huge body gives a strong impression, especially it is the pair of palms full of flesh pads, which are extremely eye-catching. Then we are the same kind of people. We all want to change this world and build a world of harmony, freedom, equality, and dreams. Come and help me, Bear. I said, show your ability. Calm, Bartholomew Xiong looked at this man who had been with him for a month and wanted to join the revolutionary army force he established. Why, some admire. If I win you, follow me, if I lose, I won't follow you. How? Silence for a moment. It was Monkey D who spoke dragon. Apparently, the revolutionary army is only a few years old now, and now the dragons are recruiting the bears. Deal. The aura on the bear rose instantly, agreeing to what the dragon said. You're ready to come with me. The always calm dragon, at this moment, showed a smile. Bartholomew Xiong, he has been following him for a long time, regardless of his experience or strength, he has been recognized by himself, so he must pull this person into the revolutionary army. Disappeared in an instant, the bear took the lead in launching the offensive, and appeared on the side of the dragon's body in the blink of an eye. The abnormal azure light flickered, the ferocious scale shone, and a wild beast-like claws slammed heavily on the bear's right hand. Boom! The transparent shock wave suddenly exploded in the hands of the two of them. Silent disappeared, the bear disappeared, and the dragon, doing a few backflips, stood on the ground, tensed, and Kanbunchoku, covering the field. With a small sound, the dragon kicked out without warning, causing the atmosphere to whine. At this moment, the bear slapped the dragon's right foot, creating a shock wave again. The huge force made the dragon complexion slightly changed. The original black right foot changed in an instant. The azure scales were covered in layers. The ferocious toes were like the claws of dinosaurs. Ring! At the same time, Thunderbolt flashed in the dragon's right hand, and he threw it towards the bear. The eyes jumped, and the bear's other palm shot out, and the thunderbolt bounced directly, but at this moment, the dragon appeared, turned his body upside down, and kicked the bear's waist pu. The bear vomited blood and flew out, smashing heavily into the ruins. The wind and clouds turned, and the sky with thunder and lightning seemed to tilt, making people breathless. The hands are animalized, a piece of azure scales, 5 ferocious fingers, a hurricane, a thunderbolt, hovering in the hands of the dragon, like the god of aloof and remote, controlling everything. He was in a state of embarrassment. The bear wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was tense, because this man was just too strong. One-handed hurricane, one-handed thunderbolt, no matter how you look at it, this is not something that ordinary abilities can do. Thunderbolt. In midair, the dragon's hands joined together, the hurricane and the thunderbolt intertwined, turning into a ray of light, rushing towards the bear. Darkness and darkness, the whole earth is divided, countless ruins are separated, one after another thunderbolt, indiscriminate bombardment, the situation is terrifying. The sky collapsed, the storm continued, and people couldn't open their eyes. After a few minutes, the whole landscape was completely unrecognizable. Standing in the air, completely hacky, the dragon looked at the bear climbing up from the ruins with a serious expression and did not speak. Although the bear is very embarrassed now, strictly speaking, it has not lost battle strength, so it is not a loss, but it is no longer necessary to continue fighting. Because of the other party's concept, it is in line with the bear's mind, and the strength of the dragon also proves everything. You won. Xiong raised his head in conceded defeat, because he was really fighting, and he was not the man's opponent. Welcome to join the revolution. Long had a smile on his face, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned his head and stared sharply at the ruined heights, because there, I do not know when a person appeared. The flying justice coat shows that this is a marine. Blank, yet Chen looked at the dragons that were much better than himself, and sighed heavily. On the opposite side, the dragon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at it, and laughed. Yet Chen, what is your dream? Long Eye suddenly asked. The battle just now seemed to not exist, but slowly, the dark sky, especially around the dragon, began to sway the slightest wind, and the body was even more free of electric light. Dream? The corners of his mouth rose, and slowly, yet Chen also laughed, his voice getting louder and louder, his laughter was harsh and frantic. I don't have a dream, only a goal. As he was close at hand, yet Chen threw a kick, making Long furious. Encircling the gust of wind with one hand and flashing electric light with the other, Long Bing had a cold face and punched Ye Chen's right foot. Time freezes, just when the two were about to touch, Ye Chen's right foot suddenly burst into gunpowder smoke and fire, caught off guard, rumbling loudly, terrifying destructive power erupted, and the gust of wind force splash. A small mushroom cloud rose up, in a mess, the entire surface was tattered, countless gravel and debris shot into the sky, and the impact was overwhelming, like a pair of big hands, pushing everything horizontally. In the huge smoke of gunpowder, an azure streamer flew, hitting the ground heavily, rolling over and over, leaving behind a terrifying gully, face covered in blood, and crashed into a barren mountain, with a bang. Blast! Cough, cough. The scales fell, and the dragon quickly rolled over and stood up, unable to bear it, bent over and vomited blood, drenched with blood in both hands. At the same time, in the smoke of the riots, half of Ye Chen's body was free from the flames, and he walked out slowly. Don't tell me, you don't know my abilities. With a sneer, Ye Chen looked at the dragon with interest. Until now, 4 things that can be solved with body refinement. Ye Chen never uses abilities, because the stronger the body refinement, the stronger his physical fitness and the stronger his corresponding abilities. So, when fighting, Ye Chen tries to use body refinement as much as possible, instead of using abilities as soon as he comes up, otherwise, it will be difficult for him to progress. The most important thing is that Ye Chen's morbid psychology likes that kind of blood-spraying punches to the flesh. He knows that only threats and pain can make him stronger. To live better, you have to endure these. Fortunately, he's used to it. The dragon didn't answer, the wound on his body healed quickly. Although it looked extremely tragic, the real situation was not that serious. Pa-ka. This time, it was the dragon who took the lead. With a flick of both hands, an invisible wind blade and thunderbolt whistled past, exploded along the way. There was a roar. Su-su, the feet are sent out quickly, and 2 rankaku, like a hot knife through butter, follow closely. A dark red thunderbolt flashed, the face of a dragon appeared on Ye Chen's left side, the explosive muscles of his right foot were tensed, blue and black, swept the atmosphere, and bombarded Ye Chen. Before I found my weakness, you dared to fight me in close quarters. I have to admire you. Leaning to the side, Ye Chen's victory was in his grasp, and his right foot sprang up again. Gunpowder smoke and firelight smoked towards Long Hung, but at this moment, Ye Chen's face changed drastically, and his whole body became cold. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Teleportation. The bear suddenly intervenes in the fight, the pad of his right hand jumps abnormally, and pats Ye Chen. Time seemed to stop. Ye Chen kicked the dragon slowly, his face twisted, his arms covered, sparks were generated. Boom, boom. the dark mushroom cloud rose, and the storm tore at it. With its powerful body, the dragon's scales were taut, and its armament was even more comprehensive. Covered, forcibly took that shock. And the bear, at the moment of the explosion, disappeared without a trace. It healed quickly. In the center, blood dripped from Ye Chen's mouth. Suddenly, a dragon claw penetrated the gunpowder and grabbed Ye Chen's heart close at hand. At this moment, Ye Chen's body has only recovered more than half, and it is simply not feasible to want to explode. Even more how Ye Chen did not expect that the dragon actually resisted the explosion, and the damage he suffered was unimaginable. So serious. Arm coverage, Ye Chen could only raise his hand to stop in front of him, but the next second, the huge crisis made Ye Chen's scalp tingle again. Appeared in an instant, the bear was intact, his hands were united, a transparent bear paw appeared in his palm, and he slapped Ye Chen fiercely. The two-sided attack made Ye Chen feel cold all over, and the recovery of his body, no matter how fast, would take time. With nothing to do, Ye Chen gritted his teeth. Busashoku was boiling like never before. With a huge impact, Ye Chen leaned back, his eyes bulged out of the sockets, and blood spurted violently from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and he was ferocious. Whoosh! A sonic boom occurred. Ye Chen turned into a streamer and shot on the ground. With the last explosion, Ye Chen lay in the rubble, his chest collapsed, and he could not get up after bending over. It was another teleportation. The bear was faster than the dragon, and another shockwave appeared in the palm of his hand, facing Ye Chen, and patted it. Looking at the bear attacking again, Ye Chen regained his full body and exploded with a huge force, which stopped the bear's attack and could only release the compressed air in the palm of his hand. The two shock waves collided, forming a halo and tearing the ground. A big hand with deep bones and tattered flesh suddenly protruded from the gunpowder smoke and grabbed the bear. I saw Ye Chen's lower body was in the gunpowder smoke and firelight, only the upper body rushed out like a ghost the same. The mouth can't stop vomiting blood. At the crucial moment, the dragon dodged, the right hand seemed to contain wind and rain lightning, and blasted out at Ye Chen. He had no choice but to give up the bear and withdraw, otherwise he would suffer another blow from the dragon, and even if he didn't die, he would lose his ability to move. The gunpowder smoke penetrated, and the terrifying power rushed into the sky, tearing the entire dark cloud layer, revealing the sunlight. Kanbunshoku swept away, and the dragon and the bear attacked to the right at the same time. At this moment, the terrifying explosion formed a huge shock wave and pushed out like an overwhelming sea. Would you like to chase? With his feet deep in the ground, the bear wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and looked at the dragon whose wounds were healing fast. No need, brows tightly knit, the dragon's body began to return to normal. In order not to grow branches, the dragon shook the head. This man is very strong. Xiong's expression was serious. If it were him alone, he would not be able to defeat the opponent. He is one of the Marine headquarter candidates. He is too weak to be qualified. Looking at the horizon, the dragon's eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Let's go! Turn around and leave. Slowly, the dragon and the bear disappeared in place. In the distant sky, there was a huge roar. Ye Chen didn't know how long it took to fly, and finally fell like a meteor, covered in blood. His chest collapsed abnormally, and smashed heavily on an unknown island. After a while of rubble, he finally lay on the ground, motionless, not knowing his life or death. This time, Ye Chen was seriously injured and could only flee. Otherwise, there would only be a dead end. This was the heaviest injury he had suffered since he went to sea. Whether it is a dragon and a bear, Ye Chen may not be able to defeat them individually, even more how is a combination of two people. If this is the dragon and the bear after several decades, the current Ye Chen may will be instantly killed. Look at you, how many marks did you get this time? But you didn't pass the test. You only know how to play games all day, but you don't think about the future? The strong voice, a middle-aged man, he threw the newspaper in his hand on the glass table and reprimanded a young man. Now you are no longer a child. If you go back a few years, I won't kill you. The middle-aged person's harsh lesson did not make the young man repent, but rolled his eyes, very much impatient. Look at you, what kind of attitude is this? Sit down with me, I won't hit you with my own hands, that's to save face for you. Now you're 17 years old, I'm just talking about a lot of things, didn't do anything. If you provoke me, I'll break your legs. The boy's impatience made the middle-aged person more and more angry, and anger gradually appeared on his face. Okay, Chen Chen is still young, just teach him a lesson, he will understand. At this time, a middle-aged woman interrupted the conversation. Let's eat. A loving mother begets a useless son. One day, he will make me mad. Look at the other 16 or 17-year-old children. What does he look like? They are all spoiled by you. Yes, I don't know how much trouble I'll have to cause or suffer in the future. The child is still young. I'm still young, all 10. I'm 7 years old. The time began to turn back, and the memory of the past was so clear and so real. At the age of 16, it was snowing heavily that day, and he was ill, with a broad, warm back, carrying himself, looking anxious, ran into the hospital, followed by a woman who kept wiping tears. At the age of 15, he was fighting at school and was invited by his parents. When he went back, his parents didn't say anything. They thought they could understand. At the age of 14, because of a trivial matter, he yelled at his mother, even pushed him, and was hovered between life and death with a rattan by the father who came home, at night, the mother wiping her tears and wiping the medicine for herself. That month, the father did not speak, and was very silent, but once, Chen watched the father silently sighed, sitting in the hall with a tired face, smoking a cigarette sullenly. At the age of 13, because of playfulness, the right hand was accidentally broken, and the father-mother ran back and forth in the hospital and at home. 12 years old, 11 years old. The further forward, Chen found that he could no longer remember, and the bits and pieces of life in his mind were full of confusion, rebellion, and grievances. Scene by scene, flashed out. I don't know since when, father stopped beating himself up, and unconsciously started getting old. Mother, the same thing. When I go out casually, I also keep telling myself, protecting myself for no reason, delicious food, for fear that I will be wronged, but I don't know when. No longer young. This dream is very long, but it passes by in the blink of an eye. Father, mother. Suddenly sat up, brow beaded with sweat. Chen woke up with pain on his face. Turned his head and looked at the place all around like a laboratory. Chen immediately became vigilant, because this was not the place where he was unconscious. You're awake. At this moment, not far from Chen, a guy sitting on a stool, as if he was fiddling with something, turned around. He was covered in snow-white gray, his hair was mopping the floor, his long ears were half erect, and his eyes were crystal clear and red, but a little cloudy. This is a rabbit, an old talking rabbit. At first, Chen was stunned. You lie down, your injuries are too severe, if it wasn't for your strong physique, you might be dead. Leaving the seat, Chen opened his mouth slightly, because this rabbit is more than 1 meter tall, and it walks upright, with a stone bowl in its hand, and there are some green things in it. It should be some kind of herb. For some reason, Chen's vigilant gaze disappeared inexplicably when he heard the old rabbit speak, and even actually lay down. Seeing Chen lying down, the rabbit slowly untied the blood-stained bandage that had just ruptured because of Chen's violent behavior, and slowly painted the green grass in the stone bowl. Scum! The body is the foundation of everything, and you keep it up pretty well, Rabbit said as he painted herb. This. Chen didn't know how to speak. You call me Rabbit, old mister. Rabbit laughed, the wrinkles on his face were crowded together, revealing the front tooth, full of kindness. Old mister, how long have I been in a coma? 3 days and 3 nights. Thank you. It's you who has a good body, and it's your good luck that you fell on this island. The rabbit old mister didn't care, laughed, very gentle. Bang! At this moment, the originally closed door slammed open, the whole house trembled, and a slightly arrogant, jumping young the voice came in. Grandfather, is that human dead? I have dug a hole outside, and I can drag it out and bury it at any time. Because the door just corresponds to where Chen lay down, so Chen only needs to turn his head to see the door. What catches the eye is also a rabbit, with snow-white body, gray hair in some places, neither fat nor thin, a pair of long ears, especially standing up, also has a pair of ruby-like eyes, inside. Sparkling curiosity, cunning. A mouth, with exposed front teeth, looks a bit funny. Chen twitched mouth. What does it mean to dig a hole? You can take it out and bury it at any time. Is this fuck what a rabbit should say? Dowdu, I have reminded you many times. If you continue to be frightened and flustered like this, I will be scared to death by you sooner or later. Rewrapped for Chen bandage, Tu Lao turned his head, although he was scolding, but the love in his eyes was so strong. Grandfather, don't worry, with me, you won't die. Peng Peng patted his chest. The rabbit called Dowdu, jumping and jumping, stood on the edge of the bed in the blink of an eye. A pair of Ruby's big eyes looked at Chen curiously. Frowned, Chen looked at the rabbit indifferently, because this unlucky rabbit even poked his wound with his paw. Is this human? Not so good? Grandfather, don't you say that human women are the best? There are big white dumplings that can be shaped into various shapes. Very disappointed, those erect ears suddenly shrugged and pulled down, because at first glance, I knew that Chen was wearing a handle. When I came back against him, I even looked at it. Grandfather said that human beings are divided into 2 types. One is like himself and has a label, the other is that there are 2 big white dumplings in a deep groove. But what are the big white dumplings and the deep groove? Like, he has never seen it. Therefore, he had a dream since he was a child. He must have a good experience of dabai dumplings in Shengu. As grandfather said, there are many kinds of dabai dumplings, large and small, and they can be shaped into various shapes, very soft. Therefore, dabai danzi, Shengu, until now are his dreams. And Chen, hearing this sentence, raised his head in disbelief, looked at Lao Tu in disbelief, and made the latter blush. Don't mind, this child has lived on the island since he was a child, and he doesn't know the dangers of the world outside. Kicked Dowdu out of the room with 1 foot, the rabbit old mister, coughing suddenly, the topic changed. I know. Nodded in a hurry, Chen's face tightened. There are thousands of alpacas in his heart. Shuai ran past in front of him, splashing dust all over the place. The sun and the moon are reversed, rising and falling, and in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. 10 days have passed since Ye Chen was in a coma for 3 days. This week, Ye Chen's life has been terrible. Aha. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ye Chen closed his eyes and had bandages on his upper body. He was cultivating, but beside him, a rabbit, who didn't know where to take out a carrot, should have Cobb Bang's crisp sound, but it turned into a sound of smacking the lips for him, and it was still hovering in Ye Chen's ear for a long time. This week, Ye Chen learned that they are a fur tribe, a magical race, through the conversation with the rabbit old mister. Although they look like animals, their lives are similar to humans. Walking, talking, thinking, what humans can do, they can do too. This is a primordial island, that is to say, there are all kinds of beasts on it, and the only intelligent ones on this island are these 2 rabbits. As for why it ended up here, Ye Chen didn't ask. However, the biggest impact these 2 rabbits gave Ye Chen was the martial power. That's right, it's martial power. Although Ye Chen doesn't know how powerful Rabbit is, it's definitely not weak, because it's just from Beidoudu, that is, the rabbit who is currently eating carrots. The name shows how powerful he is. This guy, don't look at him as harmless to humans and animals, sometimes he looks very stunned, and when he is fierce, he is a tough group. The most unbelievable thing for Ye Chen is that Beidoudu has mastered Busashoku and Kanbunshoku skillfully, and the attack is still charged. Beidoudu, you're eating, can you go to the side? Didn't you see me in cultivation? Opening his eyes, Ye Chen looked at Beidou with a dismayed expression being patiently endured. You haven't told me what you asked yesterday, smacking the lips eating carrots, big ruby eyes, and staring at Ye Chen. Before Ye Chen didn't come, the beasts on the island were Beidoudu's usual pastime, but with Ye Chen, the complexion changed. Ye Chen has a headache just thinking about it. Yesterday, this guy asked him a deadly question. Ye Chen, on the chest of a human woman, as grandfather said, there are 2 big white dumplings, which are so soft that they can't be held in one hand and can change into various shapes. There is the deep ditch. What is it like? Is it a bit dark? At that time, Ye Chen was collapsed. He didn't know how the rabbit always taught Beidoudu, but Ye Chen was sure, this is definitely not normal education, it is completely educated in a pit. I haven't seen it before. Ye Chen had a dark face, he didn't dare to look at Beidoudu's expectant face, because he was afraid he couldn't help it and would kill him. How could I have never seen it before? Aren't you human? Suddenly jumped, Beidoudu stared. So, Ye Chen didn't bother to answer, and then, Beidoudu, like a nightmare of soul of a deceased has not yet dispersed, began to wrap around beside Ye Chen. Stand up, Ye Chen patted the dust, not intending to cultivate, because with this guy by his side, accidentally, his blood will surge. You haven't told me yet. Following behind, Beidoudu's height is almost as high as Ye Chen's shoulders. If you count those ears, the fuck will be fast flat. This fuck, is that a rabbit? It is simply a person in rabbit skin. I have to say, the magic of this world. Go out and find the answer yourself in the future. Rolled the eyes. I don't know why, with the second-hand guy, Ye Chen's emotions couldn't be suppressed. There are various emotions. Aren't you going to farm today? Walking across a meadow, Ye Chen saw a large field. Grotesquely shaped radishes, red, white, and even green, with some weird stuff mixed in. All right. This is the usual staple food for the 2 of them. I brought my little brother. White Doudu's ears perked up, pointing to the monkeys, foxes, and even a tiger working in the fields, and the lion, one by one, is as skilled as a peasant. But looking at the scars on his body, he knew what despair he had experienced. Especially the tiger and lion, who still have bloody nose and swollen face at the moment, no majesty of wild beast at all, obediently and honestly clawed at weeds, not to mention pitiful. What a sin! Looking at this scene, Ye Chen looked at Beidoudu, who pretended to be stupid and sighed in his heart. Chirp. Ye Chen and Beidoudu walked through the fields, and the wild beasts who were busy with crops tensed up, facing Beidoudu. Aowu. Hurry up and work for me. If anyone dares to be lazy, I will stew it at night. Raising his fist, Beidoudu looked threatening. Aowu. The threat of Beidoudu made all the animals tremble, roared twice in grievance, and then swayed their legs and began to cautiously busy. Paralyzed, Ye Chen couldn't stand it any longer. Are you the devil? Originally born from the same root, why is it too urgent to fry each other? They are all animals, why are they so pressing? His eyes jumped, yet Chen quickened his pace, and put the arrogant Beidoudu behind him. But at this moment, Den Den Mushi rang for a while. It is hard to imagine that the Den Den Mushi on Ye Chen is still alive? Blue. Hello. Ye Chen, Alcras has been destroyed. Did you catch the Bartholomew bear? Den Den Mushi, came the crane's voice. No. Ye Chen thought about it for a while, but in the end he didn't say anything about the encounter with the dragon in Alclaws and the battle. After all, it was not good for him to say it. This time Marine has an additional admiral position, yet Chen only needs to think about it. He can see that it is because of the increasingly chaotic situation on the sea and the appearance of the Revolutionary Army that those people in Marijois have been affected. Threats, so will relax the restrictions on Marine, otherwise it would be simply impossible to change to normal. Even you didn't catch it. It seems that the threat of Bartholomew Bear, we need to reevaluate. Yet Chen's answer surprised the crane, and then said a word. If nothing happens, I'll hang up. Okay, during this time, the situation at sea has gradually calmed down. You need to accumulate more political achievements. P got it. Hang up Den Den Mushy. Yet Chen's eyes were deep and he didn't know what he was thinking. This is the Den Den Mushy that grandfather said? White Dowdu looked at the Den Den Mushy in Ye Chen's hand, poked it with his hand, and let Den Den Mushy turn over a few somersaults. Put away Den Den Mushy, which caused Bai Dowdu a burst of dissatisfaction. Ignoring Bai Dowdu's emotions, Ye Chen asked, is it still carrots at night? 2 meals a day, every meal were radishes, which made Ye Chen eat after the shadow in my heart. I plan to change my taste. No. Bai Dowdu still had a little emotion, coldly snorted. But before Ye Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, what Bai Dowdu said next made Ye Chen want to kill him. It's just a white radish. Is there a difference? Ye Chen stared at Bai Dowdu badly. Of course there is a difference. With his ears pricked up and his short tail flicked, Bai Dowdu confidently analyzed that carrots are carrots, and white radishes are white radishes. How could there be no difference? Aren't they all radishes? Carrots are red, and white radishes are white. UMMP. Ye Chen exploded directly. What do you mean by MMP? It doesn't make any sense. What does it mean? Why do you have so many questions? How much do I have? Not many? Guess. Unknown Island. Ye Chen has been here for a month. For him, apart from those few days in a coma, the days after that are simply a nightmare. If it weren't for life-saving grace, it would definitely bang and destroy this damn island. Sink. However, pain and pleasure go hand in hand, and sometimes, in addition to pain, there is joy, such as now. Boom! The dust was flying, one after another giant tree was uprooted, and Ye Chen slowly climbed up amid the falling rocks. The grandfather said, the rabbit can't say no. Ye Chen, tell me, are you weak? At the other end of the gully, Bai Dowdu's hands are dark. Zi lightning flashed, a pair of red eyes, looked at Ye Chen's crotch with contempt. With her long hair scattered, Ye Chen paused as he patted the dust with his hands. That indifferent face suddenly collapsed, as black as the bottom of a pot. What do you know? I was paralyzed and I couldn't control my emotions. Lord Rabbit knows a lot. It's not like you. Full of contempt, Bai Dowdu put his hands on his waist, raised his head, and looked like an old man. Great look. Don't guess, it must be taught by the old rabbit again. What kind of bad education is this? Isn't the rabbit supposed to be cute, docile, and innocent? But in the month that Ye Chen has been in contact with, this rabbit is naturally more rambunctious than other rabbits. I can often spit out a few incomprehensible and irritating words from the front teeth. It stands to reason that Ye Chen's psychology is like a pool of stagnant water. But here, the emotional fuck runs high several times a day. However, the more I came into contact with the two rabbits, the more frightened Ye Chen became. Bai Dowdu is an idiot, so let's not talk about it. Ye Chen can't see through the old rabbit alone. Although he doesn't know his strength, Ye Chen admires his wealth of knowledge. The big Daivat in the previous life, even if it is a fool, knows that this is in line with the characteristics of the great-grandfather, and at a glance, it is known that it is a hidden powerhouse. Bah, aha. I don't know where. Bai Dowdu took out a carrot, smacked the lips and ate it with a look of waiting by Ye Chen. During this period of time, Ye Chen couldn't understand why the two rabbits always smacking the lips when they were eating. For example, now, Bai Dowdu eats carrots. According to normal circumstances, it should be slightly crunchy, but smacking the lips, how did this fuck come out? Now, as soon as Ye Chen heard this voice, her hair exploded for no reason. You haven't answered me yet. Are you not good? Are you weak? With a sullen face, Ye Chen didn't answer, but told her with practical actions. White beans. Bai Dowdu, I let you in the first few battles. This time, I won't beat you into bloody nose and swollen face. My name Ye Chen, write it upside down. With these two goods, Ye Chen's character in his previous life was out of control all of a sudden. Zi, play sneak attack with Lord Rabbit, and see if I don't turn you upside down. Eating the carrots in one bite, the white pea's claws flashed with electricity. With one hand on the ground, the tensed right leg exploded in shock and just kicked Ye Chen. With one punch and one kick, the gust of wind splashed around, and a huge shockwave lifted the ground and trees, submerging them in all directions. Bang, bang. One person and one rabbit, without seeing the silhouette, just flashed in the jungle, suddenly appeared in the sky, suddenly appeared on the ground. Swayed destruction broke out. On the other side of the island, Lao Tu turned from the field, listening to the constant roar. A smile appeared on his face. Maybe it's time. After a month of getting along, he has been observing Ye Chen, and now, he is relieved. And in the jungle, the sound of collision continued for several hours. Hi. Ye Chen covered his swollen right cheek, sucked in a cold breath, and walked out slowly from the jungle. Behind, Bai Dowdu's long ears were tied into bows, his whole face was like a bun, his eyes were narrowed into slits, and he was smoking. A pair of strong legs, which should have been walking with a grandfather, but now, limping. If it wasn't for the crutches that the branch used as a cane, he might be crawling on the ground now. You bastard. Bastards, go ahead, so swollen. Grandfather Rabbit's handsome appearance, ouch. Shivering, White Bean's dough supported the crutches, moving step by step, the sausage mouth, facing Ye Chen's back, cursing. You're embarrassed to say, who did the heavy hand first? Ye Chen turned around and pointed to his bruised left eye. Although he was already blind, he felt there are still some. You don't need to look at it, and it must be a panda eye now. You, have me swollen? With a chest out, Baidoda raised her head full of bags, opened her eyes diligently, angry stared at Ye Chen. One more time, I'll blow you up. Ye Chen scolded, fiercely raised a middle finger, and then foul-mouthed, regardless of Baidoda who asked later, quickly left. What did that mean just now? Why are you holding up your fingers? Hey, wait for me. You MMP. Behind, Baidoda became a chatterbox and hurriedly followed Ye Chen. This picture is a bit sad. Since Ye Chen said MMP last time, Baidoda thinks that it must be a curse word, so he learns it. Many advanced things are like sponges. The same, absorbed in Ye Chen. To that end, buzzing around Ye Chen like a fly all day. And Ye Chen's mentality collapsed too. Some swear words from his previous life also burst out unconsciously, which changed his original morbid psychology all of a sudden. One is traumatized and hides his original character, the other is isolated from the world and is curious about everything. When the two touch each other, some unreasonable things are destined to happen. You are an MMP, are you a repeater? Learn to talk like Lao Tzu. What is a repeater? It's all swollen like this, can you shut up? You tell me first. I just don't tell you. You MMP. Try again. You MMP. Have the ability to say another word. You MMP. You are the MMP, you say your ancestors. What does it mean to say your ancestors? MMP, can you shut up? No. Bang. Baidoda covered her eyes, called out pitifully, threw away her crutches, and got up and scuffled with Ye Chen. Baidoda, I will kill you. Covering her nose, Ye Chen cursed. Come on, hurt each other. Bang, boom, ahh. Rolling all over the floor, dust splashing, one person and one rabbit, scratching and biting, rolled down the hillside. An hour later, where Ye Chen woke up a month ago, one person and one rabbit were sitting on the bed, with bandages all over their heads, only one pair of eyes, and the smell of herb all over the body. Invisible sparks burst in the air, and the two looked at each other fiercely. What are you looking at? Haven't seen such a handsome rabbit? Baidoda frowned. Handsome? How handsome are you? I think it's a cricket. Ye Chen had a look of contempt in his eyes. What is a cricket? You don't even know about crickets, and you say you know everything. Are you challenging the authority of Lord Rabbit? I'm afraid of you? If you have the ability to come here, I will blow you up. If you have the ability to come over, see if Lord Rabbit is not. I'll scratch you. Come here, come here. Baidoda, I have endured you for a long time. Master Rabbit has endured you for a long time. Glancing around, one person and one rabbit, with their eyes, fell into a scolding battle. Cough, cough. Just when the needles could be heard in the audience, Ye Chen coughed on the bow to hide his embarrassment. Katarina came back to his senses, felt the electric current in her chest, shivered all over, the complexion changed, and reached out to grab Baidoda. Unfortunately, after catching up, Baidoda disappeared first and appeared next to Ye Chen. Xiao Chen, strip off her clothes, and I'll rub them again. As if the hand was not as grandfather said, Baidoda was a little emotional, instigating Ye Chen. Dead rabbit, do you know that you're playing a hooligan? You're going to be sentenced, and the minimum is more than 3 years and less than 10 years. Also, call me the boss in the future. I can forgive the rest, but you can handle this look? I need to recorrect your aesthetics. Ye Chen is serious, he feels his face has covered. This unfortunate rabbit has been lost, and it must be well educated. Catch this person and a rabbit for me, and dare to molest my old lady. Ye Chen and Baidoda quarreled, making Katarina furious. Who? You are the great pirate crescent hunter, and he was molested by one person and one rabbit? Where do you keep your face? The most important thing is that he even thinks he looks ugly. Catch this person and a rabbit, dare to take advantage of the captain, courting death. Kill, tonight's roasted whole rabbit. As soon as they swarmed up, Pirate, who was full of boats, rushed towards Ye Chen with a sword and a gun. Stop quarreling. Ye Chen's face was frosty, his brows glared slightly, terrifying wool radiated out, everything was frozen, all pirates maintained a charging posture and began to fall one by one. Putong, putong. The powerful wind and waves caused Katarina to lean back, her long hair fluttering, and a look of horror on her face. Besides, foaming at the mouth, and in the blink of an eye, only Katarina was still standing. P.A. How's Hoku? Katarina took a few steps back and looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. What how's Hoku? Beside Ye Chen, Baidoda picked his nostrils and looked unfathomable mystery. and his head is still a little confused, because these people are lying on their own on the ground. Yet Chen's House Hoku can already control it freely, so Baidodu didn't feel the impact. Step by step, Yet Chen stepped forward and looked at Katarina with cold eyes. Go to hell, my mother is a crescent hunter. Katarina's face was fierce, and the lance in her hand was like lightning, stabbing Yet Chen down, relying on House Hoku just want her obediently surrender, no door. Slightly sideways, Lance wiped her face, Yet Chen punched out, making a loud noise that made Katarina's scalp tingle. Lance retracted and stopped in front of her chest. Bang! A huge force rushed in, and Katarina flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing the debris all over the ground. When Yet Chen started, Baidodu was already disappeared. Cough, cough. A little embarrassed, Katarina got up and looked at Yet Chen vigilantly. Shiu. Breaking out of thin air, Yet Chen appeared on the right side of Katarina and blasted out. Arms boiled, Katarina looked embarrassed, lance stabbed out, and she confided. Sparks flew everywhere, Yet Chen even held the lance firmly with his feet, making it difficult for the other party to make an inch. Crack, crack. A dark red thunderbolt smashed down, House Hoku, overlooking again. This time, it was full force. She was stiff, Katarina brow beaded with sweat, clenching her teeth, forcibly resisting the shock in her head. Slightly turned sideways, Yet Chen disappeared and appeared in front of Katarina, punching Katarina's stomach heavily. On the spot, bent over and vomited, Katarina spewed blood. A shock wave burst out from behind, smashing the wooden boards behind. Bang! Kneeling down on both knees, Katarina hugged her stomach and lay on the ground with her muscles atrophied. Bending over and grabbing Katarina's hair, Yet Chen raised her eyes, coldly terrifying Pu. With the sound of broken bones, Katarina's eyes turned white, and her breath suddenly became tired. There was no backhand, just 2 punches, and Katarina collapsed. Compared to Basses and the Evil King, Katarina is still too weak. Maybe there will be opportunities in the future, but now that Yet Chen is encountered, there is only failure. The battle is over so soon. At this moment, Baidodu came out of the tattered room, almost blinding Yet Chen's eyes. Golden light shining, wearing a gold, diamond-engraved crown on his head, several strings of jewels around his neck, and holding various treasures in his arms, falling off as he walks, covering his body up and down, you can't see anything else. With a dark face, Yet Chen felt that he had nothing to say. This dead rabbit is not only lustful, but also greedy for money. What are you still doing? Help me pick it up. I don't know where to take out a big sack. This calf put all the treasures on the ground into the sack, and when he encounters good things, he returns grit with the front teeth. Calm, he is him, I am me, his humiliation can't affect me. The chest rises and falls violently, Yet Chen tells over and over again oneself, to be calm and naturally cool. Phew. Sighed in relief, Yet Chen slowly regained his calm. Let's go. It was packed quickly, the big sack, all full and bulging. Carrying it on his back, this guy looked at Yet Chen slyly, indicating that he could slip away. I think we need to have a good talk. Yet Chen sighed then said, feeling that this is stupid and lacks common sense, it is too much. What to talk about? The unfathomable mystery stared at Yet Chen. Baidodu's ears perked up. Now that this ship is ours, do you still want to blow the sea breeze? The whole venue, needles could be heard falling, and Baidodu was shaking all over. Stupid. Yes, the boat is ours now. Xiao Chen, you did good. Blushing, Baidodu put down the sack as if nothing had happened, whistling. He didn't dare to meet Yet Chen's burning gaze. Looking at the stupid Baidodu, Yet Chen felt very happy for some reason. This guy has lived on the island since he was a child and has never been in contact with foreign objects. A lot of common sense is probably learned from his grandfather's mouth, but the key is that the old rabbit is not a good thing. It resulted in white beans, like a piece of white paper, some dirty white paper. So, Yet Chen intends to take it slow. Just talking is useless, only by going through it will you understand. Everything is in a hurry. Since Yet Chen has promised rabbit, then Yet Chen will not break his promise. Even more how, Yet Chen doesn't hate this rabbit. I ask you, what happened to you before you became a seagull? Didn't I tell you, did I eat devil fruit? Yet Chen's inquiry made Baidodu very strange. Breathing a little heavier, Yet Chen clenched his fists and squeezed out from between his teeth. When did you tell me? No? That's weird. Scratching his head, Baidodu looked confused. Idiot. Yet Chen yelled, what devil fruit? Paramecia deformed fruit, like this. The sound of water waves breaking, a burst of smoke filled the air, white beans the bean disappeared, and Katarina appeared. Somewhat surprised, Yet Chen looked at Katarina in front of him, and at Katarina lying on the ground, feeling incredible, because both of them, no matter their appearance or any fluctuations, were completely different. Exactly the same, completely indistinguishable from true and false. If the only difference is the breath of the two, one is high and the other is low. Look, how can you do this? Becoming Katarina, even with the same voice, Baidodu ripped open her clothes, revealing the 2 huge dumplings, and 2 grapes. I plan to take off my pants. Dead rabbit. I'm fighting with you. Katarina, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, couldn't bear it any longer, and she was about to go forward and kill Bai Daodu, but was firmly suppressed by Ye Chen's feet. "You can stop now." Ye Chen stopped Bai Daodu with a black line. "Why? Don't you look at the deep ditch? There's still hair. I'm afraid my eyes will go blind. Thinking that Bai Daodu has become, there are thousands of alpacas flying in my heart. The most important thing is that Katarina has some flaws. If it was Hina, Ye Chen would never think so. The quicksand that I couldn't hold passed between my fingers, silently. For a year, it just disappeared. A year ago, since Ye Chen took Bai Daodu out to sea and caught Katarina, he has been in the sea and arrested pirate. Among them, Bai Daodu's reputation can be said to be extremely bad, which caused Ye Chen to suffer a lot of criticism. Of course, Ye Chen simply ignored the empty condemnation. During this time, Ye Chen probably figured out the ability of Bai Daodu fruit, which is more detailed than the two goods themselves. Paramecia transformed fruit can become something that can be touched with both hands, depending on different proficiency and physical strength, even basic ability to use things. For example, when Bai Daodu becomes a seagull, he has the flying ability of seagulls, or like Katarina, he is completely the same, with hot eyes. This fruit is very strong. As long as it is well developed, you can't guard against it. If you go lurking and become a spy, it will definitely be leveraged. This year, Bai Daodu thinks that he has matured a lot. Now that he sees women, except for the beautiful ones, they all look contemptuous. NA's white dumpling, when he understood the correct aesthetics, Zheng cried for 3 days and 3 nights. He thinks that Katarina sullied his hands and made his reputation collapse, and it has become a hurdle in Bai Daodu's heart. Although he still loves Dabai dumplings, he is very picky. The only constant is his greed for money. Every time he destroys a pirate's, this guy is covered in gold. The front teeth of these two goods are now gold-plated. Sometimes when you see a beautiful woman, you go up to flirt, and then take advantage of it. Plus greed for money, it can be said to be full of evil and mischief, from princes and ministers to ordinary people. As long as it is a beautiful woman, you will be cheeky when you see one. I don't know how many women from good families have suffered from this fool's poisonous hands, and the complaints they have caused have been burned in empty baskets. Because of this, Ye Chen's reputation is not very good, so Ye Chen has been criticized many times. During the year, both pirate and marine had several powerful and well-known figures and forces, such as Beast's pirates, Big Mom pirates. 6 months ago, Ye Chen suddenly received a call from Sengoku, the purpose of which was the issue of name. Among them, for example, Sakazuki's current code name has become Akainu, and Borsalino is Kizaru, and Kyuzan is Precognition, so Sengoku made a special call to ask Ye Chen's opinion. Originally, Ye Chen didn't care too much about code names, but when Sengoku arranged Pegasus, hyenas, Ye Chen had 10,000 MMPs to choose. In the end, Ye Chen thought of a random named god. Then, the newspaper under the world government started to hype up Ye Chen's 4 people. What bounty 250 million pirate was caught by Akaina Sakazuki, what pirate was caught by Kizaru now. The most important thing is that during this period, Ye Chen and the 4 arrested pirate at sea, still staring at pirate with higher bounty, just like this, their reputation is getting louder and louder, completely spread to the whole world. Although the 4 are still Vice Admiral, anyone with a discerning eye can see that these 4 will never stop at Vice Admiral. Even more how, among them Akainu, Kizaru, and Precognition are all Logia. As for the last god, people know very little information, but no one dares to despise it. It is because of a rogue rabbit that many people truly realize God. If you are a pirate and meet a man who uses wooden boards as a boat on the sea, then please don't be afraid, but if there is a rabbit beside this man, then please don't hesitate, turn around and run, can never be wrong. This is Ye Chen's reputation now. Akainu, Kizaru, Precognition, God, Marine's 4 monster Vice Admiral can be said to be skyrocketing. Compared to the fame of Marine 4 Vice Admiral, Pirate King Gold Roger disappeared for a year. The whole sea is full of inexplicable weirdness, especially the pirate circle world. Of course, the marines such as Ghost Bamboo, Smoker, Onigamo, Yamakaji, etc. are also famous. Sabayati Archipelago, the coastline, a plank arcing across the sea level, accompanied by waves, 2 figures, standing on the ground. One person wears an ordinary shirt and dark gold trousers. His long hair is loose and tied with a red rope. He has a stern face, and strangers are not allowed to enter. Besides, there is a rabbit. If anyone sees it, they can't help but slap him. Long ears with a few studs, looking like that. The ear studs seem to be diamonds. On the bridge of the nose is a pair of gold-trimmed sunglasses, and around the neck, a large string of sparkling sparkles hangs. Glowing gemstone necklace, topped with an open gold-plated jacket and gem-engraved shorts. This trip is simply a mobile treasury, a highly eligible bachelor, and a special bag. Nouveau riche, ruffian, arrogant, showing off, etc., can all be combined in one body. Bah, aha. The unique chewing sound resounded on the shore, and the red eyes under the pair of sunglasses looked curiously at the bubbles that kept rising from the ground. Boss, this is Sabayati Archipelago. The tugging voice was full of ruffians. Ye Chen put his hands behind his back, glanced sideways at the guy beside him, terrifying calmly. No one knows what he has experienced this year, because of the aesthetics of this dead rabbit. He doesn't know how much he has done wrong, one person and one rabbit, let alone because of trivial matters. He did it 180 fights. In the end, Ye Chen gave up. He gave up on treating the dead rabbit, and chose to let him fend for himself, so he made a change by himself, that is, to get used to it. Even if this dead rabbit runs to fart on people's head, he is indifferent, because everything is just a passing scene. Ye Chen has seen through the prosperity of the world. The only thing that makes Ye Chen happy is that he successfully changed the title from Xiao Chen to the boss. You're blind, don't you know how to see? Ye Chen left a sentence, stepped forward, and left the place. Behind him, Bai Daodu didn't take any seriousness at all. He took the rabbit step and hopped around, nibbling on carrots, and watching the scenery all around curiously. Walking into the street, the special combination of Ye Chen and Bai Daodu was recognized at once, because the rabbit was so eye-catching. Hey, this can't be Marine God. Next to me is a rogue rabbit body. You know, now Marine has 4 untouchable guys, that is Akainu, Kizaru, Precognition God, because the pirate caught by these 4 people, I don't know how many, and the bounty among them are all. It's hundreds of millions. Among them, God is the most mysterious and the easiest to recognize. Mysterious is only God himself, because all pirates who were stared at by God have been arrested, and the easiest to recognize is that God is accompanied by a rabbit, nicknamed the Rogue Rabbit, a particularly arrogant one. Rabbit. It can be said that the Rogue Rabbit is more famous than God, because many people know God through rogue rabbits. Just like now, as soon as they see this rabbit wearing gold and silver, people inexplicably think of the rabbit in the report. It can be said that this rabbit is really a tribute to their race. I know that the protagonist's nickname is God, and there must be a lot of people complaining, but what I want to say is that, whether it is the original book or this novel, there is no requirement that the Marine headquarter code name must be a color plus animals, such as Sengoku, Zephyr. They are also Admiral for the first time. Does the nickname have anything to do with it? In addition, White Daodu is also a must. If the protagonist is really sick, dark, without a trace of conscience or softness, then there is really no need to write it down. I don't force it either, because those who like this book will leave it, and those who don't like it, just read the introduction, and some people's comments, if not deleted by me, will be automatically deleted by the system deleted. If you don't believe it, go to Baidu. Sabayati Archipelago, number 1 to 29, Lawless Zone, Thugs, Pirates Paradise, but at this moment, has been hit hard by unimaginable. The fire was blazing into the sky, the smoke was billowing, the streets were lined with collapsed houses, and potholes were everywhere. The body full of corpses, uneven, dyed the broken ground red and smelled of blood. As soon as I set foot on the Sabayati Archipelago, Ye Chen came here, a place I used to know. You, what do you want? Let me tell you, I'm Prince. Looks terrified, a luxurious aristocratic boy, lying in the blood, looking at the person and the rabbit in front of him in panic. This idiot dares to play slave in front of God. Isn't this courting death? In the dark, there are many people of various identities, looking at the so-called tragedy like a full Asia Kingdom prince. Marine 4 Vice Admiral, the god of which is the most terror-stricken at the news, especially for the slave lord. During this year, anyone with a little brains knows God's rules of doing things, and some news agencies have specially reported and analyzed them. Didn't this prince even read it? Compared with pirate, God hates the slave master more. Every time you step on an island, the capture of pirate is incidental. If you find the slave master, no matter how high the status of the slave master, you are prince. King Yahao, in the end were ruthlessly wiped out by God. Therefore, wherever God appears, the slave master who has no strength will not dare to make waves. It is because of this that Ye Chen was scolded by the air, and the reason for Bai Daodu was only one of the factors. Of course, Ye Chen forcibly carried the pot onto Bai Daodu's body. Aha. Skinned with gold all over, dragging like 250, Bai Daodu gnawed on carrots and walked to Prince's side with a face on his face. He squinted and said contemptuously, "Silly, on this street, you are the only one who is walking the slave. If I don't do anything to you, I'm sorry for you. It's worse than Lord Rabbit, and it won't kill you." Sure enough, Prince turned all around. I found that I don't know when, not even a single person can be seen on the street. Numbers 1 to 29 represent 29 streets, and this is the 5th street. After the death of countless slaves in the first 4, smart people have long known who came. There is only this prince, foolishly still showing off his slave on the street. Don't waste time, keep going shopping. Glancing at Bai Daodu, Ye Chen turned around and left. This street, even a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions none, let alone the slave master who has long heard the wind. Pu. The head flew high, the gushing blood bloomed all around. Bai Daodu put away his feet, and continued to enjoy the deliciousness of carrots. Rankyaku, Jeppo, shaved. In this year, Ye Chen taught Bai Daodu, and naturally, this guy can use it proficiently. Thank you. The rescued slave, even if there was only a little light in his heart, kowtowed to Ye Chen and Bai Daodu who were leaving. If you want to live, go to Marine Station number 60 to 69, report my name, and someone will help you. Leave a sentence, Ye Chen and White Doubter disappeared into the street. At the same time, at the Marine Station, all the Marines were holding guns, looking at the open space with strange expressions, all kinds of slaves. Sir Yamakaji, what should I do? There is Marine looking at the current tallest Sir Yamakaji Rear Admiral who has just been promoted, with a respectful look on his face. A month ago, Yamakaji was promoted to Rear Admiral and was sent here to become Supreme Sir, while the original Vice Admiral was old and was recalled to Marineford. Not only Sabayati Archipelago, but also the Sirs in many bases have been replaced with young blood, such as Inigamo, Strawberry, Doberman, etc. Obviously this is a change in Marine. The man who was smoking a cigar and always had a smile on his face, this time, cursed his mother more than once in his heart. What can I do? What can I do? That bastard is here, you don't know. Browning, Yamakaji cursed. Inform Fleet Admiral Kong, besides, get all the food out and help these slaves, I don't want to be troubled by him. Yes, Lord Rear Admiral. After finishing speaking, Yamakaji rubbed his forehead and was very tired. He didn't expect that he had just become the head of a base when he encountered such a troublesome guy. Who doesn't know that the god of Marine 4 Vice Admiral is the savior of slaves? In this year, I don't know how many slaves have been saved. Many places worship God. It can be said that in the bottom, especially in the eyes of slaves, God's reputation overshadows everything, therefore, God is also known as the most righteous Vice Admiral in Marine. Some people like it and some people hate it, especially the pirate and the slave, who hate God for 3 days and 3 nights. Blue. Ye Chen is shopping slowly, by the way, to solve the things that don't have long eyes, but I don't know when to start. The auction houses of the various auction slaves, as well as the slave owners, are all out of the street. Closely and secretly, many people are watching. Just like a few years ago, there was an assassination, but not even Mao was touched, and then he died. In the end, there is no choice but to avoid it. After all, I don't know how many princes, ministers, or nobles who died in the hands of God. It's better to keep a low profile. When God is gone, it will still be their world. Blue. A sound of den den mushy sounded, and as soon as it was connected, Ye Chen deviates from his ears. You bastard brat, are you causing me trouble again? The deafening scolding, in Marineford's office, Kong glared at Den Den Mushy, directly just a scolding, and the bottom, Sengoku, Crane and the others, have gotten used to it and are still dealing with their own affairs. I don't know how many times this happened in this year. Oh, Ye Chen scratched his ears, but didn't even look at Den Den Mushy. Since you're in Sabayati Archipelago, then go back to Marineford for me. Do you know how much I wiped your ass? What an air, don't mention how hot it is. This year, the most he did was to suppress the complaints against Ye Chen by the nobles of the world joining countries. Once, Ye Chen's military rank, I don't know how many times he was slapped. Vice Admiral to Rear Admiral to Captain, to Commander. It happened at least a dozen times in a year, but it didn't take long for this guy to catch some bounty hundreds of millions of pirate, and then the job starts to rise again. Being slapped and ascended, at first, the world was shocked, but again and again, slowly, the world got used to it. If it is said that within a day, whoever has the fastest position in Marine, then it must be God. On the contrary, the fastest rising is also God. Marine, this phenomenon once became a joke after tea. On the surface, the situation of God is very unsatisfactory, because this practice has offended many people. However, in the eyes of the leader, especially in the eyes of the 5 elders in Holy Land, Ye Chen is far more reassuring than Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kuzan. A leader, he needs ministers under his hands. He cannot be perfect and without blemish, he must have flaws. You can be greedy, you can be lustful, or you can be foolish, but you must not be without flaws. Ye Chen did nothing more than his worth, so world government turned a blind eye. Everything has 2 sides, good and bad. So, Ye Chen's position is the fastest, and it is also the fastest to rise. Got it. Completely ignored, Ye Chen was expressionless. Although I don't know why Sora wants him to go back, he also plans to repair for a period of time, and this year's running around is not enough. I was about to hang up Den Den Mushy when suddenly 2 silhouettes approached, passing Ye Chen. A breeze blew and lifted the cloak that covered the whole body, especially the one under the cloak. The red hair in the top straw hat is very eye-catching. Inexplicably, time seemed to slow down. The 2 of them lifted their footsteps, stepped on the ground slowly, and gave birth to half of their bodies by mistake. Almost at the same time, the 2 turned their heads and looked at each other. One person is indifferent, full of indifference to all things. One person is fierce and domineering, tolerant of all things. Boom. No words, just 2 eyes. At the same moment, one foot produces a sound explosion. One person pulled out the long sword around his waist and slammed together. The strong impact caused the ground to crack. Ye Chen stepped on a western sword with his right foot, looking down, staring at the resolute face revealed by the cloak being blown away. Akagamai Shanks. God Ye Chen. A circle of ripples turned into a halo, creating a boundless wind. Damn Shanks, I still can't hold back. Not far away, he was pushed out by the shockwave, and the wide cloak slipped, revealing a man like a clown. The most striking, it's the big red nose like a rock candy apple. "Hey, your nose is really weird." A tugging voice sounded in my ear. Buggy quickly got up and looked at the rabbit eating the carrots. Suddenly, big angry dead rabbit, I hate people talking about my nose the most. Red nose remain unmoved. Baidodu looked at Buggy seriously and said something. Dead rabbit, you have the ability to say another word. Red nose. Swish, swish. A few knives flew to Baidodu with a bang. Small meaning. The body swayed back and forth, and a few daggers didn't play any role. During the process of dodging, Baidodu actually danced a ballet, and her elegant beauty, dizzying. This kind of provocative behavior made Buggy unable to suppress the anger in his heart, and he pulled out 2 pistols from his waist on the spot. Just a few peanuts. Can't hit me, can't hit me. Jumped up slightly, made a difficult move. Baidodu spun in circles, playing in a good way. Also said, Master Rabbit is so talented, la la la. He jumped ecstatically. At this moment, Baidodu's mood sublimated. He seemed to find with a new goal. I turned out to be so talented. Look at this elegant posture, look at this pleasing movement. It is like a dancer on the tip of the knife. Go fuck yes. My lungs exploded with anger. Buggy never thought that he would want to kill a rabbit for a moment. Ah. The white Daudu, who was jumping in, suddenly screamed, turned into a cannonball, rotated 360 degrees on the ground, and smashed into a house. It was buried on the spot. Phew. The idea is mastered. Buggy exhaled heavily. He has never felt such a good mood. On the other side, a huge collision came. Ye Chen and Shanks distanced themselves and looked at each other. Frowning, Ye Chen glanced at Shanks first, and then at Buggy. An idea popped up in his heart. Could it be that man is on the island? Whoosh. The ground was torn, and a 10-meter slash came violently. For some reason, Shanks launched an attack. With a quick kick, the 2 crossed Rankyaku collided in midair. In the smoke, Ye Chen and Shanks appeared at the same time, and they hit each other. Cold light lingling, the sword light suddenly went straight down. Ye Chen turned slightly to the side, and his right fist threw out, making a loud noise. At the same time, Shanks' left hand also clenched his fist and collided with Ye Chen. A huge sound wave was chaotic in an instant. Ding, bang. Sparks splashed and hits again and again, blowing the entire area. Unstoppable collapse. After a few backflips, Ye Chen stood on the ground with dark hands. On the opposite side, Shanks sank his feet into the ground and moved 3 or 4 meters. As expected of God. As if it was just a test, Shanks withdrew his western sword and tidied up his dazzling cloak. And Ye Chen looked at Shanks blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. The current Shanks is not yet uncle, and his arms are still there, and there is no scar on his face, but his strength has been shown. Especially the awe-inspiring aura on his body shows that House Hoku has awakened and even mastered it. Suddenly, Ye Chen was covered in hair, and turned his eyes to the end of the street, because there, at some point, 2 silhouettes also shrouded in cloaks appeared. Just looking at it made Ye Chen stiff all over, unconsciously, and took precautions. Shanks also took a look, but his eyes were full of sadness, and finally suppressed his emotions and said to Ye Chen, "We will meet again." Disappeared in place. Shanks appeared in the fight between Buggy and White Daudu. At this time, Buggy was furious and scolded, just because the White Daudu guy was facing him with his fat ass and fucked a breath of fresh air. Let's go. Grabbing Buggy, Shanks ran towards the coast. Along the way, Buggy could be heard yelling. Baidodu rolled his eyes and felt that the red-haired guy was not to be trifled with, so he just made a face but didn't stop him. From start to finish, Ye Chen ignored Akagami and kept staring at the 2 figures at the end of the street. Gold, Roger. Silver's Rayleigh. A gust of wind swayed, 2 faces, like shadows in the cloak now. Finally, in Ye Chen's eyes, it slowly disappeared. Looking at the disappearing 2 figures, Ye Chen froze. Grand era, it looks like it's about to open. Walking to Ye Chen's side, Baidodu looked towards Ye Chen while nibbling on the carrots. The direction, but there is no one, and there is nothing. Is the old brain broken? Boss, are you mentally retarded? What are you looking at? Unfathomable mystery. Baidodu blinked his eyes and stretched out his paws in front of Ye Chen. Came back to his senses. Ye Chen was very calm, and there was no ripple due to Baidodu's words. If it was a few months ago, maybe Ye Chen fluctuated, but now, why? There may be emotions. This is the greatest achievement of Ye Chen's cultivation in the past year. What Ye Chen said to Baidodu doesn't have any emotion. Everything is like a pool of stagnant water without any fluctuation. Ignoring Baidodu completely, Ye Chen frowned, turned around and left. Looking at the current situation, Roger should be time is limited. He is going to surrender, and then he will turn on the Great Age of Pirates before he dies. As long as the Great Age of Pirates is turned on, it means that you have more opportunities, because as long as the sea is chaotic, your plan can be implemented step by step. You laugh so sinisterly. Suddenly, Baidodu's words made Ye Chen's face darken. Baidodu, the biggest mistake I made in my life was to take you with me. Xiao Chen, the biggest mistake in my life was to take you from the stones pile in the first place. Carry it out. How many times have you MMP said this sentence? Noisily, one person and one rabbit disappeared on the street. It has been a week since Ye Chen returned to Marineford. During this week, the entire Marine headquarters was filled with the shadow of a rabbit. Those with high strength, or those who are not to be trifled with, have nothing to do, but those with low strength who can't beat the rabbit will suffer. Among them, especially the beautiful female Marine, who was angry and anxious. Today this person loses something personal, and tomorrow that person loses something shy. Afterwards, you don't need to think about it, just go to God's villa, and you will definitely find it. For this reason, many female Marines look at Ye Chen's eyes strangely. Early in the morning, outside Ye Chen's villa, grandiose, at least there are dozens of Marines, all of them are at the level of second lieutenant and above, and the leader is all at the level of rear admiral, such as Toki Cake, Doberman, John and the others. Ye Chen, hand over the rogue rabbit and give us a story. Come out, don't think that if you don't speak, you can cover up the past. A huge sound resounded throughout the villa area. Not good, brother Ye Chen, the dead rabbit is outraged again. The door was opened, Hina was wearing pajamas, baggy, forcibly broke into Ye Chen's bedroom, and when the two looked at each other, the air froze. Opening her mouth wide, Hina looked at the stockings and underwear in Ye Chen's hands, as well as the shy accessories on the bed. Her face turned red all of a sudden. Very indifferent, Ye Chen got up, put the conservative, or open, and sensual accessories of Myriad on the bed, hugged and threw the trash can, and walked to Hina. Where is that dead rabbit? The tense complexion suddenly bloomed. Ye Chen bared his white teeth and his hands were full of blue veins. Brother Ye Chen, if you like stockings and sexy lingerie, I can wear them for you to see. Lowering small head, Hina bit her teeth lightly, her fingers kept circling. What are you thinking about? These things were brought back by the dead rabbit. Knocking on Hina's little head, Ye Chen felt very tired. Ye Chen, get out and hand over the rogue rabbit. Outside, several scoldings came in. Let me solve the problem. Expression turned cold, Ye Chen looked coldly. Watching Ye Chen disappear, Hina watching the bright decorations filled with garbage. Silly Isho, it seems that the dead rabbit said it well, brother Ye Chen likes these. Cunning Isho, Hina secretly cheers herself up. Outside, Ye Chen walked out of the villa and watched Marine, corner of the mouth twitched, that the vast crowd came to crusade. Ye Chen, you're finally out, you don't care about your pets anymore. A major with a bloody nose and swollen face, Wu Qing stared angrily. By Ye Chen. That dead rabbit should be skinned and cramped, not only harassing female Marines, but also stealing their personal accessories. Such nonsense must be punished. You see, look at my eyes, it's the dead rabbit who beat him. Ye Chen, you'd better take care of your pet, otherwise we will catch him and fry him. Toki Cake and the others' gloomy face, threatening Ye Chen. You must know that during this time, his sweetheart Momuzagi lost a piece of underwear from time to time. It was Momuzagi's underwear, and Momuzagi is not angry yet. For this reason, it was so hot that Toki Cake wanted to kill the rabbit. Keep your mouth clean, his name is Bai Daodu, he is my family, not my pet, he has the ability, you can catch him yourself, but it's better not to let me see, otherwise. The chill made the whole noisy venue silent, yet Chen looked at everyone coldly. You are covering up. Toki Cake forcibly calmed down and stared at Ye Chen angrily. What if I cover up? Looking at Toki Cake indifferently, Ye Chen's eyes didn't waver. Wait and see, coldly snorted. Toki Cake turned and left with a grim look on his face, while the other Marines glanced at Ye Chen with some fear, and all followed. Looking at these people, Ye Chen is very disdainful. Although Bai Daodu is making a fool of himself, he knows who can provoke and who can't. No? That's because White Daodu knew those people were not to be trifled with, so he didn't provoke them. And these people, Ye Chen also smiled, if he could beat that dead rabbit, he wouldn't come here to ask for an explanation. However, this dead rabbit can't be allowed to continue its mischief. Just as Ye Chen was about to return to the villa, a Marine who was gasped for breath ran over. At the same time, in the empty office, several people sat here, didn't know whether to cry or laugh looking at the chair, the culprit who shrugged his ears and was mentally decadent. You have to pay it back sooner or later. I often walk by the river, and there is no one who doesn't get wet shoes. No, I got caught. Today, the crane happened to visit Momuzagi, but as soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw this guy furtively flipping through Momuzagi's closet, thinking of the jokes that happened in the past few days. Without saying a word, he caught live with this guy. Not to mention, the crane almost missed, but the ginger was still old and spicy, and Bai Daodu still did not escape in the end. You're a smart rabbit, you only provoke those who are weaker than yourself. If you hadn't met me today, would you still be stealing Momuzagi's underwear? Pretentious seriously, the crane looked at Bai Daodu very deeply, while next to it, Momuzagi blushed and buried his face in his chest. Korra and the others also held their faces and watched speechlessly. What a chomping rabbit. My boss likes it, he instigated me. Lifting his head, his eyes rolled around. Bai Daodu was beaten to death and refused to admit that he made it himself. throwing it to Ye Chen, even more how, this kind of thing has long been very skilled, he has no psychological pressure at all, everything is so as it should be by rights. You're really not afraid of death. Everyone was blushed with shame. At this time, this dead rabbit is still stubborn and still in the pit. Tell me carefully, when did I instigate you? Suddenly, Ye Chen stood at the gate, smiling happily and warmly. Gudong. Shivering all over, Bai Daodu turned his head tremblingly, a drop of cold sweat ran across his cheeks, and kept swallowing saliva. Sorry, I didn't educate him well. Without beating or scolding, Ye Chen ignored Bai Daodu and looked at Momuzagi with red cheeks, very embarrassed. Okay, take him back. Pay attention during this time, many people are complaining. Just a little funny. Walking in front of Bai Daodu, Ye Chen slapped Bai Daodu on the head, causing the latter to clang and almost fell off the chair. In the end, Ye Chen grabbed his ears and dragged him out. Help, help, heartbreaking, Bai Daodu knew it was over. Go back, only to be scolded twice. But the point is, if this bastard hears it, if you go back, don't try to escape if you don't peel off. You know how to call for help now? You are very skilled at framing. Along the way, Ye Chen dragged Bai Daodu like a dog to death, while Bai Daodu along the way, he held onto everything he could hold without letting go, but Ye Chen didn't turn his head, even if there were footprints on the ground, he just kept going. Along the way, many Marines watched this scene amusingly. Secondly, the clouds rose and the clouds floated, and the golden sun was like a veil, slowly falling down, reflecting the blue sky and the vast and boundless sea. Marine Ford, Majestic, Marine Headquarters, where justice is. But today, something happened that made the whole world riot. Some pale face, exuding a convincing smile, a grinning man appeared in Marine Ford without warning. Yee! This person is somewhat familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Marine passed by, looked at the wandering man, and scratched his head. You said that, I seem to have seen it there too. Marine, who was walking together, also looked at the man who passed by in surprise, but just couldn't remember it. Just like that, this man, walking leisurely, walked to the Grand Plaza in Marine Ford and looked at the majestic building. This Marine, I'm Gold Roger, please inform your fleet admiral. Standing at Grand Plaza, the man stopped a Marine with a smile, Lili Isho. You are sick. If you were Gold Roger, I would be, just. Suddenly, Marine, who was stopped, opened his pupils wider and wider. Big, wide open, unable to speak. You. Trembling all over, Marine looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, and her heartbeat seemed to disappear. Please inform your fleet admiral, of course, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane are also available, I'll wait here. Finally, Roger looked lost and run away. Marine, who almost rolled on the ground, shocked the head. Is he so scary? Bah, aha. Marine had just left, a rabbit dressed as a western cowboy, bloody nose and swollen face, chewing the red in his hand. Radish, walking to the man's side, looked at the back of Marine who was rolling and crawling with a little curiosity, and smiled contemptuously. The sudden appearance of the rabbit surprised Roger. Hey, what position do you have to scare that Marine like that? The rabbit nudged Roger on the shoulder, with a sly look in his eyes. I'm not Marine, so you should be a fur tribe. How come you are here? You're still mixed up like this. Roger's expression was very rich, looking at the black-eyed rabbit, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't mention it, I was beaten all night last night. If it wasn't for Rabbit I had some tricks, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed now. Seeing how pale you look, it must be a lack of nutrition. Do you want to eat it? The rabbit waved his hand, showing a vicissitudes expression, next moment took out a carrot and handed it to Roger. Just hungry. Taking the carrot, Roger took a bite, it was crispy, and then nodded. It's very sweet, it's really not an ordinary radish. Sit down. Eat, my waist hurts a bit. Sitting on the ground, Bai Daodu motioned for Roger to sit down, and Roger, also laughed, sat on the ground with Bai Daodu. For a while, one person and one rabbit sat on the ground like this, nibbling on radishes and talking. Meanwhile, in the empty office, a meeting was taking place, because Roger pirates had disappeared for a year without a trace, as if disappeared from the face of the earth, making Garosei very worried. Dissatisfied, Sora plans to redefine the policy. Bang! The door slammed open, and a Marine panicked and fell to the ground with a terrified look, attracting everyone's attention. Empty, Fleet Admiral Kong, Pirate King Gold Roger, appeared in Grand Plaza. The entire conference hall, fell needle can be heard. What did you say? Garp frowned, his face was not very good-looking. In the audience, only Ye Chen's eyes changed. If he expected it, Roger turned himself in. Pirate King Gold Roger, appeared in the Grand Plaza. It may be wrong once, but twice, absolutely impossible, lied the news in front of so many great characters, with the ass to think and know, impossible. Everyone looked solemn and rushed out of the conference hall, stepping on the Jeppo and heading towards the Grand Plaza. Roger. When everyone saw the man, they all felt a fantasy story. However, there seems to be something wrong with this style of painting. Everyone twitched their mouths and looked at the rabbit who was laughing with Roger. The expression was not calm. Looking at it like that, I also nod with keen pleasure. Oh, the person I'm waiting for is here. Watching Sora and the others appear, Roger gets up, patted his ass, and grins isho at White Dodo. By do, you die for me. Darkface, yet Chen frowned, looked fiercely at the dead rabbit. Fuck, in a blink of an eye, do it's all so fucked up. Why, Lord Rabbit, I didn't cause trouble, I tell you, rabbits also have rabbit rights, foul-mouthed. By Dodo still walked towards Ye Chen in the past, because he felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Roger, why are you here? Several Kanbunchoker radiation. Sora watched Roger vigilantly. Don't look at it, I'm the only one. Very indifferent, Roger Hardy isho, I'm self-invoking. Outside. Outside. Shocking news, Pirate King Gold Roger was caught by Marine. Big news, Pirate King was caught by Marine 3 days ago and will be executed in Lobetown 1 month later. The entire world exploded, countless news birds spanned the whole world and cast a news report one by one. The news above, earth-shattering, subverted the whole sea. 3 days ago, Roger turned himself in, immediately issued a blockade message, and then reported it to Guro CI. 3 days and 3 nights, the empty office was always brightly lit, and finally, world government announced the news. And this news, there is no sign at all, like a meteorite, suddenly smashed into the sea, setting off endless waves, which shocked the whole world into disbelief. At this moment, all the great characters in the world are looking at the newspapers in their hands. There are doubts, horrors, and fantasy stories. Why was the Pirate King disappeared from the face of the earth suddenly caught by Marine? Where? What happened? How is it possible? That's the Pirate King, how could it be caught by Marine? The 4 Seas, Grand Line, New World, whether it is pirate or the rich, or the kingdom, all the forces, all looked at the newspaper and couldn't believe it. Who caught the Pirate King? Could it be Hero of the Marines Garp? Not sure, it's not written. News on the top, there is only one picture, and that is the scene of Pirate King Gold Roger in handcuffs, sitting in the cell. Pirate King disappeared for a year, has it been imprisoned by Marine? Some people speculated. How could it be possible? If Pirate King was caught by Marine a year ago, then why is the news released now? Have you found out? Pirate King's left and right hands, and the other members, were not on it, only Gold Roger was caught alone, which is also immemorial strange. What happened and we don't know, this news came too suddenly, and there was no wind at all. It's not Marine who is lying. Idiot, the reports are written now. 1 month later Pirate King will be executed in Lobetown. Marine can't use his prestige to do this useless thing. Lobetown, located in the East Blue, near the entrance of the Grand Line. If someone mentions it now, few people know it, but now, the reputation of Lobetown can be compared with all kinds of large and super large continents. Even in the future, the town is instilled with the words beginning and ending, with a strong meaning, because a grand era will grandiose start here. Riding the wind and waves, the battleship swept across the sea, drifting out from Marineford. Since it was announced that Pirate King was captured by Marine, after 3 days and 3 nights of meetings, Sora finally issued a clear order. Marine will take full control of Lobetown. In order to ensure the smooth execution of the execution 1 month later, Black Arm Zephyr will now lead more than 20 Vice Admiral, 100 Rear Admiral, Buster Call 4 fleets, stationed to Lobetown, and yet Chen happened to be in it. As for Hero of the Marines Garp and Sengoku the Buddha, they pressed the Pirate King, passed the Gate of Justice, and entered the Impel Down. Since the announcement of the execution of Pirate King in Lobetown, the entire Marine has taken action, and even the Army and other departments of the world government are staring at the sea territory in Lobetown. Anyone who should come to rescue, it will never end well. Wind and rain swayed, the entire world fell into an inexplicable atmosphere, extremely depressed. Standing on the bow, the sea wind whistled, and the Justice Cloak on Ye Chen swayed. His eyes were brighter than ever before. Not far from him, a guy could fall asleep while standing, and 2 people were standing on the tip of his nose. Bubbles. Kyuzan, now codenamed Precognition, like Ye Chen, is one of the 24 Vice Admirals stationed in Lobetown with Zephyr Sensei, as for Sakazuki and Borsalino, along with Sengoku and the others to escort the Pirate King Impel Down. White Dodo, stop for me. Suddenly shouting loudly, spread throughout the entire battleship, and I saw a western cowboy rabbit with agility, shuttled back and forth between various obstacles at an extremely fast speed, which made Hina, who was roaring behind, out of reach. Little Nana, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. Turn around and make a face, which can be said to be extremely arrogant. Bang! I almost inserted an onion upside down. By Dodo felt the sun was dark, and then floated into the air. The original arrogant expression wilted at once, and immediately revealed the flattery of the henchman. Zephyr, Admiral, you little fellow, you're going to make a fuss as soon as you get on the boat. Get into a lot of trouble. Holding White Dodo by the back of his neck, Zephyr looked serious. Zephyr Instructor, Hina, Hein, and Very Good, who were chasing after him, stood firm and gave Zephyr a military salute. This mission is very important, don't be sloppy, don't mess around on battleship. Looking at the three of Hina, Zephyr warned. Yes. Standing up straight, the three of Hina looked solemn. This time, it was fortunate that Hina, Hein, Very Good, and Yachen were assigned together, while Smoker and Fergo went to impel down. Humph, you've been scolded. Leaning against the wall, Bai Dowdu took out a carrot and smacked the lips happily, like watching a good show looking at the three Hina who put down their hands. White Dowdu, don't run if you have the ability. Hina rolled up her sleeves with a fierce look on her face. Even Win and Very Good glared angrily. Padded paws, Bai Dowdu suddenly turned around, bent over, that plump plush ass, pu sound, farted at the three of Hina, and then disappeared in a flash. Bai Do, my mother is going to drown you. Hina's face flushed suddenly, and they could feel a gust of air hovering at the tip of their nose, causing their internal organs. The temple is overturned. For a while, the deck jumped up again, and Bai Dowdu, who did not know that what Zephyr said, one after another came true in the future. Now, like a rebellious and playful child, he simply didn't take Zephyr's words to heart. Not long after, the four Bai Dowdu chased me, ran to the bow, knocked Kuzan out of the deck, and fell out towards the sea. Marine all over the deck opened their mouths and froze. Not good, Kuzan Vice Admiral jumped into the sea. I don't know which second-hand Marine, and suddenly burst into a roar. Ha! Is it dawn? The bubble burst and Kuzan rubbed his eyes and yawned. Hey! Something is wrong, I really want to fly. Fuck, close at hand. Kuzan looked at the turbulent sea under his feet, immediately extend the hand, and the sea was frozen when the cold air rolled. Standing firmly on the frozen sea, Kuzan scratched his head because he didn't notice any attack. Fortunately, Kuzan was only frozen for a distance of about 10 meters, which did not affect the navigation of the battleship. It's amazing, it even froze the sea. On the boat rail, Bai Dowdu and many Marines watched with admiration, slowly stepping on Jeppo and flying. Come up with Kuzan. What's going on? Am I sleepwalking? Standing on the deck, Kuzan looked at all the eyes with a lazy expression. All of a sudden, Bai Dowdu became the center of the world, because all eyes were focused on him at once. Not guilty at all, Bai Dowdu jumped up, patted Kuzan's shoulder, and said with relief, as expected of the guy with the name of the old great Chi, he is so powerful, just tried your reaction, very good, there is a future in the future. The chin fell to the ground, many people were blushed with shame, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Really? Scratching his head, Kuzan laughed heartily. I believe it, everyone exclaimed with exaggerated expressions. Please eat the radish, I used this to catch the Pirate King. Take out a carrot, and Bai Dowdu handed it to Kuzan, and started to get angry. Cowhide. I saw it at Grand Plaza that day. Taking the carrot, Kuzan took a bite. It was crispy, sweet, and chewy. Let me tell you, that day Pirate King came to me in person. Hina couldn't bear to look directly. Hina watched Bai Dowdu pull Kuzan and sat down on the deck, while nibbling on radishes, started blowing up. The point is, Kuzan actually listened with keen interest pleasure. One person and one rabbit, fuck is like a fool, making the whole ship's face turn black. Hina, I feel like I'm staying with Bai Dowdu, and the Chamber of Commerce is down, brow beaded with sweat. He looked at Baidu in fear. Dowdu kept swallowing saliva. Do you feel this way too? Baragud on the side looked horrified. Brother Yachen. Hina didn't feel anything. Looking at Yachen, who looked indifferent from start to finish on the bow, she flew over. Skillfully stretched out his right hand and pressed Hina's head, making it difficult for the latter to make an inch. Pressing the noisy Hina, Yachen looked at Shiuen and Very Good, who began to doubt life and fell into a demon, sighed. In the past, I also came here like this, and until now, I have achieved a positive result. Time passed quietly. Unconsciously, the battleship went all the way horizontally and began to reach the sea territory around Logue Town. Hey, it's true, it's the Black Arm Zephyr. Logue Town, the coast, for Buster Call fleet groups, a total of 20 battleships, huge and boundless, that the sharp muzzle, like the sickle of Death God, surrounded Logue Town in an all-round way. The most central, on a battleship, slowly descending, is a tall and resolute silhouette, purple short hair, sharp eyes, wearing a marine headquarter cloak. Step by step, like a mountain, the entire coast was pressed down, breathless. Pirates in many ports are all scattered, hiding in the dark and burying them. That's one of the four monster vice admiral in marine, god, and precognition. Following, Yachen and precognition, and other vice admiral, all of them dressed in formal clothes, he followed Zephyr. Rear Admiral, Captain, Commander filed out, and the terrifying aura that condensed made the chaotic situation in Logue Town instantly suppressed. Originally because of the news that Pirate King was going to be executed here, many pirates gathered here. The order can be said to be very chaotic. However, from this moment on, everything has calmed down. The whole street is vacated in an instant. Whether you are a pirate or a wealthy businessman, at this moment, you must give way, because no one dares to face this imposing manner. Following behind Zephyr, yet Chen knew that these were all just scoundrels. There was still a month before Roger's execution, and many future great characters had not come yet, so Ye Chen knew, pretty calm now. However, he believes that the town will not be quiet any longer as time gets tighter. No so-called pirate came out to provoke, yet Chen and the others settled in the marine base very smoothly, which is located east of Logtown. When they decided to deal with Pirate King here, Marine had already sent the elite vice admiral came here, in order to guard against the unexpected, and relocated many ordinary people. Because of various probabilities, Marine has been prepared in advance. The arrival of Zephyr and the others is just a shock the next month. Wait 1 month later, Garp and the others bring the Pirate King, and when the time comes Marine most of the troops will be here. And when Zephyr, Ye Chen, Kuzan, and the rest of the vice admiral showed up here, those who couldn't believe that Pirate King was caught by Marine did. Outside the number. Marine Headquarter Black Arm Zephyr, Leading God, Precognition, and other Vice Admiral, stationed in Logtown, Pirate King was caught by Marine, and the news of execution 1 month later, it's really the big news. Sure enough, it didn't take long for countless reports to spread all over the world and Prince Zephyr and the others the reports appearing in Logtown. This news, once again confirmed the news that Pirate King Gold Roger has been arrested by Marine. The undercurrent is surging, and when you look up, you will find that the Four Seas, the Grand Line, the New World, and many famous great pirates have begun to rush towards Logtown. New World, a huge ship, is holding a banquet. At the top, a bearded man with a crescent-shaped upward curve, took a sip of strong wine and exhaled in relief. Tone. Dad, the news is true, Roger was really arrested. The latest news shows that the Marine Headquarter Black Arm Zephyr, Leading God, Precognition and many vice admirals, is stationed in Logtown. A thin man with a golden punk head and a dagger at his waist, holding the latest report in his hand, with a solemn expression. Show me. With a heavy voice, Whitebeard took the report from Marco. While drinking and watching the report, Whitebeard's eyes rippling in deep. You still walked out of this step. Words in my heart, recalling the last time we met, Whitebeard sighed. Dad, are we going to have a look? A burly, dark-skinned, armor-clad young man spoke up. Yozu, didn't Roger see Daddy last time? It should be for this. I don't believe Marine can catch that man. Beside the brawny man, a young man with 2 swords on his waist smiled. Good on. In the first place, Whitebeard was pouring wine, a strong aroma of wine, floating on the whole ship, and finally Kulala said with a big smile, if you are interested, go and have a look. I believe many good brats will go there. Some pirate, begin to stir. With the means of the world government, when the time comes, it will be broadcast live in the whole world. There is no need to go or not. Some people are disdainful. That's right, the person who started to stir suddenly lost interest. That being said, but we still need to go and see, we are father's sons. Marco's eyes were sharp. No matter what, Whitebeard pirates needed someone to show their faces, it was a matter of face. Who are you going to? Marco looked at everyone. I don't have time. Someone waved. I'm not interested. I'm too lazy to run. It's better to go out and fight with someone, it's a waste of time. Dad, let me go. Finally, as the second in command of Whitebeard pirates, Marco sighed. Kulela. Meanwhile, New World has another sea territory, Beasts Pirates. Jack, take a trip to Logtown. New World, Big Mom Pirates. Katakuri, you go to Logtown. One after another famous pirates, or captains, or capable cotters, all rush towards Logtown. North Blue. You guys train more, I need to go out. The wind splashed, and a man in sunglasses and a feather coat took off, blinking, disappeared in front of everyone. Young masters should go to Logtown. Luo, pick up the sword in your hand and continue training. Yes. Grand Line, sea territory buried by thick fog for many years. He. The Pirate King is really going to be executed. It seems that it is time to enter the New World, but before that, I accept the shadow of the Pirate King. Evil terrifying, a huge ship, like an island, a huge man with double horns on his forehead, sharp ears and teeth, like a devil, laughed sinisterly. At the same time, on the rough sea, on a small boat like a coffin, a man with short black hair and a huge cross on his back, eyes like eagles, full of sharp men, follow the wind. Drifting. Deep sea prison, impel down 6th layer, eternal hell, independent cell, with unprecedented security. Report to Admiral Sengoku that Gold Roger has been successfully detained in cell number 1. There is jailer, standing up straight, looking excitedly at each great one in front of him character. Well, from now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave here. With a majestic face, Sengoku looked at the cell, with his head down. It was the man who was asleep. Yes. Although there is an order above, I still want to try the future greatest swordsman in the world, how strong it is. The index finger paused, the voice disappeared, yet Chen danced wildly with long hair, a violent storm accompanied by the dazzling cold light, the entire tavern shattered, and the endless power formed a ring, pushing everything horizontally, setting off a storm. The hurricane splattered everywhere, and people on the street all day, with their hair frizzy, raised their hands to block their faces, and looked in horror at the sound of the two collisions in the tavern. Boom, boom. Ripple in circles, full of mess, in everyone's eyes, yet Chen stood up straight, his right foot was pitch black, stepped on my hawk's black blade, and my hawk, holding the black blade diagonally, collided with Ye Chen's right foot with a cold face. Just the collision creates air pressure. Is this the power of God in hawk eyes? There is pirate, pushed out by the hurricane, and the one brow beaded with sweat looks the most the two figures in the center. Isn't God always stationed in marine? How come he's eyeing the bounty 390 million hawk eyes, Dracul my hawk as soon as he appears? The huge waves and circles continued to spread, and many pirates were watching from a distance. I don't know, but there is a good show to watch. Many people say that God in the four major monster vice admiral and marine ranks at the bottom, but now it seems that it is not necessarily. Marine's four monsters vice admiral, Akaina Sakazuki, Kizura Borsalino, Precognition Kyuzan, and God Ye Chen are all monsters not just in name only, but also in reality. The opponent is the swordsman Hawk Eyes. Can God defeat him? Haha, no matter what, it's worth watching a fight for free. One by one, the pirates who are insidious and cunning or whose eyes are higher than the top, stay away from the combat area, harboring malicious intentions, and watch the two colliding in the center. Well, Ye Chen is really a good party. It was ruined like this. Somewhat emotional, Hina puffed out her cheeks, because of the strong wind, her long pink hair elegant, a blue short skirt, sometimes revealing that fantasy place. Come on, let's all sit down. Holding takoyaki in his hand, Baidoutta greeted Zion and the others and sat down, because at the moment they are on the roof, the line of sight is very wide, and they can clearly see the battle scene. Fortunately, before I came out, I took 2 barrels of wine. I ordered a large plate of takoyaki. Xiong and very good, You did good, let's watch while we eat. Boom, boom. Blade light and sword shadows, one after another hurricane ravaged, Ye Chen and my hawk in the center, completely fighting together. Whoosh. The slash of hundreds of meters, with a sonic boom, rushes towards Ye Chen. Everything along the way is divided into 2.5, smooth and neat. Arms boiled over the entire right foot, Ye Chen turned around and swung, and the same 100-meter Rankyaku and my hawk slash slammed together. The sky is full of dust and messes. My hawk slash has been cut down a lot by Rankyaku, but it is still cut towards Ye Chen like a hot knife through butter. His hair swayed, Ye Chen stretched out his right hand and directly held the slash, killing the gravel and piercing through the air. With the sound of clicking, the entire shrinking slash instantly shattered and turned into a with swordlight, swept all around, as expected of the world's #1 swordsman in the future. Shaking his hands, Ye Chen squinted. Although I don't know why you are so sure that I am the world's #1 swordsman in the future, I can tell you for sure that you are not wrong. Sword or a sword to the sky. The black clouds in the sky were directly penetrated. My hawk looked at Ye Chen calmly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. But before that, I hope you won't be caught by me. Silhouette appeared in an instant. My hawk's eagle-like eyes sharply caught Ye Chen. Very clever use of black blade, blocked Ye Chen's attack. Ding, ding. Sparks scattered, invisible attacks, in the eyes of the surrounding viewers. Ye Chen and my hawk seemed to be standing there, simply didn't make a shot, but the rubble splashed around and Feng Han's sword aura all showed that Ye Chen and my hawk were attacking at a super high speed. How come they stand there and don't move? With Pirate, wiping his eyes. Idiot, didn't you see the ripping air waves around you? The two are fighting fiercely. Your strength is too low to keep up with their movements, so all you see is they are standing still. The scene. How could it be possible? Quick retreat. Suddenly, some pirate panicked and quickly retreated, because a shock wave directly lifted the surface, quickly shot towards them, and in the center, the hurricane tore. Ye Chen and my hawk slammed together. It was a mess, and the sky kept falling with all kinds of messy debris. This is too strong. Strong? This is just a warm-up for the two of you. If you let go of your full strength, the destructive power will be much more than that. This is too strong. Strong? The experienced pirate sneered. I really want to let go of my full strength and fight you. The violent aura gradually subsided. Ye Chen patted the dust, and looked at the opposite side to put away the black blade with some regret. My hawk. You are stronger than the other 3 monsters. Cherish words like gold. My hawk is very heavy, because he is not sure he can beat this man. It was his intuition, the swordsman intuition. Then you have to be careful in the future. If those 3 guys hear this, they will get you into trouble. Ye Chen didn't expect the other party actually gave for his high rating. But at this moment, Ye Chen frowned and looked towards the ground, because a demon-like guy suddenly appeared in his shadow, holding a pair of scissors, ready to attack him. What the hell? The hair on his body exploded. Ye Chen felt danger. God's shadow, I accept it. Yin Kikai's voice, like a ghost, floated on the scene. With an indifferent expression, Ye Chen had already thought of who it was, and instantly disappeared in place, leaving the other party in the air. Kanbunshoku, radiating past, Ye Chen issued 2 rankyaku against a dark place. There was a roar, smoke and dust billowed, and a tall silhouette was forced to reveal the silhouette. Gecko Moria. That body type and appearance are really recognizable, one of the Shishibukai in the future. But looking at Moria's current appearance, she probably hasn't challenged Kaido yet, so she's so arrogant now that she even shot Ye Chen. It's such a pity for such a good shadow. It's a pity, Moria, hee Isho, looks a little stern. Not far away, a more unique laughter sounded. A man in a feather coat appeared in everyone in sight. Hee, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Moria looked at the man who appeared and called out his name. Aya, all are great characters, God Ye Chen, Hawkeye's Dracul Mihawk, Gecko Moria. 5 fingers moved, silently, a transparent silk thread floated from the heads of Ye Chen and the 3 of them. Without even looking, Ye Chen stretched out his hand and pinched the silk thread, his face expressionless and crushed. And Mihawk, even more rude, didn't see any movement from him, and the silk thread on his head was broken into slag. As for Moria, it was not as unbearable as she imagined. A shadow arm rose from behind, grabbed the twisting thread directly, put it in front of her eyes, and looked at it. Cut off Doflamingo's silk thread, Ye Chen suddenly moved his body, a wild and tyrant solemn killing aura, and shoved horizontally. In an instant, Doflamingo and Moria tensed up, only Mihawk took a step back with his hands on his shoulders, because Ye Chen's solemn killing aura was not aimed at him. Breaking out of thin air, Ye Chen appeared indifferently over Moria, and a sky-burning sonic boom pierced the eardrum. Complexion greatly changed, Moria didn't expect, Ye Chen would suddenly attack him. I admire your courage if you dare to look for trouble. The booming continued, and before it came, Moria felt a pressure, her eyelids twitched, and her collar was covered in scars. Floated up. Scatter the bats. Oops, it's too late. Bang. At the crucial moment, Moria could only raise her hands and stop her face. With a huge explosion, her hands deep with a sunk face, Moria's eyes turned white, and blood spurted from her mouth, turning into a stream of light, creating a cyclone that instantly pierced through more than a dozen buildings, causing a riot in the sky. Meanwhile, Ye Chen disappeared and appeared in front of Doflamingo, his eyes full of bully. Momentum is big, power is deep, like a mountain range. Ye Chen also blasted out with 1 foot, splashing all over the sky. You have a really irritable temper. 5 color strings. Pull his hands, 5 silk threads of endless colors stopped in front of him, and Ye Chen's attacks collided heavily. Boom, boom. The ground exploded, Doflamingo's feet sank into the ground, his face showed an astonished expression, because that huge force was really too large. But at this moment, Ye Chen turned around and kicked again. A huge force rose to the sky, Doflamingo vomited blood from his mouth, like a cannonball, followed Moria's footsteps and flew out. The violent sandstorm rolled up the ground, Ye Chen slowly landed on the ground, looking down at everyone with an indifferent expression. In the audience, the needles could be heard, and the countless pirates who were watching the play looked at the 2 huge ravages, opened their mouths, and looked at Ye Chen in horror. With just 3 legs, 2 great pirates were kicked away. This power is simply monsters. God, not just in name only, but also in reality. Hey he. Crash. Moria and Doflamingo, wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, began to slowly walk towards Ye Chen, but he stopped before he took 2 steps. Yeah, what's the matter? A man riding a bicycle slowly drove over from behind Ye Chen, looking at the messy ground around him, scratched his head. Precognition all around, someone sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing a look of dreading. 2 marine monsters are enough to suppress the audience. The point is, there is an old monster behind these 2 monsters. If the old monster is disturbed, when the time comes, it will not end well. 2 marine monsters, it's not easy to deal with. The 5 fingers kept sticking back and forth, although he smiled, but Doflamingo's expression was dark, dignified. He. This is just a misunderstanding. I just have something to do, so I won't bother. Moria stepped back slowly and chose to withdraw. Ha! Yawned. Kuzan looked at Ye Chen, opened the mouth and said, it's not suitable to have a fight on the island now. After the execution of Pirate King, you can do whatever you want. This is what Zephyr-sensei asked me to bring to you, and I have to go back to catch up on sleep, so I will withdraw first. After finishing speaking, Kuzan patted his butt, and Kuzan stepped directly on the bicycle and left. The atmosphere of the whole scene suddenly became weird. Ye Chen didn't speak, and glanced at Moria, who was leaving, and Doflamingo, who was smiling, not knowing what he was thinking. It seems that this time, it's safe for the time being. Stepping on pointed shoes, Doflamingo glanced at Ye Chen and then left. A battle is over just like that. Bah, aha. White Dowda walked out from the side, eating takoyaki, looked at Doflamingo's back, and asked, would you like to go up and kill him? And Hina, One, and Very Good are also nodded in harboring malicious intentions. Forget it, it's not the right time for a fight, go ahead and eat. Glancing at Mihawk's direction, Ye Chen shook the head when he saw that the other party had also left. In the end, Ye Chen and the others also disappeared from the street, but from this moment on, the name of God spread throughout Lobe Town. Meanwhile, impelled down, seabed 6th layer, eternal hell. Dark, gloomy, the only rays of light, only those candles that can be extinguished at any time. All black, no daylight, dead and cold, it's really like hell, it makes people feel broken. Through the weak firelight, you can vaguely see the rows of cells made of Karosky, white bones, withered bones, the whole scene makes people have one's hair stand on end. Ha, ha ha, this meat is good, and the wine is also good wine. Suddenly, in the depths of the darkness, there was a hearty laugh. Thank you, Garp. Isho grinned, very calm and open-minded. Roger. Sitting cross-legged, Garp sighed. Why? Haha, you mean surrendering? Took a sip of wine and hiccuped, Roger asked nonchalantly. Why? Garp felt an inexplicable anger as he stared at this haggard but refreshed face. I want to turn myself in. Ripping a piece of chicken thigh, Roger's mouth was full of greasy, like a child, and he licked his fingers after eating. Ding bell, ding ling ling. The chains shook, resounding the sound of ding ling ling. Garp was furious and grabbed Roger's shirt, hoarsely said, Look at me, why did you do this, why did you turn yourself in? Garp, after all these years, you and I from the very beginning of the battle, to the late meeting, what do all these mean? With a smile on his face, Roger looked at Garp quietly. I just want to know why you turned yourself in. Garp sent Roger away with a very lonely tone. Garp, you have your principles and I have mine, but please believe me, I have to do it because my name is Gold, Roger, and you, Monkey D, Garp, too. Serious, Roger stared intently at the thoughtful Garp, seeming to laugh at himself. You should have seen it. There was a moment of silence, and Garp's face was sad. Yeah, I see, would you like to hear it? Roger hee Isho. It's not necessary, the D family, I can't bear it alone. Somewhat unwilling, even powerless, Garp was mentally weary. Since you've backed off, let me do it, after all I've run out of time. Ha! Garp asked in confusion. I'm sick, there's no cure, I don't have much time. Very calm, Roger took a sip of wine. With your strength, how can you get sick? And it can even threaten your life. Garp was a little surprised. That's why you turned yourself in. Finally, Garp suddenly let out a satori and looked towards Roger. Haha, maybe I should be damned. Roger grinned Isho, not panicking at the death. Since you don't want to talk, then I won't ask. What do you want to eat tomorrow? He patted his butt and stood up. Garp tried his best to be indifferent and planned to leave. Hee, you know what I like to eat. I really can't help you. Out of the cell, Garp sighed and planned to leave. Garp, after taking 2 steps, Garp stopped and looked suspiciously at the smirking face in the cell. I have a child. Expectation, apprehension, doting. Roger looked at Garp with a smirk, like an idiot. What? Garp stared, and walked to the cell in 2 or 3 steps, breathing hard. Rouge is pregnant with my child and is about to give birth. I'm going to be a father. Impossible, this impossible. Incoherent, Garp was in a trance. Garp, my child is called Ace if it's a boy, and if it's a girl. However, it seems that I can't take my surname now, so I'll take her mother's surname Porgas, and her full name is Porgastiace, or Porgastian. Why are you telling me so much? Don't you know I'm Marine? I put him entrusted to you. Roger interrupted before Garp finished speaking, and then said again as it should be by rights I entrusted him to you. With wide pupils, Garp clutched the cell with both hands, looking extremely irritable. I will not agree. You will agree, because you are Garp, the Monkey D, Garp who chased me most of the world. I only have one of several friends. Roger looked at Garp with confidence, every word, so determined. I'm impossible to agree. Garp roared. He's in South Blue. Bang! The cell fibrillated, and Garp's right fist was bleeding and his eyes were red. After listening, Garp stared at Roger and said angrily, Why entrust it to me? Because I trust you, because we are friends, and because you can protect him, because you can give him the best life, because you can give him fatherly love instead of me. At the end, Roger's eyes actually became wet. You bastard, yelled, and Garp left the cell directly. Garp, when he grows up, say sorry to him. Also, help me say sorry to Rouge, although I am not a good husband or a good father, but I love they. With all the love, Roger was in tears, but smiling. However, the answer to him was boundless darkness. Asshole, bastard. Back at the residence, Garp was furious, smashing things all over the room. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he was inexplicably angry and inexplicably sad. He never knew that, unconsciously, his friendship with this guy was so deep. Ace, N. After venting, Garp sat on the ground and sighed. Dash 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 dawn breaks. A new day is approaching again, the whole of Logue Town, wrapped in a depressing atmosphere. Hey, it's true or false, that's Yaksha Donquixoti da Flamingo. It is said that 2 days ago, God made a big shot with Marine Vice Admiral, and I don't know the result. That's Gecko Moria, as if God shot against Marine Vice Admiral with Yaksha last time. Hawkeye's Dracula my hawk. You guys look, that's Charlotte Katakuri, one of the big mom pirates' 4 commanders. Beasts pirates, 3 calamities Jack. Whitebeard pirates first captain, Phoenix Marco. All the great characters are here, my god. Logtown, all directions, exclamations came from time to time. One great character, one after another, arrived at Logtown, waiting for tomorrow's execution. But the strange thing is that these pirates are the masters regardless of the law and of natural morality. But when they came to Logtown, they didn't cause trouble. No matter who they were all in peace. Therefore, Logtown is very weird. Just go to the street, bounty millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of pirates, countless, but no one picks it up. And Marine turned a blind eye, just stationed at the base. On the surface, there are countless great characters, and in the dark, there are even more of them. Marine Station, the tallest building, a silhouette overlooking the entire Logtown. With her long hair swaying, Chen could feel the more and more tyrannical atmosphere. Branch offices in various streets. Tomorrow is the last day. Brother Chen, Zephyr instructor, asked us to gather. Admiral Sengoku and the others have come. Downstairs, Hina shouted. At the same time, at the port of Logtown, there are more than 30 huge battleships with fierce muzzles, from far to near. The coast, Marine is here. A shout broke the weird atmosphere of Logtown. On both sides of the street, regardless of the law and of natural morality, the mighty pirate, all looking in the direction of the coast. Boom, boom. The whole ground seemed to be shaking, the air froze in an instant, and a team of Marines appeared from the coast. Headed, several silhouettes of Haki, wearing Marine justice coats, exuding incomparable coercion, slowly entered the street. Hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp. Marine Headquarter, Sengoku the Buddha. Staff Long Crane. 4 Monsters Vice Admiral Akaina Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino. One after another, famous characters, faceless. The expression appeared in all pirate sites. Mr. Ra, I really want to have a fight here. Hee ha, these Marines are not to be trifled with. Many pirates showed a look of fear and did not dare to act. Why didn't I see Pirate King Gold Roger? Suddenly, Pirate discovered that there was no silhouette of Pirate King in Marine. Ha ha ha, didn't expect, there are so many little fellows here. Headed, Garp looked at the thin silhouette on the house next to him and beckoned. Yo, isn't it Marco Brat? Is your father dead? All eyes, some children condensed on the roof. Phoenix Marco, actually called Brat, worthy of being hero of the Marines, chased Pirate King for most of the world. There is Pirate blushed with shame. I feel that it is not on a rank. Vice Admiral Garp, my dad is very healthy. If he has time, he would like to go shopping in Marineford. Very calm, Marco squinted and spoke sharply. Haha, cannot afford to offend. If I hadn't had a task today, I'd take care of that old guy in white beard and educate his son. This time, Marco didn't answer. Everyone can see that Marco has regressed, and both sides are not on the same rank in terms of identity or strength. If Whitebeard is here now, that's a different story. In this way, in the eyes of countless eyes, the long Marine team disappeared at the end of the street. In an instant, the entire Logtown exploded. Black Arm Zephyr, hero of the Marines Garp, Sengoku the Buddha, these 3 people, like a mountain range, overwhelmed all the pirates and couldn't breathe. No one dares to provoke Marine, not Phoenix, not Commander, nor the 3 calamities, unless there is a great character of the same generation. And Garp and the others are here, and once again it's certain that the Pirate King has really been caught and will be executed tomorrow. In the dark, there are also many eyes that are not suitable for showing up, with different emotions and mixed feelings watching all this. There are even many people, wiping away their tears, their veins jumping. Tonight is doomed, and many people in the world have trouble sleeping. The next day, the morning sun was circling, and a sea breeze was blowing, which promoted the upheaval of the entire era. In the whole world, various kingdoms, and countless images in Den Den Mushi, there is a picture, a grand plaza, and an execution platform. The execution platform at this time was completely empty, but the people on the Grand Plaza were already full, and even from all over the world, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the screen in front of them. A group of Marines, with solemn expressions, held guns, and surrounded the execution platform. Gold Roger, he is a heinous crime. A vice admiral, who appeared on the execution on platform, began to spread the word about Roger to the entire world. Sin. Below, the entire Grand Plaza close and numerous crowds are all dismissive, although they are very dissatisfied with the nonsense of this vice admiral, but they endure, because the 3 silhouettes not far away, just sitting there made their breathing heavy. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of nonsense, I got to the point. However, unconsciously, the sky that was originally clear sky suddenly collapsed, thunder and lightning flashed, and one after another hurricane swayed. Da. Ding ling ling. The sound of a chain sounded, the whole world held their breath, and as the sound got closer, it started slowly. One more person was executed on the platform. Dignity, vicissitudes, weakness, domineering, all kinds of temperament, blending together, form a kind of personality charm. With her hair down, just sitting there with her legs crossed, the entire world seems to be at her feet. The grin, the hearty laugh, spread throughout the entire world. At this moment, no one speaks, even breathing is suppressed. Want my treasure? If you want, go to the sea to find it. I put everything in the world there. Open smile. The sound, like thunderbolt of 9 heavens above, earth-shattering, spread all over the world through the image of Den Den Mushi. Who, the whole world, where the needles can be heard, began to gasp for short breaths. At that moment, like a volcanic eruption, the whole sky. Pirate King, Gold Roger. The endless shouting, at this moment, whether it is pirate or a wealthy businessman, people of all identities, all face flushed, he looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged on the platform. Do it for me. Not far away, Sengoku roared with split eyes. Pu. The sound of the white blade piercing the flesh, in the endless furious roar, turned into a blooming blood lotus, making the whole sick world once again rendered the most dazzling color. At this moment, people will never forget the open smiling face and the pair of eyes that illuminate the dark night. Ha ha ha. The world is shaken, countless ambitious laughing wildly, countless pirate eyes are red, countless kingdoms are full of greed, everyone is crazy. And at this time, the sky that was originally dark and thunderous, but projected a golden sunlight, illuminating the man who kept his smile and gradually lowered his head. In front of the rays of light of this golden beam, surrounded by endless howling wind and torrential rain, Captain. On the square, all the pirates got carried away. One of them was holding the straw hat, the red-haired man with tears streaming down his face, clenching his fists tightly, and his partner beside him, left. And in the dark, great characters, overflowing heaven's stormy seas in their hearts, because they know that a new era has come. Red Line Continent, Holy Land Marijoys, the 5 old men were furious, and a strong wind spread, causing the entire office to be in a mess. Damn, goddamn Roger, goddamn Dees. His real purpose, that's what we all lost. Should not be executed in public. This world will always be ours. Still get ready. New world, unknown sea territory. Kulela, Roger, the era you want is here. A stalwart back, looking at the horizon line connecting heaven and earth, has some eyes sad. At the same time, people from Cosmopolitan, Grand Line, New World, who did not come to Lobe Town, all fell into madness by affecting the live broadcast. Some people cry silently, some people have mixed feelings, but more are greed. On this day, countless newsbirds swept across the sea, and the newspapers, like a meteor shower, were dazzling and beautiful, making the calm sea turn overflowing heaven's stormy seas. On this day, a legendary treasure, One Piece, like a seed, began to take root and sprout in everyone's heart. Getting it is equivalent to getting the whole world, wealth, fame, power, ascending to the skies with a single leap. The world is at your fingertips. Haha, I want to go to sea, I want to get the treasure of the Pirate King. When the time comes, the entire world is mine. Universal, unknown village, a man abandoned his wife and children, ignoring the cry behind him, and ran to the sea. Kill, with these funds, I can buy a boat and go to sea. In an unknown kingdom, many ordinary people, with blood-red eyes, made a killing and snatch that was usually difficult to do. The whole world is full of fire, and countless people who should be ordinary have given birth to an ambition. For this reason, they have released the demons in their hearts. Some people want innumerable treasures, some people want to be famous for the ages, some people want to be the best. Everything, the so-called dream, exploded. Just because of one sentence, the entire world has been plunged into endless chaos, with families destroyed, wives separated, human tragedy, merely this. And who should bear all these sins? Screen, back to Lobe Town. Damn Roger, this is the purpose of his surrender. Flustered and exasperated, as long as you are not a fool, you can see Roger's purpose, even more how is he the resourceful General Sengoku. Otherwise, the sea will be calm. Zephyr sighed. Admiral Sengoku, I'm asking to fight, kill these damn pirates. Vice Admiral area, among the 4 leading positions, Sakazuki watched the square begin to retreat pirate, with a look of hatred and hatred. Sakazuki, don't be impulsive. Crane looked ugly and stopped Sakazuki. Now is the time to kill them all. Why? Staring at Tsuru angrily, Sakazuki's tone was a little harsh. Because now, it's not suitable. Crane glanced at Sakazuki coldly, then ignored it, looked at Sengoku and the others and said, now that the news has spread all over the world, we must do our best. A bad plan. As soon as Tsuru finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi on everyone's body began to make a rushing sound. Admiral Sengoku, it's not good, all of our divisions have been impacted. Blue, P. Admiral Sengoku, there is a riot in our kingdom and we need marine support. The entire world was in chaos, making the faces of Sengoku and the others gloomy like rain. The most important thing now is to get through the buffer period, not to capture the pirate, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kuzan, Yechen, Smoker, Fergo, Anigamo. Now I am the chief of staff. Your identity ordered you to go to various marine branches and suppress the chaos. The Crane was very decisive. Crane, not waiting for Sakazuki to refute, Sengoku ice cold saying execute the order. Yes. Sakazuki looked angrily with those who escaped pirate, full of unwillingness. Unforgivable, this is absolutely impossible. With your abilities, it is simply impossible to catch him. The man I recognized by Golden Lion is absolutely impossible to be so weak. The furious voice, like the wrath of the sky, made the entire Marineford fall into darkness. Only I can catch Roger, none of you have that qualification. Golden Lion looked at Sengoku and Garp coldly, his body exuding lion-like tyranny. It's a fact, you can't believe it, you extreme bastard. Sengoku gritted his teeth. It was hard for him to imagine that the Golden Lion came to invade Marineford for this reason. I don't believe it. Swooping down, Golden Lion pulled out the two long swords around his waist, and instantly, two bright white slashes fell from the sky like bright radiance. Golden Lion, you are too arrogant, this is Marineford, today you are sure to die. Sengoku's golden light was dazzling, like a cannonball, shooting straight into the sky. Haha, Golden Lion, let me see if your strength has regressed in the past few years. Similarly, Garp's body was dark and metallic. Such a deep haki makes Golden Lion extremely afraid. Iron Fist. Clenching the fist, haki entangled like molten iron, exuding the power of destroying heaven, extinguishing earth. Shock wave. Likewise, a golden impact made the air vibrate and streaked across the sky. Boom, boom. The sky exploded, a storm swept through, lightning flashed, and the entire dark sky broke through. Extremely colorful at this moment, Chen rushed from a distance, watching the three people fighting in the sky, especially the tyrannical man like a lion, in his eyes, like a pool of stagnant water, calm terrifying. This legendary king, who disappeared for a few years, finally came back. However, the current Golden Lion is no longer the Golden Lion before the Water Sea territory, because the current Golden Lion, although still so puffed up and dominating the world, has a breath that at first, it was much weaker. Because of the current Golden Lion, there is a rudder on his head, which limits his strength. Dash 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 crack, ka. The black cloud tops the top, countless terrifying thunderbolt shuttles. The explosion that ripped apart the atmosphere made the whole sky seem like an abyss of despair, drowning everything. Under high altitude, three silhouettes are fighting together, and the attack of each collision is like a natural disaster, enough to shatter everything. Lion, thousands of bones. Golden hair fluttered on the temples. Golden Lion was wrapped in a violent breath, holding swords in both hands, and slashed 2 million meters of attacks. Phew! The atmosphere was torn apart, and the bright white light fell from the sky like rays of light, slashing directly towards Garp and Sengoku. Iron Fist. Clenching his fist, it was pitch black, and Garp aimed directly at Slash and punched him away. Bang! Was deafening, and a storm spread. Garp sank a step, and then rose into the sky. At the same time, a big Buddha, golden light, a single palm overturning heaven descended, a shockwave as bright as day, directly overbearingly smashed the Golden Lion. Slash. Golden Lion, you seem to be getting old. The afterimages continued. Garp appeared beside Golden Lion, his right fist was black and blue, as if he was clenching heaven falls and the power of earth rends roared away towards Golden Lion's waist. Old guy, only you will let me face it. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, aware of the powerful force contained in Garp's hand, raised his sword directly, pointed at Garp's fist, and stabbed away. Ding! A golden iron horse, a metallic voice sounded, a storm erupted, and the Golden Lion flew out backwards. His eyes were a little cold. And Garp, on that black and blue fist, a trace of blood dripped down. You guy's fist is still so hard. His face was a little ugly. Golden Lion within both eyes somewhat dreaded. Damn Golden Lion. Deeply disgusted, a golden light shone brightly. Sengoku put his hands together and launched a shockwave against Golden Lion's back. Sengoku, the more you live, the more you go back, even sneak attack. Kanbunshoku appeared. Golden Lion turned his head without turning his head. Sakura Ten in his left hand quickly slashed out. A bright white slash, pierced dark night. Boom, boom. The sky shook, dark clouds were penetrated, and everything disappeared into silence. You don't want to leave Marineford today. Standing in the air, Sengoku was a little embarrassed, his eyes were bloodshot. It's up to you. Holding the sword in both hands, Golden Lion said proudly, then let Marineford disappear. After finishing speaking, Golden Lion pointed up with a single sword, electricity thunder flashed, and in the high sky covered with dark clouds, a shadow, carrying heavy power, exploded the atmosphere, and fell from the sky. Not good. Sengoku complexion greatly changed, aware of the whistling sound in the sky. Furious Golden Lion, you bastard. Today I will make the whole Marineford is buried with Roger. Laughed heartily, Golden Lion swung a single sword in Sengoku's terrified eyes, and in an instant, the entire sky exploded, and the nearly 100-meter-long meteorite accelerated. Garp, catch the Golden Lion for me, life or death. Sengoku soars to the sky. He is going to destroy that hill, or let the island fall on Marineford, then the disaster will be absolutely as devastating. Whoosh! No nonsense. Garp soared to the sky and ran towards the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. Garp swooped down, letting the island fall, and the Golden Lion fought with Garp with swords in both hands. Ding! Bang! Sword aura emanated, Iron Fist shook hard, and for a time, Golden Lion fell into a disadvantage. Golden Lion, how many islands have you brought? High in the sky, Thunderbolt meanders, Sengoku gnashing teeth, because after he destroyed one island, another appeared behind him. What do you say? I'm going to destroy Marineford today. Golden Lion laughed wildly as he fought Garp. If it weren't for the control of the islands in the sky, the Golden Lion wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Iron Fist stencil. With bright eyes, Garp bullied himself, his right fist clenched the power of moving mountains and suppressing seas, facing Golden Lion's head, rubbing the atmosphere, and bombarded out. Ding! Crossing his hands, Sakura 10 and Deadwood are in front of his head. With a shocking sound, Golden Lion flew out again. Slightly numb with both hands, and stood still, Golden Lion quickly drew 2 slashes. Bang, boom. Garp was out of breath, a pair of Iron Fist meet force with force shattered 2 slashes. Garp, I see how much power you consume. Bullying, the Golden Lion swept his swords. Enough against you. Garp grinned, tense. Humph. Golden Lion coldly snorted, in the air, he is king. And Garp not only has to maintain Jeppo, Soru, Haki in the air, but also cautiously defends against Golden Lion's attack. Such a high-intensity consumption, even a superb powerhouse like Garp can't last long. And Sengoku, in a state of great embarrassment at this time, was panting for short breaths as he greeted one island after another. Naked eye looked, Sengoku's breath was weak at this time, and his face was even more pale. He has smashed 10 islands one after another, which made him a lot of consumption. If it wasn't for the protection of Marineford, how could he be so aggrieved? Hateful, how many islands did this bastard bring? Brow beaded with sweat, Sengoku stepped on Jeppo, turned into a giant Buddha, and his body was like the sun, illuminating the entire dark sky. Below, Yachen and Sakazuki and the others came to smash the falling rocks. If it wasn't for the crane to stop it, maybe Sakazuki would have rushed up. Even though the strength of Yachen and the others now belongs to the powerhouse, but compared to the battle of the Golden Lion and the others, it is still a little worse. Accidentally involved, not only will it not help, maybe also pulls Garp's back. And the huge islands, Sengoku alone, couldn't stop them, so the abilities of Sakazuki and the others were revealed. Most importantly, Borsalino and Kuzan have missions out there. Bang! High in the sky, Golden Lion vomited blood, received a punch from Garp, and his eyes were red on the spot. The atmosphere ripped apart, and blood flowed from Garp's dark chest. 1 hour. 5 hours. 10 hours. The whole of Marineford is in a sway of wind and rain, and high in the sky, Golden Lion was covered in blood, panting heavily, his hands were atrophied, and his face was bloodless. Golden Lion, you can't escape, Zephyr is coming back soon, you can spend your whole life and impel down forever. Sengoku hated Golden Lion. At this moment, he didn't dare to see the tragedy of Marineford. After this incident, His Majesty will definitely drop several levels. And all this is thanks to that person in the sky. Bastard, if it's fighting on the ground. Garp gasped, his face extremely unhappy. He had to admit that he really couldn't help Golden Lion fighting in the air. If it's on the ground, the Golden Lion doesn't leave Half-Life, and Garp dares to take his last name. Zephyr? I said why didn't I see him, so he went out. That's right, I still have some reservations, so now. Golden Lion suddenly grinned and raised his hands high. In an instant, the entire sky was pitch black, and a shadow larger than all the previous islands gradually revealed its appearance. Golden Lion. Sengoku's stunned face distorted instantly. He couldn't imagine what kind of disaster would happen if the island fell on Marineford. This lunatic. Garp complexion greatly changed, trembling all over. And Marineford, at this time, was in complete chaos, and countless residents fled, with despair and panic on their faces. The island is so big, almost 1/60th the size of Marineford. It's hard to imagine that if this island fell on Marineford, all of them would definitely die. If Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi can destroy heaven extinguishing earth, then Golden Lion's Fuwa Fuwa no Mi can also. Just like this, directly manufacturing meteorites, the resulting disaster is definitely something else of disaster grade. Sengoku, I want Marine to be buried with Roger. Standing in the air, Golden Lion laughed wildly. No one I recognize can beat anyone but me. In the endless storm, the whole sky collapsed, and the roaring island let the air privateer, like Mount Tai pressing the top, falling from the sky under everyone's desperate expressions. Golden Lion. Sengoku roared, Buddha's radiance dazzling, and rose to the ground. Similarly, countless Marines are desperately attacking, or guns, or sword aura, or devil fruit. In short, at this moment, all Marines are facing a big enemy, because if the island is not destroyed, then the result will be very terrifying. Even if it doesn't sink Marineford, the shock wave alone can raise Marineford to the ground. Baron. Fall for me. Golden Lion put away his 2 swords and pressed his hands down. In an instant, another huge island appeared. 2 seats, adding up to 1/30th of Marineford's, made Garp and the others look terrified. Hateful, the Golden Lion guy, he's really going to destroy Marineford. Crane turned pale, looking up at the apocalyptic sky. his heart sank into the seabed. Whoosh! At this moment, the whole ground exploded, a beam of light rising from the ground. In an instant, Ye Chen appeared under an island that covered the sky, his hair was flamboyant, and his whole body began to burn with gunpowder and fire. Admiral Sengoku, you solve another island, this island is handed over to me and Sakazuki, other aftermath, 2 other generals. Indifferent voice, at this moment, spread throughout the venue. Boom, boom. The terrifying mushroom cloud swayed with boundless impact and collided with an island. In an instant, the power of mountains burst in ground split, like a meteor shower, with a coquettish tail, whistled towards the ground and fell away. About 10 seconds later, the sky, like bright fireworks, exploded again. Boom, boom. 3 bombings in a row, the goddess scattered flowers, blasting the atmosphere. Flowing volcano. Sakazuki, who was standing on the ground, turned half of his body into magma, and countless house-sized magma fists collided with those scattered meteorites. At the same time, the other marine generals on the ground each exerted their abilities, and the most probable ones prevented the scattered boulders. Marine's little demon. Squinting, Golden Lion had heard that Marine had 4 monster queens. Golden Lion. Akaina raised his head, looked at the Golden Lion in the sky, stepped on Jeppo, and lifted into the sky. Dai Funka. Like a volcano, smoke billows, and in an instant, a huge magma meteor roared toward the Golden Lion. Overestimate one's capabilities. The silhouette disappeared, Golden Lion pulled out Sakura 10 and instantly appeared beside Akainu, his face full of disdain. The long sword in his hand was pitch black, and he slashed directly at Akainu. His hairs exploded, aware of the fierce cold light, Akainu turned sideways, not daring to take the Golden Lion's attack. Get down! Seeing Akainu dodging Sakurai-ju, Golden Lion turned over, his right foot was pitch black, and kicked Akainu's chest pu. The blood sprayed, and Akainu slammed into the ground like a meteorite. Just as Golden Lion was about to pursue the victory, Ye Chen suddenly appeared, with cold eyes, a sonic boom on his right foot. Without the slightest hesitation, facing Golden Lion, he swiped horizontally. Another little demon. Showing killing intent, Golden Lion was about to fight back when suddenly, the sky exploded, the dark mushroom cloud shone with 2 halos, turned into an arc, very dazzling. Smoke all over, Golden Lion vomited blood, and was blasted out by the shock wave generated by Ye Chen's self-destruct. And in the smoke, Ye Chen's body quickly reorganized. Lion Wankai. But at this moment, the Golden Lion, who was flying backwards, even had enough energy to launch an attack on Ye Chen. That fierce swordlight blasted the whole sky. But now Ye Chen is in a state of reorganization, and it is too late to even evacuate. In an emergency, the golden light in the sky was dazzling, and Sengoku appeared in front of Ye Chen embarrassedly, and the huge palm rushed out a shock wave. Pu. At this time, Golden Lion's body fell, and he vomited blood constantly, and Garp was standing in the air with white smoke from his right fist. Boom! The boulder turned upside down, countless cracks spread, and the Golden Lion fell to the ground. Seal him, don't let him go to the sky. Sengoku roared, flushing. Dai Funka. The corner of his mouth coughed up blood, and Akainu turned into magma. At the same time, on the ground, numerous attacks from Rear Admiral Vice Admiral followed. On the ground, I am also the king. Standing up, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Golden Lion held the ground with both hands, and in an instant, a radius of 1 million meters, all rioted. Lion Mighty. Earth Scroll. Boom, boom. The ground shook, and countless soils shot up to the sky. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of meters of rocks formed the lion, alive and fierce, came out fiercely. The earth was shaking, the mountains were shaking, and the whole marine ford was a mess. Fist Bone Meteor. Suddenly appeared on the ground, Garp tightened his body, punched out, and everything in front of him turned into dust. The Buddha's handprint. Falling down from the sky, dazzling rays of light, a huge palm also fell down. Roar! Another giant lion opened its bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. Alone, enduring all the attacks, Golden Lion vomited blood and couldn't resist. Now even in its heyday, Golden Lion can't face so many attacks at one time, and even more how the current strength can't be fully displayed. Starting slowly, overwhelmed, with the howling of Giant Lion, Golden Lion was completely exposed to everyone. Golden Lion, stay with me and impel down for the rest of your life. One after the other, Sengoku and Garp looked very ruthless and sent out a final message to Golden Lion's attack. Hateful. The power like moving mountains and suppressing seas, even if blocked, makes Golden Lion's blood tumble unbearable. At this moment, Ye Chen suddenly appeared in front of Golden Lion, causing Sengoku and Garp to turn green zizi. Billowing black smoke and firelight spread from Ye Chen, and in the blink of an eye, the sky exploded, the entire venue collapsed, and everything lost its rays of light. In that instant, Sengoku and Garp, turned into streamers, slammed into the ruins. The Golden Lion, facing the attacks of Garp and Sengoku successively, finally endured Ye Chen's self-destruct in all directions, completely losing the ability to fight again. The soaring flames and gunpowder, billowing and burning, blocked all sight. The huge wind and waves blew through, revealing a huge Tian Kang. Yet Chen was in a state of embarrassment, and his body slowly recovered, while Golden Lion, covered in blood, fell to the ground. Yet Chen, brat, you definitely did it on purpose. In the rubble, Garp got up, covered in blood, and coughed. Just then, Ye Chen suddenly appeared in front of Golden Lion, making Sengoku and Garp's faces turn green. Zi. Billowing black smoke and firelight spread from Ye Chen, and in the blink of an eye, the sky exploded, the entire venue collapsed, and everything lost its rays of light. In that instant, Sengoku and Garp, turned into streamers, slammed into the ruins. The Golden Lion, facing the attacks of Garp and Sengoku successively, finally endured Ye Chen's self-destruct in all directions, completely losing the ability to fight again. The soaring flames and gunpowder, billowing and burning, blocked all sight. The huge wind and waves blew through, revealing a huge Tian Kang. Ye Chen was in a state of embarrassment, and his body slowly recovered, while Golden Lion, covered in blood, fell to the ground. Asshole, Ye Chen, brat, it was definitely intentional. In the rubble, Garp got up, covered in blood, and coughed. And Sengoku is not much better. For a time, the fire beacon was rolling, and the whole Marineford was in depression. Countless boulders are like hills, erected in various places, and in some places, they are full of potholes, forming the Gobi. The losses were heavy, and Marineford was no longer as majestic as it once was, and was in ruins everywhere. The stump and the broken arm, the pungent smell of blood, the horrible to see stained ground, the mourning that can be seen everywhere is unacceptable. Many Marines were injured, looking at the horrific scene in front of them, all looking in one direction angrily. What are you still doing, all for me to save people? Bloodless, Sengoku's face was pale, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if injured wild beast, growling. For a while, the surviving Marines began to clear the road and save the lives that were affected one by one. Damn Shiki. Limping, Sengoku walked up to the Golden Lion fiercely, grabbed the collar, and cursed. Cough, cough. And Golden Lion, face covered in blood, breathed faintly, and looked down at Sengoku with cold eyes. Shiki, you die for me and impelled down for the rest of your life. You bastard. His eyes were red, and Sengoku punched Golden Lion in the stomach. Pu. Bending over, the Golden Lion's fluff stained with blood, he finally said, tell me how Roger got caught. You paranoid crazy, just for this reason, it's an unforgivable sin to shoot Marineford. Flustered and exasperated, Sengoku didn't expect, at this time, Golden Lion was still struggling with Roger. Sakazuki, press me down, I'll send it to impel down tomorrow, I want this bastard to die and impel down forever. He threw the Golden Lion to the ground heavily, Sengoku's chest heaved violently, and blood dripped from his mouth. Outside the number, a king of the generation, the captain of flying pirates, Golden Lion Shiki broke into Marineford alone yesterday, causing unbearable losses to Marine, and was finally caught. The big news, the long disappeared Golden Lion Shiki suddenly appeared, caught by Marine. Read the aloof Patrick Redfield, Pirate King Gold Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, the three major legendary were all captured by Marine, and Pirate King's Whitebeard Edward Newgate in the same era. Where will he go? Marine's power can no longer be resisted. The news all over the sky is a long time 1 year, once again bombed the whole world. New World, the unknown sea territory, a large island, is shaking right now. The Golden Lion was actually caught. A huge ship, UPS and downs on the undulating sea. Marco looked at the newspaper in his hand, a little unbelievable. Since the Ward Sea Territory incident, the Golden Lion has disappeared without a trace. Why did it suddenly go to Marineford and was caught by Marine? Diamond Yozu, scratching his head. Dad must be notified about this. Vista looked at the shaking island in the distance, frowned. It's been 5 days, and Dad should have had enough. Kaido's ability is getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, Marco just finished speaking, a stalwart body came out directly from the island of Mess, all split up and in pieces. Dad, how's the undead monster? Looking at the embarrassed, slightly panting Whitebeard, Marco and the others, they stepped forward and asked. Kalula. I moved my body a bit and felt much more relaxed. That brat from Kaido is becoming more and more like a monster. Whitebeard waved his hand. No, I care too much, sitting in my own seat and picking up a large wine barrel from the side, it is a burst of madness. Dad, why didn't you kill that guy? Some pirate was puzzled. Kaido of the Beasts had challenged Daddy several times and was suppressed every time, but for some reason, Daddy was do not kill each other. The opponent's ability is a bit difficult to deal with. If you kill it, you can kill it, but now, you can't kill it, no one knows. Marco and the others are not very clear about Whitebeard's thoughts, but they know that if the father really wants to kill, then the so-called undead monster is a joke, and Kaido of the Beasts must die. This is Whitebeard now, Whitebeard in peak state. Dad, the latest news, the Golden Lion has appeared, made a scene in Marineford, and was finally caught. Marco handed the report to Whitebeard. While drinking and watching the report, Whitebeard unfathomable mystery laughed. Sure enough, Roger is the person he admires the most. After laughing, Whitebeard directly tossed the report aside. Meanwhile, New World has another sea territory, a cake continent, which is now the domain of the now famous Big Mom pirates. Mama, Golden Lion was caught. In a spacious room, Katakuri held the report in his hand and looked up at the Big Mom like a hill in front of him. A giant hand bigger than a palm fan stretched out, grabbed the report in Katakuri's hand, glanced at it, and laughed. Mom, Golden Lion, this damn guy, finally appeared. It's over. Mama, there's an update. Kaido went to Whitebeard to fight again. How many days did it last this time? Rare, in Big Mom's voice revealed fear. 5 days. Katakuri's face was calm. 5 days. It seems that Whitebeard released the water, although I don't know why Whitebeard didn't kill him, but now is the time to expand the territory. Grand Line, an unknown kingdom, is now in the throes of war, and the entire country is in chaos. Overthrow this country for freedom and peace. Damn revolutionary army. Bullets fly, artillery fires. Gold and jade in glorious splendor. In an imperial city, there is chaos at the moment. A bear-like man just pushed out his palm, everything in front of him was pushed out horizontally, and countless resisting the king's army died on the spot. Didn't expect, the long-disappeared Golden Lion appeared at this time and invaded Marineford. On a house, a man shrouded in a cloak appeared. The man, looking at the report in his hand, narrowed his eyes. Bear, the matter here is up to you, I need to leave for a while. The report fluttered in the wind, and a strong voice resounded in the air. A new day, the sky is clear, it is a rare good weather. Marineford port, 10 battleships, flying the flag of justice, fluttering slowly in the sea breeze. Ding-ling-ling, with Karosky handcuffs on both hands and a restraint chain made by Karosky around their necks, the 2 rear admiral, from the headquarters, pressed out a man covered in bandages. Zephyr, be careful all the way. At the port, Sengoku glanced coldly at the expressionless Golden Lion, facing Zephyr in front of him, exhorting. Since catching the Golden Lion, Sengoku recalled Zephyr. For the sake of long dreams, only Zephyr whose strength maintained its heyday can escort Golden Lion. As for Garp and Sengoku, they are now covered in bandages and recovering. Without speaking, Zephyr nodded. After admonishing Zephyr, Sengoku looked towards Yachen and Sakazuki. This time the Golden Lion will be escorted, someone will surely come to rescue, although the investigation revealed that this bastard was caused by the Ward naval battle a few years ago. Most of the power is damaged, but it cannot be taken lightly. I see. Yachen and Sakazuki nod, and then set foot on the battleship. In this way, Zephyr led the team, followed by Yachen and Sakazuki, as well as more than a dozen headquarters vice admiral, and embarked on the journey to the deep-sea prison Impel Down. This time, Yachen was alone, and by Dowdu and Hina and the others were left in Marineford. Now Marineford is still in ruins and needs a lot of military repairs, so it was mercilessly requisitioned by cranes. Marineford is not far from the deep-sea prison, and it takes about half a day to arrive. This time, not only Zephyr, but also the 10 battleships accompanying it. It can be said that the strength is very strong, that is, the men who are in order to guard against the unexpected Golden Lion. Calm and smooth sailing, slowly starting, the battleship left the sea territory around Marineford, and at this time, Yachen walked to the room where the Golden Lion was being held, a special cell, all made by Karosky. Disheveled hair, the spirit is not very good. Golden Lion is tied up with 5 flowers, still so hacky awe-inspiring, looking at Yachen's arrival with contempt. I want to know the whereabouts of a man named Irwin. As soon as he got up, Yachen went straight to the point without any nonsense, looked at Golden Lion, and said indifferently, "Gee ha ha ha, little demon." Golden Lion just laughed tyrannically, then looked at Yachen with contempt. Everything seemed aloof and remote. "You are already a prisoner. I don't want to step on your dignity to press you. It would be a shame for a king." There is no change in his eyes, Yachen looked at Golden Lion with a flat tone. Golden Lion suddenly raised his head, and his disdainful expression suddenly disappeared, replaced by surprise. "Speak." Yachen opened the spirits he brought, and Yachen took Golden Lion's mouth, and Golden Lion, not afraid of poison, drank it. "Gee ha ha ha, good wine." After drinking, Golden Lion condensed for a moment, frowned and said, "You said Irwin, I don't have any." "This person." Golden Lion's answer made Yachen very dissatisfied, but he knew that a proud king like Golden Lion could not deceive him. And Golden Lion looked at the frown Yachen, and for some reason, felt a special feeling. "Brat, you are very different. Unfortunately, I didn't get what I wanted things. Aren't you afraid I'll lie to you?" Golden Lion was surprised. A man who looks like a king, someone who can hold down Roger, doesn't bother to do such a thing. Glancing at Golden Lion, Yachen is about to leave. "Gee ha ha ha, didn't expect." Besides Garp, Marine has another House Hoku owner, which is really surprising. Silhouette paused, for Golden Yachen wasn't too surprised when Lion realized that he owned House Hoku. After all, the other side had traveled more salt than he had eaten. Now, Chen has no arrogant and conceited belief that he can compare with these old monsters, but he just needs to give him a little time. He believes that one day, he will step on these old monsters. On the head of the old monster. At this moment, the entire battleship suddenly swayed. Shiu. The artillery fire continued, on the only way to impel down, unconsciously, more than 20 pirates. At this moment both sides were shelling. Cannon fire. The sea burst, the explosion did not sound, the whole sea territory stormy sea. When Chen walked to the deck, the situation was about to break out. Zephyr, hand over our captain, or this is your land of buried bones today. Battleship up ahead, a huge pirate ship with 3A man in a pirate coat, looking like the sun. These damn pirates. On the deck, Sakazuki gloomy face, looking at the 20 or so pirate ships on the opposite side like a dead man. Are these guys from Flying Pirates? Glancing at the opposite side, Chen was looking for it, but unfortunately, he didn't see the person he wanted to find. Durst, Patrick, Carl Stella, the other 3 top cotters at the highest level of Flying Pirates. Clenching his fist, Vice Admiral on the deck, said the names of the first 3 people on the opposite side. Dest, Paramecia Fruit of Corruption Ability User, bounty 698 million. Patrick, Paramecia Ability User of Crushed Fruit, bounty 700 million 32 million. Karlstra, Paramecia Compressed Fruit Ability User, bounty 789 million. Each one is 500 million. Great Pirate above. Didn't expect, the 3 of you are still alive. Zephyr stood on the bow and looked at the 3 of Durst with sharp eyes. Humph, Zephyr, hand over our captain wisely, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The short-bearded, scar-faced man Patrick, who was not afraid of Zephyr, threatened. Flowing volcano. Sakazuki, who couldn't bear it any longer, didn't beat much, and directly attacked, punching with both fists, countless huge lava fists, like a meteor shower, constantly smashed towards the opposite side. If this is smashed, the opposite pirate ship is likely to be scrapped directly. Magma Little Demon. Looking at the magma fist coming up from the sky, a silhouette appeared in the air, looked at Sakazuki with disdain, and used his abilities. Break me. The weird mesh energy, covering most of the magma fist, the attack like a hot knife through butter, when it encounters the mesh energy, actually shattered into countless pieces of debris, lost impact, and fell toward the sea. For a while, white fog appeared on the sea. Patrick, his ability can shatter all energy attacks. To deal with him, only the power of the flesh can do it, because the ability of the other party can only act on energy, and has no effect on the body at all. People with such special ability or obvious shortcomings, the pure body refinement powerhouse is simply a nightmare. However, it is not only possible to have a bounty of 732 million, but it is not just based on ability. Otherwise, with this defect, it is simply impossible to have such a high bounty. Zephyr moved first, as if a fuse was lit. Both sides would stay in the air, and both would rise into the sky. Those who wouldn't stay in the air would keep firing, and the ships on both sides began to collide. Marine and pirate, both mixed together. You stay here to prevent Golden Lion from being rescued. Before he finished speaking, Sakazuki stepped on Jeppo, facing one of the 3 cotters, and rushed out. Standing on the battleship, Chen's face darkened slightly. Fortunately, there are many other vice admirals. For a while, the artillery fire continued, and all the ships collided together, like a piece of land. Marine and pirate, who can be seen everywhere, shouted and shouted. Puton, Puton. Like dumplings, whether it's pirate or marine, accidentally will fall into the sea, swept up by the shells, dyed red. The sea turned into a floating corpse. Notify Admiral Sengoku and ask him to support. With a cold face, Chen looked at a man rushing over from the air, instructed Marine beside him, and then jumped to the ground. Rise. Yes. In the air, there was a bang, a ripple was pressed down, the wind splashed, and the 2 fists collided together. The huge force made Chen complexion changed, the whole body fell down. Boom, boom. Both feet were covered with gunpowder smoke and firelight. The sea water was separated, Chen was 3 feet away from the sea, and his face was ugly. Compressed fruit, Karlstra. At the moment of the collision, Chen could feel that there was a huge force in the opponent's fist. The feeling reminded Chen of a person, that is Bartholomew Bear. Compressed fruit, as the name suggests, is able to compress all kinds of energy, such as air, explosive force, etc. It can be seen that Karlstra's hands are covered with a light gray mask, which reminds Chen again a man, that's Whitebeard. This man is the most bounty among the 3, and his strength is definitely the strongest. Squinting his eyes, Chen guessed. Flying Chen, Carl Stella flew directly towards the battleship where Golden Lion was imprisoned, trying to rescue Golden Lion. The sea burst, and Chen suddenly flashed like a rocket. The radiation ripples, Chen pulled out and used his ability. Little demon, get out of the way. The air was twitching, and Karlstra threw a punch, creating a sonic boom. Boom, boom. At the moment of the collision, gunpowder smoke and flames shot into the sky, and the fiery light and heat formed shock waves and turned into a halo. there was a gust of wind. Pa ka, pa ka. Ye Chen's right foot exploded with fire, like a red-hot oil pan, put into cold water, and it boiled and exploded. It hit a pirate ship. On the spot, the entire pirates jumped, and the surrounding water sank and rolled violently. Su. Two Rankyaku, falling from the sky, torn apart by the wind, are semicircular, like two meniscus, shining with dazzling luster. Standing on the broken deck, Carl Stella retracted his abdomen, his right fist hummed, and the airflow all around, quickly clenched into his hand, formed a point, and slammed it out. The air exploded, and a shock wave not only smashed Rankyaku, but also rushed towards Ye Chen like a hot knife through butter, but Ye Chen at this time had already disappeared. It can be seen that the white clouds in the sky were directly penetrated through a hole and quickly moved out. Turned to the side, Ye Chen swept the kick again, but this time, Karlstra was prepared and kicked out as well. All split up and in pieces. Flying backwards, blasting through several bedrooms one after another, Ye Chen, gloomy face, rushed into the sky with some embarrassment. I have to say that if you don't use your abilities, you are not the opponent's opponent. Ye Chen can't compare to that strength alone. At the same time, in the other two directions, the battle was equally fierce, especially the battle between Zephyr and the ability user Patrick. Due to the lack of ability, Patrick lost his advantage and could only fight close to Zephyr. Who is Zephyr? That's a pure body refinement powerhouse, so at first, Patrick's face was ashen, and he could only be beaten passively. As for Sakazuki, who fought with corruption ability user Durst, he also gained the upper hand, because his magma fruit also restrained Durst's corruption very well. Magma, not only flowing, but also high temperature, Durst's ability, like a kind of corrosive liquid, not only can't corrode magma, but is contained and evaporated, so now Durst is special suffocated. The most important thing is that it's not far from Marineford. As long as Ye Chen and the others are dragging slowly, then these guys are sure to die. Obviously, Karlstra and the others also realized that, and they were a little anxious about it, wanting to break through their respective defenses and save Golden Lion. The purpose of both parties is not to kill the other party, otherwise, if you want to kill the other party, it will take no time to succeed. At the same time, Marineford, a golden light soared into the sky, holding a person in his hand, heading towards Ye Chen and the others, rushing towards him, hateful. Being pushed back by explosions again and again, Karlstra looked furious and looked at Ye Chen with killing intent. At this moment, Ye Chen is like a barrel of dynamite. No matter if you touch it or not, it will explode as soon as it comes up. That force, time and time again, makes Karlstra's blood surge and drip out of his mouth. Blood. If it goes on like this, let alone save the captain, maybe a few of them will have to explain it here. Su, suspended in mid-air, Ye Chen kicked several kicks one after another, with a dozen Rankyaku, separated the wind and waves, rumbled and drowned towards Karlstra past. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The battle at the bottom has dyed the sea red, while the battle at the top is evenly divided. Ye Chen and the others have nothing at all, not urgent. Bastard, it's too late. He vomited blood. Patrick roared at Durst and Karlstra, no need to guess, now Marine support must have come. Hateful, if it weren't for the heavy losses of Ward C territory, how could it be so handicapped as it is now? Dest's shoulder was blue and purple, and he was hit by Sakazuki and stood upright. Get up, and Sakazuki, dressed in tatters, looks extremely embarrassed. Withdraw. Karlstra knew that this operation failed, and to drag it on like this would only have given away a bride, to lose one's army on top of it. Yo, how tragic. Isn't this the Durst of flying pirates? A wretched voice suddenly sounded, the golden light shone, and Borsalino suddenly appeared, the fingertips were flushed, and a laser beam directly penetrated Durst's chest. May go. In a flash, Sakazuki found an opportunity and a blast of magma slammed into Durst's chest. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking, Durst turned into a streamer, pierced through several giant ships, but before it landed, an icy cold bone-piercing coldness appeared behind him. The fleeting, ice-covered ice sculptures are lifelike and lifelike, appearing on the sea, zi. The ice was smoking and slowly corroding. Durst gasped and half knelt on the ground. Go to hell! In an instant, the brilliance, the hot magma, rushed forward, and a blood-stained arm penetrated Durst's chest. Gudong bubbling blood, Durst's eyes bulged, and he firmly grasped Sakazuki's right hand with a hideous expression on his face. Damn garbage. Sakazuki's face was full of hatred, the magma of the right hand arched again, and Durst's internal organs were burned directly. Withdrawing his hand, Sakazuki gasped heavily, blood splashed on his forehead, and looked at Durst, who had lost his life, with a cold gaze. Faced with Borsalino, Kuzan, and Sakazuki's three-man team, Durst had no resistance and was directly killed. There are two more rubbish. Sakazuki turned around and looked at Patrick, who was fighting Zephyr, and Karlstra, who was battered and exhausted by Ye Chen, and rushed directly out. Concocted in accordance with the law, facing Borsalino and Kuzan, who came, plus Zephyr, Sakazuki, Ye Chen, and only the three of Karst, it was simply a road to courting death. Even more how, as well as other Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral, it can be said that this time action from the very beginning is doomed to fail. In the end, as expected, Patrick and Carl Stella died outright, while the remaining pirates, none of whom escaped, all turned into corpses and sank into the seabed. Impel Down, alias Impelton, is the world's first prison, known as impenetrable defense. It is located in the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line. The security is very strict. The prisoners are all felons. Very spooky, terrifying, with various rare beast jailers as well as visible den mushy surveillance, seabed outside the prison with plenty of large Sea King classes. So far, no criminal has been able to escape from this prison. There is no doubt that entering here means entering hell. Gah, HH. The sound of gears turning on the sea surface and in the thick fog, two giant gates that shot straight into the sky slowly opened. Reporting to the deputy director, Marine headquarters escorted the battleship into the Gate of Justice. Impelled down port, a jailer lowered the telescope. After salting Karlstra and the others, it didn't take long for Ye Chen and the others to pass the Gate of Justice and come to the legendary world's first prison where no one can escape. At the mouth of the coast, Impel Down, which has long received the news, has also been waiting here. It didn't take long for the broken battleships to stop at the port. One after another, Zephyr and the others went to battleship. After getting off the boat, Ye Chen looked up at this prison, which is known as Invincible. Even if he knew, Ye Chen didn't stop it because he had his plans. Zephyr-sensei, you were attacked on the road? A silhouette with a satanic silhouette, a pair of demonic black wings behind him, and a huge silhouette with two horns on his head, walked up to Zephyr. This man, Ye Chen recognized at a glance. Venom Fruit is actually ability user Magellan. We encountered an attack, but it has been resolved. What about your director? A team of Marines took down the Golden Lion, and then led by Jailer, slowly towards the final place, imprisoned in the past. The director has something to do and went to Holy Land, Magellan replied. While talking, everyone walked towards Impel Down. Walking inside, the first feeling is big, then gloomy, and then mourning. This is Ye Chen's first time here, and it's completely different from watching anime. You, take me around here. Pointing to a jailer casually, Ye Chen's face was cold. You seem to be here for the first time. Kuzan looked lazy. Any comments? Whatever you want, I'll go to the lounge first. Shrugged, precognition didn't take Ye Chen's indifference seriously at all. Yes, it's Mr. Vice Admiral. Jailer, who was called, dared to speak. As for Ye Chen's identity, these jailers have long known about it. After all, the four major marine monsters, Akainu, Kizaru, Precognition, and God, are famous. Lord Vice Admiral, please come with me. Jailer respectfully. This is the first floor of the sea, basically where we jailers rest. Restless, Jailer cautiously introduced to Ye Chen, fully integrated into the tour guide in the role. After listening to Jailer's introduction, Ye Chen turned his head and looked around. On the left, there are rows of buildings, this should be Jailer's lounge, and on the right, there are some prisons, clearly visible, some prisoners wearing black and white prison uniforms with a collapsed look are looking desperately. By Ye Chen. Slightly frowned, Ye Chen couldn't see any hope in the eyes of those prisoners, some were just lonely and dark. This reminded him of those days when he was heartbroken. Introduce the prisoners here. Ye Chen's face was flat when he walked to the prison. This is a prison on the first floor of the sea, where some pirates with relatively low strength are imprisoned. It's all pirates? Ye Chen questioned, because he could feel that among these prisoners, some of them did not look like people with bloody hands. This. Jailer hesitated. Jailer hesitated. But it doesn't matter. Ye Chen continued walking. And some civilians, businessmen, marines, and some thugs. Jailer swallowed saliva and said, oh. Ye Chen still didn't respond. Go to the next floor. Please come with me, Lord Vice Admiral, there is a lift. As far as the eye can see, the entire venue is full of cold light and flickering plants. Squatting down, Ye Chen touched a leaf, which was extremely hard and very sharp. As expected, it's exactly the same as in the anime. It's hard to imagine that there is such a plant. Lord Vice Admiral, this is the next floor under the sea, called the Red Lotus Hell. The prisoners in this floor are more sinful than the upper floor. There is a large forest-like area in the distance. The leaves above are like knives, which are sword trees that can cut through anything, and the bottom is needle grass that pierces the human body like needles. The prisoner will run back and forth because of the poisonous spider in our pursuit, and finally be cut by the blood of these leaves and grass, and suffer endlessly. Jailer started talking without waiting for Ye Chen to ask. With Jailer's explanation, in the distance, more than a dozen jailers chased three prisoners, wailing endlessly, countless wounds gushing out of blood under the cutting of these sword trees. Not for a while. Lord Vice Admiral, this is the second layer under the sea, Devil Beast Hell. This floor is guarded by the Devil Beast led by the great prison warden Seti. Speaking of Lord City, Jailer swallowed saliva and said, a little scared. Moo. Just after saying that, a humanoid cow, holding a huge wolf fang club, nearly 5 meters high, sitting on her shoulders is a woman with pink wavy long hair. The woman is holding a whip and wearing revealing red clothes, which is extremely coquettish. It's over, even touching to the devil beast boss and city adults. With his legs swinging, Jailer wanted to cry without tears. Dong dong. The ground shook, and the huge cow walked to Ye Chen, with eyes the size of copper bells, bloodthirsty looking at Ye Chen. Unfathomable mystery, the giant bull is suddenly furious, with red eyes, carrying a wolf fang club, imposing manner majestic, and it is a blow to Ye Chen. Looking up, Ye Chen just stared at the giant bull coldly, with a faintly discernible overbearing will firmly locked. Fear, panic, fear, a trace and soberness and calm were restored in the giant bull's scarlet pupils. The tail trembled, the giant cow's legs trembled, and with a swipe of smoke, the brow beaded with sweat disappeared at the end of the prison. This scene made everyone's eyes widen, especially some prisoners. Stop, what are you running? Riding on the shoulders of the giant bull, with curly blonde hair, bangs covering his eyes, wearing candle-shaped white earrings, and wearing a very revealing peach-red tight leather jacket, City, grabbing the giant bull, exclaimed. Fuck just came out, didn't speak, it's over? And this is just a small episode. Lord Vice Admiral, this is 3rd layer, Starvation Hell. 4th layer, Blazing Hell, and Deputy Chief Magellan's office is also here. 5th layer, Freezing Hell, where the temperature remains year-round below -30 degrees. Sorry, Mr. Vice Admiral, I don't know if there is a 6th layer, and even if there is, I don't have the right to enter. A few hours later, Jailer was trembling all over, gritted his teeth, and stood trembling in a white world. Cold, endless cold, at a glance, the whole it's the world of ice. Okay, go back. Looking at Jailer's frozen body trembling, Ye Chen said blankly. Yes. With a shudder, Jailer quickly disappeared in the 5th layer, and the elevator kept going towards the 1st layer, probably to report to Magellan. Walking in the world of ice and snow, Ye Chen looked at the rows of crystal cells, each holding a ball, breathing weakly, and even the criminals who had frozen into ice lollies. There was no pity or disgust. All the way, Ye Chen once again recognized this world, weak are prey to the strong, and a big fist is the last word. Poor, pain, despair, this is not the world's fault, but his own fault, lack of strength, then it can only be eliminated by this world. Power and power are always reserved for powerhouse, law of the jungle, weakness is a sin. Fortunately, it's all in vain if you have bad luck, you will be imprisoned for life and suffer a lot of pain, and even worse, you will be treated as cargo, slave, beaten, scolded and killed at will. This kind of life, in this world, is very normal and also it's very cruel. Want to be at ease in the weak or prey to strong, Ye Chen still has a long section of the road to go, everything can't be rushed. However, come here, not just to have a look. In world of ice and snow, Ye Chen seems to be standing in the vast and uncultivated ice age, closing his eyes, a powerful wave, like a gust of wind, swept out without dead ends. The snow fell, and it didn't take long before Ye Chen opened his eyes and walked in one direction. Lord Vice Admiral. Turn around the snow a few times, a hidden iceberg, revealing a deep hole. Ye Chen happened to meet the golden lion who was holding the golden lion earlier. Enter the jailer at Impel Down. Originally, Ye Chen could follow behind those jailers, but after thinking about it, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he still planned to one after the other. It can be seen that Ye Chen was a little too careful. As soon as jailer came out, he saw Ye Chen and gave a serious military salute. Is this the entrance to eternal hell? Yes, guarded by Lord Chief Warden Shiliu. Jailer deputies. Slightly frowning, Ye Chen said, why didn't I see this guy? It turned out to be here. Go get busy. With a wave of his hand, Ye Chen raised his feet and walked towards the 6th layer. With his current status, he entered the 6th layer, and simply did not need to report or approve. Entering the entrance, place of charm and beauty, sure enough, not far away, a man wearing a prison staff hat, feet on the table, and a long sword beside him, was closing his eyes, as if sleeping. Shiliu of the Rain, the beasts in the group once said, is the only man who can compete with Hawkeye's my hawk as a swordsman, and is a pure swordsman. Ye Chen doesn't know whether those beasts are right or not, but it must not be a simple thing to become the second character of the Blackbeard pirates in the future. Also, this guy seems to have been indiscriminately killing criminals and being particularly addicted to murder, which led to his transformation from chief warden to a suspended death row in a few years. This life experience has to be said to be regarded as rich. Just one glance, Ye Chen ignored it and walked towards the 6th layer. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light flickered, Ye Chen's long hair fluttered, and his 2 fingers were pitch black, pinching a sharp-edged sword light. God Ye Chen. Slightly crazy voice, Shiliu, who was sleeping, yawned, straightened his hat, lit a cigar, and breathed in clouds looking at Ye Chen. And Ye Chen directly crushed the sword light, and finally turned into a little fluorescent light, disappeared in the air, and did not speak. I wanted to play with the other 3. Since you came to the door automatically and I was just bored, why don't we play? Very evil and arrogant, Shiliu wiped his hands the long sword in the middle, looked at Ye Chen playfully. With his eyes unchanged, Ye Chen looked at Shiliu and hooked his fingers. Bloodthirsty on his face, Shilia stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, disappearing in place. The cold sword light in his hand, like a rainbow in the day, was fleeting, facing Ye Chen's neck, scratched. Passed. As soon as it came up, it was aimed at the key point. Shilia's attack made Ye Chen's eyes suddenly turn cold, cracks appeared on the ground, and a kick slammed out. Momentum is big, power is deep, and a hurricane swayed, making Shilia, the originally grinning face, suddenly tightened. Sparks splashed, and a huge force collided. Shilia flipped a few backflips in the air, took a few steps backwards, one step at a time, and the cigar in his mouth fell even more. Whoosh! The faint afterimages condensed, eyes shrank, the atmosphere was flowing, and with a bang, a pitch-black fist slammed into the head. Raising the sword and facing him sideways, the entire ground cracked instantly, and countless messy cracks were torn out. Spinning quickly, Ye Chen attacked again. The sword light circulated and pressed down. Shilia's face was ugly, his hands were slightly numb, his feet were deep in the ground, and he moved out. Whoosh! A 100-meter-long slash, crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, walks close to the ground. Shining and dazzling, like a thunderbolt in a heavy rain, it was fleeting. Ye Chen's hands were in front of him, and he was also pushed out horizontally. Almost at the same time, the two appeared in midair, one after another, wind pressure and sword light, sweeping the audience. Boom! The air exploded, a whip leg, and tore it out. Eyes shrank, Shilia's right hand raised, directly blocking the whip leg, moving mountains and suppressing seas. The earth collapsed, a black shadow rolled out. Following him, the sound of breaking the air came again. Ye Chen's hair was flamboyant, and that fierce look ignored everything. The gravel turned upside down. Ye Chen kicked Shilia's chest heavily, and at the same time, Ye Chen tilted his head in an instant, and a bloodstain appeared on his face, overflowing with blood. Opening his mouth to vomit blood, Shilia clutched his chest, his face a little painful, while Ye Chen stretched out his hand to wipe the blood on his face, expressionless. Flicks with the finger, a blood bead, like a bullet, lashing towards Shiliu. Rain, absolute slash. In the gravel, a dazzling sword light rose from the sky. Boom, boom. Suddenly exploded, the sky filled with gunpowder smoke, the ground was shaking, and a layer of fire and waves overwhelmed the mountains and lifted the surface. The sword light disappeared. Shilia's feet were deep in the ground, his body was smoking, and his face was extremely gloomy. O.M. The air wailed and exploded out of thin air, and a black foot burst forth. Ding! The sharp point of the sword. Ye Chen was slightly frowned, and a pain came from the sole of the foot. Even with Busashoku, it couldn't resist the sharp point aura. Mouth, dripping blood. Inverted his body, pulled out his left foot, and swayed a hurricane, while Shiliu, with one hand raised, stopped in front of him. It was deafening, the whole ground shattered. Shilia turned into a cannonball, and flew out heavily, setting off a piece of gravel. Ha! The name of God, name is not in vain. In smoke and dust, Shilia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and put away his long sword. You're very good, one of the 3 strongest swordsmen I've ever seen. Seeing Shilia put away his long sword, Ye Chen's eyes were cold. This is the key of the 6th layer. Emptying a bunch of keys from his waist, Shilia threw it to Ye Chen. Holding the key, Ye Chen turned around and walked towards the 6th layer. Who are the other 2 swordsmen? Behind him, Shilia lit a cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke, still so arrogant and picky. Dracule my hawk, Akega my shanks. The lingering voice reached Shilia's ears. D.A. D.A. It's very quiet, the whole area exudes a decadent atmosphere, and everything here seems to be desperate and dead. Heavy footsteps sounded empty, yet Chen held the weak hand lamp, and gradually saw the 2 sides clearly, which were cells. Some, empty, some, all bones. Here, the entire prison cell is made of the hardest things in the Karosky mixed world. The prisoners here only have a mouthful of water and a mouthful of food every other week. Sentenced to death. Icy, dead, dark, as if rejected by the world, staying here, only life is better than death. Pa-ta. It is very quiet, the whole eternal hell is like lifeless, just like that sentence. The mouse comes in with a smile, can go out crying, and even mice are reluctant to come in here. As long as they step into this place, it means losing their lives, because the wild beast in this place will be swallowed by the hair without the slightest hesitation. Ding, ding, ling, ling, as if leading to hell, yet Chen walked along the corridor, slowly going deep, all around quietly terrifying. Suddenly there was a metal collision, the voice sounded, yet Chen stopped. Lighted by a coal lamp, Ye Chen stopped in front of a cell and saw what was inside with the help of dim rays of light. Disheveled hair, the limbs are locked by the Karosky chain extending from the wall, unable to unite, and the bones are thin, and the bones can be clearly seen under the thin skin. Skinny, skinny like a skeleton. There is no strength to speak, because even speaking consumes their physical strength. Therefore, the prisoners in the cell are only lifting their heads, their eyes are slightly narrowed, and they look at Ye Chen with some discomfort. Because of the light, the prisoner could not see Ye Chen clearly, but Ye Chen could see the prisoner's appearance clearly. Evil politician Albero Pizarro. Looking at the man whose breath was extremely weak, Ye Chen was a little surprised. because this person was exactly the evil king he caught in the Drum Kingdom. Marine, you are that Marine. Somewhat excited, the king of evil politics can be said to be deeply disgusted by this voice, and he has fallen into the current field. All thanks to this guy, so Ye Chen's voice, he was firmly remembered in his soul. I can still struggle, it seems that life is not bad. Glancing at it, Ye Chen was not interested, left the cell and walked deeper. Brat, remember for me, after I go out, must will tear you out. The unwilling roar, accompanied by the collision of the chains, made a horrifying sound, making the dead eternal hell suddenly became restless. Brat, as long as you can save me out, I will let you be my subordinate. Walking to a cell, a scrawny guy with red eyes stared at Ye Chen naked. Suddenly, here comes the sentence. For this kind of daydreaming guy, Ye Chen didn't even stop. Please, let me out. I'm willing to be your subordinate. There was also an excited voice from another cell. Following, or scolding, or threatening, or even begging, it was noisy. The current eternal hell is much larger than the eternal hell 10 years later, and after several decades. The reason why the number is greatly reduced is because these criminals have not survived. Among them, Ye Chen saw the fighting champion Bashes, Katarina, or pirate who was captured by Sakazuki and the others, and Sengoku and the others in their youth. The current eternal hell is not deserted, it is only by saving physical strength that the entire eternal hell can be heard. Brat, as long as you let us go, all the treasures I buried will be yours. Yes, I used to bounty 400 million belly. Before, even Rogers suffered a loss in my hands. The whole length the corridor, as if it would never end, yet Chen ignored the prayers and threats in his ears and walked towards the deepest part. It started slowly, and the surrounding noises became quieter. When Ye Chen passed by a cell, he stopped because the person he was looking for was found. Crack! The sound of the key being turned, the person in the cell lowered his head without any movement. The faint rays of light, like hope in the dark night, make the surroundings hazy and take away a trace of cold. It's a bit dazzling. The hoarse, infiltrating voice suddenly sounded like this. Ye Chen watched as his limbs were nailed to the wall, chains ran through his shoulders, and the torture method of the prisoners was restrained to the maximum extent possible, frowned, plus a mouthful of water and porridge every other week, just to keep if you keep getting angry. It's already as difficult as heavenly ascension, even more how is it a prison break? Sure enough, the myth of impel down is not so easily broken. Patrick Redfield. Ye Chen put the coal lamp beside him, sat up on the spot, face to face with Redfield. Oh, it turned out to be the original Marine little demon. Little head lifting, the Redfield at the moment, living up to the previous Hacky Ling Yun, some are just running out of fuel, powerhouse Twilight. It seems that your life is not very good. Although he was almost killed by the man in front of him at the beginning, but sitting face to face, Ye Chen was not so angry, some was just calm. Stroking his left eye, Ye Chen indifferently said, "Thanks to you, my left eye is still blind, but I still want to thank you." Brat, so you're here to taunt me? Clearly, Redfield didn't even have an expression. I don't have the time to mock someone who was bullied by a dog. Take out a small jug from his arms, and under Redfield's surprised eyes, Ye Chen opened. The familiar aroma of wine made Redfield's throat roll. Drink it. Maybe there will be no chance in the future. The whole small jug, at most 3 or 4 mouthfuls, was placed in front of Redfield. Good on, good on. Redfield, like Golden Lion, was not afraid of poison at all, and drank it in 2 or 3 times. It can be seen from this point that Redfield and Golden Lion have one thing in common. Even if the tiger falls, it is still a tiger. The former hacky and arrogance still exist. After drinking, Redfield pondered for a while, then looked at Ye Chen, slowly opened the mouth and said, "Tell me, what's the matter? I want to know about mythical Zoan type, the whereabouts of the bat fruit." Ye Chen is also neat and tidy, directly stating his intentions. Devil fruit? Redfield was a little stunned, he didn't expect Ye Chen to ask such a question. Yes. Ye Chen stared into Redfield's eyes. I don't know. Also staring at Ye Chen's eyes, Redfield is very bachelor. The two looked at each other for a full minute, and finally, Ye Chen got the result. Hope you have the day to see the sun again. Standing up, patted the dust on his butt, Ye Chen took the coal lamp and left. From Redfield's eyes, Ye Chen saw pride, self-esteem, and hacky. He knew that Redfield didn't lie to him. Since the awakening of House Hoku, Ye Chen has felt a lot of things, and this feeling has become more and more solid, especially when facing the same House Hoku owner. This feeling, the more and more strong. Brat, are you not afraid that I will lie to you? Redfield was a little surprised when Ye Chen locked the door. Just because you are Red the Aloof, you have already given me the answer. If it were me, I would be the same as you. Last glance at Redfield, Ye Chen carrying a coal lantern, it gradually went away. Ha ha. One after another laughter came from behind, with excitement, gratification, and pride in it, as if it contained everything. As Ye Chen said, if it were him, he would also disdain to lie, because their will, their self-esteem, decides everything. This is House Hoku owner, the king of aptitude, the one chosen by heaven. Even if there is no king aptitude, just a powerhouse, I don't care. This is a person's belief, a person's bottom line, and for House Hoku owner, this will has been magnified countless times. Next, a man surrounded by thunderbolt. A man holding a long sword. A ruthless man. One after another, just statues, but inexplicably gave Ye Chen a sense of horror, because many of these statues are exactly the same as the people in Ye Chen's mind, such as the one holding to the man with the long sword has only been seen in Impel Down. For a time, the doubts in my heart surrounded Ye Chen's entire soul. Walking past the statue, Ye Chen saw a painting, and the words on it made Ye Chen's pupils widen. What country's first emperor, the eternal king? Heavenly God in the first year of the heavenly God calendar, the second emperor of what country succeeded, the most merciful king, Shi. It is a pity that many of these pictures have disappeared. This ship, and the statues, gave Ye Chen a great impact. Weird, this is really too weird. Leaving the golden ship, Ye Chen frowned, looking at the hazy scene around him, feeling strange in his heart. From those murals, it can be seen that there was once a magical kingdom. I don't know what it was called, because the key words are very vague. And the pioneers of this country, I don't know if they are male or female, and they don't even know their names. Only the words eternal king can be used to describe them. Then followed by the second emperor of this country, the most merciful Wang Shi. And what ring? A lot of things, all blurred, can't see clearly. Is this the so-called tomb of gods? Pressing down the doubts in his heart, Ye Chen Kanbunshoku swept away and found Henzuo not far away, and a few more. Big child. Rabanu, I'm really Hemzo, I'm outside, I've been studying rainbow things. Who are you? Ye Chen's appear out of thin air shocked several children. Suddenly, the entire sea territory began to shake, the haze all around began to flow, and the sky kacha rubbed like a mirror, folded layer by layer, revealing cracks. Not good, the colorful fog is about to disappear, resulting in the fragmentation of time and space. Labanu, let's get out of here. Hanzuo's complexion greatly changed. After so many years of research, he knew that if he did not leave at this time, he would never be able to do so again, because the ropes on the boat had begun to shake. You are impossible, Hangzhou, and you are an adult. Hangzhou's explanation was not recognized by several children. The sky was getting more and more oppressive, as if it was collapsing. Ye Chen's eyes shrank, he felt the danger of death, and without thinking about it, House Hoku leaked a little and directly knocked out a few children. Go quickly. Throwing the child on the boat, Ye Chen looked at Hangzhou in a daze, then pulled up the rope at the stern, taut for a while, and pulled quickly. The boat passed quickly and rushed into the haze. At the same time, outside, the expanding colorful fog seemed to be squeezed and began to shrink. At the crucial moment, a small boat flew out. Luligia Island, the mouth of the coast. Ye Chen looked at the sea level, a little unbelievable, because the colorful fog disappeared, along with the tattered ship that seemed to be boundless. Mirror world? Parallel space? Mirage? Contemplative, strictly speaking, the scope of the colorful fog is not very broad, but the scene inside seems like a continent. Like space folds, one flower, one world. Sure enough, 3 days have passed. Next to him lay a few children. Henzuo sighed suddenly. 3 days? Ye Chen stared at Henzuo, his eyes were very sharp. He was sure that he stayed in the colorful fog for at most an hour, and definitely not 3 days. The time and space axes in the colorful fog are all distorted, maybe 1 second inside, 10 years outside, or 3 years in 1 minute. According to legend, it can reach other places. The world. Listening to Henzuo's explanation, Ye Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. Because he thought of a probability, perhaps this colorful fog was a time-space bug, which gave him hope. He didn't expect just one mission. Let him find a way to go home. So, the rainbow fog that the mayor asked you to study, has there been any results? At this time, a team of law enforcers, like an escort, walked from a distance. Come over. The expropriation team. On the ground, Henzuo was a little angry. Now that his partner has been rescued, the threat still exists. Kanbunshoku overlooked. Ye Chen actually found that this is just an island that is not even a small island, not even a marine. So, when will the colorful fog appear? Ignoring the army, Ye Chen looked at Henzhou. I don't know, maybe a month, or a year, 10 years. Hangzhou looked at Ye Chen, his eyes lit up slightly, but he didn't forget that this man seemed to be marine. Very well, from now on, you are the highest sir on this island. I want you to study the colorful fog thoroughly. Ha ha ha. Who is this person? Dare to run wild on Luligia Island. My father is the mayor. A man headed by the law enforcement team pointed at Ye Chen with a laugh. The eyes were cold. Ye Chen didn't even look at it, kicked out, a rays of light, and in the blink of an eye, a crack appeared in the entire port and spread to the sea. As for the previous troops, the stumps and internal organs fell, and the corpses were separated into the eyes of Hangzhou and several children who woke up. Blue, blue. After cleaning up the grasshopper without blinking, Ye Chen took out the Den Mushy and dialed a number. Hello. An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Bring your subordinates to Luligia Island on the Grand Line. I want you to be stationed here and obey the orders of a man named Henzuo. If anyone asks, say it's my order, let him come to me. The cold order was passed from Ye Chen's mouth. Asshole. Den Mushi hung up. Strawberry looked angry, but couldn't resist. Sir. At this moment, Henzuo came back to his senses and looked at Ye Chen with trepidation. Wait, Marine will take over here. From now on, you are the highest sir of this island. Marine will follow your orders. You only have one purpose, that is to study for me colorful fog. I still have something to do. I will come back soon. After finishing speaking, Ye Chen looked at the compass and planned to leave. Here, he is already after 3 days of delay. I must go to North Blue as soon as possible to get Op no Mi in my hands. Looking at Ye Chen's disappearing back, Henzuo still hasn't figured out what the situation is, and the children who came out of the colorful fog are even more confused. In a few hours, on the sea, 3 huge battleships, from far to near. The powerful imposing manner directly overwhelmed the entire island. The person who came was Strawberry, but when he asked for a while, when he saw Henzo, he had already been imprisoned by the island's mayor, Witten. Unsurprisingly, the so-called mayor was immediately cleaned up. Until this time, Henzuo didn't know Ye Chen's identity. One of Marine's 4 monster Vice Admiral, God Ye Chen, is the great character in the great character. Even the Marine in front of me is also a headquarter Rear Admiral. In this way, Lilogia Island temporarily fell into the hands of Ye Chen, and the only purpose was to study the colorful fog. North Blue, Mignon Island, a winter island, but at this time, the smoke is billowing, and the fire is soaring into the sky. The sky was filled with snowflakes. A silhouette with long hair and a shawl stepped on the island, leaving step-by-step footprints, spreading towards the depths of the island. Swish, swish. But at this moment, the entire sky suddenly changed, and endless silk threads, like a leak, began to cover the entire sky. Island. He looked up and looked at the silk thread that gradually enveloped the island, a muttering to himself, echoing in the snowflakes all over the sky. The trading location should be here. At this moment, the central region, a bloody field, is full of various chests full of treasures, and a silhouette covered in blood, wearing a black feather coat and clown-like makeup, sitting in front of a large box. Across the street, a Doflamingo in a red suit, sunglasses, and a pink feather coat raised his pistol. Tell me, where is Luo? Blue veins spread across his forehead, and Doflamingo aimed his gun at his biological brother. Every word. He has eaten Op no Mi and escaped the birdcage successfully. Now he is free. Grinning Isho, Corazon looked at Doflamingo, breathing increased. Rosinante, my good brother. Bang! In extreme contortion, Doflamingo didn't blink. Suddenly the shot, accompanied by blood flowers, resounded under the quiet sky. Bang, bang. 3 shots in a row, Corazon's entire chest was ripped, and he fell to the ground, his face bloodless. Bang! However, when the 4th shot sounded, a bullet, caught by 2 fingers, was caught. It seems that I came a little late. A silhouette, standing in front of Corazon, sighed slightly. God Ye Chen. The sudden appearance of the silhouette made the whole scene freeze in an instant. What? One of Marine's 4 monster Vice Admiral, God Ye Chen. Screaming in succession, several people behind Doflamingo, with vigilant expressions, made their own actions. Ready to attack. When did this man appear? Cough, cough. With a burst of coughing, Kalazon kept vomiting blood, and when he saw Ye Chen appear, his face sighed slightly in relief. Say your code name. Ignoring Doflamingo of the gloomy face, Ye Chen turned around and looked at Corazon, who was not far from death. Millet fruit. Struggling to get up, Corazon didn't know why, grabbing Ye Chen's trousers. Frowned, looking at the blood-stained trousers, Ye Chen squatted down. Save him. The blood stained the snow, a scarlet. Ye Chen supported Corazon with a sullen face. Admiral Sengoku asked me to protect you, and Op no Mi, you have lost too much blood and can't live anymore. You don't want to be deceived by him. Op no Mi has been eaten. A soft voice resounded in Ye Chen's ears. Doflamingo's words, it made Ye Chen's face worse to the extreme. Anyway, it's too late. No accident, it should have been eaten by Luo, but now, where is Luo? Doffy, what should we do? Beside Doflamingo, Treble, a cotter, wiped his nose and asked. He's dead, let's go. Gloomy and uncertain, in the end, Doflamingo put away his pistol and didn't make a move. Young master, but our treasure. Treble looked at a hill behind Corazon, all kinds of treasures and boxes, a little reluctant. Take it as a gift to God, let's go. Doflamingo made a decision and would not change it, just turned around and left. At the same time, the silk thread covering the entire island began to dissipate. Ye Chen stood up, glanced at Corazon indifferently, and then looked at Doflamingo who was leaving, but did not catch up. Because he heard what Corazon wanted him to save earlier. If nothing else happened, it should be Luo. Now that Luo has eaten Op no Mi, Ye Chen needs to reconsider. You were sent by Sengoku? The departure of Doflamingo and the others made the dying Corazon sighed in relief, and then looked at Ye Chen, still full of vigilance. Doflamingo has left. Tell me the whereabouts of Op no Mi. You are no longer alive. I need to complete the mission. Very cold-blooded, Ye Chen looked at Cora Luce. At this moment, a cry suddenly exploded out of thin air. I saw a big box behind Khorasan, and the pang made Yachen narrow his eyes. Khorasan, wow, Khorasan. The child's cry made Yachen step forward, open the box, and see the little fellow with the leopard-spotted hat climbed out of the box and threw himself beside Khorasan, tears streaming down his face. Luo, live well, now you are free. Coughing up blood, it was obvious that Khorasan couldn't hold on any longer, and his eyes began to dim. Wow, Khorasan, Khorasan. I love you, Mosquito with a voice of the same size. As his arms fell weakly into the snow, Khorasan closed his eyes. Don't, wow, he cried heartbreakingly. At this moment, Luo was full of helplessness and despair. Besides, Yachen didn't have any psychological fluctuations, and even had murderous intentions. An hour later, on a high ground, a tomb stood here. At this moment Luo knelt in front of the tomb, Yachen folded his arms and looked at all this indifferently. Cry enough, just leave with me. In the end, Yachen still didn't kill Luo, and thought of another way. Can you avenge me? Kill Doflamingo. Turn around, Luo pouted and looked at Yachen expectantly. I can't. Yachen refused directly with an expressionless face. Why, aren't you God Yachen? I have seen your reports, you are very strong. Standing up, Luo's face was full of tears. If you want revenge, go for it yourself. I can give you a chance to take revenge, but what value do you have for me to give you this chance? Yachen looked at it coldly with Luo. I ate Op no Mi, and as long as I grow up, I can perform the surgery of agelessness. For revenge, Luo at this moment, with red eyes, drew a picture for Yachen. He got a big cake, because he himself didn't know how to perform the surgery of immortality. Do you think I'm stupid, or are you stupid? Just because you can perform immortality surgery now? Even more how, why should I believe you? Although I can't perform immortality surgery now but I will definitely be able to do it in the future. I said I will do it. With a face full of stubbornness, Luo stared at Yachen's eyes without flinching. Yachen was silent. And Luo, staring at Yachen, was very firm. I will give you a chance to become stronger, but there is a premise that you must remember what you are saying now, otherwise, you will surely die miserably. Finally, Yachen agreed. You can't beat Doflamingo? Luo said suddenly. Does it have anything to do with you? Since you said that you need to grow up, I will train you in the future. When you have the strength, go get revenge yourself. Clenched small fist, Luo nodded. You can leave now. Turning around, Yachen was ready to leave. And Luo, looking back at the tombstone, made up his mind silently. Boundless, undulating waves, a piece of wood, quickly shuttled across the sea, leaving a long tail feather, and it was disappeared in a blink of an eye. Grasping the wooden board tightly, Luo half squinted his eyes and looked terrified. You slow down. The inarticulateness, the huge wind and waves made Luo's face flush. I don't have that much time to spend with you, so I will take you to a cultivation holy land, and then guide you for a month first. You better pray, don't die there, want revenge, just live. With a cold face, Yachen didn't even look at Luo, and with an explosion, the whole board splashed out again. A day later, Grand Line, Calm Belt, a primordial island, densely overgrown, like a beast with a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bull, making people's scalp numb. Straight to the top of the cloud, a big mountain stands, and in the open space, 5 hill-like beasts crouched on the ground, with a humanized expression on their faces. The biggest one was a lion-shaped beast with double horns on its forehead. At this time, it was squatting like a puppy. Its sturdy tail swayed back and forth from time to time, splashing up pieces of sand. That's right, this is where Yachen cultivated last time, and these 5 huge monsters are the guy who roasted his legs. Originally, after Yachen left, their lives were fertile and moist, but now, the 5 guys seem to have died like a whole room of people, the emotions, let alone negative. Because of this demon, he came back, and this time, he brought a small one. What kind of expression do you have? Give me a smile. Brightened, Yachen looked at the 5 unlovable guys and squinted slightly. Luo clearly saw that these 5 hill-like beasts shivered all over, one by one, their tails tucked between their legs, and their hind legs were constantly swaying. How scary this fuck is. This man is a devil. Luo swallowed his saliva. Roar. Row of sharp teeth exposed, 5 huge monsters, no self-respect, the face is so crowded together. Laughing is worse than crying. Go and prepare the food for the evening. With a wave, Yachen dismissed the 5 guys directly. Roar. In a flash, the 5 huge monsters disappeared immediately. At that speed, Luo was dumbstruck. In the days to come, you will spend here, and I will accompany you for a month. When you can beat those 5 guys, I will come here, otherwise, you will stay here forever. Here it is. Yachen's tone was still so cold. I will definitely live to find Doflamingo's revenge. Luo was not afraid, but was more determined than ever. Since you are enlightened, then I wish you good luck and explain that if you can't persist, you will die. In this way, in the next month, Yachen he explained Soru, Rankyaku, Jeppo, and armament in Kanbunshoku for Luo successively. In addition, during this month, Yachen also went to Drum Kingdom, and the reason is that he brought a lot of books about medicine for Luo, which was specially requested by Luo. Of course, Yachen also took a look at Luligia Island on the side of the colorful fog, but unfortunately, Yachen has not appeared since the last time Yachen entered, and Strawberry was also dismissed by Yachen, leaving only a major detachment. Because the location of Luligia Island is a bit remote, it does not need too many marines. In the new day, the morning sun rises, and I don't know when, there is a wood house in that open space. This wood house was built by Luo single-handedly. Several times, he almost died of exhaustion. Listen to the 5 of you guys, I'll supervise his cultivation every day from now on. I don't care how you torture him. If he can't beat 2 of you when I'm here 2 years later, then I just roasted you guys, do you understand? Early in the morning, Yachen looked at the 5-headed huge monster and threatened. Ayo! Roar! Like chickens pecking at rice, the 5 huge monsters trembled and opened their eyes. With innocent big eyes, there are still tears. Little fellow, I wish you good luck. Finally, Yachen glanced at Luo, and without waiting for the latter's answer, he went straight into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Opening his mouth, Luo clenched his teeth, feeling a little reluctant, because this man, in this month, really taught him. Roar! Suddenly, a big claw slapped Luo directly on the ground and roared, signaling Luo's cultivation. This month, Yachen set a cultivation policy for Luo, just need to increase the number each time. Therefore, 5 monsters know how to train Luo. In this way, because of Yachen's appearance, Luo's life has undergone tremendous changes and has moved towards an unknown road. Marineford, Fleet Admiral's office. Yachen returned after leaving Calmbelt got here. Damn Doflamingo. In the first place, I was rarely free today. When I heard Yachen said that the mission failed, I couldn't help frown. Fleet Admiral Kong, Doflamingo's identity is a bit special, do you want to? Sengoku's face was a little ugly. The death of Khorasan made his mood fluctuate. Forget it, prepare yourself well during this time, I'll be leaving Marine soon. Sora shook the head at Sengoku, then looked at Yachen and asked, Opop Nomi was eaten, are you sure? Sure, but I don't know who it was. When I went, it was already late. Yachen sat on the chair, taking a sip of coffee, he replied. If there's nothing wrong, I'll go back. Go. Your rabbit has caused some trouble recently. Go and deal with it. He didn't look up. Sora looked at the document in his hand, replied. Brows raised, Yachen stood up and left the office under Sengoku's strange gaze. Paralyzed, don't think about it, it must be by Daodu's stupidity causing trouble again. At this moment, there is a war going on in the villa area, especially the closer it is to Yachen's villa, the more Marines are lying on the ground, one by one, bloody nose and swollen face, holding their stomachs and wailing. Bang! A silhouette slammed heavily on the ground, his entire face swollen like a pig's head, lying on the ground, his mouth full of blood. Dead rabbit, let me see how you run today, let you put laxatives, and let you do evil. A big hand grabbed by Daodu's ears and raised it. Get up as a punch. You MMP, you have the ability to single out. If it wasn't for Loudza's people going out, I'll let you lie down and call grandfather today. Keep retching. White Bean spits out a mouthful of blood on Toki Cake. Aren't you very arrogant a few days ago? What? Now withered? With a fierce face, Tokikaki's face was half swollen, several teeth were lost, and he looked at the dead rabbit with hatred. If you have the ability, you are also called a person. When your master dies, I will kill you. The cold wind blows, Toki Cake hates this rabbit to death. Since this dead rabbit came to Marineford, it's just doing all kinds of evil in conscience. Some time ago, they even put laxatives on their entire team, pulling them out for 3 days and directly digging out their bodies. Empty, those days walking is floating, and the chrysanthemum is even more painful. Provoked ridicule from the entire Marineford, and even worse, this guy is still stubborn, and now not only enters Momuzagi's villa just and honorable, but also puts other women's underwear on it in his house. Now that he goes out, I don't know if it is an illusion. I feel that many people look at him differently. There are all kinds of pranks, all of which made Toki Cake angry, so today, I brought people directly to block the door. Under the circumstance of besieging and beating, Bidauda slammed into the street and fell into the current field. The point is that Hina, Hein, Very Good, Fergo, and Smoker are not in Marineford, and they are all out to sea. Bah! You can only dare to be arrogant now, wait for that bastard to come back, I will stop you every day, you wait for rabbit, you garbage. Eyes are about to open, it doesn't open, it's swollen like a steamed bun, but this bitch just refuses to admit defeat. You're still stubborn when you're about to die. Your master doesn't know where he died. Let's see how I'll take care of you today. Holding white beans, Tokikaki's eyes were burning. If he could, he really wanted to kill this dead rabbit. Pu. Being punched heavily in the stomach, Bidauda's face was twisted, face covered in blood, but he refused to admit defeat and still sternly scolded you. Special is it a woman? I don't have any strength, and if I have the ability, I will kill me. With a grim expression, Toki Cake didn't answer because he